There we go. Alright, should be good to go. Yeah, so
Right.
I took a look at one of your coverages, right?
Oh, you
And
did?
you talked about the Deadpool and Wolverine review. And I think that'd be an
Yeah.
interesting place to start, if that's alright.
Oh, yeah, yeah, sure. Um, well, I mean, since you saw it, do you have any thoughts on what I had to say about your review?
Yeah, I have it noted down. Uh,
That's awesome.
yeah,
I
so
also have notes. That's cool.
Yeah, so one of the things you said is that both of what I'm talking about and what Deadpool does in the movie are fine options. And this was in relation to Deadpool's plan to get rid of the threat to his universe, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I fail to see how it's a fine option for him to go to Logan's grave, find nothing, and then just assume, oh, his world is screwed. Versus just going to the place that Paradox showed him and getting rid of the Time Ripper. I don't know where you got the impression that both of these are fine options.
Well, see, within now, it's been a while since I saw Deadpool and Wolverine, but my understanding is that Deadpool was under the impression that Logan's healing factor would allow him to regenerate from even the death that he suffered in that movie. And so, as such, of course, gaining allies would make Deadpool's job easier. And you yourself, in some of your other videos, I believe your Daredevil Born Again video, have pointed out that there were issues with Daredevil not recruiting other characters from the world, and so I don't see how, if
Yeah,
Deadpool is
but
aware
that's
that he would
that's
be
not
able
the
to.
reason he's getting Wolverine. The reason he's getting him is because he's the quote-unquote anchor being, and he needs the anchor being alive to, I guess, fix his universe. That's what he believes.
Yeah.
Yeah, but there wouldn't be an issue with his universe getting destroyed if he gets rid of the Time Ripper, which is the immediate threat. And he can deal with the Logan side of it later, but he acts like his world is completely screwed just because Logan's actually dead.
Well, yeah, because he's of the understanding that the anchor being needs to be. Does he even know about the Time Ripper at that point of the
Yes,
movie?
yes, Paradox shows him.
And does he think there's anything he can do about that?
I mean, he does so at the end of the movie with the same information, so I would assume as such.
Well, no, because at the end of the movie, he's of the understanding that this TVA is not to be trusted, whereas at the start he sees them as a source of
I don't know
authority.
why he'd think they're trustworthy when they're about to destroy his universe.
Well, by that logic, the police aren't trustworthy because sometimes they kill black people.
Well, yeah, like, you say that, but yeah, sometimes you can't trust the police. In fact, a lot
Right,
of
because they make
superheroes are
mistakes, but
known
that
not to
doesn't
trust the
mean
police. Like Batman, for example. Batman in the Batman
that is
literally
true.
says, like, yeah, I don't trust any of them because, yeah, a lot of police in Gotham are corrupt.
So you could say it's fallacious to appeal to authority, but that doesn't make that just means that Deadpool is operating under a common piece of fallacious logic, right? Like it's you understand that in real life people fall for the idea, oh well, they're in authority, they must be trustworthy. So why couldn't Deadpool?
Well, that's not what Deadpool would believe
Especially
in this case.
well,
Why would he
in
why
the
would he
moment
believe why would he
during
trust someone who's literally trying to destroy his universe for basically no reason?
well, again, you understand that they're trying to destroy the universe for no reason. As far as Deadpool knows, that's just the nature of reality itself. Furthermore, at the start of that
No, no,
movie,
no, no. The
Deadpool
nature of
is
reality
depressed.
itself would be it gets destroyed in like 1,000 or something years, which he seems fine with because that doesn't really affect him. So,
Right, that would be the actual nature of reality. However, to Deadpool, as far as you know, what the TVA is telling him is the case that there's no hope for it
well, no, they're
without
trying to
the anchor
destroy it
being.
early. That's the point. That's the whole point of Paradox's plan. So, to get
Well, yeah,
rid of
that
that
it's
issue,
revealed that that's his
all he
plan.
needs to do is go to, go, what is it? Go to, the Time Ripper and just destroy it. That's all he needs to do.
Yeah, but he doesn't know that.
So, how does he know to go to it at the end of the film then, if he doesn't know that?
Because like freaking that like bald lady and whatever, make it clear that he's up to no good.
He already knows he's up to no good.
Well, no, it's revealed that he's up to no good once he like backstabs and double crosses him by sending him to like the dimension from the Loki show. And
No,
with the
he already
Fantastic
he
Four
already
guys.
knows that he's going against what his bosses are basically asking him to do. Like he's going against his job, and doing all of this under the table, which he threatens to expose before getting pruned into the void.
I see. I'll be honest, I did not prepare to talk to you about Deadpool and Wolverine. I prepared to you about Spider-Man and the AI stuff. So I could be misremembering the movie, in which case I will concede.
Okay. I mean, yeah, there's some a decent amount of quotes I wanted to go through with the Deadpool and Wolverine thing, because that was the coverage I had watched the most. I did watch the Spider-Man 2 thing, if we want to get to that afterwards, but
All right.
my problem doesn't just extend to like the movie itself, but also like the kind of the way you frame my arguments, because at times, like, you're even watching the video, right, and you're hearing what I'm saying, but you're framing what I'm saying incorrectly. For example, you said something like, "Oh, why doesn't Deadpool just kill everyone he sees?" I feel like this guy didn't watch the movie. I'm not saying Deadpool should just kill everyone he sees. I'm saying he could just go, like, to the TVA boss and tell them what's happening like he said he would. And I don't know why he would have to threaten Paradox or anything in that case. He could just go there and just explain himself. They could retaliate, but Deadpool is way more powerful than them. They can't do anything to him. So, like, yeah, I don't know why he would need to do this whole cooperation with Paradox to convince him to not destroy his universe.
I mean, you say they're more powerful than... Oh, yeah, I remember. So you were saying that clearly Deadpool is more powerful than the TVA, because in that epic fight scene where they do, like, Hit Me Baby One More Time, Deadpool is able to easily dispatch of all of those TVA members.
Yeah.
Right? Something like that. But I just feel like when you say stuff like that, it seems to me like you are not engaging, like you're power scaling instead of trying to engage with the narrative that the movie itself is trying to get across. Do you understand what I'm saying when I say that?
Not really. I don't understand the issue with power scaling, or pointing out that Deadpool can take people, like, in a fight.
It's sort of like, because fight scenes in movies often don't just represent the fight scene in and of themselves. They represent something to do with the character's journey, with their confidence, etc., etc. And so, just the fact that Deadpool is easily able to dispatch some goons doesn't mean, oh, well, therefore Deadpool is equivalent to 100 goons. What do the goons represent in that moment? They represent Deadpool recognizing that he's, like, you know, against the TVA. But they don't... But the fact that they're able to, like, hold him prisoner at some other point. Oh, well, why does he just kill them? The reason is that the goons are there to represent, Deadpool's journey, essentially. They're not there as a direct, exact representative force to attack Deadpool, sort of.
So what you're saying is that Deadpool isn't going to try to fight the TVA because he thinks that's a battle he can't win?
Yeah, amongst other things, yeah.
Okay, so why does he retaliate against Paradox before that whole sequence?
Why does he retaliate against Paradox before?
Yeah, he bashes his nose, takes his temp pad, and leaves. So clearly, like, even if it became too much for him, he could just leave at any point.
Okay, you're asking me why Deadpool is going around. So I'm a bit confused what you're...
Well, I'm just saying it makes more sense for Deadpool to just act on his threat, because if Paradox's boss knows what's happening, then she can actually shut him down and get this whole sector of the TVA to stop, which would end up helping his universe. So I don't know why that's just a thing Deadpool can't do.
I'm sorry, man. I simply do not remember Deadpool Wolverine enough. I'm really sorry. I didn't realize you were preparing for the Deadpool Wolverine stuff. I don't remember the plot of the movie, so I do sincerely apologize. That's my bad.
That's fine, but, like, even if you don't remember it, like, while you my issue is while you're covering it, you're also kind of strawmanning the things that I was saying. Another case of it is when you said, now SK's argument is, why is Deadpool the fourth wall breaking character making jokes? Doesn't he know there's an imminent threat? So the criticism is less about him just making jokes in general. I get that Deadpool is a character that makes jokes. The problem is that he's actively not doing anything about the threat, which is the issue that I was highlighting. And the problem with that is, he knows that his universe is basically minutes away from getting destroyed. That includes everybody he loves. I don't know why he would mess around in that scenario. I showed a scene in Deadpool 1 showing him taking it very seriously. And your response to that was like, well, during the serious scene, the character is acting serious, but when they're just taking the piss, the character's just taking the piss. But it seems like you don't understand the point that I'm making. Yes, I understand the tone of each of the scenes. My point isn't about the tone. My point is about how the character is acting in the situation.
Your point, yes, but Deadpool's character acts in a comedic fashion. If you're saying that, yeah, but the thing is that Deadpool was serious in one of those moments because it was like a personal revenge point, if I remember the first movie correctly. Whereas in the other thing, he does not take it that serious. I mean, if your point is that Deadpool is being Flanderized because he's acting more comedic in the third movie than in the first movie, then I guess we would have to like compare the total amount of times that Deadpool makes a joke in an opportune moment.
Well, my
If I
point
remember
is
the first
about
second
like the
movie-
context, right? The context is that someone he cares about is in danger. That's why he's taking it seriously. So, likewise, that would extend to everybody he cares about being in danger because the universe is about to explode. So,
Well, yes, but the character beat that is wanted to be hit in the first movie is a serious one. It's like he wants joke all the time, but the fact that there is a serious situation does not preclude the ability for Deadpool to joke. Does that make sense?
I'm not saying that, well, like I said, I'm not saying he can't joke or anything. Like, I'm fine with him joking as a concept. The problem is that he's just not doing anything about the situation just to joke, which I don't think makes sense for his character.
Now, could you remind me what scene exactly I was referring to, if you don't mind?
We're talking about the third act in Deadpool and Wolverine, right?
Well, because he does do stuff, but you're saying he doesn't do it. I understand he's like bumbling around with Nice Pool. Is that what you're referring to?
Yeah, I'm referring to that whole segment where he's messing around with the dog, messing around with Nice Pool. All of it just seems like a waste of time if he really wants to get to saving his universe.
Right, but couldn't you make the same argument? Oh, why is Deadpool joking with his torturer in the first movie? Shouldn't he be trying to break out or whatever? Or couldn't you say why is he joking around with the Juggernaut and the young kid in the second movie?
Well,
Shouldn't
he
be trying
kind
to
of
fight-
uses humor as a form of coping, right?
Well, what? But you can't.
And he
make that
knows like
argument in the third
realistically
movie?
he can't get out.
Right, but you can't make that argument in the third movie that he's like trying to cope with the extremity of the situation.
No, you can't, because if the extremity of the situation is why he would be more urgent, which is the exact same thing that happened in Deadpool 1. Vanessa was taken, so he's freaking out, he's rushing, and he wants to get it done as soon as possible.
Right, but if I'm remembering, there are some jokes in the third act of Deadpool 1. It is not an entirely po-faced endeavor.
No, there are, but at that point he knows that Vanessa is being used as a hostage because Francis wants to confront Deadpool. So at that point he knows what Francis wants. Whereas Cassandra Nova, she's not necessarily waiting for Deadpool. She wants to just destroy the universe. At the point in Deadpool
Right.
1 where he's freaking out saying get all the guns, he doesn't know what's happening.
Okay. Now, again, I'm going to have to appeal to the fact that I do not remember the 2016 Deadpool. However,
Okay.
your point is that I'm being bad faith by characterizing your argument as, say, I guess I would have to be fair, look at the exact 2016 Deadpool scene to see if you are being accurate here. However, overall, I do not believe that just because the character is joking around, they are not taking the scene seriously, because the structure of a film like Deadpool is that it's almost like a cutaway gag in Family Guy, right? It's like it breaks the dramatic tension, but it doesn't necessarily mean that the scene is not being handled. It's almost like outside of the dramatic tension of the scene itself, and that's like accepted. Do you know what I mean by that?
I kind of see where you're going with this, but yeah, you can keep going.
Like obviously with Family Guy or whatever, that's like more of a pure comedy, right? But like if you have a cutaway gag, and that takes a certain amount of time, like if a comedic moment takes a certain amount of time, that doesn't mean that the character, they're just not taking it seriously at all. I mean, they can do both. They can take it seriously when they are within almost the the serious reality, and then they can move outside to make joking points. And honestly, my problem with the Deadpool and Wolverine scene is that it goes on too long. I agree with that. Um, but I don't really see the issue with them taking a moment to make a lighthearted joke outside of the tension of the scene. That is something that Deadpool is known to do, is to, like, break the tension of a scene. And sometimes he'll make jokes within the universe, but he'll also make ones out of universe, right?
I mean, we're talking more so about what he's doing in universe in the conversation rather than like out of universe jokes. Like an out of universe one, I'd imagine would be like him saying "fuck Wolverine," like he doesn't canonically say that. In Deadpool 2, where he talks about him dying in his last movie. Like, yeah, that's an out of universe thing. He's not really saying that. But in the scene in Deadpool and Wolverine, he is saying these things. He is like canonically wasting time.
Right. Well, I guess, yeah, no, I see where you're coming from in that way, is that Deadpool should, the way that he is engaging with the world is such that he is, like, taking it seriously, and so there would be, or that is within reality, rather, and so that there would have to be a better justification. And I see where you're coming from, actually, with that, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so I'm gonna kind of skip over some stuff I have noted, because you said you didn't remember the movie that much, so that's fine.
I don't remember much, yeah.
Yeah, so you said that you got to accept that they're not gonna just find alternate universes to find the problem to their situation in these types of movies, right? And you kind of compared it to time travel decisions and how they'd be missing the point of the movie, right?
Yes.
Okay, so why exactly is that the case? Because you can have like a multiverse story or a time travel movie where the characters are making believable decisions in spite of whatever scenario the plot finds themselves in. A good example of this would be Into the Spider-Verse. I think, they're dealing with the multiverse, but I think generally speaking, most of what's in that movie makes sense.
Well, no, because you could imagine, what if Into the Spider-Verse, they find a Spider-Man that can just, like, they find an alternate universe where there's a Spider-Man that's already, like, figured out how to deal with the abstraction. No, that's the amazing.
Yeah, but Kingpin doesn't want to find a Spider-Man. He wants to find his family.
No, we're talking about 2099 I meant in the sequel. Spider-Man 2099,
okay.
The guy with the time pad, could just find an alternate Spider-Man 2099 that's already figured everything out. If you have infinite multiple universes, right? You could always say that there will be a version of reality. Yeah, it's like the Rick and Morty joke almost, right? Oh, this is an alternate universe where we figured out the solution. There has to be some level of disbelief.
Well, I mean, I don't even agree that that's unbelievable that he can't just find the cure to cancer. Because, like, yeah, there could be a universe out there where somebody has solved cancer, but, like, that's a lot of universes. It's an infinite multiverse. At most, I think he has, like, 200 spider people within the universe. That's still a lot of, that's a lot of different spider people. Like, let's say the Spider-Man with the cure to cancer is, like, I don't know, the 1,000th one out there that he could find. That's still a lot he has to go through. And even then, that's just an example.
Apply the same logic to the Deadpool then?
No, you can't, because they know about the sacred timeline, where Iron Man exists. They know about the branched reality with Loki, where, another Iron Man would exist. And they mentioned that there's so many different Wolverines that you could just go to. And another thing, too, is that Miguel O'Hara's situation. So he's been doing the whole multiverse thing with canon events for about a year. In the TVA, they're basically, like, time is kind of irrelevant to them. Time works differently for them. They have access to an entire timeline. And I guess that's another thing to consider for Spider-Man 2099's situation. He can't time travel, but he can go to different universes. If they do find the cure to cancer, like, for all we know, that could be like 20 years in the future. He can't control that.
Right, but you see, if we're operating on the idea that the TVA is like the sacred beyond reality place where time is like cyclical or whatever, couldn't we also, understand the idea that maybe that they can't engage with the sacred timeline in that way? It's like you're making assumptions that the TVA, their understanding of reality is different because of the, like, outside of the universe way that they operate, but that can't preclude them from finding the Ultron Infinity guy that will just cure all their problems or whatever.
Well, like the Iron Man and Spider-Man examples, like it's to illustrate a larger point that the TVA is tasked with looking over numerous universes. It's a large organization. For example, with Paradox, he's tasked with looking over the Fox universe. So, like, there would have to be someone that's looking over, for example, the Tobey Maguire Spider-Man universe. Imagine they grab Tobey Maguire Spider-Man, he beats up Deadpool, which he would very easily, and, like, yeah, the problem's solved at that point.
Right, but why would they be doing that?
Because that'd be safer than sending a bunch of guys with sticks who can't beat Deadpool.
Right, but the issue is that within the this was in the Loki show, to be fair, the Deadpool and Wolverine movie don't explain this, but within the TVA universe, the powers that you necessarily have in your home universe don't extend. It's like a different power set. It's almost like,
Okay,
magic
so
versus
so
psychic powers, right?
I assume that's a setting within the TVA, specifically for Loki's magic. Like, I thought it was about like his ability to like do whatever he does to use spells or whatever. But if that's the case, like if it extends to every single power out there, then how does Deadpool and Wolverine still have their powers? How can Wolverine use his claws?
Well, my understanding, it's like the level of ability that you have is diminished within the TVA verse, but then outside of it, like when you're in the Fox universe itself, when
Well, I guess I realized this as well. Didn't they put a collar around Loki in order to nerf his powers? Yeah. Okay. So I assume that's what's causing it.
Mm-hmm. Right. No, I guess that is true. I guess if you're saying why aren't all of the TVA agents different superheroes from different worlds? That's more. Yeah, that is a suspension of disbelief thing. You can't really just have a bunch of Ultrons hanging around.
Well, I mean, that is certainly something you can question about how the TVA operates. It's like, so there's all of these superpowered people throughout the multiverse, there's all these advanced weapons and resources throughout the multiverse, but all they could settle for is just regular humans with sticks? Like, that's not really believable if you want to tie it into the larger MCU multiverse.
Well, yeah, it's like you would have to. It seemed I know it does seem like there is some inconsistency within the TVA between the way they treat stuff like Infinity Stones versus other magic or other intrinsic powers. Yeah, it does seem that way. Yeah.
Yeah, I would say that's where the problem lies.
I guess it's fair. I guess it's fair enough to criticize the movie for it. I saw it as an extension of the Loki show. I guess I was taking so it's sort of like, am I gonna like blame Deadpool and Wolverine for taking stuff from the Loki show? But yeah, no, fair enough. I guess there is an inconsistency there. No, that is true. That is true.
Okay. Yeah. Let me see if there's anything else I wanted to mention about Deadpool and Wolverine. Yeah, so I mentioned that Deadpool has the reaction time to slice bullets midair due to his enhanced reflexes. So Deadpool should be able to react to Paradox. But your response to that seemed to be they're as strong as they need to be for the plot in regards to characters and action scenes. Why is that the standard you hold? Because I think, like, there should be a basic consistency amongst the characters and their abilities.
I guess when I think of like a character in media, in like superhero media specifically, in an action scene, it's I feel like the character should be able to do what they when the character fights in a piece of media, they're not like, it's not meant to. What does that say, right? What is the point of us watching that? And in my opinion, it's to get across a certain a theme, a certain idea, a certain emotional narrative, and the stuff that the character does is meant to get that across. And so I feel like you would the idea that you have to like sit there and keep in mind the exact reaction speed in a movie where the whole point is it's a heightened reality and it's just showing how talented the person is, and then take that exact reaction speed and apply it to different scenes. I feel like you're missing the point of the scene itself, which is to get across cinematically that his character is doing a cool thing, not necessarily that his character can move at this many milliseconds of reaction.
Okay,
Like
so
the
I
point
guess
being conveyed isn't literal. It's almost impressionistic.
yeah, but you understand, like, I don't think that's really a get out of jail free card to have inconsistencies in your action scenes. Like, would you, well, there's the infamous fridge scene in Marvel Spider-Man 2. Um, it's where a fridge just drops on Spider-Man, and he's just taken down by that for some reason. You know, is that something that just isn't jarring to you?
Well, yeah, that's lazy. The problem with that is that it's lazy.
Yeah, that's my
However,
point here.
if
It's
it can,
lazy.
but if how is it if the point of the Spider-Man 2 fridge scene is that Peter cannot possibly overcome a fridge, and obviously that's because we've seen him do incredible feats before. However, the point of Wolverine splitting a bullet, for example, is to show he's very skilled. He's very skilled in that particular moment. Now, if you're to say that every single second of Wolverine's life he has to be able to, at a moment's notice, split a bullet with his claws, it feels to me that is not engaging with what the scene is trying to get across.
Well, I think the scene is trying to display the extent of Deadpool's reflexes. I think that's what they're trying to go for in that specific moment.
Amongst other things, he's also trying to show how like intensely, there's intense actions. The characters are in danger.
Yeah, no, I agree. They're trying to tackle numerous things at once. But I think, like, that's still... The scene where he's slicing the bullets midair, that's still communicating something about his powers and how competent he is with using them.
Yes, however, to say that all future scenes must be judged within that rubric, I feel like there is like a upper and lower bound, but they don't have to fit. It depends how I feel like you're being overly strict with the power scaling, I guess is my point.
Well, I think if Deadpool has the reaction time needed to slice bullets midair, then he certainly should have the reaction time needed to stop a guy with a stick from pruning him. Like, that's the point I'm making. It's incredibly jarring between the two. One is significantly easier to avoid than the other.
It wasn't he surrounded in that scene? Am I misremembering now? Wasn't he like already like fucking fucked and like I could be misremembering.
What do you mean?
Wasn't he like already like captured? Wasn't there like a bunch of guys surrounding him or whatever? Am I misremembering?
I mean, no one was particularly, like, holding him back or restraining him.
I don't know, it's just...
Like, let's say there was a scene where Spider-Man was fighting, I don't know, Green Goblin, and the reason he gets defeated is because Green Goblin just tosses water on his mask, and he just immediately dies. Like, wouldn't that just be silly right there? Like, I just can't take that seriously. Like, it's something jarring that makes it clear that this is manufactured, that this is staged. Like, for example, bad CGI, right? Fake-looking CGI, or bad acting, or bad audio, or like we see a camera or a microphone in the background. Why are these things, detracting from the experience? Because it's taking away from the idea that this is a real thing happening in universe. It makes it look staged, it makes it look fake. I think the same would apply to when illogical things happen in the story that wouldn't make sense in universe.
I guess it seems to me like what the scene is trying to say is that Deadpool is kidnapped. It's like the idea that like what would the alternative be? Is that he has to be like dogpiled? I suppose they could do that, but it's almost like I'm trying to meet the movie at its level and understand what it's trying to get across.
I mean, I would, like, as a fix, I think what they could do is just establish that the TVA guards are not just normal people, they're people enhanced in their strength, reaction speed, durability. If they did that, then I would be fine with them being able to overpower Deadpool. Like, that's a believable challenge for
you
him.
wouldn't be fine with that, because he already defeated them in the...
Well, no. I'm talking about the hypothetical where they establish that they can actually be a match for Deadpool. Surely, yeah, we'd have to rework the scene where they actually beat him, or he actually beats them while listening to Bye Bye Bye. We'd have to rework that a bit to make more sense of it. Um, but yeah, like you can literally have it so Deadpool just escapes. He tries leaving, and they have to like track him down again.
Right. No, I guess I'd have to rewatch the movie to really say how consistent the abilities of the TVA are.
Okay. Yeah, my whole point with the power scaling is that it just makes the events seem fake and manufactured. Which I get, like, it is fiction at the end of the day, it is a movie, but I mean, like, within its universe.
Uh-huh.
But yeah, that's all I got for Deadpool and Wolverine.
Alright.
So yeah, I assume we're gonna kind of shift towards the Spider-Man 2 thing.
I'd really appreciate that, because I was all ready to talk about Deadpool and Wolverine.
That's okay, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so I was watching your Spider-Man 2 review of Southpaw 2's Spider-Man review. And I had a few questions, I guess, about how you engage with art in general. That's what I wanted to talk about. So in the review, obviously Southpaw is being quite particular about the exact scenes that he has like issues with or whatever, and you seem to be engaging with him on that level, right? You seem to also, like, if he says, for example, oh, Doc Ock couldn't realistically get away from the police that way, you will say, oh no, he could, because he would just have to use the subway, and people often evade subway fares. And when I was watching that, I was under the impression that the exact way that Doc Ock escapes into the sewers in order to get to his lair, and then gets the stuff at his lair, and you were explaining, oh, well, he could be paying people off. It seems to me like this is a pedantic point that Southpaw is bringing up, and yet you, regardless, are engaging with it. So I'm not sure. Are you doing that just for the sake of, like, humoring him? Or do you think it is, like, a good way of engaging with media to look at things on such a pedantic level? Do you even think it's pedantic? I guess that was my question.
Yeah, I do think the video is fairly pedantic with the questions that it asks. And as far as me contending with it, the reason I do that is because I think that would be, I guess, a convincing way to respond to it. Well, at least one of the more convincing ways I could respond to it. Because if he's operating on that level, then, it could be useful to try engaging on that level as well, to see if he can maybe, reevaluate some of his positions. As far as what I think about the movie and what it's obligated to establish, do I think I need a scene showing me what Doc Ock is doing, like paying people off or what, all the things that I talked about? Do I need to see that to believe that? No, I think him just, leaving the camera and, doing whatever, like, they leave it ambiguous. I'm fine with inference at that point. I'm fine with inferring how he was able to do it. I don't really see a necessity to show us each and every step of his plan and how he pulls it off, as long as it's, like, reasonably consistent within the universe. The other reason I engaged with him on that level is because he seems to be under the impression that what Doc Ock is able to achieve is impossible, and that's the basis for his criticism. So the reason I engaged on the level of trying to address numerous inferences for how this could be possible, even if I'm being a bit pedantic as well and, overly detailed in a way that I don't think the film is necessarily obligated to be, is just to outline, like, this is possible if we really think about it.
All right.
Like, I think with inferences... Yeah, just real quick. I think with inferences, I think they're fair to make as long as they're reasonable and intuitive. Like with Doc Ock, being able to pay people off, that's intuitive in the fact that he says we need money. Doc Ock knowing of, like, manufacturers out there that are willing to accept money, lots of money for these resources. It's fairly intuitive. Money, that's what money is able to grant you. So, yeah.
Right. So, because it's not just this video, it seems like in a lot of your videos you engage on that, like, level. And, like, for example, the scene where Doc Ock is holding Aunt May hostage, your fixating on and trying to see, well, is it possible for Spider-Man to react that long, or for Aunt May to fall that far in the time it takes Spider-Man to react or whatever. And it seems like the idea of movies like extending time or whatever is something that you're not engaged with at all. But so I guess to be fair, so is it something? Do you understand what I'm talking about? Like I say, a movie like stretching time to make things more tense or whatever.
Yeah, I see
feel
what
like
you
that would be the
mean.
direct response to Southpaw. They
I see
didn't
what you
bring it
mean.
up.
I'm
But
generally
do
fine with that, as long as it doesn't seem like, I guess, jarring. Like, if you want to tell me that in the span of 10 seconds, Batman went from, like, one building to, like, a building from, like, 10 blocks away on foot, it's like, okay, that would obviously be silly. But if we're just saying, you know, Batman, in like, I don't know, the span of 5 seconds through this batarang, and it hit this thing in this specific way that saved the city or whatever, it's like, yeah, that's fine. Even if you want to technically calculate, you know, how long it would have taken to throw the thing, like, if it seems close enough, if it seems, like, real enough, then, you know, I can accept that. It kind of be like,
right.
how would I explain this? If you
It's
were
like
to...
the obvious example is like there's a timer in a movie. There's like 10 seconds till a bomb blows up, and then some pedant goes, "Oh, actually, the scene is like 20 seconds long or whatever." But you're saying you understand that, like, you know, the movie.
Yeah,
might
I understand
spend
that.
a
That's
bit
fine.
more focusing on the character's actions, or and you were gonna bring up an example, or
Well, I was gonna bring up a general example. Like, if you want to do a scene of, like, Superman flying, or Spider-Man swinging, right? And you analyze the background details, and you're like, actually, scientifically speaking, if someone were to swing that way, they would move at a different speed than what we see in the background. My response to that would be, like, I don't really care. Like, the whole point of the background is so it looks fast, not necessarily to accurately, by the exact inch, foot, whatever, to accurately depict how fast it would go. It's like, I don't think they're obligated to do that. That's a bit pedantic and unreasonable.
right? But then something like the goons from the TVA, you do think that they need to be more consistent.
Well, yeah, but I'm basing this off, like,
it's more
what the
obvious.
universe shows us. I feel like something like on the level of why are they choosing to have these people in this position? That's fairly broad compared to, well, why doesn't I don't know, why didn't they depict the running speed at this exact speed or whatever? I don't know. It's just something like really pedantic like that. I think there's a level of detail where it's just like, okay, you're kind of expecting too much. But in the case of, like, the TVA, I think that's a fairly reasonable criticism to say, well, why are they making this decision?
Right. All right, no, fair enough. I guess it's more of a matter of taste. And so, I guess the other things I noticed from this review is, when it comes to these scenes, when it comes to, like, for example, the Mary Jane back and forth scenes, it seems like when you're engaging with movies in general, it's all about the exact plot details. Do you ever, do you ever care about the themes of stuff that's happening
Absolutely.
in the movie? Because it came up, for example, in, like, there's this one part here, I think 16 minutes in your Spider-Man review. I mean, I can share a screen if you don't believe me, but
There's a lot of Spider-Man reviews, so you're gonna have to be more
yeah, your
specific.
Spider-Man 2 review response to Southpaw, sorry. You were
Oh.
saying MJ tries figuring out that Spider-Man is the same person as Peter Parker through a kiss. Why does she do that? Do you remember saying this?
Yeah, I think it was a bit silly that was the way she went about it, as opposed to, like, you know, trying to extrapolate that information through questions.
Right. You also said, you know, to quote you said, "How does this tell you anything concrete?" And this made me want to ask, right? How many women have you kissed?
Oh my god, so, yeah, we're I don't know what point you're leading to here.
Well, it seems to me like if you kiss somebody, sometimes they have a specific way of kissing. Whereas
No, yeah, I agree
you seem to
sometimes, but,
imply-
like, that's not gonna be a guarantee. Like, that's my point in the
well, it's
video.
not a guarantee, but the point of that scene where Mary Jane is kissing Spider-Man and Peter is to show, you know, she is giving her heart to them, and, you know, she's like, it's almost like a destined love sort of thing, you know, despite all the odds and despite all of the
No, I get
troubles
the
being
thematic
Spider-Man, Mary
purpose
Jane,
of it.
they're-
I think that's
it's
fine.
coming
I think
together.
that's cool. My whole point is that, like, logistically speaking, I think it's fair to say that she could have also tried asking questions to get around it. The problem I have with the kiss is like the moral implications of like, you know, you're cheating on someone. Like, you understand how
Well,
much of a problem that is, right? You're
yeah, that's
cheating on
another
someone
point.
to
I did see you say
determine.
that afterwards. So there are two separate points you're making. You're making one, does kissing somebody, can you tell who someone is just from kissing them? And then point number two is, if Mary Jane is getting this wrong, then she's cheating on Peter, or her husband rather, not Peter. And my answer to the second one, is she really cheating on her husband if she kisses
Yes,
Spider-Man / Peter to try and figure out... Well, but she's not doing it for any romantic reason, is she? She's doing it
she is
to
actually.
figure out who they
She's
are.
doing it to decide who she wants to be with.
Well, she's doing it to figure out who Peter / Spider-Man is, and
Yeah,
depending on that,
no,
to
I
figure out who
agree,
she's
but
trying to be
but
with.
that information will determine who she decides to be with.
Yeah, so she does, she does do infidelity afterwards. She leaves her husband at the altar. However, the act itself of kissing someone to try and figure out who they are, I don't think you can call that cheating.
I mean, I don't think it's like how do I describe it? I don't think it's as bad as what it is in Spider-Man 3, where it's like pretty blatant there that she's not doing it for like any real purpose. She's just doing this like behind Peter's back, which I think makes that worse. And like I think I said as such in the video. I understand what she was trying to do. I understand what the film was trying to communicate there. But at the end of the day, it's like I think she would still realize that is just cheating right there, and that there are other ways she could have thought of to, come to this conclusion. Like, it could work, it also could not work.
It's disrespectful, sure, and it shows that her heart, she wasn't really in it with the marriage with Jameson. That's true.
Mm-hmm.
However, I feel like the act of kissing to figure out who someone is, I don't think you could call that cheating. There is like a bit of infidelity happening, but that in itself isn't cheating. Do you see the distinction I'm making?
I mean, like, I guess my question would be, what do you, like, consider cheating at that point?
Well, it's like the cheating is almost emotional at that point. It's the fact that her heart, she's getting married to Jameson's kid, but her heart is somewhere else. That's the emotional part's the cheating. The kiss itself is just like a logistical way for her to figure out who someone is, right?
Yeah, but then from there, that decides who she wants to be with.
Well, even if she kissed him and Peter Parker and Spider-Man are different people, she would still be having a longing for Peter Parker and Spider-Man. There would still be infidelity happening emotionally. The kiss is almost irrelevant at that point, right? Like, as an example, would you rather your girlfriend gets raped or harbors love for a different man and doesn't tell you?
I don't know why that's the option you're going with, because we don't have that, like, we don't have that dilemma in the movie. Like, I'm confused.
No, I understand the dilemmas in the movie. It just seems to me like you are taking the physical actions and applying the emotions onto them. Now, maybe I'm misunderstanding your review, and that's not happening. But that's what it came off as to me. I guess you are clarifying here, and it seems like you're saying the cheating was her longing for Spider-Man / Peter, and not the kiss itself?
Yeah, I mean, she even in the scene is saying, I heard what you had to say about how you were different, and I've been thinking about it recently, so she's showing more of an interest in Peter. In fact, that was what the kiss with John was trying to indicate, that she doesn't really have the full passion for him compared to Peter.
Yeah.
Like, it's, at the end of the day, like, you could say one is emotionally worse than the other, like, I can accept that, but it's just, it still is cheating at the end of the day. And I think that's something that the Raimi movies have a problem with, is that they don't, like, really critique the characters that much, but ironically, besides 3, for cheating like that, because she does a similar thing in the first movie, which, granted, she is younger, and she is, like, in a, I guess, and kind of a conflict with Harry at the time, so, like, maybe that's more logically understandable, but still, like, I think the movies could do more of a better job to critique the characters for this kind of behavior.
You're saying they don't show Mary Jane as being flawed, they almost present her as the is a victim. I do agree.
Well, they kind of
with that.
like
I feel
gloss
like, you know,
over it in the first two movies.
Yeah.
Interestingly, in 3, they at least have her realize, wow, I shouldn't have done that. So it's like, okay, well, there's progress there.
All right, no, I would agree. It seems like in the movies they do take Mary Jane's side a lot. They don't really focus on how she is being a bit unfair, and her heart's in in different places, and it's like fucking over the other people. It was just a particular point about what we said about kissing that I had
Okay.
disagreements with, but overall, I think we both agree with the way they treated her character. But yeah, the reason I was bringing this up is because obviously the point of her kissing, other than the logistics, the point is thematically to show it's like the conclusion of the um love triangle sort of basically that's happening there, and it feels to me like your solution, which is, oh well, she should just ask questions. That would be while more logically sound, a lot less emotionally and cinematically satisfying. And so,
It depends
do
on how you
think
do it.
that's a worthy trade-off? I mean,
I
guess
don't even
you
think it's necessarily a
fair enough.
trade-off. It really depends on how they go about it. I do think a good scene in Spider-Man 1 is where Peter bumps into MJ. She mentions Harry, but not in a really passionate way. Kind of like in a way where it's like, yeah, I guess I'm going out with him, whatever. And she's like, oh, why so interested when Peter asks about it? So she kind of like toys with him there to get him to like, say what he really feels or thinks at the moment. And I think that's a good scene between the two, because it shows that, Peter's trying to hide how he really feels about MJ. MJ is trying to get Peter to open up because she has a bit of a suspicion that he might be into her. And she herself believes that she may have more of a passion for Peter Parker. That's something they both kind of grow to understand as the movie progresses. And I do think that does contribute to the emotional parts of Spider-Man 1. So, like, as a matter of, like, is MJ asking questions, does that necessarily take away from the emotion of the scene? I wouldn't say so. It really depends on how they do it. Because, like, some of the most emotional stuff, not just in Spider-Man 2, but in the Raimi trilogy, is just two people talking. I think a really good example is Aunt May and Peter Parker. When Peter tells her the truth about Uncle Ben and how he had a hand in how he died. I think that's a fantastic scene.
That's a bit. No, I see what you mean. Yeah, I've seen like there's like, for example, Before Midnight or romance movies like that. There's like the emotional dynamic between the characters. Yeah, it says a lot. I guess, but there is also I did also want to kind of bring this up because a lot of the ways in which these like sort of arguments about logistics could be clarified would usually take longer. And so, do you give the movie any like leeway for they have a limited time to go over the stuff? Do you ever keep that in mind when you make these criticisms? Because obviously the movie can't be 4 hours long. If it was, I'm sure all the plot holes, like stuff with Doc Ock and how did he get his stuff?
No, I definitely understand that. Nah, I think there's a fair understanding to be had with the production process. But I do think like there are creative ways to find workarounds for this. That's kind of what it really is when you're making films. A lot of it is just problem solving, working around your restraints.
Yeah, it's just because obviously having a scene like the one you described, it could be very satisfying. I agree. You don't just need a kiss for something to be romantic. That's true. But it would probably take longer. It would add more to the runtime. Maybe they want to have a certain limit. They want to they want to move the plot forward. They don't want to stall the drama with Doc Ock or whatever for the romance stuff. But are you saying you are keeping that in mind? I guess you're aware of it, so I can't really.
Yeah, I'm aware of it. What I'd say is I think there are definitely creative solutions that people could find if they think about it enough.
No, that's true. Yeah, that's fair enough. Okay, I guess then in that case I want to move on. There's a part here where Southpaw brings up 9/11 and whether or not it happened in the Raimi universe, and you seem to gloss over. Do you think that the Raimi films need to clarify whether or not 9/11 happened?
They don't.
So as to justify Doc Ock's behavior. I see. Because you sort of moved past the point when Southpaw brought it up.
Yeah, like with 9/11, I'm not sure how. And to be fair, I'm not trying to invalidate the mention of it inherently. But I just don't really see why 9/11 specifically is relevant, because that's more in relation to national security. this is more in relation to, like, the safety of a scientific experiment. So maybe, like, he'd want to appeal to, like, what accidents have happened that would have, resulted in them having more restrictive measures in Dr. Octavius's lab. But yeah, go on.
Yeah, if anything, like 3 Mile Island would be a better example. All right, because it seemed like so in general, you don't think when it comes to a movie. I'm sure. Have you ever heard the Turning Red review meme where the guy brings?
No,
up
yeah, I've heard about that. Yeah.
Is it like so? You don't think that the movies need to directly engage with 9/11 just because they're still around this time? I just want
Yeah,
to
they don't
clarify
have
that.
to.
Okay, all right. Let's make it. Oh, but are you on good terms with Salpo? I saw people in your Discord saying.
No,
that
yeah,
you
I'm
hate
fine with
Southpaw
him.
now. All right, I think it was just a meme then. Okay, all right. Let me see. Let me check my notes here. Oh, but it seems like when you're engaging with the Spider-Man fight scenes in this movie, you understand that they are in a heightened reality, right? Like when
Yeah.
Spider-Man, for example, gets pushed into a brick wall and the bricks comes off, Southpaw saying, "Oh, that would kill a normal person," or when it happens to Doc Ock, rather, because obviously Spider-Man's powerful. You understand it's like a heightened reality, and you're not sitting here saying, "Well, if Spider-Man was able to push Doc Ock that distance, then in the future, why is he like struggling to undo his tentacles or whatever from his grasp?" It seems like you understand that, like, the exact force being utilized between Doc Ock and Spider-Man in these fight scenes isn't something that needs to be held exactly. But then earlier with Deadpool, you were saying, well, if he's able to split a bullet, then why isn't he in these other scenes able to react quickly?
Yeah, but the
Why
difference
isn't
I
that
would
it's like okay in the
Well, the difference between the two is that I'm contending with the heightened elements of the Fox universe. That's what I'm trying to do there. I'm trying to stay consistent within the rules that the Fox universe wants to tell us. They're telling us that Deadpool has the reflexes to slice bullets midair. That in itself is heightened in the same way that Doc Ock is able to be, when he gets hit, it's more bouncy, it's more, he's able to take more blunt force than a normal human. That's consistently what they show in the Raimi movies. That's just me contending on that level. So, like, let's say we do have a villain in Spider-Man. I'm trying to think of a villain who's, like, a normal person. Kraven, right? Kraven, we'd say he's a normal person, but obviously, he does quite a bit to himself to make himself perform better than the average person. Let's say we had Spider-Man 4 and Kraven, he gets taken out by something that doesn't take out regular goons in Spider-Man 1, right? I would say, okay, is that realistic? Sure, it's realistic, but I don't buy that because of the heightened reality that they've established.
So you're saying it's realistic in the case of Kraven, but not of Deadpool? Sorry, I missed.
No. So what I'm saying is
out,
that I'm trying to. It's a matter of internal consistency. I'm trying to contend with what the universe wants to communicate about its world. So if the universe wants to communicate that its physics are highly realistic and grounded, and Doc Ock is taking all of those hits, then yeah, I would say it's fair that he should be knocked out or killed at points. Like, I would say that's fine. But if that's not the kind of physics the story wants to, utilize, then really what's the point in criticizing it, right? If they're not trying to aim for realistic physics, is it really fair to criticize something for not abiding by realistic physics? It probably isn't at that point. Like, I think we would both agree that there's a difference between what the Nolan version of Batman can take versus, like, the Arkham version.
Right. Yeah, but you apply that logic to, like, the physics. What about, like, the realism of a fight encounter, right? Like, as an example, like, there's, like, the cliche where characters are kind of just, like, standing around during a fight scene, but obviously within the world of the fight, the point is to look cinematically satisfying.
So you, kind of like when, well, just to clarify real quick, before you go on. So you're kind of, like, talking about the idea of, like, people in the background not really doing anything when, the fight is going on. Yeah, or
just like the choreography of a fight scene, like, oh, there's like a sword battle, but oh, if there was an actual battle, they would be way further apart. Stuff like that.
Okay, yeah.
Right?
I see what you're talking about. I would say that there's a bit of a difference between the two. The difference would be that these are about the decisions the characters are making in the fight, which can affect the believability of it, compared to the heightened physics of the universe, which is that's beyond anybody's control. So we can't really be judging how the characters are, well, anything about the characters because the physics are beyond their control. With something, because you mentioned like some people in the background aren't doing anything. I think an example of that kind of problem would be in The Dark Knight Rises, where there's this rooftop fight scene where Catwoman and Batman are taking on a bunch of Bane's goons, and some of them in the background are just doing nothing. One of them actually falls down for no reason, so like that's a huge mistake in the choreography. And like they don't really act as if they're trained killers when the movie wants us to believe that they are trained killers and not just street thugs. So I would say like, yeah, that is like a problem in choreography. I don't think it really makes sense for the characters to act this way. Now, this could actually depend on some additional context, because in the case of I don't know, Batman the Animated Series, there's a moment where Batman is up against a bunch of goons, but they're kind of like, they're not really acting quickly. At times they're kind of like just frozen in place, but that's because like they're scared of Batman. They're kind of hesitating to even like fight him in the first place. And these aren't like trained killers or anything. These are just like street thugs that Mr. Freeze pulled on the street. So I think like it is really a matter of context as to whether or not these things are justified. But yeah, I wouldn't really categorize like people in the background not acting as they should like in the same category as heightened physics.
As another example, have you ever seen a sword fight in a movie, like maybe The Princess Bride, or I try to think, or like The Swords Master from Hawkeye or whatever?
Yeah.
Stuff like that. So it's the truth is, actual sword fights look like nothing like sword fights in movies, right? You can see people do like fencing or whatever, or historic European martial arts. But obviously, I feel like the justification for that is we understand that the way that the characters fight in a movie is meant to be satisfying to us, the audience. So I wouldn't say, oh well, why don't these characters, like another example is in Star Wars. They say, why don't Jedi throw their lightsabers around with the Force or stuff like that? Well, that wouldn't be, that wouldn't function for us, the audience. That wouldn't make sense. It would look completely different.
Well,
and so
I don't know if I like
for not engaging.
Well, just real quick. I'm a little confused on that example. So like, if they were to throw a lightsaber, and like okay, so what if they lose it? That's kind of like a huge risk right there that they're taking.
Well, no, but they have the Force, right? It's like.
Well, yeah, but like, let's say like it gets grammed by a Force user.
Well, if they would freaking spin it around, and it would like destroy everything. But I'm obviously if.
Well, are you talking about like if he's fighting a bunch of droids, or are you talking about if they're fighting like each other? That's where I'm like confused here, because like if they were to like try throwing lightsabers at each other, I think generally speaking that would be kind of a risk for them.
Well, it would depend on the. I understand what you're saying.
I guess it does depend. Like, I do think, to be fair, Vader does do it at one point in Return of the Jedi.
I wouldn't remember. I don't recall. My lightsabers. Let's not bring up light. That's a whole other tangent.
Yeah, I get that. Yeah.
When characters are having like a sword fight or anything in a piece of media, in the real world, the tactics that they use would be different, but those don't look as cool. They're a lot more like grapple based, so they don't really like translate to the screen. But we wouldn't say, oh, that character isn't acting rationally. Why don't they try do so and so grapple maneuver? Because we have even just like not even sword scenes or fight scenes. Like,
that's fair.
The way
that's
characters beat you. Fair how?
Yeah, no, I'm saying that's fair if they want to like take creative license for how for the techniques that people have thought of within the universe, or what tactics are most apt for people using swords.
Oh, okay. So you agree that does is
just as long as they're consistent with it, then I can believe it.
Okay. All right, because I just need to say, oh well, the characters should be thinking through this and understand that it's inefficient to act this way. Okay. Well, if so, all right. All right, well, fair.
Because like I understand as well that in some like martial arts movies, they're not exactly accurate to martial arts in the real world. Like I know it's talked about how the Karate Kid, it's like they take and it extends to Cobra Kai as well, how they kind of take creative licenses with how karate works. That's something that I've heard. if that's the case, I'm fine with that as long as it's, consistent within the universe. As long as I can still believe that they're using the same martial art. Like, that's fine enough for me.
So, yeah, I get...
Um,
And
But
then
yeah,
to apply that logic to the Deadpool example earlier, you're saying it's because it's inconsistent within the universe.
yeah,
So
yeah.
that makes
It's a
sense
matter
then,
of, like,
you're-
is it consistent within the universe?
All right. Okay. So, well, okay, I'm glad you understand where I'm coming from with that. And I guess I don't know. I mean, I guess that's all I really had to say about the questions I had about you for Spy. Do you watch anything other than superhero movies, man? Is it just superhero movies?
No, I watch other stuff as well.
Like what?
The last one, one of the last ones I did watch, was Eddington with a friend.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, have you seen it?
No.
Yeah, I think it's pretty good. I would recommend it. There is a movie I do want to see called Obsession. I've been wanting to see it because, I'm kind of, like, into horror. I do like the thrill of just, like, getting terrified by what I'm watching, by the experience. So that's a movie that I do want to get to. If you want to know what my favorite horror movie would be, there's quite a few. I did very much like Hereditary. I don't know if you've seen that one.
No, I saw the Midsommar movie. It was alright.
I thought Midsommar was pretty good as well. But I prefer Hereditary. I don't know. You could call me crazy. I just like movies that absolutely terrify me.
I found Midsommar quite boring, to be honest, for the most part. I had a bit of a... It's like a slow burn, I get that. It's all for me. Alright, that's fair enough. I'm glad. I'm glad you don't just watch superhero movies. Because you always, whenever I see your reviews, man, it's always you're reviewing someone else's review. It's hard to get, like, a grip of what you think about film.
Here's the thing.
That's what, like,
Here's the thing. I would actually love to talk more about other stuff that's out there. The problem is that when I try that, people don't care unless I'm talking about fucking superheroes. So it's like, okay, well, I'm gonna have, if I want to, like, have more people, watch when I do talk about stuff like that, then I'm gonna have to, like, kind of appeal to things that people are more hot about. Which, I'm not entirely against. I do enjoy superhero content quite a bit. It's not that I hate talking about superhero content, but it's more so like, damn, if I talk about, like, anything else, people kind of just don't care. So I'd rather, like, kind of, I guess, build that sort of subscriber base before I talk more about other stuff.
That's fair enough.
Because then, that
That's
gets
fair
more
enough.
eyes on, some other stuff I want to talk about.
What I really meant, though, is that, like, obviously hearing you talk about that Irish anti-woke guy. That guy's an idiot.
Oh,
So,
I
it does really
love
get your
watching his
opinions.
stuff. It's so
Yeah, no,
funny.
It's easy, yeah. It is very wacky. But it's like, you don't really get an idea of what you think about the stuff. Because he's, like, out so in space. So I'm not saying you have to, like, cover, like, horror films, but just, like, getting your thoughts on the film itself somewhere. You could even put it within a review of, like, some other
I'm trying to...
stuff. It would be useful. I don't know if... I'm not giving you advice for reviews. I'm giving you advice for me when I watch your content. I can actually understand what your thoughts are on a film. It's hard to get that if you're reacting to an idiot,
That's fair. That's fair. That's something I'll keep in mind as I react to stuff. Well, to be fair, with the Punisher One Last Kill one, I did, like, preface by saying, I think two things can be true at once. Punisher One Last Kill sucks, but this review is also pretty bad. But yeah.
All right.
But I mean, that's a fair
Alright,
point. I'll keep that in mind.
All right. No, I appreciate that. It's easier for me to react to because it's not like 3 layers deep. Because I was seeing, for example, I saw your AI because you were beefing with that Colin guy, and he seems like a freak. But obviously, you had like an hour-long video, right? His 30-minute video response to your response to his video about AI. And
Yeah.
So I don't know everything that you had to say about the topic. I did have a few questions about your thoughts on AI in general, if you don't mind, though.
Yeah, go on.
Yeah, so it seems like you were saying that, like, the use of AI is, or the propagation or the advertisement of the use of AI is bad because AI can also be used for, disgusting stuff like faking evidence, deepfakes.
Well, specific
that.
uses of it, right? I'm not saying that AI in itself should be banned as, like, every single use possible. I'm saying, like, there are some very specific uses where not only are they unnecessary, but also the bad outweighs the good. And I would say that it's applicable to, like, if you're able to use AI to replicate an exact person's face, voice, everything. Like, I don't see the good purpose of that. And if you
Right, but
release
when
that
you
to the
were
public, they could just use that to, make people do things they didn't do, make it seem like they committed crimes, and to be honest, that would really harm the legal system if there's just if it gets so advanced that you can't tell if it's like real evidence or fake evidence.
Yeah, no, I understand that, but it seems like when you were criticizing Colin, it's like you were criticizing him for advertising some like AI toy thing, and there were good criticisms, like the fact that it didn't have like an age gate. I do agree with that.
Mm-hmm.
But it's either you criticize him, oh, because don't you know that the AI can be used for these things? And that doesn't really make sense to me. I don't know how you can criticize. It's not like Colin, as far as I know, isn't encouraging people to like fake evidence or stuff like that, right? So
Yeah, no, I don't
why?
think he's trying to do that. But I do think like his defenses sidestep those issues.
Oh, I
Hmm.
forgot we were doing Disagreement Day. That's my bad.
What's up? Well, I mean, this was a one-on-one that we had planned. I mean, you could stick around; it's fine. Uh, this was something we planned for quite a bit. I couldn't get around to it straight away because I was working on the Born Again Season 2 video. Yeah, yeah.
Oh yeah,
But yeah,
Hitler is bad part 2.
correct. Yeah. But yeah. So we're kind of like jumping topics. So yeah, back to the AI thing. So yeah, go on with whatever you were about to ask.
So it's yeah, because you were saying like the problem with AI is that it can be used for faking evidence, revenge porn, stuff like that. But obviously
Mm-hmm.
this Colin guy isn't advocating for that, so I don't see how you can like criticize him for encouraging the use of an app if he's
Well,
not encouraging the use in those ways.
So my criticism of, well, firstly the app that he would, well, not the app, but like the website that he was promoting, is that he seemed to not vet the thing before sending people in his audience to go use it, many of which are children, and like we agreed, that site doesn't really have proper safeguards for children to use it, and I think that in itself is just like that's inherently something I wouldn't trust. At least with like stuff like YouTube, stuff with social media, they tend to have things to try to verify that you are the age that you claim to be. Not saying that it's absolutely perfect, but there's at least like things that
Yeah,
they
no,
try to do. Whereas with
I
that
I
site,
think
it
to a
just
certain
they got
extent,
nothing.
yeah, they didn't. I think they might have updated it since then, but yeah, at the time they didn't. I will say though, when you were doing the comic, the character AI thing,
Yeah.
where you were talking to it, and it's like the AI does say that it's like fake or whatever, and I know you say, oh well, a kid could forget, and that's a criticism of the age gate. I agree, but it's like you can't really criticize the character AI thing if the character AI, when you said like for example, oh I'm gonna self harm if you don't do this, it says oh alert, take care of yourself, reach out, and it seems like you skim over that. So I feel like you were being kind of a bit
Well,
slanted against the.
so there are various things that are said that you could say to the character AI, and it just says responses that would be bad for a kid to see. Like, I think it's been a while, so I could be blanking here. But it said something to the extent of like, encouraging you to act in violence against people at school. I think that's obviously like really bad, because this can actually bring harm to other children, not just like the person themselves. Now, to be fair, I can't remember exactly what was said about the whole self-harm thing in the chat thing. I can't remember for sure. But if it is like,
Here I can screen share it
well,
too.
like regardless, right? If it doesn't say it, it doesn't say it. Regardless, the point that I'm getting at is that if it's willing to, or I shouldn't say willing because it's a robot. If it's able to say something like that irresponsible to a kid, then I just don't see why, see the justification for a kid to use something like this and for there not to be any safeguards. But yeah, do you still want to show this, or are we?
Oh, it's just the thing. You see how it says like alert, take care of yourself, reach out to friends. Like you're saying, I'm gonna kill myself if you don't show up. It does have some safeguard. It should have more. I agree. But you were saying,
Yeah,
you
yeah.
like
You
mentioned
you
it had one.
mentioned, yeah, you mentioned like the message that they have at the top that these things aren't real, it's just like a character, and like I get that, but like that is the thing that it's kind of like a blink and you miss it thing, right? Even like adults can kind of just miss instructions. I'm not saying that's a common thing or a good thing, But even then, that can happen, and we're dealing with kids who are just, kind of excited to use something. Like, for example, I mean, it's obviously not the same, but, I imagine a lot of kids skip manuals for, like, let's say they get the Nintendo Wii. They kind of skip manuals and kind of just want to jump into it. It's like, yeah, that's a thing that kids could very easily do when they're just excited to use something, which is why I think there should be safeguards. But yeah,
I think there should be. It just seems like you were sort of saying you didn't even mention it. It's like you were saying there were none and there was some on screen. I mean, you can, if you don't believe, you can rewatch your own video. It seems like you were dismissing them. I agree. There should be more. There should be an age gate or whatever on the site. But I just
when I said no safeguards, I was more so referring to like the process of getting an account and then using it.
All right, fair enough. I just wanted to point that out because it seemed a bit. And additionally, there was another part of this video where you were saying that using AI to like make like comics or joke comics or like as the Colin guy was like, encouraging or whatever, it's like disrespectful to artists. Do you still believe that?
Yeah, I think it's pretty lazy. You're kind of just taking from other sources. I don't even know what these sources would be, but you're kind of just taking from it and running it through the machine to spit it out. Yeah, I would say that's inauthentic art. Yeah.
I would say, sure, I 100% agree it's lazy, but I wouldn't say it's disrespectful, right? It's like, me reading someone else's comic is lazy if it's a making one, but like, it doesn't,
I mean, like,
just imagining a comic idea is lazy compared to actually making one, but as long as I'm not pretending I've made a comic just because I have one in my head.
Well, I think it's the lack of integrity that plays into the disrespect.
I feel like, where's the lack of integrity? As long as you're honest about using AI, which I agree people should be, and it's good that there's like requirements that people label if stuff has AI generated stuff. I don't see where the lack of integrity is.
Well, I think like using AI to make, quote unquote, make your own comics, like I think that's an inherently inauthentic way to do it.
How so?
Because it's not like, it doesn't come from any kind of creative process. It comes from you basically taking whatever it's like using as references and just typing in a prompt, and you just get something like poof immediately. Like, that's not a creation. That's like you taking other people's stuff and basically randomizing it to create something based on what your prompt is.
Yeah, it's not impressive, but I don't think that makes it bad, right? Like,
I'd say it makes it bad. It's an inauthentic practice.
It's bad because you're saying inauthentic. If you present it as, this is just like an AI comic I prompted, and isn't this like dumb or funny or whatever, then it's not inauthentic. You're saying what it is.
Well, like if you're talking about, so you're talking about memes, right?
No, I'm just talking about it's inauthentic if you don't admit that it's AI, right? That's where the authenticity, as long as you're honest about what you're doing, how's it inauthentic?
Well, I think like acting like you're a comic creator, because what I was specifically referencing was Colin saying that become a comic creator today through Polybuzz AI or whatever it's called. That is like, that's not really being a comic creator. You didn't create anything. You just typed up a prompt.
It's such a corporate way of describing it too.
Yeah, it's like a buzzword thing. If it's like I agree. It's like a shitty sponsor that you get if you're desperate, which I guess Colin is.
Yeah.
But I don't think it's like. It doesn't seem like he's genuinely presenting it as a replacement for actually making comics.
Well, he seems to think it's like how do I describe it? Like it's a viable, like it's on equal footing, because he said become a comic creator. Like I would say that's an inherently disingenuous way to present it.
Yeah, no, I guess a lot of marketing's disingenuous though, so I wouldn't really, it's like, that's what it is. And but fair enough, yeah, no, I agree. It's like a bit of a slimy ad read. I would agree with that. Additionally, another thing that you criticized Colin for saying in the video was the idea. He brought up the idea that maybe you're like making a video game, for example, and you have an idea, but you don't really care to make, say, all the textures in the game, and use an AI for that. And you said that was disrespectful, because there are people who do enjoy making things like grass textures or whatever. Do you remember saying this?
Yeah, he was basically saying, like, people don't want to do that stuff. Like, kind of speaking for everyone.
Right, but it's like, if somebody has, like, a game design idea, for example, and they don't want to, like, focus on, you know, the nitty-gritty of creating textures or whatever, is there an issue with, like, using, like, as long as you're honest, and you say that you use AI textures, or using AI to, like, skim parts of that process that you don't particularly have passion for?
I mean, I don't really think you should be using... Well, I guess it really depends on the kind of AI you're using, right? If you're using, like, generative AI to just, like, take from other creations, yeah, I would say that is a problem. But if you're just, like, using some kind of artificial intelligence to, like, you know, generate a map, then I think that's fair enough. Because it's kind of like, how do I describe it? You know, like when you're using already created assets that you made, or somebody on your team made, and you're using that, you're kind of generating that into the map. Like, I think that in itself is fine. I don't think you're really taking other people's work at that point. But if you're using generative AI to just make the textures in itself, then yeah, that's not really your creation.
That's not fully your creation. Let's say, I don't know, I want to make a virtual novel where it's a story about some person gets magic spider powers and falls in love with a dragon. But I don't really care about the I care about writing it. I don't really care about, you know, drawing the backgrounds or whatever that I use. It's still partially your story. It's just the elements that you have put effort into are the writing, you know, the character, the dialogue or whatever, and not the art or the background stuff, right?
Yeah, and I would say, like, you know, the writing is its own thing. I wouldn't necessarily say that's inauthentic, but the visual element, if that's what it's all banking on, then yeah, I would say that is inauthentic.
Well, but again, you're saying inauthentic. What if they're saying that it's AI? Why is it inauthentic? Inauthentic would imply
because the use of it, the use of AI for stuff like that is inauthentic.
And why is that?
Because you didn't make anything. You just generated it off, like, other people's creations.
Right, but what if you got, say, a placeholder asset, or you purchased an ad? You know how, like, for example, in games you can purchase assets?
No, I get that. If you're just using a temporary placeholder, but you're gonna replace it with something that's actually your own, that's fine.
No,
I get it.
Even if it's not temporary, there are full game, like, for example, Getting Over It with Bennett Foddy.
Okay, then yeah, I would say if they're just taking assets, then yeah, that's a problem.
Aren't those commonly criticized? It's fine to take assets, but, like, usually the best game developers make, like, something of their own with those assets. Like, they change it enough that it's meaningfully theirs.
Yeah, you can do that. You can do that even with AI generated assets, right? So what's the difference there? Like, if you ask AI for, like, a rock texture, and then you enjoy modeling in Blender, you enjoy modeling the rock itself, you just don't like texturing, you are taking something and creating something new with it, right?
I mean, I guess.
Well, yeah, like I said, it's dependent on what you mean. Because what I'm simply talking about is, like, if someone, like, takes, like, basic, like, grunt enemy types from, like, Unreal Engine or something like that, and then they don't change it at all, but it's just a part of their game. Like, it's fair for people to criticize that as really lazy and inauthentic design. But then they can, like, take that general design and change it up enough that it's like, okay, like, you did take it, but, like, it's clearly different to, like, fit the style of your game or something.
Well, yeah, I agree. Asset flips are lazy, and if you're not being honest, it can be inauthentic. But if the point of your game is, for example, you have a new movement system you want to try out, and you don't care about creating, like, the world itself, then you are still expressing yourself authentically. It's just you're narrowing the scope of that expression. Do you understand?
Well, I guess, like, we'd have to just look at the process.
Well,
yeah, because I think you criticized Expedition 33, for example, and in their case, they were just using it for concept art or whatever, and so I don't see the issue with that as well. Go ahead, Liam. Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. I think it's very simple. If, like, I don't think, at least for me, I'm gonna talk for myself, I don't have an issue if somebody's using AI for very simple stuff or to help people with their everyday life if it is convenient for them. I think the problem is if you only focus on that and you ignore the actual meaningful issues with it, which I think is the problem with Colin's video. Like, like when he's saying stuff like, "Oh, you could do this to help with like texturing or whatever the fuck." It's like, okay, but like convenient that you're ignoring like the things that are hurting people with AI that are more of a problem. Or he
No,
hand waves
sure,
it, just, "Oh yeah, your
I
job doesn't
agree.
really matter because AI can take it over." Like,
But he doesn't
what a
really say
fucking
that, though,
asshole thing
does
to
he? He
say.
doesn't really say that, though, does he? I mean,
Well, he said something equivalent to
um,
that.
no, I don't particularly recall him saying that, but I just
Yeah,
feel like
I
the
think he
act.
says word for word like, if an AI can do what you can do, then your job is probably not that important.
Yeah, your job is
Yeah,
not
that's
that
like gay.
important.
That's like gay if he's saying it's anti-hypocritical because an AI makes YouTube videos all the time. There's plenty of that. Anyway, so I just feel like to focus though, you're saying it's inauthentic to use AI in any part of the creation process, and I'm saying as long as you are creating something yourself and you're being honest about what you are making, what you're not making, then that is okay. Do you
No, no,
agree
no.
or disagree
I
with
didn't
me?
say any part of the creative process. Like, if we're just using placeholder things, like, if we're using placeholder assets just temporarily, but you're gonna get rid of it, then I suppose that's
Even, let's
fair.
say,
Like,
all right.
well,
What about in the final product? In the final product,
well,
as
yeah,
long as
I
you're
already
honest
said what
about
I
it,
thought
and
about the final product. I don't think that's you
right.
should leave it in. The whole
Yeah,
idea
but I just
behind
think
like the
it's like
placeholder thing is okay. Well, this is a temporary substitute, but this is not actually like going to make it in. Like just to, I guess to give a comparison of what I mean. Sometimes films, like before the soundtrack is finished, they'll just throw a
they'll
different
have like
track
temp
over
songs,
it.
yeah.
They'll throw a different track over it, just as like a placeholder for like, what do I want the audience to feel in this scene? Like, how do I want the experience to be designed for them? I think that's acceptable as long as you're using that like for yourself, just to, test out how the scene would play out with music, but then you get rid of it when you actually release it. I think that's different context there.
Right, but I just don't. I just feel like people, like it would be nice if you could handcraft every single element of every single thing that you make ever. But the fact is, people get stuff out. They have a limited amount of time and budget to do so, and so if they want to focus on one area, and use like pre-created stuff or AI created stuff in a different area, I don't see the issue. And I think that you agree with me because in your videos you don't create every single frame of video. You just put someone else's video game footage there, right? And you're not pretending it's your footage, but you're not making that video game, right? So I don't see how you can do that, but I have an issue with other people putting stuff in their
Well, when I use people's
media that they
gameplay,
didn't
like
make.
I give credit in the description.
Right, but
Like I could have swore
so
like
if
let
someone
me check it right now. Like the last piece of gameplay that I ever used, I okay, I'll just use my Arkham Knight one as an example. Yeah, so I say Lego Batman Legacy of the Dark Knight gameplay from Batnik, and then I link his channel. Like I'm
yeah.
giving credit there.
And
I'm not
so
just taking
similarly,
gameplay.
if you didn't take credit for an AI generated asset, what would the issue be?
Well, when you're using an AI generated asset, you're just taking, like, again, the AI is taking from other people's stuff, which I don't even, there's no safeguards for that either to make sure that people even approve of their stuff being used to feed an AI. They just do it, which I think is a whole nother issue in itself. But yeah, AI inherently, like the practice behind it, it's just taking from other people's stuff and shoving it into their own thing. And the thing is, like, if I were to take Batnik's gameplay and I didn't have like his permission for that, yeah, I'm still like taking his stuff without his permission. You know what I mean?
Right. Well, it's just so my understanding of the way AI works, it uses data sets or whatever, and it uses those in order to recreate stuff. But say I don't see that. I don't think that's necessarily inherently like stealing. It's just sort of like it's similar to the way inspiration isn't necessarily plagiarism, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think that you can say, unless you're telling an AI, hey, recreate a PewDiePie video, or hey, recreate a texture like in the video game Mario 64. Unless you're doing something like that, I don't really think that you can say that you're using the AI to steal. Furthermore, AI is kind of like it's a cat's out of the bag with that one.
What did you say? The last sentence?
Well, it's for one, it depends on how you use the AI, and second of all, I feel like the cat's out of the bag when it comes to AI. The data sets have already been trained. You know what I mean? I don't know that you
Yeah, but
can
like
really hold
when people
someone
have their
to that.
stuff used to train those AIs, like was their approval given for that, or did they just dump it to the public?
Oh no, it's all stolen.
Yeah, exactly. That's
But
the point.
similarly, you're on stolen land right now.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
What's the point of that?
Exactly. You don't have an issue with being on stolen land right now. So
Well,
what's the issue
I
with
literally
using AI?
I couldn't move if I wanted to. So like I don't know what this comparison is.
Well,
When
if you
you're
really
working
wanted
with
to, you
art, you
could.
have a lot of decisions you can make. You don't have to use AI.
You don't have
Also,
to, but there are costs and
also that
benefits
is also
to.
an assumption. He could have an issue that the land is in and of itself is stolen, but like there's doesn't mean there's any practical choice right now.
Yeah.
Well, no, that's why. I mean, it seems like you don't
Ideally,
have an
like if
issue.
I were to travel back in time, yeah, I would want the theft of this land prevented. Well, assuming that
Right,
wouldn't destroy the
ideally, if you could
universe, but
travel
yeah.
back in time, you would stop the AI companies from training with stolen data. But we
Or
can't
you can, yeah, but
travel
the
back.
difference is you could just straight up not use AI and you can perfectly be fine versus giving up the land that you live on.
Well, you say that, but you just have to like move. You know,
I
people
literally
do that all the
can't.
time.
I can't.
You can't. Well,
Financially
I don't know
speaking,
your
I
personal
can't.
life.
We'll move where
Well,
exactly?
um, Israel. That's a joke. Europe.
Okay. Yeah,
It just seems like a ridiculous
let's
ask.
let's
I
let's
understand it's
focus
a
on a
ridiculous
better
ask.
point because I don't know what you were cooking with that one.
Well, the
Well,
whole thing
like,
is
well,
that it would be ridiculous to ask you to do that. The same way, like, I can't
well, this
uncreate ChatGPT, right?
this kind of like opens a can of worms too, because if we're talking about this, like, obviously, if this is a moral thing we're talking about, that means we should also say that everyone should not be living in stolen land. So is everyone gonna go to whatever places you just said again? Is that even possible?
Right, but like, it wouldn't do anything for you to move. The land's already been stolen. Similarly, it doesn't do anything for you to not use AI.
No, no, well, no. You
The art
wouldn't be
thing.
enabling the issue if you chose not to use AI.
I mean,
Well,
hypothetically, if everyone like didn't use AI or abuse AI at least, then like the fact that AI stole a bunch of this art or whatever would be meaningfully punished with a consequence, which is that people know it's wrong and don't enable it, and then eventually it would have to like go away because there's no market for it.
have you ever heard of the prisoner's dilemma?
No, I haven't.
No.
Wait, oh, so it's like you have a bunch of people and they are personally incentivized to do something. But if they all work together independently and not do something, they all mutually. Well, here, let me show it. Let me screen share because it's exactly what you're talking about right now. So it's
Okay.
very important. So it's prisoner's dilemma. You really haven't heard of this? Wow. So yeah, you're like a prisoner, and you and your friend both committed a crime. If you confess, you will throw the other person under the bus, and you will go free, and they will spend 20 years in prison. If both of you stay silent, you both get 5 years. If both of you confess, you both get 5 years. Do you see the graph? Do you see the graph on screen?
I'm looking at it.
Have you heard it? Do you remember it now? Maybe it's quite a important dilemma in game theory.
I mean, there's a
Game
lot of
theory?
stuff. I kind of have to pause for a bit and take a look.
No, fair enough. No, fair enough. Absolutely. I'll blow it up on screen.
So I forget. Are they working? Were they working together on a crime or?
Right. They both did a crime, but they are
Okay.
being asked and investigated separately.
Okay. Let me see.
So they have two options. They can either remain silent or confess.
Okay, so the orange guy confesses, but gets out. The blue guy remains silent and stays in prison. How would that work? Because
Oh well, they're
I'm
confessing
looking at it
that
like
the other
so.
guy did
You
it.
confess
To
if
be
they
clear.
both confess, they go to jail, both of them.
Mhm.
And if the orange guy confesses, he gets out.
Right. Well, they say it's blame the other person essentially. Imagine you're being interrogated.
Okay, so
by a
confess
police
means
officer
blame
who
the
said-
other.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Let me reread it again.
I'm still kind of just curious what the point is. Anyways.
Yeah, I'm not like. Is there like a larger purpose to this? Like, because
Right. So, imagine I take these words here, and instead of confess, it's use AI. It's use AI, and you can see there is a benefit to using AI. And this way, right? This way, if I use AI and the other person doesn't, I benefit. If we both use AI, the artists are raped. If neither of us use AI, then
but
the world would be
wait,
ideal, like you're asking
hold up.
for.
Sorry, I'm not tracking this. I'm sorry. So both use AI. So like, is this like a team, like a creative team? Like what is? Who
No,
is
these
the
are
two
separate
people in this case?
Creative teams. These are
Okay,
two
okay,
hypothetical
so
people.
two separate creative teams. So let's say it's I don't know, it's one game developer versus
Sony
another.
Sony and Disney, sure.
Okay, so it's two gaming companies against each other. Okay. Okay, use AI. And what's the consequence again? Like you both what?
So the consequence is, if you both use AI, artists get their art stolen. If both of you
Okay.
don't use AI, you make less money because it takes the game costs more. Artists happy, right? Because you're not using a stolen product.
Okay.
Alternatively, if one of you uses AI and the other doesn't, your game be awesome, more money, and the artists still suffer. The artists still suffer.
When you're done with this, I'm gonna screenshot this so I can show, because I keep forgetting like people aren't seeing this.
Oh yeah. Right, yeah, fair enough. Yeah, and the only place where artists are happy is if nobody uses it, right? In the others, artists are still getting their art stolen because somebody is using AI. Do you understand?
Okay, let me screenshot that, show it, and then like read what you're trying to say from the graph. All right, I assume that's done.
Yep.
Okay, give me a moment. All right. Yeah, you should be able to see it. All right, let me take a look. All right. Use AI. Artists get their art stolen. Abstain. You make less money. Artists are happy. Abstain. One uses AI. Artists get their art stolen. But one company gets more money. Abstain. More money for the company. Artists get their art stolen. Yeah, so, looking at this, I honestly don't see what the well, firstly, I don't even believe that the whole it makes less money inherently if you don't use AI. Because what they care about at the end of the day is, like, the product. In fact, you can actually get more money because you wouldn't have to worry about people choosing not to engage with your product because there's AI. There's a lot of people who just refuse to get products that use AI in the first place. So that's one. But two, like, again, if a movie, well, like, let's take a bit of an exaggerated example. If a Batman movie uses AI, but it's the next Spider-Man movie. All of it is just like, done on camera or done with CGI, no AI whatsoever. And then Spider-Man makes way more money. Yeah, that is going to make more money because Spider-Man content it gets more attention. So like, I don't even believe this dichotomy that using AI results in more money. But on top of this, like, the only upside you've really given is that, companies get to make more money. It's like, okay, well, that's not really... I care about the art is more important than, like, whether or not the company makes the money. Well, hang on. Because what we're talking about is what the consumers are getting out of it. We're not necessarily talking about, the company gets to gain that much. In fact, I honestly couldn't give a shit if, like, the billion-dollar company loses money in doing so. It's like, okay, that's right. Like, I'm just thinking of, like, the meme of Woody Harrelson grabbing the cash and crying with it. Like,
right. No, I understand with huge companies, and
like,
I would actually kind of agree. If it's a huge company, I think that they do have a higher responsibility to actually hire real artists or whatever. However, the fact is that everybody has this moral quandary, right? Anybody that's making any content out there. Now, you say you don't necessarily think it will lead to more money because people will abstain from AI products. But that's just it. The reason people are abstaining is because they are also doing this prisoner's dilemma, right? They are trying to pressure against AI because they have moral qualms against it. However, the benefit to the person is that it's generally speaking makes the creative process easier in some ways. That's what I mean with more money. It might mean faster production. It might mean, you have to hire less staff.
Well, so I was going to get into another thing, right? So if you're going to go on the whole thing about how not every company is a billion-dollar company, which is fair if you bring that up. If even in that context, right, we're still accepting the outcome of artists get their art stolen, but the reason for that is, they get to make money. It's like, okay, you're making money off something you stole. That still isn't good. You could still make money without resorting to theft. Many people have done this before.
With that logic, we could literally argue that it's okay for the lower class to commit crimes because they need to make money.
What?
Yeah, like people could just rob banks now on the regular because people need money.
I don't understand the logical leap you're making. But the point I'm making is that the only way to help the artist is for nobody to use the AI. The problem is that if you don't use the AI, someone else is, and they're going to have an easier time making their film, movie, game, anything. Do you understand what I'm saying with that?
Well, I don't even agree with that premise. The whole idea that it would just inherently lead to more money. It would lead to, I'll grant you this, it would lead to easier ways to make money because they're being lazy about it. But I wouldn't inherently think that's just them making more money. Like, I mean, Secret Invasion, they used AI, but apparently that show did shit. Yeah. I don't know if it did better than like Sorry, what?
Perhaps instead of more money, it's just easier time making your product, right?
Yeah, but like even then, there's ways you can have an easier time making the product without resorting to AI. Like, oftentimes games or movies will end up cutting content, and that's their way around it. They just remove some content but keep what's necessary for it to function.
Yes, but by removing the content, that would normally be seen as a negative.
Not necessarily. Like, even well-renowned works have removed content because they simply didn't have time.
Yes.
Like, even the movie we talked about, Spider-Man 2, which I'd say is a fantastic movie. They cut a lot of scenes, and the reason they did that was because, actually, I can't speak for sure, but I imagine the reason they did that is because, one, runtime, and two, because they wouldn't have had the time to fully edit everything and put it together. Because it is releasing like only 2 years after Spider-Man 1, so it's possible they just didn't have time. The workaround would just be removing scenes that are not necessarily essential, but then they end up releasing an extended cut that has more stuff.
Yes, it can be that making less things results in a...
So yeah, like what I'm trying to say is like I just reject I kind of just reject the dilemma here on a premise level. I don't think it fully
if it was the
works
case
and represents
that
the scenario.
using AI didn't benefit anybody, then you don't have to worry. AI will just go the way of the dodo, right? But do you think that's going to happen?
What do you mean? Like, if people are gonna keep rejecting AI, it's just not gonna make any money?
No. If because what I'm trying to get across, there is obviously some benefit to using AI, and that's why people are using it. If what you're saying is, oh, it's not necessarily going to be helpful, then AI will just naturally stop being used as people realize it's useless, and so you don't really have to worry about people encouraging or discouraging AI use.
I'm not saying that can't
just
happen.
right?
That could definitely happen, but that doesn't really change my stance on what the moral
Well-
principles are behind the practice or how it's
This is-
inauthentic.
Well, yeah, like this is like my question. If it was like conceptually easy to rob banks, like does it make it more okay that more people are gonna do it?
If there was a button on your table that would take $10,000 from a bank, and the only way to stop, and everyone on the planet has one, and the only way to stop this theft from banks from happening is for nobody to press the button, would you press the button?
Probably not, because we'd just be stealing from a bunch of people. But then
So,
again, it's
here,
like, if everyone's getting that money,
front of
like,
you.
Well, here's the thing. I get the dilemma, but like, can we all agree if you press the button, that's immoral?
Sure. Well, sure.
Bank robber.
But there is a button in front of you, $100,000 deposited to your bank account, and you know, maybe nobody knows. Maybe you have to say that you press the button, and everyone on the planet has one. Do you see why people will probably press the button?
We all know why they'll press the button, but that doesn't make it right.
Yeah, and also, like, I'm confused by this situation, because if literally everybody had the ability to just get $10,000 right now, I don't think that would change anything, because, well, one, they would just raise the prices of everything to account for the fact everybody has an extra $10,000 in their pockets, but also, if that was done, like, where are you getting that money from? Like, you understand, like, every single person, every, like, 7 billion people in the world, they're all getting $10,000? Does that even exist?
No, I understand that, you know, inflation does kind of make this
like
button hypothetical.
Is it gets to a point where it's like, is it even feasible? Is it even possible to, like, steal, for everyone collectively to steal that money? Like,
well, even if it was somehow, I think the point still stands. It's still bad to press the button.
Yeah.
Yes, but if you were arguing, right? I understand you can say it's bad to press the button, but if you were arguing, everyone needs to stop pressing this button, and that way we'll teach whatever magic wizards put these buttons on our desks a lesson, right? You understand? If that was your argument, that would be a very weak argument to me, the guy that knows that if I press this button, I will get inflation-free $10,000 in my bank account, right? And similarly, your argument against AI, well, if we all just agree not to use AI, the issue will go away. Sure, but that relies on everybody working against their incentive.
Well, I don't think I've ever said, like, the direct solution is for everybody to...
I think the problem with that argument is, like, what is the alternative do you want from, like, us with this? Should, like, for the button, should we just not advocate for people to not steal, like, money from banks and not rob people?
I think
should we stop advocating for that because everyone is realistically going to keep pressing the button?
We need to be we need to be realistic about the way people are going to engage with AI from now on. Yes.
Yeah, we can be realistic while also advocating for it to not continue.
Yeah, like,
sure,
I mean, realistically, people are gonna still commit murder, but obviously we should still condemn that.
We still advocate that.
Yeah, realistically, exactly, like you were saying earlier, realistically, you're not gonna move, even though you're on stolen land, but it's still condemnable, but it's not a big condemnation. But in your video, you are waxing poetic about how disgusting it is to use AI because of all the bad stuff it does, and I'm saying it's closer to the kind of crime that living on stolen land is.
It's not, because you literally need that for survival. You have no choice.
I think the problem is with the fucking AI thing is, number one, it's not absolutely needed by anybody. We've lived perfectly fine before AI was ever invented. And two, it is absolutely 100% your choice and you can just not do it. Versus, like, living on a land, which is how you survive, for example. and survive with a reasonable conditions to live a happy life.
How about then? Maybe let me bring a different example. What about going vegan? You could simply go vegan, and that would help show that you were fighting against the animal, domestic, issues with animal welfare, etc. Are you guys vegan?
We don't. Okay, we can be morally against how they treat animals without going vegan. This is the equivalent
Well,
of criticizing someone for contributing to society, even though they have issues with society.
could
You still
be
have to
morally
contribute to
against
live
AI.
reasonably.
Yeah, that's kind of
still
what it
use
that's kind of
AI.
what it boils down to.
All right, so you could be morally against AI, but still use it then.
No, you're not morally against it if you use it. Likewise, if you're
You're
actually
not morally
if well, hang
against
on,
eating
hang on. If you're actually at like a slaughterhouse and you're straight up being cruel to animals,
I want to clarify this. I don't think any of us are morally against eating meat. We're morally against how we get to the meat. Those are two different things.
Absolutely. None of us are against AI. We're against the way AI was created. However, if you're saying that we need
Well,
to
no,
abstain from
we
using
can
AI
we can
because
just
of
be
how it was
against
created,
AI as a concept because of how it can be used.
yeah, and also the
not just
practice
how it's
itself
created.
is what we're criticizing.
yeah, exactly. And you're criticizing the way meat is created. And yet
Yeah,
you
but
eat
we're
meat.
not just talking about the creation of AI. We're talking about the actual practice of it.
Sorry,
We're
could
talking
you
about it after
elaborate?
it's created. We're talking about how
And-
people can use it.
Yeah.
I'm not harming anybody by eating a hamburger.
I'm not harming anyone by prompting ChatGPT by that logic.
You could harm someone by using AI to fake evidence of a crime.
Yeah, you literally can do
I'm
that.
sure.
What
Yeah,
can
if
I
I-
do
if
with
I
a
use a
hamburger to
burger
ruin
to kill
someone's
someone,
life?
Throw
How?
it at someone violently, but that's on the point, is it? That's on the point. The
Okay,
point is,
how much
if I use
PSI do you
AI
need to throw the hamburger to kill someone
by
right
your
now?
logic, Liam.
How much
by your logic,
PSI
as
right
long
now?
as-
How much
Liam,
PSI right now? I want to know this right now. How can you kill
By
someone
your
with a
lo-
burger right now by throwing at someone?
I think you know that you're a hypocrite, and that's why you're not letting me make my point. By your
No,
logic, as long
because
as
I'm
AI is
curious how you
used-
can kill someone with a hamburger, because I want to try that on SK the moment I get his address.
Pathetic. As long as I use AI, ethically, I don't do anything illegal with it. It's fine. Same way that you say.
Legality
as long
doesn't
as
have
you
to
don't
do with
run-
morality.
Well, that's what. Listen, I'm responding to Liam. I mean, I can't engage with both your arguments at once, guys.
Yeah,
I
but you
don't
said
know what to do here.
legally.
Yeah, but he was saying that if you do something illegal, that's bad. That's why I'm responding to his framing.
He
What did I
didn't
say,
mention he
legally?
didn't mention legality. He mentioned the act of stealing.
Right. So let me just.
It had
okay,
nothing to
you
do with
know,
legality.
Fair enough. Maybe I misunderstood. Let me just reiterate. How can you say that using AI is inherently bad because of the way that AI was trained, using stolen arts? But you think that if you go to your store right now and buy a hamburger that was created from factory farming, that is not the same level of bad.
Okay, so let's say somebody hands me $5,000 that they stole from a family. I'm giving it back to the family. I'm not gonna use it for what I need. You understand that, right? You understand that, like, when you leave something in a taxi, for example, it would be immoral if the taxi company was just to keep it and pretend like they don't know where it went, as opposed to giving it
But
back
this
to
is
the person.
This analogous example. Because we can't uncreate AI. We can't uncreate OpenAI.
You can choose not to use it
ChatGPT.
for your own work.
Yeah, and you could choose not to eat meat.
But you're not the one who's doing the butchering in the first place. Like, that's already done.
I'm
You're not
the one that's
extending. You're not
developed these
doing an
AIs.
extension of it.
And
I did
also,
not.
like, I think the problem with once you get into meat or something is, like, by just the fact of how we live, we're contributing to capitalism which has immoral elements all of us disagree with. But should we just stop contributing to capitalism? Should we become anarchists?
Yeah,
By
and
your
again,
logic, yes. By my
There's
logic, no.
there's obviously a level of absurdity where eventually it's just unreasonable. Like, at that point, there's nothing you can really do, and if you do anything, you could just cause more problems.
Yeah, and there's like
versus not using AI,
Yes,
which is
SK?
perfectly reasonable to request
It's
to anybody.
perfectly reasonable to not eat meat. Liam,
you
let's be
physically
honest.
need protein to survive, and meat is like a primary
can
source
get
of it.
protein
And well, hang
from
on, I'm not done.
numerous
I'm not done.
different
I'm not done.
sources.
I'm not
Go
done.
ahead.
We're talking about things that are necessary for survival. Food in general is necessary for survival. And on top of this, you mentioned something about what? What did you mention?
Well, this is the capitalism argument. It's equivalent to that. Well, you don't need to engage in capitalism. You could just go to the forest and start hunting animals to survive.
Well,
Yeah, that's your
like,
argument,
You
though.
could
well,
just live in the trees.
well, even then, we can go back to another example, right? Because I brought this up for a reason. If you leave your wallet in a taxi by accident, and they just keep it instead of giving it back to you, yeah, that is a problem. You have, like, so many degrees of choice there to hand it back.
Yes, but like, the equivalent to giving the wallet back would be unprogramming ChatGPT. Do you understand?
No, it would be choosing not to use it. If somebody
Wrong.
gives you $5,000 that were stolen and you know how to give it back, then yes, you are
Yes, but I
stealing.
can't-
The equivalent
Yes,
no,
but I
well, hang
can't
no, hold up.
uncreate it,
The
yeah.
equivalent, hang on. The equivalent would be choosing not to use it and giving it back.
Also, once again, like with eating meat, like the act of not eating meat is not gonna meaningfully do anything against the butchering of the animals. It's the criticism levied against that which would cause voices to actually possibly make a change. Like that's how we can fight that. Is people need to be more educated and more aware that animal cruelty to get meat is wrong, and there should be more humane ways of it being done, which are a thing that people have been trying to find out with studies to do it in a more humane ways. It's not like there's no progress on that, and that doesn't come from vegans not eating meat. That just comes from people spreading awareness. So I like, if anything, the meat argument helps with the AI point. If we spread awareness that AI is immoral, then more and more people will either find a ways to allow it to coexist where the immoral shit can't be applied, or eventually get rid of it. Either way, like that's a better option. Like you do know there are literal fucking doctors that try to figure out psychological ways to make the animals at peace before they like kill them so they don't feel pain or that they're calm.
I'm aware, yes. But so let
Yeah, it's almost
sorry,
like
I'm talking
it's
to two
almost
people
like
here, Liam.
it's
Liam,
yeah. I'm not done my
Liam,
point, buddy.
I just want to
I'm
respond
not
to
done my
SK.
point. That's great, but I was about to finish my point. It's
Quite
almost
disrespectful
like
to SK, but go ahead.
it's almost like using our voices and using our voices to describe like what is and isn't wrong as a society and as a group can make meaningful change if we're vocal and loud enough and we educate people enough. With that being said, I don't know how you can't just do that with AI. At least it would improve it.
What I was gonna say to respond to you. What the hell? You're saying, wait, hold. So Liam, you're saying, Parry, you don't need to not eat meat. You could just advocate against meat eating. And I'm saying, Liam, you don't need to not use AI. You just need to advocate against the excessive of AI and the bad things AI does. So we agree.
I never disagreed about using AI for certain things. Like I've never even said that.
So
The only thing that
I guess that's
the only thing that I've said is that it's immoral to use AI in certain ways, and obviously you have the choice not to do it in those ways. Versus eating meat, where like there's no immoral way of eating the fucking meat. It's like it wouldn't help or hurt anything. It's just irrelevant.
and I do want
Liam,
to
you and SK have different positions.
The problem with AI is the problem with AI is you innately always have access to do something immoral just on your fingertips versus eating meat where it doesn't do shit.
it's done. What's done is done.
That's why I laughed when you had to bring up that you can murder someone with a hamburger. It's, well, technically you could do something immoral with it. It's like what the fuck?
Yeah, and like
Well,
the
what's
whole
done is
like
done with regards to AI.
well hang on. I just want to mention real quick. The whole like
go
you
ahead.
contribute to the way things are by like you could say this on the level of like, oh well, back in like the 1950s there were different water fountains for black people to drink from. Yeah, so just because a black person abides by that for practicality reasons does not mean they support that system.
Well,
Like, you
a black
understand
man is
that, right?
or
forced
that
to
it,
drink.
or that we shouldn't, or that it shouldn't change.
Yeah.
Well, they just drink from that water fountain, so who cares? They get their water. It's like, what?
Yeah, well, but you're making my argument. Just because someone uses AI doesn't mean that they like the fact that AI was trained on like false, or like on like stolen art. You know.
So they can choose not to use it.
But can the black man choose not to drink from the fountain?
Yes, you can choose not to
No,
drink
because
water.
they can be meaningfully punished.
You can drink elsewhere, like from that fountain.
Well,
Just drink-
yeah, I guess technically.
Yeah, you
could
technically
get, like, a
can just
glass of
go
water,
elsewhere.
Maybe, I don't know.
Well, yeah, but we wouldn't expect that. Of the
Yes,
black man.
exactly. We wouldn't expect that because they need water to survive. So they're going to
Exactly,
rely on
so-
convenient means to do so, even if that means they have to go along with the way the system is set.
Yeah, and we're.
My point
yeah,
here is that there's
we're
a
all-
the degree of choice matters in these situations.
Yeah, we're all trying to, live our lives to the best of our abilities, and AI helps with that. So, we can say that it was wrong the way it was trained, but if it helps us get through this messed up world we're in, there's not, we're not responsible for this.
Yeah, but we're talking about the creation of art. We're not talking about
Yeah,
like
yeah.
survival.
Yeah, but
Well,
like
it's not
that's
just art,
also
yeah,
an
it helps
issue.
with plenty of stuff, I'm sure
You
you're
don't need
aware.
AI to get through this world at all.
Right, you don't need.
And if we're
meat to
being
get through this
technical
world, but
about
you
it, I'm not
admitted
saying that art doesn't
that
mean
was-
anything, but you don't technically need art
Right.
to survive in this world. So that's just a
Right.
whole different
It would-
thing entirely.
Right. But we've already agreed that if something is too much of a pain to go without, that we wouldn't begrudge somebody for not using it. That's what you said about meat. Is it's difficult to get your proteins without eating meat.
Okay, but
Yeah,
it's
and
not
it's
difficult
harder.
to make art without AI. We've been doing this for
Also,
decades.
It's harder.
it's also
harder.
unreasonable for some people because
It's not
pricier.
significantly harder. I don't even buy that.
Well, that's the
Okay.
problem. To get your protein without meat, that is an unreasonable ask for everyone to do because it's not even like financially like reasonable. It's more expensive if you're gonna go without meat.
Well, it's
Meat is much
harder
cheaper
to
than the
pay a
alternative.
texture artist than it is to AI generate textures.
Yeah, but
So it
art
seems
art
like-
is completely optional. You don't have to create art. You need food and protein to survive.
I'm well aware of this.
So then why are you using that as an example? It's a bad example.
Because
It's a very
the purpose
strange
is
example.
to benefit yourself in life, and
Yes,
if
for
you are
survival.
saying
We're not talking about...
It's not even a it's not
But
even
you
a
don't need it for
benefit.
survival.
It is
You don't need it for
straight up.
survival.
It is straight up for like
it's
a
just
healthy
a
survival.
luxury. Meat is a luxury. You need to accept
Not-
it.
Not for everyone.
For you.
I don't even know if I could argue that. I'm not financially the best either. I would have to look
It's
into
cheaper.
that.
It's cheaper to go without meat
It is literally
and
not
get your protein.
to get your protein without meat. No, it's not cheaper.
I mean, I guess this depends on where you are in the world, but... I mean...
The amount of
Again,
kidney beans
I
you
don't
eat
even know why you're
you, like-
even going on this whole thing about... Oh, well, we need, the whole food thing. Like, it's just stupid.
It just seems to me you have a double standard of the amount of
It's
scrutiny
not
that
a
you
double
apply to
standard when we're
somebody-
talking about things necessary for survival versus things in art creation.
Yes, but that is
You have a
just
lot
false.
more
That is
options when it
necessary
comes
for
to making
survival.
art. You do not need
Truly
AI to
false.
create art and release art and make a lot of money off it.
And you do not need meat to be jacked. Look at vegan gains, for example.
Well, you need food in general. You need sources of protein.
Absolutely.
And there's well, yeah, there's only a finite amount of that in the world. And when you're eating meat or anything like that, like any kind of produced food, if you choose not to eat it, all you're doing is like leaving the food to waste. If everybody chose not to eat like a hamburger that was unethically made, that doesn't actually do anything whether you eat it or not. What would actually be playing into it is if you were to actually give them the weapons to like start inhumanely killing these animals or something to that capacity, or if you engaged in the killing, or if you engaged in the instructions. The problem with AI is that in order to use it, you have to engage in stealing.
Also, I'm pretty sure Vegan Gains got exposed for using steroids.
Yeah, steroids are vegan.
Okay, bro. Like steroids are also like a fucking drug that's not like fully good for you.
Many drugs can be good or bad depending on how much you moderate using
Yeah,
them.
and steroids are notably bad, especially if he's using that as a fucking like replacement for meat. It's probably really unhealthy.
How much can you lift? How much can you bench press? How much can you deadlift? How much can you squat?
I would have to like go back and like see. I actually don't remember.
What does that have to do with anything? I'm
Right.
so confused.
Well, you're saying that steroids are worse than meat. You eat meat, and it seems like you dead press or bench press less than vegan gains. Curious.
I didn't even say that like they're inherently worse when it comes to how much strength you even build. I'm talking about like other health risks and how much steroids you would have to use in replacement for that.
Meat's a carcinogen, you know. It's been found by the FDA.
Okay.
So if you're talking about health, I mean, you don't have any ground to stand on with regards to meat.
I'm sorry, what?
I mean, you're saying steroids are unhealthy, meat's unhealthy.
Yeah, meat can be unhealthy.
Steroids can be unhealthy.
Yeah, but like the difference is like steroids are literally like a drug that could be like more unhealthy with less intake. Obviously, if you eat way too much meat, that's not good for you. But the problem is with steroids being a drug is that's an addictive substance.
Steroids are not addictive.
I'm actually gonna look that up. I'm pretty sure they are.
Well, obviously going to the gym can be addictive. There's like chemicals involved there.
Yes, I'm being told apparently anabolic steroids are addictive, but not all steroids are the same.
Right. Right.
Oh
Fair
yeah,
enough.
there you go then.
Now, was vegan gains using
Are
anabolic
steroids-
steroids?
Yes, steroids are addictive, though they differ from classic drugs because they don't produce an imminent high. Instead, users can develop a powerful psychological and physical dependence, often continuing to use them despite severe physical and mental side effects. So yeah, there you go. They're not good for you.
Can you pull up a picture of a 400-pound fat man?
What?
What?
What does that have to do with anything?
Well, you're saying that there are side effects to using steroids.
So pull up
Have
a
you
picture of
considered-
SK. I see.
Have you considered that fatties also have downsides? As you can see on screen, this fat man ate meat, and now look at him. And to respond to your point,
so
SK,
you're
about
comparing food to drugs because people can be fat. Is this a serious point?
No.
I don't
Liam
even
is
under.
comparing food to drugs. Liam is comparing food to drugs. I am simply engaging with this comparison.
I don't even understand the point here. Obviously, if you take too much of everything, that can be bad for you. If you drink enough water, you could kill yourself.
That's my point.
Like-
That's my point.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that we just ignore that drugs are severely worse at this because they're an addictive substance.
Meat's addictive.
All right.
Nah, fast food could be addictive. Is
Meat is
addictive,
addictive.
actually.
The way that your broadening
inherently,
stomach
no.
and the signals of hunger engage with you leads to you wanting to eat more of the same food that you are already eating. This is fundamentally how.
Yeah, but when you get full, like your
Diets
body
work.
communicates to you, okay, that's enough. That's generally what happens.
All right, I literally just looked it up. Meat is not physically addictive in a clinical sense. So what are you
Yes,
talking
don't-
about?
Perry, can we go with a different argument? Because I think like trying to compare food and water to drugs is not going to be fruitful in the discussion.
Well, I just debunked it in like one Google search, dog.
And can you screenshot the Google search for me, please?
Oh my god, bro. Hang on a second.
I'm serious. This is really important.
Is it? Because I really don't
it
think
is.
it's beneficial.
It is beyond. Beyond anything, it's extremely important that Liam screenshots his Google search.
Okay.
All right, let me pull up the actual article.
Yeah. No, your Google search. I need you to pull up your Google search.
Oh, you want the Google? Well, it has a link to the article, but
Like the
whatever,
thing
it's
you
right here.
just read. That's what I need to see.
All right, disagreement requests.
Even on your search right there, it seems like that doesn't seem to be the case.
Now, one moment. Could you tell me, SK or Liam, what it says on screen right over there?
Which one?
Right
Did he send the
above, meat is
screenshot?
not clinically. Right above, meat is not clinically
Yeah, his-
addictive. What does it say?
Yeah, he's
What
trying to
does it
say
say?
because
It can
because
trigger
says
strong
AI
cravings. This is
on it.
driven by the brain's reward system.
No,
Yeah, so-
right above it.
Yeah,
above it.
yeah. That's his argument is that we're using AI.
Yeah, what does that have to do with anything?
Yeah.
Nobody said AI.
Well, it just knows.
Well, hang on. Nobody
I mean,
said
like,
when no one
we
said AI is
literally
bad to
already
find it.
clarified
You,
this
well,
multiple
hang on,
times.
hang on. So is your point that we're using AI to get information?
Well,
Because you do realize
Well,
Google's
don't
search
you-
engine has always been like artificial intelligence, correct?
I know. I know. I'm aware. Yes.
Yeah, no one's saying it's bad to use AI to get information about something. No one's ever said that.
Yeah, our argument.
So what kind
is
of, like,
how
is that
you
really
use
your
it
attempt
and
at a
why it's
gotcha?
used.
Oh, you used AI to find information, therefore you can't have an issue with how it's being used. Like, what kind of counter is that?
It's stealing that information, is it not?
Reading something is not stealing information. Even if you read stolen information, that's not stealing.
Yeah,
That
how
is-
can you steal? That's
And
like
they
that's
cite
like
their
stealing
sources
a
right here.
fact.
They
How
literally
do you
cite
steal
their
a fact?
sources.
You
Dude,
know
dude,
that
are you
somebody
you gotta
stole a
like
book,
drop.
and
I
you
don't know
could give
what
it
I don't
back,
know
and you
what
could
you're
give
on
the
right
book
now.
back.
You gotta drop this line of reasoning. This is bad.
You could give
This
the
is
book
really
back
like, come
to the
on.
person it was stolen
Even
from.
even
Shouldn't
you
give it
have to
back?
understand how silly this line of reasoning is.
I don't even understand the point here because like our argument is talking about morally how you don't like link your sources or anything. This thing literally shows the article it got it from, which means that it's not stealing it. It's literally crediting the person that like found this out or the article
Exactly.
that found this out or whatever.
I see. So, if an AI listed its datasets, that would make it all okay. That would make it all okay.
It'd make it better, yes. That's
well,
an improvement.
They do. Well, believe it or not, man, OpenAI does that. Most AIs do that. Yes, correct. They tell you where to get their data from.
So each artist that they take from.
Everyone?
It tells you the sites they use to get it from. Correct.
All right, show it.
All right. Where does OpenAI get it?
Well, I mean, it's fairly like obvious at some points depending on how you utilize what is it?
Well, no. What I want is you to use AI, create some art image of them like stealing something, and then see if it links the source inherently.
Yeah.
Well, you can find it. You can find it.
Okay, and you can find someone stealing someone's gameplay footage if they don't link it by just comparison. That doesn't mean they didn't steal it because they didn't link it. I mean, they did steal it still because they didn't like link their source, and they made it seem like it's theirs.
And I've already said that you should say if you're using AI, and that's where your source is listed.
Yeah, but
Huh?
saying I used AI doesn't say what art they're taking from in the first place.
Right. Well, you're not saying that, but then if you look at the AI that was used,
Yeah, it's still not.
you
It's
can
still
figure
not
out
like
where they
crediting.
got their data.
Okay, so like because you seem to defend the
Okay.
whole Polybuzz AI comic thing, with the whole generating of
know-
comics.
oh, yeah,
Where do they
okay.
cite anything?
Where did they cite anything? I don't fucking know, man.
Okay, so I don't know why you're defending it then.
Well, I wasn't.
But yeah,
defending
so
it.
just to move
if
forward,
they
just
don't,
to
it's bad. I'm saying that they should. If
Okay.
they do, it's good. If they don't, it's bad.
Yeah, but why do you think that? Why do you think that?
Why do I think that? Because you've said the problem with AI is that it steals. It doesn't tell you where it's got its info from. But
Yes.
AIs do tell you. AI models tell you where they source their data.
So they tell you the exact sources of the art they take from. So if I were to go to Grok right now or something,
I mean, we've literally done it. They don't link anything of where they got
It goes
it
through
from.
the whole website. It goes
so
through the
so
whole
what?
website.
So do you want to test it right now? Then do you want to test it? Like
Okay.
go ahead and like generate.
Yeah,
I don't know.
because-
Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man versus Carnage, and show me where it cites anything.
Right. Well, I won't cite it direct. I'm saying that if you look
Exactly.
Oh
that
my
is
God.
our point.
Yeah, okay.
If you look
So
into
then
how
your
the
point
AI
is,
was
is
made-
moot.
Yeah, and if you look into how the
there's one more
YouTube video
clip,
was
there's one more
made,
clip.
then like they took it from this thing, but that doesn't mean they didn't steal the YouTube fucking gameplay footage. If SK didn't link or credit Batnick's video, but then if you just look into the video and then compare how the gameplay looks to like one on Batman's YouTube, I'm sorry, Batnick's YouTube channel, and then you go, it's the same thing, then yeah, you could do the due diligence to figure out who the source is, but SK
Let's
didn't
say
like provide it,
that
so it's still
SK
stealing.
And even then,
SK
even then, right? If I said I used somebody else's gameplay, which would be the equivalent of what you're saying,
Yeah.
well, I used AI.
Yeah.
It's like, well, yeah, you're just telling people that you stole something. That doesn't really change the fact that
Yeah,
you
you
are.
still didn't credit the person who actually did it, so it's
So
still.
if you in your description, SK, say, "Oh, I went for the Batman footage. I went on YouTube and looked up Batman gameplay and clicked on one of the results," you're saying that's not good enough.
No, it's literally not good enough. That's why most YouTubers, if they do take footage from gameplay from other YouTube channels, will just link the YouTube channel. They say, I got it from, I don't know, Gamer4D or something.
No, I think it's good
Gamers
enough.
for
I
Life.
think that's good enough.
They literally will say,
No,
I got it from here, or they like show the link.
I mean, we don't expect this of artists. We don't expect artists to tell us every single piece of art they've ever seen.
Well,
Why
if
would
they're
you expect that
using
from AI?
using other people's stuff, then like yeah, I mean that's literally what adaptations do. Spider-Man created by
Adaptation,
Stan Lee
sure.
and Steve Ditko, they literally do that. So I don't know what
So
point
let's
you think
say-
you're making here.
Let's say Todd McFarlane. You know, he used to draw
What the
Spider-Man.
fuck
I'm
is
sure
a
you're familiar.
disagreement?
Well, I'm just explaining.
Just
So let's
listen.
say Todd McFarlane. Do you know who that is?
Yes.
So you know how he drew Spider-Man, right?
Mm-hmm.
Has Todd McFarlane listed every single picture
Comics do
that
like
he has ever
I
seen
yeah,
of
comics
Spider-Man
literally cite where
and
Spider-Man came from.
Spider-Man
of
created by
human
Stan
anatomy?
Lee and Steve Ditko.
They literally
of
do
human
it. They
anatomy.
literally
Not
do it
just
in
Spider-Man,
every
like every
single
comic.
issue. They do it in every issue.
So you're telling me that Todd
There's a
McFarlane
reason they do it in every
has
issue.
listed
This premise doesn't work.
every... Can I finish
Why do
my
you think they
sentence,
go
please?
Marvel Presents
finish my
created by
sentence?
Stan
Excuse
Lee
me?
Spider-Man?
Exactly.
Why do you
Like
think they do
Can I
that?
this
finish?
doesn't work. It's a broken premise. We have
Can I
to kind of
finish my
shut it
point,
down
Ty?
here.
Can I please finish my
Well,
point?
no. Like that, your premise is
No?
broken. It doesn't work.
You're being quite bad faith.
Well,
How
I
do
already heard your
artists learn to
premise.
draw?
You said
How do artists learn to draw?
you just
How
said
do
that
artists
Todd
learn to
McFarlane
draw?
has to cite every single Spider-Man thing he uses as a reference.
I did not
But
say
again,
that.
when they
Sir,
use the art, they
sir,
actually cite
sir,
Stan Lee and
I did
Steve
not say
Ditko
that.
every single time.
You didn't let me finish my point. And now you're misrepresenting.
Okay, fine. Go on. We'll see how much
Did
it does for your
Todd
point.
McFarlane, when he drew Spider-Man or any other character, list every single picture, photo, or video he has seen of human anatomy?
No.
There you go.
What does that prove?
Who has the intellectual
proves
Who has
that you're
the
a
intellectual
hypocrite.
property of fucking
Arms,
human anatomy?
legs.
Like what? Yeah, does
Yeah, so-
somebody
so-
own
so
the
you're-
concept of
Todd
arms and
McFarlane.
legs now?
By
So
your
so
logic-
so
by
so
your
I
mean,
logic-
so
most of the
apparently
time-
people
I mean,
own
most of the
arms,
time, most
legs,
artists-
dicks. Wow.
Most of the
what
time,
a
most
wow.
artists to draw
That
that type of
I'm
stuff. Yeah.
honestly, you should have
Sorry.
taken the interruption because that. Oh my god.
By
Holy
your
shit.
logic, Todd McFarlane.
That was
has
worse than
stolen
what SK was
Yeah.
saying.
Wow.
Holy
Wow.
fuck.
Okay. I was
Hundreds-
actually saving you
hundreds-
right there when I stopped you.
By your logic, Todd McFarlane has stolen from hundreds of human anatomy artists. Picasso, Michelangelo, possibly Leonardo. He drew human anatomy.
Yeah, and
Tom
they all
Fawcett,
had
did you
references.
force
That's
them?
the difference. They all had references.
Like
They're
you
not
know,
gonna
like
know-
hey,
they're
you know,
not
you
gonna-
know, you know
They're
a
not going to know
reference
by
you can
memory. They're
use.
going to need references
Which
in order
ones?
to do it
Oh.
accurately.
So it's okay.
They
to steal, you don't know
reference
where you got the
real
source from?
humans. They
That's
reference
my
real
It's not
humans.
stealing. It's referencing. There's a
Not just
clear
real
difference. If you're here's a good equivalent. If you're
AI is referencing
using
them.
another person's fan art as like a reference, that's not stealing. Unless you're like literally tracing over the fan art and just claiming it as your own. That is stealing.
Exactly. So you agree with me? AI isn't.
If that's your point, then why did you say it like that?
Well, because SK and Liam were disagreeing with me.
SK and Liam, what
Well,
was the point? Because this nigga's confusing
So
me.
the point was about how people just feed, they steal data. He already conceded that it's stolen data, so I don't even know why he's trying to make this point.
Only if you can see that Todd
Oh,
McFarlane.
hold on, I'm asking
No, he didn't. No, he didn't.
I'm asking
Who
them to
owns
disagree.
human
He
anatomy?
didn't. Then AI didn't. He did. If he didn't, AI didn't.
Oh my god.
Wow. Okay. So I guess there's a patent on arms, legs, torsos.
Never said that. Putting words in my mouth.
Yeah, but you
Did
just
you
had
know?
human anatomy. Who
Yes.
gets credit for human anatomy? Like what?
God.
Who gets?
Yeah, I
gets
guess God
credit?
gets credit. So should they write
Yeah,
God?
we gotta
God is
credit
behind
God every
this.
time we do fan art.
Exactly. So how can you say AI is stealing if it is
Yeah, this guy's
basing
trolling.
its
This
drawings
guy's trolling. This
on
guy's
reality?
trolling, bro. This
He
guy's
just found it
trolling.
Yeah, I feel like we've
Literally
explained this
proven the double
already. It's
standard.
taking people's art without consent too. They're just taking it. There's no mention of any of what it's taking and creating for its own art. None of that. So like I don't know what you're on about. If somebody
let's try
straight
this
up
again.
traced Todd McFarlane's art and put it out there, then yes, that is a problem.
Let's try this again. Who is your favorite artist?
Oh my
It doesn't
God.
matter who my favorite artist is.
I'm trying to reach you halfway here, man.
Okay, meet me halfway with Todd McFarlane. Your example was really bad.
Okay, so Todd McFarlane. Drawings. That's what I'm going to look up. Todd McFarlane drawings.
Uh-huh.
Is the disagreement AI?
Yes. Well,
Yeah,
there were
yeah,
other
absolutely.
ones earlier.
Yeah, there's like the third.
God.
Yeah. So, Todd McFarlane drawings. What bat? Where did Todd McFarlane learn to draw a bat like that? Is he sourcing it?
He could have learned it on his own. Like we don't know. The
In the
inherent
voids?
idea behind AI is that it takes from other creations. It's not its own creation.
You see that cape? Do you see those chains?
Yeah,
on that
using
cape?
there's a difference between stealing and using as a reference. What Todd McFarlane is what Todd McFarlane is doing, just like many of the other artists you literally listed, they use real people or images as references. That's the difference.
Exactly. Real people or
That's not what
images
AI is doing though.
or
AI is
images.
stealing.
AI is using images as reference.
Yes, to
No, they're
steal
not-
from.
To steal, yeah.
No, it's
The
using
difference
images
is
to
Todd
create
McFarlane
formats.
has his own style and has his own art style. AI doesn't.
It has plenty of art styles.
Here's the thing. The thing about shit like that with normal artists is that if they were to use references, the difference is each artist has their own distinct art style. Unless you're fucking Colin, who's just gonna trace over it and then claim it as your own, which is literally what AI does.
Yeah,
It doesn't
That's
matter.
the
It can
difference.
be a reference. It can
AI
be an
go
inspiration. They can have seen it.
as far as I know, AI like goes like on the internet or whatever, takes an art style from some other artist, and then creates like an image with other
How do you
references.
take
Yeah.
an art
So
style? How do you do that? How do you take an art style?
you can tell AI to draw like Todd McFarlane, I'm assuming.
Yes, but how is it taking it?
By
Because it's
taking the art
Todd
and
McFarlane's
yeah.
style.
Yeah, taking the art.
You're just
and being
replicating
inspired
it.
by it. Taking the art and using it. to
No,
make
I was
reference.
talking about the art style, not even like just the art
Yes.
itself. The art style is
Taking the
not
art-
just inspired. That's just someone else's like version of like the art. It's their shit.
But it's on their shit. It's a new drawing.
Yeah, using their style.
Yes. So if I draw in someone's style, am I stealing?
If you're tracing off of other art, then yeah.
Oh, so I don't trace. AI doesn't trace. AI,
AI
isn't
literally
stealing.
does. I'm pretty sure. Like,
AI,
doesn't it literally
AI
trace?
factually traces. What are you talking about?
Yeah. So that's just another
Prove
made
it.
up bullshit you made.
Again, if you're using references, that's not stealing. You're just using it as a source to help you out on drawing what you want to draw on your own.
How does AI trace? Can you explain that to me?
Does AI have its own art style like most artists do when they reference or literally draw anything on their own?
Many artists have many art styles. Like I can.
No fucking shit, retard. I just said that.
Yeah,
Alright,
but
calm
you're
it-
saying like one
Calm
art
it down.
style.
Let's not insult like that.
I'm explaining that much like some artists, AI has multiple art styles, which it got inspired.
Not with AI. That's
And
what we're
to
saying. Because AI most of the time
references.
copies something. If you were to
Okay,
tell
so if
AI,
I-
yo, render me a picture of Lightning McQueen, it's not gonna do its own fucking like model or drawing. It's gonna take it's gonna try to do something new with the already existing fucking pictures of Lightning McQueen on the internet.
Okay, but if I tell a person to draw me Lightning McQueen, they're going to create something new with the already existing drawings of Lightning McQueen.
Yes, the difference is they're not going to trace or copy. They're going to either use a reference or they know how to draw it by memory. That's the difference. AI is not doing that.
How does AI trace? How does
Also,
AI trace?
Yo, look up.
what-
You can literally look up. No, hold on, Liam. You can literally look up pictures right now on how AI traces. You don't even need a fucking like scientific research or anything. You can see it with your own fucking eyes that it's literally copying sources from other pictures.
I think it's also worse once you realize artists genuinely do get flack for fucking tracing as well.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you know, there's a lot of like notably hated
absolutely.
artists because they
It's wrong to
trace.
trace.
The thing is, okay,
I agree.
the thing about tracing is that as long as you're not tracing the entire thing and you're tracing like one small part, then I think it's fine. If you're tracing the entirety of the art that you're trying to reference or trace, or just trace in general, then yeah, you're gonna get flack for it.
What the hell? Why is it fine to trace one part?
What do you mean?
Well, why is that okay?
What do you mean? Why is that?
To trace,
like what the
why
fuck?
is it not okay to trace? But it's okay to trace like what percentage of tracing can a drawing be?
Because if you're tracing a hand and you're not good at drawing hands, that's fine. But if you're tracing the entire drawing, that's stealing.
Well, but you're stealing the hand.
Okay, sure, but at least you're not stealing the entirety of the fucking art because assuming you drew it on your all on your own, everything else is you.
That's my argument.
You have like 5 different fucking arguments, bro. Holy shit.
Well, that was my argument about AI usage to create video games.
Holy shit. This generation's cooked, dog.
I mean, like, I'm pretty sure even I elaborate, it's fine to use like assets from something as long as you make it your own. I'm fine with that as well in games. Like if you take like an Unreal Engine like Arkham Thug, but then you like change up their design, but they're like have the general build of an Arkham Thug, like I don't think that's an issue inherently.
I'm glad that I've been able to convince you of this.
I mean, I said this in the beginning of the discussion when I joined.
Well, SK felt otherwise. He felt like, using AI was inherently inauthentic.
No, I explained myself in the video numerous times if you actually paid attention.
Even it is inauthentic.
I didn't say every single use whatsoever is bad. In fact, I went out of my way to clarify this in the video. So you're actually misrepresenting what I explicitly said.
You said in the final product. You said it in this conversation.
Yes, in the final product. That doesn't mean every single usage like you just implied.
Well, I just clarified in the final product.
Okay, awesome.
You were speaking over me, maybe you didn't hear. So we agree.
We agree that, if you use it in, as a placeholder? Yeah, we talked about that already. But you're defending using it in the final product.
Yes, and you know who else is defending using it in the final product? PJ and Liam.
Where?
I mean, I'm not even defending it a bit. I'm not even defending it. If anything, I disagree with that sentiment because I just don't like AI, period.
So you're okay with tracing? But not
Holy
AI.
shit.
Everybody said they're not okay with tracing.
Yeah, who said
all I said is that it's okay to trace like one small thing. If you're gonna trace the entire drawing, then that is factually plagiarizing.
That's what I've been saying.
It's strange that you're saying, strange that you're saying me. I didn't say that. That was PJ that even said tracing a hand. I don't even know what I would say to that.
Well, you said that you're okay with using a partial amount of AI in a final product, and SK disagrees.
No, because earlier you were talking about. God. No, earlier you were talking about if you change the thing significantly.
Yeah, like the Arkham Thug example is like, I want an enemy type that's like a thug. So you take Arkham Thugs from the Arkham games, right, as a placeholder, but then you change them up so they blatantly just don't look like Arkham Thugs. Besides maybe that they're fit-looking guys.
Guys, I'm starting to think you guys don't know how art works or how people make arts. Because you're saying it's okay to use it as long as you change it. Yeah, you're obviously changing it. That's what you do in the artistic process.
I mean, you clearly don't either if you're defending AI, buddy. I don't know who the fuck's talking.
Hey, you're looking in a mirror if you're saying I'm defending AI. Mr. Defending AI and tracing. they'd kill you.
He
They'd cut your
literally
hand off on the
okay. So you're just
argument,
lying at this point. He said tracing is not okay.
He said, PJ said it's okay to trace a hand. One of the hardest things to draw.
He's
You
not
sound like a
That's
Russian
what he said.
hacker from 2016.
No, yeah, he said the
That's
general practice of it
I don't give a
is
fuck about
bad.
that, huh, buddy?
But like when talking about like things like anatomy, which like that's just that you're just drawing a hand. You're not drawing like a whole character that somebody else created or an exact
you
drawing.
A hand is.
Yeah, that's what I
extremely
mean.
complex to draw.
Because you know how there's like full body references, like anatomy references on the internet for drawing, right? Like
Which
that's
are
what
like
I
free to
mean.
use.
It's fine to trace that. I think it's actually fine to trace
That's
that.
not-
What I wouldn't do it. Hold on. No, I'm not
Using
done.
it as a
I'm not done.
reference.
Yo, idiot, I'm not done. I think it's fine for new artists to trace that shit. Me personally,
Okay.
I would only like put my how do I say it? Like my sketch method of like how to draw bodies onto that template so it looks more personalized. But even then, if it's stuff like that, I understand it. If you're doing it to other drawings that aren't suitable for that, like I don't know, like a Sonic fan art, you're just gonna trace the entirety of that, then yeah, that's plagiarizing.
Yeah,
sorry,
and like
PJ,
I thought it was already established that with AI art they like trace like the entire thing.
no, I
Yeah.
asked for proof.
They blatantly
And,
do. Like
find
you
the
can
image.
run a test right now. They blatantly trace numerous elements. Like I just tested one on my phone right now.
Show me
It's very clear. I don't want to share it for obvious reasons. But it's very
Right,
clear that
yeah,
they
that's-
traced from the Insomniac version with like the lenses and like the web pattern. It's very clear that they traced
you
from
know?
the Spider-Verse logo. I just tested a Miles one. It's very clear that they're tracing like it's all taken from somewhere. None of it is
Well,
authentically made.
obviously, I have to take your word for it. You're saying you're not going to share it, even for like the scientific.
I mean, you
purpose
can
of proving a point.
You can try it on yourself. What I typed in Gronk to test it is Spider-Verse Miles Morales suit. And what it does is it tries to take the style, but then it also like blatantly traces over the Miles Morales the Miles mask from the Miles Morales game. It's blatantly tracing the logo. Like that's just straight up copying.
Let me try it out now. While I do, PJ, I don't think you know what tracing is. Can you define tracing for me?
Shut the fuck up, nigga. I don't care.
You
All
just
right.
use the word, man. I'm letting you know.
You sound like a fucking corny anime character. Shut your ass up.
God damn. Well, that was like my
do you know
my
how to
issue
draw? Because you were saying tracing, and you were describing using a reference photo, man. I hate to say it.
Yeah, I do know how to draw. I don't use AI like you do.
I've never used AI in my life,
Awesome.
other than for
I
Google.
mean, clearly, if you're
Google overviews.
clearly if you're here defending it, I don't know about that.
I did use it to figure out whether or not meat's addictive earlier in this convo, to be fair. Right, so I've used AI to generate this image. of
USA
Miles
number one.
Morales' Suit, as you were saying. Now, obviously, I don't know what your image looked like, to be fair. But can you point to me on this image, which part is traced?
Yeah. The lenses for sure and the mask.
But how do you know it was traced and it wasn't just inspired by the game?
What do you, it literally
It's like
takes
one
from the
for one
game.
same, I'm assuming.
It's not.
It was inspired as if the computer has a soul. Shut the fuck up.
Like, yeah, it has the
Also,
same details in the
furthermore-
lenses. It has the same shape of the mask. Like, it's very
I should
clearly
probably-
taking from something. It's not a matter of, oh, it's just inspired by this thing. That's not
Well,
what's
to clarify,
happening here.
This is actually an AI generated image. I mistyped the prompt. This is just an image of the game.
Yeah, so,
Sorry.
exactly. It's literally copying the image.
Well, no, it's sourcing the image. It's like linking to a website that had this image to be. It's like a Google
But
result,
you said you
basically, so it's
generated
search.
that. You said you generated
No,
that.
no, I typed that, but it just gave me like a description. It just linked the website for some.
So then
This
you
is
searched
the-
it. So then you
this
searched it.
image. This image, yes. Now this image.
Oh,
is
okay. Yeah, then you showed the wrong image.
The head and lenses are verbatim the
Yes.
same.
Yeah, the
thing.
lenses are verbatim the same, and the head shape.
It's not even, like,
very
slightly
clearly the
different.
same.
Well, but they're not the same, are they? Because these lenses have like refraction, and these lenses are glowing. So
no,
that's
but
not
we're
the same,
talking
that's
about the
just really
shape. We're talking about the shape. In fact, that actually
Right,
can't,
but-
like, with the lenses we have in the game, it actually can just look glowing like that. It depends on the location.
Right, but
Or
it's
the
not really tracing,
the
that's just
suit
what the shape
actually.
is.
Or the
That's just
suit
what the shape
actually, because there's a
is.
few suits where Miles does have like glowing lenses, so it could have just taken from that, but then also did some fucking amalgamation of that in the classic suit or whatever.
Right, but it's not really tracing. That's just what the character looks
Well,
like.
no, it is
you know?
tracing from the way the head is shaped and from the exact way the lenses are detailed. It's just
It
Right,
literally
but by
looks
that
for-
logic.
It literally
If I
looks
look up
verbatim like the
Spider-Man-
Miles Morales game version. Like
But
it
then-
was
but then
clearly
is-
traced.
yeah.
Is this traced? Is this image here traced? Is this image here traced? Because it's
Yes.
based on.
Seems like it.
When that one isn't that
What
one
about this
literally
image
meant to
here?
be traced?
What about this image here?
No, the head
I don't
shape
know.
is clearly not the
It
same.
looks very much
Well,
different.
the head shape, but the lenses here are the same. Does that mean it's traced?
No, I'm pretty sure bigger than the ones in the game there.
But the shape.
And the
is
head
the
shape
same.
is different.
The head shape's different. Okay. The
Yeah,
head shape's
it's
different.
clearly a
this
drawing
image.
that's trying to
The head shape's
that's
different to this
inspired
image.
by it.
It's literally not. It's the same head shape.
It's not. It's not the same head shape. This is.
It literally is. The only
oval-like.
difference. The only
This shape
difference
more
is that
circular.
The only difference is that he's looking a little bit to the
Okay.
left in the
The
first
body-
image.
The body itself is kind of trying to replicate the Ultimate Spider-Man cartoon, but the mask is factually the Insomniac game.
Exactly.
That
Yeah, you
head
see
is-
how
the
it's
head is
only
literally
taking
the
from things.
Insomniac
It's
game.
not like even making its own thing. It's literally just
That's
taking
still
from things that
That's still
exist.
plagiarizing.
Like you could.
That's all art.
You could
There's
literally just.
nothing. Have you ever heard?
That,
the
like that's
saying,
like if I
"There
took
is
a
nothing
whole
new"?
well, hang on, no. That's like if I took a whole episode of Ultimate Spider-Man and all I did was just give him a different mask. Hey, it's a new thing now. It's different. No, that's still taking from the episode.
Yeah,
You
notice
made
how you have
this?
to go
I
with
made this.
extremely
Okay.
I
small,
made this.
minor differences that aren't even that meaningful. Like
Yeah,
you're
that's
trying to say
just-
one's more
that's just
circular when
cope.
it's not even.
Can you?
It
here's
is
a
cope
question then.
because it's blatantly
Here's
the
a
same
question
head.
then.
The only reason one looks more fucking circular is because one is looking more to the left, so it's like a different like viewpoint.
Okay.
But it's clearly the
A few
same head.
points. First of all, this is proof it wasn't traced. Second of all, you were so. Can
Okay,
you
so
name
it's
me
not
a new
traced.
creation. Can you name me a new creation that was not inspired by anything?
Nobody
name me
said
one example of
inspiration
original
is.
art?
Nobody said that. Literally, no one said that.
You just did. You said this is taking this and it's taking
Yes,
that.
yeah,
That's all
okay,
inspired.
so then if I were to take the Insomniac mask and just shove it above an entire episode, then yeah, you're still taking from the episode. Hey, here's my episode of the show.
Okay.
I mean, like,
let me give
and
you
the
an
artist that
example.
you're showing, like in the YouTube video, he's blatantly trying to draw the exact same pose with the exact same shape and head and
So
everything
is it,
from
is
like
it
the
tracing then?
cover
Is it
image.
stealing?
No, it's referencing.
Exactly. Exactly.
That's what we've been trying to tell you this entire time.
Exactly. AI is referencing Miles Morales.
Oh,
No,
my
it's
God.
not just referencing, it's literally taking the exact shape and applying it to the image. It's using the images
That's what's
and
happening
mixing
here.
them together
That's
to
what's
do it.
happening here.
It's
That's what's
taking
happening
okay.
here.
It's straight up taking the images and mixing them together. That's
what's
not the
happening here.
same thing as what you're just drawing.
That's what's happening here. It's taking the images of Spider-Man, Miles Morales, and it's putting them together.
Is that a tracing of it?
No, neither is this.
So
Neither
it's
is this.
not, yeah, okay, so it's not a tracing of it. Is it just
Exactly.
throwing images on there and acting like it's a whole new thing?
I've got news
'Cause-
for you, buddy. That's all art. All art is just circles.
Did you get
No,
your
no,
art
no,
lessons
squares
from
and
an
triangles.
Did you get your art lessons from an insane asylum? I gotta ask genuinely.
I've actually been to art lessons. The first thing they teach you is that there are
Yeah,
three
and then
shapes,
yeah, in Arkham Asylum. Yeah, good for you, bro.
circles,
Goddamn.
squares, and triangles.
Okay,
That's all
so
art.
no, that's fine. I have a new
Triangle.
I have a new Spider-Man.
Triangle.
I have a new Spider-Man cartoon coming out. It's called The Amazing Spider-Man, and I'm just gonna copy and paste Survival of the Fittest from Spectacular, and I'm just gonna throw a different mask on top of it. It's a new thing though. Trust.
quite derivative.
Yeah, original old steal, do not steal.
Unlike this,
I'm also
this is
gonna give
more-
I'm gonna give the vulture a mask. So I'll just give him a different mask, that's all. I'll even AI generate
I
it.
feel like
It'll be a new thing, don't worry.
you're kind of just proving that even humans can make dog shit art.
Yes, and I'm saying AI can what is this counter?
I'd rather humans make dog shit art than a computer.
That's a non sequitur, but okay. My counter
I think
is
what's-
that just because this art is like
It's a
lazy
non
and
sequitur.
derivative,
Yeah, it's just a non
doesn't make
sequitur.
it tracing.
It doesn't make it.
I think what's confusing me is like when someone's like inspired to draw something, that's because like they see an idea but they do draw it on their own like volition and shit. Isn't like the whole thing with AI is that they take like
Yes.
a culmination of different art styles and shit from everything else and then
Without
just
permission,
amalgamate it
too.
into something?
What
It's
does it
worse
mean
because
to take?
it's worse because they take it, they also like would take fan art if they have to. That's how people
does
have
it mean
literally
to take?
recognized like their own fan art in AI.
It's the equivalent of like taking a bunch of drawings, meshing it together, and then calling it your own, even though you didn't like put in any effort to create your own.
One
at
one
all.
second, guys. Sorry,
It's
my
literally
fucking
it's literally like a
earbuds are dying.
Frankenstein. It's
Just
fucking
give me a
backrooms.
second here, I can't hear you.
Oh, he can't hear us. I mean, I'm honestly, I feel like we've kind of like stretched the topic to a ridiculous extent. If he's not going to concede on anything, then I don't see like what purpose drawing out the conversation will.
What should I concede on? What should I concede on?
Well, do you concede that it's inauthentic to just generate something, which is just throwing images on there when you didn't actually create any of them in the first place? You didn't draw them. You didn't. Okay, he's looking up inauthentic.
Not genuine, false.
Not genuine, false, or insincere.
Insincere.
It describes something that is
What would make
not what
it
it claims to be, or a
insincere?
person who hides their true self to deceive
Ah.
or impress others.
Not what it
correct.
claims to be.
Fake, copied, or
If I
counterfeit
say
items.
It is AI. If I say it is AI, then it's
Well, like
authentic,
right
I'm
there,
not being inauthentic.
literally right there. Objects in art are fake, copied, or counterfeit items.
If I show
You
a
just copied a
picture-
bunch of images and acted like,
And
oh,
it-
well, it's mine.
And AI is
Is this
blatantly described to
inauthentic?
just
I am
copy.
saying this is a picture of
art.
the Mona Lisa. It's not a real picture. It's a copy. Is that inauthentic?
What? That was drawn, though.
You're a fucking
Well,
moron.
Yeah, like,
This
wasn't that
drawn by
literally
humans. These are
drawn?
pixels on a screen. These are pixels on a screen.
Yes, and it's demonstrating that this is the art. They're citing the person who made it.
I don't see his name anywhere.
Okay, click the sources then. What?
Ah,
One of them literally says Leonardo da Vinci.
Yeah, right there. Literally
This
right
one.
there.
yeah, but this one doesn't.
Click the link.
So is this
Click the
inauthentic?
link.
Is
Click
this
the
Yeah,
link.
inauthentic?
Click the
Yeah,
link. Click the
yeah,
link.
Yeah, go.
Click it.
Yeah,
I'll
go
Click
to
it.
the
Click
It'll
it.
have
Click
his
it.
name.
Click it.
It'll have his name.
Oh, look at that.
There
His
it
name
is.
is right there. Yeah, okay.
what the
Like-
fuck?
But does that make so the Google search result is inauthentic? That's what you're saying.
If you
No,
grabbed
because
the
you have
image
access
and
to the
copied
link
and
right
pasted it,
there.
posted it, and acted like you made it, then yes.
Okay, I'm not acting like I made the AI art.
If you threw it,
I'm
if
saying
you
it's
threw it on
AI.
your portfolio, yes, that would be
Okay.
inauthentic.
I agree. I agree.
Yes,
agree.
okay. So then you agree that tossing, like taking a bunch of images, and just acting like it's your own art, then yes, that is taking.
I've always said this. I said you have to say it's AI.
Why do you have to say it's AI?
Because otherwise,
Because-
you're
because-
lying.
Well, that's interesting. Let's actually explore that. Why do you need to specify
Otherwise-
that it's AI? Because you
You
think it's
spec-
like you
when
think
you
it's
are-
a wait. You think it's an authentic and legitimate practice. You said it's the same as just inspiration or getting a reference as like someone's hand. So why do you think you need to? Why do you think you need to disclose that it's AI? Why do you need
No, I
to
never
mention
said that. I never said that last thing. It's the same reason you need to source reference. You need to
Yeah,
source like
it came from you because your
references in
mind
a study.
wrote down the prompt, so it's like you
I
did
can't-
create
like,
it,
you know,
technicality in that sense,
Stan
and it's just
Lee-
inspiration, right?
Steve Ditko drew. Steve Ditko's the real person that drew Spider-Man. I can't just steal his picture. I have to say it was his. That's why. I have to say it's AI's.
No, but you compare
Oh,
this to
source.
like let's say you're just getting inspiration by something you saw. You made that comparison. So if it really is
No, I
that,
don't.
then
I
why
said
do you
that's how
why, then
AI
why are you
works.
wait. If it really is that, then why are you arguing, "Oh yeah, but they have to credit anyway." What's there to credit?
not
It's
that.
just
I'm
inspiration.
saying it's not that. I'm saying I didn't say that.
Okay, so So it is
Why
stealing
do you have
then.
to
So
say
then it
it's
is stealing.
AI?
It is stealing then.
Why do you have
Not
to
if you
say
credit
it's
it. Not if you credit
why do you
it.
why do you have to say it's AI if AI isn't stealing anyways?
Yeah.
Under your logic,
Why do you have
why
to
bother?
say that the drawing is Todd McFarlane's if Todd McFarlane isn't stealing?
You don't have to. People just know. Well, what makes you think you have to? You think people don't just post a picture of
But
Todd
you don't have
McFarlane's
to source
and then it's just
the
self
Let's Plays in your description then, right?
referential?
You don't source Let's Plays in your description then, right?
You know,
I do.
like like for
Well,
gameplay,
there you
like
go.
it's more
It does.
indistinguishable because a player playing a game like isn't as obvious as Todd McFarlane's art.
Yeah.
So,
Like for
general-
example, if I go on Twitter right now, like I go on Google, I type up Todd McFarlane, and then I just post the picture of that, no caption or anything, is that me like lying or being insincere?
Yeah, no.
if you pretend
If
that
you
that's your
if you
own,
act
that would
like
be
it's your own
I'm not
thing.
pretending it's my own. Like what?
Yeah, like let's say you were like a comic book company, like Image Comics, and then you just release an issue that has the same stuff in Todd McFarlane's art. Yes, that is stealing. Because
like,
that's
when
what the
the
purpose of it
Todd
is.
McFarlane's.
Wouldn't the
Exactly.
AI art literally be your own because you're the one who made the prompts and it's not stealing?
What?
Yeah, so like
No,
if
the
it's
AI
not
did. You
stealing,
didn't,
why do
right?
you feel the
Yeah.
need to credit AI? I guess.
The AI doesn't have intellectual property of
I
anything. It's an
Ask
AI.
someone to draw something for me. I should credit them. I shouldn't pretend I drew it.
Credit what? The robot that isn't a
No, the
person?
yes, I didn't make it. The AI
We're going
did.
in circles,
Yes,
bro.
you did make it. You wrote down the prompts, which inherently
You
made
believe
it.
that,
Do
or
I
is
have
it
to
entirely
credit
believed?
the camera that I clicked on
I'm
for?
gonna go on. You know what? Look up the definition of making something. I'm curious.
Okay. But the answer is you don't have to credit the camera,
Just
but because you're not.
Then
saying
why do
that
you have to
made
credit the
camera.
AI? Wait, why do you have to credit the AI if you don't have to credit the camera?
exactly.
To show that
Like, what?
you didn't make it, because to you otherwise.
The camera
did
made
make
it. The
it, you
camera
wrote
made
down
it.
the
which is
prompts.
inauthentic.
Like what?
No, answer the
Right, if
question.
there was
Why
a
do you?
okay,
Yeah,
so the answer
I'll
is
type it
K.
out myself. Whatever, man.
The answer is K.
Take it
Is if
forever.
there's a painting, if you present a picture a camera took as something you drew, that would be a lie. That would be a lie. Yes.
Uh-huh.
And
Are you
you don't have
done?
to say it's a photo and not a
Can we move
painting.
on? Can we move on with our lives, bro? Are you done?
I mean, listen. If
The
you
active
feel like
process
you've
of bringing
conceded, if
something
you want
into
to
existence
apologize
by
and concede the
shaping
argument-
materials, combining
Nigga, we ain't
parts, or-
apologizing for shit. We're not apologizing for your intelligence, bro. You have your,
No,
you
No,
can
we, just
apologize
you,
for that yourself.
Just you. You're the one
Okay.
saying, "Oh, I'm sorry,
Alright,
Perry. I can't handle this convo. I'm gonna go." Everyone else seems to be having a fine time.
SK literally
Hey.
suggested to end it because it's been
Alright,
stretched
I
thin.
just,
Because you're that tiring to talk to.
Listen,
Alright, I
if
just
SK stinks that, he can say it himself. I don't know. Are you his keeper?
Well, what
Where are you-
Well, you were. Your
where are you
sound,
from?
Your
I have a
sound was
question.
out.
Where are you
Your
from?
sound was-
Where are you from?
Are you trying to dox
I
me? Are you
literally
trying to
just
dox
looked
me?
it up.
Yeah,
The
yeah,
act-
fuck it. Well, where are you from?
The act or
freak.
process of bringing something into existence by shaping materials, combining parts, and carrying out a specific action. The specific action is typing out the prompt which would shape the materials, and the active process of bringing something into existence is you writing down those prompts and clicking enter for the AI to make it into existence. So you made it.
Okay.
Just like how you
But how did
use
you make it?
tools to create something. The tool
So,
didn't make
alright.
it, you did, because AI is a tool, so it is yours. So you don't have to tell people it's AI now under your logic.
No, that was your. You just gave me logic. That's on my logic.
That is your logic because you're trying to
Holy
argue.
shit.
You're trying to argue that AI art isn't like stolen art, and but you're also trying to say we need to credit that it's AI. But
Yeah,
and your
you have to
logic
say
for
the
that
tool
is that
used.
yeah, and your logic for
there's
that is that hang on, I'm not done, buddy. And your logic for that is to say that we didn't make it when you're factually wrong because the definition of making it is literally all
No,
fitting
it's
under
a computer that
under
did the
the
bare
logic
minimum.
of fucking typing down the prompts. If you type down the prompts, you are doing the act of making something into existence, which means you did make it, which means you don't need
Yeah,
to
but I didn't
credit
make that
AI.
computer. But I didn't make that computer.
That
so
is the
because
most insane
Holy
cope I've ever
fucking
heard.
shit.
Guys, I didn't
Well,
make
you're
Unreal
being
Engines.
illogical here.
Oh, like, I can't believe you're saying this. I didn't
You
make
have
the
to
computer.
specify
Wait.
So-
So if I create anything using
The
a computer,
AI-generated
does that mean
image.
I have to credit the computer every single fucking time?
Well, no,
If you're
Liam,
pretend- If you pretend
Liam,
that
here's
you
the
made it by
thing.
hand,
Like what?
that would be a lie. Yes.
Liam, you know what the funniest part is
He's
too?
not gonna answer.
If-
He's not gonna engage.
Liam, you know what the funniest part is too?
Did you
If you
come to
draw
say today?
something, if you draw something on
Sorry,
paper and
Milo.
pencil, that means you gotta credit the paper and pencil now.
Wait.
You gotta credit.
wait.
You gotta credit
Yeah,
the
that-
person who invented paper.
Yeah, yeah. If it is just
then
a
that's
tool,
literally the
The argument.
equivalent.
If it's just a
That's
You
tool,
gotta
literally
why do you
credit
have
the
to credit
person
it?
who invented a pen or pencil.
Guys, you're lying if you said you didn't. You didn't fucking like. You're lying if you didn't credit
I
your
don't
own
know. Why
fucking
are
pencil or
you
brush. Like that's
justifying
ridiculous.
plagiarism right now? That's
If you
Nobody
hold on,
is.
I want to say this real quick.
What?
I want to say
thought
this.
you're the
Wait.
one
I want to
saying
say this
it's
real quick. I
fucking-
want to
you
say
don't
this real
credit
quick.
people.
That's insane.
It's insane.
Dog,
Oh my
you,
God.
you literally are
It's-
saying that we're defending plagiarism by using the argument to defend AI
Well, I'm saying you need
needing to be
AI.
credited. So
And
you
that's
agree
because
that
Kenji
AI
made
is
it.
plagiarism, you dumbass? Like
Exactly.
what the fuck?
Yeah. What the fuck?
That doesn't follow. That's
What a
non-sequitur.
self-report! What a fucking Freudian slip, dog.
It would be plagiarism to not credit it, because that would be implying that you created it.
Plagiarism
Due
of
to the
you
world
did
we live in.
create it. I literally just explained why you logically created it.
Yeah,
Also,
copy
if
paste
you don't
something,
if
are
you don't give
creating
credit
it?
to your pencil, that means
Yeah, I gotta give credit to the specific pencil and the
like you
manufacturer who
can't
created that
you
pencil.
can't have it
the
both you can't have it
inventor
both
of
ways. You
pencils.
can't you really can't
You gotta
real
credit the
quick,
man
real
who
quick,
invented
real quick.
Engaging with
pencils.
my argument.
quick, you
I
really-
need to.
real quick.
I need to credit the guys who
It's sad.
manufactured
You're
the
coping
fucking
lies.
paint
Well,
that
well,
I'm
this
using.
is the thing.
If
Like,
you-
well,
You know
real
what?
quick.
You know what? Here's a funnier one. Liam, if you love Arkham Knight, you have to credit the person who founded Rocksteady.
Or founded Unreal Engine, but like, yeah,
Or founded
I mean,
Unreal Engine.
here's the thing, right? You can't have it both ways. If AI is just a tool, then you don't have to credit it. A pencil is a tool, you don't have to credit it. Unreal Engine is a tool, but you don't always have to credit it.
Yeah, the fact that you're even
kinda do,
saying
man.
that we need to admit that
If
it's
you
AI,
make a game
you
and you
implying
don't
that
say
you
like
know
this
you're
reminds me,
un-
this real quick, Liam.
unauthentic behavior here or
Real-
whatever.
You copy
Real
paste
quick,
something.
Liam, this reminds me. Okay, hang. I'm gonna mute you if you interrupt me again. This reminds me of like the people that defend Lolly and say, yeah, that stuff is weird, but it's not that bad. It's like, why is it weird?
That's
Why is it
crazy.
weird? It's like, yeah. Anyway, shit. There we go.
So, if I copy paste an image, I'm technically creating a new image. That doesn't mean that I don't need to credit the person that actually created that image.
Why? Because the image you copy pasted is inauthentic.
It would be inauthentic to pretend I was the creator of that creative work.
Or you can just simply say that the process is inauthentic.
Yeah.
Sorry, what?
You can simply just say
Oh
that
my.
the process is inauthentic.
The process of copy pasting is inauthentic.
Yeah.
If you copy paste a bunch of images together, and then literally
No,
like
one image.
present. Oh, so not even a bunch of images. So that's even worse. That's
Yeah.
the copy paste. You're literally taking something else and
Yeah,
pasting it
you're
somewhere
saying
else.
That I have to say that I don't need to credit the person I'm copy pasting the image of, but I'm saying you should credit.
There's
the
no
person you
person.
copy-pasted the
There's
image
no
of.
person in this. You're the person who created the image, though, for AI art.
You're the person who created the image for copy paste.
Why do you think? Why do you think whenever anyone makes any sort of like art or like, whether it's like a
I think
drawing
Liam-
or
I think Liam was going
animation?
to-
All right, hold on. I'm gonna mute you since you don't ever want to shut the fuck up
Hang
like
on
a
a second,
sexist little
PJ. I do
retard.
want to respond to what he said to me real quick. That literally
yeah, go
doesn't track because, like, okay, if you're talking about like copy and pasting like a Google image, then that is blatantly like some other person's art, for example. Sure, but with AI, under the logic that we've already agreed upon of what creation and making something is, under the fucking definition, you made the image. Objectively, you made the image. AI is just the tool you use to make it, but you did make it, which means you created it into existence, meaning it is, by that definition, yours. So you don't have to credit AI if you believe AI is not inauthentic and is not stealing. So the fact that you're sitting here telling me we need to fucking still tell people that we did it through AI is you essentially saying we need to let people know that we didn't authentically make this because we'd be lying if we did, which means you're admitting it's fucking inauthentic.
People need to come clean whenever
How are
they
you
rob
not
banks.
tracking?
Sorry. Oh yeah.
Also, why do you think people like
Well,
whenever
to be
they
fair,
make
a
any
point was
sort of
made.
like
he deserves the right to respond.
fuck fine.
I mean, I'm trying to like explain why you're wrong, and you're like muting me, man. I don't know what to do.
Because you were interrupting.
just
That's
You're
the
interrupting
problem.
people.
You were interrupting me.
Yeah, but that's because you had a
Interrupting
broken
me.
premise.
So it's okay to interrupt.
Yeah, if there's a
If
flawed
I'm
premise and you need to
person
clarify something, then yes, you can.
I was doing that.
That's not what was happening.
Clarify flawed premise. We can rewind the VOD.
Okay,
That was
okay.
No,
What's
I am the
you were-
captain here.
you were-
I am the captain here.
You were repeating a
seems to me like
question
you
I was
know
trying to respond to.
that you can't counter my argument. If you're copy
I am
I
the
pasting,
literally
captain.
just
I am the
did,
captain
you
now.
fucking retard. That's
I am
why
the
we
captain
server
now.
muted you to get you to listen to
you're
the
technically
counter.
creating it, and your argument
Okay.
is
Let's dial back. Let's dial back the insults. All right, Perry, what is your response?
my response is if you copy paste something, technically
the
you're
captain.
making it, but obviously you still need to credit the person that created the meaningful creative image that you are pasting. Similarly, with AI,
How are you making it then?
technically you are creating something.
You're not.
However,
Wait,
you
I have a
still
question.
need to
How are
say
you
that
how
AI
are
was
you
still
create
utilized?
how are you
Because
making
otherwise
it if
people
you
would
copy
think
and paste an image? Like what does
that-
that mean?
You drew it. Well, by your own logic, you gave the definition of make, and I'm saying you could apply that logic.
Yeah, okay,
Copy pasting an
okay,
image.
bring something into existence was
Yeah,
one of the
that's
things
what
I
copy
read
pasting
out.
is. Yeah.
No, because it already
By your logic.
existed. You just moved it somewhere else. It's something that
No, I
already
duplicated
existed. Like
it.
what?
There was one, now there are two.
Yeah, you
making.
duplicated something that is already existing.
Exactly, that's making. So by your logic, I don't need to credit.
That's not making. That is literally not making because it literally. Oh my god, do I have to read this out to you again?
So if
Hang
you
on.
give birth to a child, is that making something?
Making something definition. All right, let me pull up the action process or act of producing, creating, or constructing something. Hang on, is that the
Yeah.
one that I used last time?
Yep.
Process of.
I know it's embarrassing because it proves you're wrong, but that is what you said last time, yes.
Well, no, it caught me off guard because I'm pretty sure I read it slightly differently. Brings raw materials or concepts into completed form. All right, there we go. It brings raw materials or concepts into completed form and can also be used a noun to describe a material required for a project.
Yeah, that's what copy pasting is.
Literally not. Copy pasting
The
is not
materials
bringing
are
something into
The array of
existence.
pixels, and then the output is a second array of those pixels.
Of the same pixels. It's literally the same image.
But they're somewhere else on the screen. They're somewhere else on the screen.
Okay, but okay, if I pick up like my toy and move it somewhere else, like that's not creating something. I'm
You are
not
creating something. You're making a different interior design in your house.
No, yeah, but the
Because of-
toy itself isn't inherently invented. I didn't make the toy.
Yes, but it's not just the toy. It's the room that the toy is in. It's the city that the room that is in the house is in, etc. Everything in life can be described as making is my point. So you saying, well, if you make something with AI, you don't need credit, is stupid. That's my point.
Okay, so once again, by that logic, if you can say that everything you can describe as being making, that means everyone made something no matter what, even if it's plagiarism.
Yep.
Like that makes no sense.
Exactly. So you should still actually.
It's
source
almost like
things.
that wasn't. It's
Just
almost like
making
that's not my
something-
argument.
Well, it seems to me. Now, correct me if I'm wrong. That your argument was, Harry, you're saying that you use AI to make stuff, and so you don't need to credit AI because you're making something. And I'm saying, no, you need to credit it because the point of crediting something is to show.
Well,
Where you
to
got it
credit to who? Because no one created it but you. Because the AI is just a tool. It is yours. Like you created it through the prompts.
Well,
That's
what
not
I'm
the
saying
same.
is-
That's not the same thing as moving a toy to another location because nobody there is acting like the toy itself is something you made.
No,
You
I
can
never
say
said that. I said
the
it's
room that you
interior
made
design, yeah.
is different, but the thing that you used to make it is stolen from somewhere else. So that's still like not something you made. If we're talking about the
Yeah, and so you
particular
should
item.
credit. You should credit it. It doesn't matter if it's stolen or not. You
Yeah,
should credit
okay,
it
so then-
people
so
know
then why-
where you got
Exactly.
stuff from.
Exactly, but that doesn't apply to AI because there's no one to credit but yourself because AI
Yes,
is
there
just
is.
a tool.
Who?
Well, yeah,
so
but you should
okay,
credit
if there's
too
someone
as
to credit,
well.
then it's stealing. Then it's stealing. There you go. It's stealing.
Exactly, you
That's the
fucking
whole point.
moron.
But there's someone. I didn't say there was someone to credit it. Didn't say there was someone who made it.
You just
should
did.
credit
You literally
Yes,
just did.
because
Rewind right
through
now.
Your
You did-
logic, because through your own logic, that means I have to credit a pencil if I drew something. Like,
Yeah,
that's
you're saying
stupid.
it's just a tool.
Let me
you
explain.
fucking
It's not.
moron.
It's not just a
reason-
tool if you have to credit it. Why do you have to credit it?
The same reason you should say if you're using assistance in any other part of life, right?
Okay, so do I need to mention
A
what
pencil is a form of assistance.
Yeah.
It assists you in drawing something, you fucking dumbass.
The reason that we don't.
You fucking
Christ.
moron. How can you
the reason
sit
that we don't
here and
expect-
act
I'm
like
responding
fucking...
to you. I'm responding to
I
you.
wasn't done,
Reason-
dumbass. This is why people server mute
you
you.
wanna add
I
Tom
wasn't
in?
finished.
You want to add Tom?
Yes, dude, you've been nothing but
Yes,
disrespectful
you're not
ever
going to
since
admit
the
that.
beginning. You've been nothing
Name
but
one
disrespectful
example
this
of me being
entire
disrespectful.
fucking...
Name
You've
one
been
example.
nothing but condescending, obnoxious, interruptive. Dude, the fact we have to fucking server mute you right now is showing you being disrespectful, you fucking low IQ troglodyte. You don't let people finish what they're saying. You straw
Jesus
man
Christ.
every fucking point I make, and you go uber literal with the fucking definition of making something.
Arkham Liam's back.
Arkham Liam's
How can-
back?
Arkham
If
Liam's
you
back.
if you agree we don't have to credit a pencil, it's as simple as that. That means you agree we don't have to credit the fucking AI because they're both tools in creation of something. And they're both assistants to create that thing. And if that's the fucking case, that means we don't have to credit it. But the fact that you acknowledge deep down that we need to fucking credit AI or else we're being inauthentic or liars is implying it was taken from something. Fucking dumbass.
Damn. Alright, we'll let
What the
him
fuck
talk.
is an afterthought?
Right, so the reason that you don't need to credit a pencil is that it's understood that someone would use a pencil. Now, if in the process...
It's understood
create a
people
particular
use
piece of art-
technology to create things, you fucking retard.
Exactly.
Alright.
That is very well
I'm using-
understood.
Nah,
Assistive
SK, I don't even blame him anymore.
To
I
the
mean,
same
yeah,
degree
man.
like AI,
I do want him to,
Then,
like, fully respond.
I need to clarify that I'm doing that because people do not
Oh, he's gonna
expect
respond,
that.
alright. That's why he's interrupting.
Sorry, yeah.
People don't expect that as part of the general creation process. On the internet, if you show a piece of art that's new, that you're not reposting, people assume you made it. And so you should say that you used AI. Because that's a fundamentally different thing.
Well, you
from
did
drawing.
make it, so I don't know.
Yeah,
what to say
also,
there.
what does
You
this
still
have to
technically
do with,
made it.
like, what people generally accept as a valid process? Like, there's people out there
Yeah,
that,
but yeah,
that may not like cameras, that may not like video. Do you have to credit the camera?
or in a hypothetical, if people generally accept it's inauthentic to use cameras, you should just paint everything like in the real world to get
That's
a
your
picture,
argument.
like in the fucking old days.
That's your argument.
Oh, that's
You're saying your
your
argument-
that's-
argument.
but that's
That's
your argument.
That's
You
not my
literally-
argument.
you
You fucking
literally-
retard.
you literally
We're
just
literally
appealed-
using your
Yeah,
argument.
Yeah, you literally just appealed to what people accept as authentic or not.
Also,
Yeah,
You
that
literally
was
said
your
that.
appeal,
I
not
don't know if
ours.
you-
You're appealing that it's commonly accepted as fucking not going through the
wanna think
process if you
about-
use AI. We didn't say that, or I
Art
didn't fucking say
history?
that.
People did need to say they were using photo cameras. It was seen as a lesser form of art.
So if
That is
something
a
is
real
seen
thing
as
that
a lesser
happened.
form of
Yeah,
art,
exactly.
you have to specify it. But that has
Yeah, but
nothing to
is
do
it
with whether or not
now?
it's stealing. Wait, but that is irrelevant to whether or not it's stealing.
Also,
Well, it's about
it's
being
also
genuine
that's
to
not
your
even that's not even the case now.
Not
It
now,
really
but
isn't.
It used to be. Back in the day.
So was it
you
stealing then?
used
So would
your
it be
photo
stealing then?
camera.
So was it stealing then?
Yeah,
It
yeah.
would
Is
be
photo
stealing.
stealing
It would
then?
be
Like
lying
what?
to your audience that you're showing the photo.
So wait, Perry, let me get this straight right now. So if the whole world right now is just like, okay, AI good, and art, no one has to disclose it? That's your logic.
Depends what you mean by good.
That is literally your logic.
If
it's
everybody
commonly
accepted it.
accepted that it's perfectly
Accepted
fine
it
to
how?
do this,
Accepted it
then yeah,
how?
we don't have to specify.
That it's perfectly
Except for
fine
the
to
cow.
use in art. That it's perfectly fine to use in art. You're saying, so by your logic, they don't have to credit it.
Yeah, if
No,
our
I'm
society just turns into a way where we accept that it's a genuine form of art to use AI just as much as drawing something or whatever else, like with
No, I
what
think
you
I
said with
understand the issue
cameras,
here,
is it
guys.
perfectly fine just to not credit it by then?
I think I figured out the issue. I don't think you guys have ever been to a museum. If you have, you
What?
know, say how media was created. It says like oil painting, acrylic painting, watercolor. It says that at the museum. I realize
And?
you guys are like uncultured.
Yes,
Dog,
because
dog.
the purpose of a museum is to give you information and history.
Yep. Yep.
Yes,
Exactly.
you don't have to
Exactly.
do that when you're just showing art.
Yeah, that's not all forms
That's
of art,
educational
dumbass.
material.
There's tons of people that
You
can
guys
draw
are
shit with
cultured.
pencils and markers
know that
and
this
not
does
credit
happen.
the
Also-
pencil and markers. You fucking retard.
Also museums literally present like films as well, and they talk about how,
Yeah.
depending on the type of museum,
Yeah.
they'll talk about how they're made as well. But you don't have to do that in the fucking film credits.
It would be nice to do that to give
Film
us more
credits.
of an understanding on how it's made, and it's educational.
No, but
it's not needed.
But even then, Liam, they literally have BTS for that. Literally, Warner Bros. Released the making of the Dark Knight trilogy, so you can actually see what Christopher Nolan did to make his films. But
Yeah,
again,
that's
they don't
every
put that
movie.
in the
Every movie
movie.
has BTS.
I'm just glad
Yeah.
we all agree, right? Like, if you go to a museum, you will see that it says how a piece of art was created: oil painting, photograph, etc. And so, yeah, if you have to do that, obviously you have to do that with AI, because that's how you made it. It's with the AI.
What do you mean you
Glad we all
have to
agree.
do that? I don't. I'm
Well, you should
like
do
once
it.
again, it's there.
You've been
You
kind of
should.
disingenuous.
I mean, we
If
can
I
we can
present-
agree. Hang on a second. We can agree
Go
it's
ahead.
preferable because it's educational and can help other people understand how you made it, and that would be a nice thing. But that's different than saying that it's stealing or inauthentic inherently. If someone did a finger painting or an oil painting and then just didn't say they used those tools, but didn't deny it either, that doesn't fucking mean that they're being liars or they're not fucking or they're lying about their
it's
piece
about-
of art.
It's about the
Yeah, you said
context,
they
I
have
agree,
to they
right?
have to disclose it. They have to give credit to it.
Yeah, you're saying you
if you're in
have
a
to disclose it with AI, so there's a clear difference there that
Yeah,
we're
if you're in a
pointing out.
context, right, where people expect like that you're showing oil paintings, and you show up with a photograph, and you don't say that it's a photograph and an oil painting, that would be messed up. But in general, on the internet, we understand that there's like paintings, there's like photos, and so if you're in a situation where everyone understands there's going to be AI art, yeah, you probably don't need to mention it, but that's not the internet we live in now. And I think that we should live in an internet where there is a clear segregation between human-made art and AI art, and that's why I think we need to credit it, so that
Why?
people know when. Well, because I think there is a value to human-made art, and I want to be it so that if you see art, you know if it's human-made.
So
or
what's the
AI-made.
value of human AI art versus AI art then? Because it's
Of
not
human
because
what?
AI art is not inauthentic. What's the difference? Because with AI, you're arguing it's not inauthentic, that it doesn't steal, or isn't immoral, or anything like that. What's the meaningful difference at this point? Besides that,
that's
it's harder and
humans-
takes longer at
I think
this
it's humans have
point.
a beautiful soul, and I like seeing that soul expressed, and it makes me happy seeing a person express themselves.
You can express yourself through prompts.
Also, that doesn't mean you have to. That doesn't make it an obligation to say where you got it from.
You can type in
What
what
kind
you
of
want to
obligation?
express through
'Cause,
the
like-
prompts in AI. You
'cause-
can literally
'cause,
just
like-
say that.
You can have
It's like a
people that are
moral
like against CGI like in general. They just don't like CGI. They want the real thing. They want practical effects, but they're just against CGI. Does that mean you have to
Which is
disclose
lame, by
what
the way.
is or isn't CGI all the time? No, you don't.
Yeah,
It doesn't
because
make it
there's
wrong
no-
if someone uses
you know-
CGI and it's not lesser inherently, or that you're lying.
Or if people use like 3D or 2D animation. That's also a good example.
Exactly. Like
Mhm.
that's not that once again.
Yeah, because
Nobody
those are all understood
thinks
to
that's a
be
problem.
beautiful expressions of the human soul.
It doesn't matter.
but
So
AI
no.
is
We're
not
talking
that.
about the principle of what's inauthentic and or stealing. That's what we're talking
Yeah,
about.
I don't know why you're appealing to
not.
like what's commonly like accepted there.
Yeah, because again, by your
hypothetically-
logic,
No,
if
you're
everybody
asking me-
tomorrow just accepted AI, then nobody would have to credit AI. That's literally your
Perhaps I
logic.
misunderstood, guys. Perhaps I misunderstood. You're asking me why I think that AI should be listed as AI, and I'm saying it's because I think there is a distinction, there's a value distinction that I place between human-made art through other means, drawing, photographs, etc., versus AI art.
It doesn't. You can say
what is
that. You
that
can say that about drawings. You can say that about photos or videos. There's different values that you can apply to each. That doesn't really change the
Yeah.
obligation to give credit to something. You said they need to give credit to AI if they use AI generated stuff. Why is that?
Yeah.
If there's nobody to credit, and why
like I
appeal to
said-
the fact that they apparently disclose what art they're taking from, if like you're
The
trying to
reason-
justify it. It
reason
sounds
that
to
you
me
should-
like you acknowledge
Do you want to
that there are people who are being stolen from. Because otherwise, why is there a need to credit? And why is there a need to appeal to the fact that apparently they disclose where their data sets are coming from? Why do you need any of
The
that if
reason-
it's not stealing? Tell me that right now.
The reason that I think you should disclose if art is made by AI, you should say this was made by AI versus, you know, being made through like any other means, painting, drawing, digital drawing, etc., is because I think that it is really cool and impressive when you make art through digital drawing, oil paint, photograph, etc. And I think it's quite, easy and lazy to use AI to make art. And so I want to know how the art was made, because I put more value in the digital drawing, the human made
Okay,
stuff.
so if I find CGI lazy, does that mean other people have to give credit to
Yeah, because
CGI?
CGI is easier than practical effects, and it is lazier. So
I mean, yes, obviously, yes. It is a big deal. That is why sometimes people will brag about using, we'll use practical effects in our movie. Yes, people should. If people were lying, if people were passing off CGI as practical, that would be shitty. Do you disagree?
No, I think you shouldn't lie about it, but you don't have to specify the tools you're using.
Well, I mean, you don't have to, but you should.
yeah, because like, what if you just simply say, I made this image using the internet?
Or just simply be, I made this film, right? And you're like the author of the film, so you wrote
Wait,
it, you
hold
directed
on.
it, you
You
even
can
acted in it.
You can also apply this to like different methods of how you do your art, because there's people that use pen and pencil, but there's also people that use like a tablet, like a computer tablet.
Yep.
Yeah, and one is clearly easier than the other.
Yep.
Yeah, do you have to disclose that it's a tablet that you drew it on?
So you're saying have to. I think you should.
So you have to credit the tablet.
I did.
Okay,
You
so
should. Have to or should.
so
There's a
going back to
distinction.
AI, are you changing it from that you should credit it to like you have to?
I've always said you should credit it. I've never said you have to or else.
So you think
I said
there's
you should.
zero obligation to? So someone can post AI art, not ever say that's AI art, no matter what, and people could just believe it's completely made by them without that tool.
Yeah, I think it'd be messed up. That's why you should say it's AI.
Why do you think it'll be messed up? You could say lazy. Why messed up?
Because it's like you're taking something, you're pretending that you put a lot of manual work in.
No, you're
then
not.
You took the easy way
Also,
out.
you said taking something. You
not,
literally
not,
just
in-
said
not
taking
inherently.
something.
You're not pretending anything. You could simply just say, I made this. You don't have to act like it was hard for you to make this. You're not pretending shit. You're just going, I made this. I hope you guys like how this looks. And then that's it. There's no
What's
pretending
your
of
answer to this
anything.
question? You obviously have an answer to this question. You're asking me for one.
What do you mean
Like-
my answer to this question? I think it's very clear that as far as I'm concerned, AI like flat out steals art from other creators, so it's inauthentic inherently. So
yes or no?
if
do you think people
anything,
should say
so-
it's AI.
obviously if they're gonna post it, they should, because they should admit that they're stealing from others. Because that'd be preferable.
But even
Like,
then,
what?
like, oh, guys, I robbed the bank. I stole the money from them. It's like, okay.
Yeah. In
You still-
practice, they're not gonna do that. But ideally, I would like them. I would love it if every fucking like serial killer admits that they killed like a family in Chicago or something. I would love that. That'd be great. Much easier to catch them, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So we both agree.
We would
that
have caught
disclosure
Jack the
is AI.
Ripper.
So I don't really see why you're.
Oh my
asking me
God.
Why I think people should disclose.
Do you know who
use
Jack
AI.
the
I was
Ripper is?
confused about that.
Because
Yeah.
our reasoning makes sense and
Yeah, I
yours
know the
doesn't.
guy.
Because we're here saying that it is inauthentic and stolen, but you're just saying, oh, it just seems lazy. Even though that doesn't make sense, because you can just send the
is
image of
lazy.
that and not act like you put any hard work. Yeah, but that's not inherently disingenuous. You can just not act like it was
I
hard
didn't
to
say it
make.
was disingenuous. I said I want to know. I want
Okay,
to
whether
know
you
if it
want
was
to know is
handmade-
irrelevant. We're
Okay,
talking about if it's
Yeah.
stealing
Well,
or
it's relevant to why I
inauthentic
think
to
it should
post
be
it.
described.
Yeah. You were saying someone would be in the wrong if they didn't credit AI. That they shouldn't do that.
Yeah, because it's like disingenuous.
How?
What's disingenuous about it?
Well, because they're lying by omission.
Lying by omission? No, they're
So
not.
so it's lying by omission if you post a film and you don't specify the camera you used. I thought
Yeah, once
AI
again,
was
I
just a
get-
tool.
By
The reason
this
that that
argument,
wouldn't be-
by
I
this
can answer your
argument, it's
question.
lying
That's
by
the-
omission if you don't say that you use the particular pencil to create the image.
Exactly.
The reason that we wouldn't consider that lying by omission is because we have a broad understanding that pencils or whatever would be utilized in that
We
case.
addressed.
However,
Okay,
with
so then
AI
if you don't disclose that you use CGI for a short film you made, then by that logic, you're lying by omission.
Yep. It's not as
Okay,
bad.
so it's lying if you say I posted this short film and even though you made everything, you did all the camera work, you did all the CGI, and you release it. It's lying if you don't specify. Oh, by the way, I use CGI for it.
If it's
Also, didn't we
impossible to
bring
tell
up like
otherwise,
tablets and stuff like that? Can't people think
then
it
it would
wasn't
kinda
from a
be.
pencil and was from a tablet?
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah, we already
Like
explained
like by not disclosing that you used a pencil, people could think you either made it from a tablet or of some other site on like the internet to draw, and it just looks like a pencil, like
Also,
drawing.
what if you use a prop that's not actually the thing? Like, for example, in Daredevil Season 1, he grabs a fire extinguisher and drops it, they cut, whatever. So, what if it was it a real fire extinguisher, or was it a fake one? Are they obligated to disclose that? Because when I watched it, I thought it was a real one that they dropped, but then, like, obviously they didn't have it drop on the dude's head. But it turns out they actually made a prop for that. I didn't know that.
That's in the credits, you know.
Where is that in the credits that they made the fire extinguisher? Can you show me that?
They have like prop designers.
Can you show? Yeah. But they don't specify that specific prop is like not real. Can you show me where it says in the credits that the fire extinguisher was actually not a real fire extinguisher, but it was a prop? Can you show me that?
Oh my.
Because I put value
What?
on knowing whether or not something is or isn't AI. However, within the creation of a, you know, I guess in this case, TV show, I don't particularly feel a moral need to know whether or not something was a real object or a prop.
Whether you feel
Yeah, but how you personally feel is not relevant to saying if it's disingenuous or not. You just
Yeah.
use the word disingenuous.
Well,
Yeah,
And
like
then-
what
and- and then-
objective
and then when
reasoning
we
is it
use the-
disingenuous?
Hang on a second. And then when we use the pencil example, you try to go, it's a common consensus that that it's drawn by pencil. Most people would recognize that. Yeah, and then we brought the fact that you can use it through a tablet or some other sources on the internet or on your computer to make it look like it was pencil drawn, but not really. And there's no response to that.
Well, the response is that if you were trying to pass it off as if genuinely made by a pencil when you know use like digital.
No,
that'd
you
be
can literally
kinda
say
shitty.
nothing.
That's
No,
what
no,
pass it
no.
off means. Is saying nothing would be passing it off, hoping to get away with it. That's what that means.
Well, okay, so by your logic, it's disingenuous if someone doesn't admit that they used a pencil or not. They have
Yeah,
to
if
say
someone's drawing
specifically, I used
digital
a
and they're
tablet,
pretending-
I
if
did it
someone is
digitally,
drawing
or with a
digital-
pencil.
If someone's drawing digitally but they're presenting it's like, you know, physical, that would be kind of shitty.
No one's saying that. You're adding on to it. You don't have to present
Sorry,
it
what-
as
no one's
anything. You
saying
can
what?
just present it as your art.
That's what you know.
Yeah,
what
you said it
presenting
would
is,
be
right? You don't need to say it out
disingenuous.
loud.
So like what you personally feel is irrelevant.
but you're saying it would be presented as pencil drawn. You don't need to say it's pencil drawn.
Yeah,
As far as you, no,
But
no.
if
Well,
people
my
perceive
point
it
is,
as
my
that-
point is, I'm not done, buddy. I'm not done. This is why we server mute you. Well, like once again, if you draw an image, let's say with a pencil, you don't credit that you used a pencil. You can have you can have people believe that that was done not by a pencil, because there's nothing inherently that will make you just automatically just think it's a pencil 100%, because it could be used digitally to make it look like it was pencil drawn. But like, you don't say anything. You don't lean towards it being pencil drawn or not. You simply just say, this is just the art that I made, and that's it. You don't say what tools you made or whatever. You just simply say that, which is something tons of artists fucking do, especially on the internet. They'll just say, I made this. They don't say what what tools they used to make it. They just said that they made it.
I think that the difference between a pencil drawing and a digital drawing made to look like pencil versus a, let's say, traditional art versus AI art is one is a huge difference. The other is not that big of a difference. Do you agree or disagree with that?
That is circular reasoning. Saying, oh, the
Well,
difference.
How is it circular reasoning? How is it circular reasoning?
Here's the thing. Here's the thing. The huge difference
circular
that me and
reasoning.
SK side by is the fact that it's stolen with AI. That's not yours though.
It's
So it
not
just doesn't
I'm
make
saying
sense.
The difference in importance of digital versus physical versus AI and not AI, there's one is a huge gap of importance versus the other is not that big of a deal.
What's the huge gap?
I'm saying that AI art versus not AI, the amount of skill required, huge gap. The amount of importance I put on that huge gap. Digital drawing versus pencil drawing, not a huge gap. Do you see what I'm saying?
What's the?
So because of the level of skill it takes to draw is your argument.
Amongst other things, it's a variety of factors.
So here's the problem. Like there's like you're saying it's disingenuous. It's not disingenuous if you're not presenting it as something you did that was hard to make.
Yeah, you're just saying I made this.
Yeah, you can say that about anything that
I mean,
could
do you
that
want
could
to live in a
hang on a
world?
sec. I'm not done, dude.
You just
You
started.
can
in
say this
fact.
you can say that about almost like anything that you created that could be perceived as harder than it actually was. You can literally for
That's
YouTube
the
videos
sandy
make
gap.
you can literally for YouTube videos edit your video in a way that it looks more complexly edited than it actually was with like a few easy tricks.
Yep.
Yeah, that's not disingenuous because like if you make a video like and you edit it in that way, you're not fucking acting like it was hard to edit it. But people
Yeah,
could
but I
think it was
value-
that. They could think it was more effort involved than necessary.
Yes, and I value knowing whether or not something's AI a lot, and I value knowing how hard something was to edit a little.
I don't know why you keep repeating that because that
Yeah,
has no
your personal
relevance on,
values are
on your
irrelevant
You're
stance.
to
asking
what's
me.
honest or not.
Well,
Yeah, we're
they are
talking about
relevant.
what
You're
is
asking me,
disingenuous.
Harry,
Calling
why do you
something
thi- why do you
calling
think
something
this should be done?
disingenuous is
It's
a
obviously my
claim.
value. You're asking me about my value, so obviously it's
But
about my
no,
value.
but we're
I'm
asking
not-
why is it disingenuous? You need to be objective in your
Yes.
reasoning. You
Yeah,
can't
Why is
appeal to
it-
personal
I've
values.
claim.
Why is this? I've explained why it's disingenuous. I'm saying it's because.
Yeah, and they've all
would
fallen
assume it's
flat
made
on
one
its
way.
face,
Well,
embarrassingly.
no, because you're pretending, and you know it's not true, but you're pretending that drawing digital versus physical and using AI versus not are the same amount of disingenuousness.
No,
You know
I
that's
didn't.
not
I
true.
literally said that they are made meaningfully different. I
No,
agreed
I
with you
said
on that.
and you disagreed.
But no, I didn't. That
Maybe I
you have the
disagree, I
worst
don't know.
tracking error I've ever heard, buddy. What I simply
What?
said is I agree with that, but for different reasons. Our reasons make sense, yours doesn't, was our point. The reason why we think it's a meaningful gap is because it's stolen, but you don't think that. So your reasoning
it's
just
about
falls
the amount of
flat
effort
because
required.
I'm not done.
About
I'm
the
not
effort
done.
required.
I'm not
Ooh,
done.
I'm not done
Okay,
talking.
but and
Ooh,
You
I'm not done
explained.
Ooh, I'm not done talking. The effort required. You keep going back to this when we make it very clear that like it's not disingenuous if you're not even proclaiming that it was hard to make.
Yeah, but there's like
Just
way
because-
more of a difference. in
Just
effort.
because I'm not done, buddy. Just because something can be perceived
can't
as
gauge.
being hard to make doesn't mean that that you're lying about it being hard to make. Like that's not what that means.
Yeah, but you know that it's very easy to like AI prompt something and very hard to draw something traditionally.
No one's denying that it's easier to make
You are
with
denying
AI.
that. You're saying
that
it's
is
not a big
literally-
deal. It's not a big difference.
How are
You're denying it.
how are you having the worst tracking error ever? I'm not denying that it's easier to make with AI. What I'm
You are.
denying is saying that it's inherently disingenuous to like literally just say I made this. That's not disingenuous
I say
because you're
inherent?
not even
It's implicitly
implying it
disingenuous,
was
it's not
hard to
inherently.
make.
It's implicit, not inherent.
Not even. If you're not even implying it's hard to make, how the hell are you being disingenuous about this being hard to make, the thing that you made? You're just not. This is why we're using like equivalent examples, like
It's
the
inherent.
editing. I can edit something to make it seem like it was more complexly made for my YouTube video than it actually is, but it was just a few simple cuts.
It is inherent in saying that you made something and sharing it on the internet that I want to know whether or not it was AI, because that is such a massive gap in effort that it is something that I care about.
You can care about it, but it's not disingenuous if someone just simply said I made this and that's it. It would be disingenuous if they elaborated that they didn't make it from AI, even if they actually did or something,
you're
because that would
just-
be straight up
you're-
lying.
But
But
if
if you-
muddling a lie by omission versus a lie by commission, you don't understand the difference between these. That's what's happening.
And once again, like by this logic, it's a lie by omission to not admit that you used a pencil or not.
Yes, but it's about the scale of that lie.
Yeah, but it's still a lie nonetheless. Like,
Yes, but
You-
obviously I care about
like-
the scale.
yeah, we can argue. We
Like,
can
it's-
argue that
it's
there's
assault to
we
step on
can
someone's
agree there's
toe
a
versus
scale,
punch them
but
in the jaw.
okay,
care about
hang
one or
on,
the other.
hang on a second. We can agree there's a bigger scale because of the effort. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the fact that you're saying one is disingenuous and the
That is
other
what I'm
isn't.
talking about. I'm saying the amount of
Uh,
effort But
Are
lies
you
and
okay? Okay,
disingenuousness.
okay. Do you think it's disingenuous if someone didn't say they drew something with a pencil?
No,
Is it
because of the
disingenuous if
scale.
they didn't say that? Okay,
Because of the
so
scale,
here's
no.
here's
Yes,
the
technically,
problem.
but it's not a big deal because of the scale.
Yes, technically. So you do think it's a lie.
It's you. So do you. So do you.
I mean, lies can be of different
don't-
degrees, so I don't even know why we're
Exactly.
appealing the scale.
Exactly a scale.
Okay, so it's a lie if someone
If the
doesn't
lie is
disclose
big
if they
enough-
used a pencil or a tablet.
Yes, a minor one, like you just said. Lies can be of different degrees. If the lie is of a small degree, I don't really care that much. If the lie is of a big degree, a lie by omission. Pretending that's something is.
I
or
mean,
isn't
I
AI.
mean,
Alright.
but
do
I mean,
care.
I mean, the problem is even by your logic, it wouldn't be from a big degree because it's not like it's stolen or anything like that. It's literally just took less
There-
effort.
All right, Purple
Something being
Perry,
stolen
I have a
isn't the only
question.
thing that makes it or makes it not
And-
a degree.
Perry, I have a
And
question.
another
Man.
and another problem is
Let
like
us play
people
talk.
and people also do not disclose how hard it is to make something altogether anyways. People don't always disclose that just because they made something. Something could be much easier to make than perceived. That can be
Yeah.
a lot of different things. And people do not disclose that. That's why I keep bringing up the YouTube video concept. There could be people that could edit things far more complexly than me and or SK do, but people can think that we are really good at complex editing on our YouTube videos because of a few like clever cuts here and there just to make it seem so. Or like a few like fucking like bits of like assistance or just like adding some other like videos in between or whatever. The point is you can make it look much better with a lot less effort. But once again, we don't disclose that. Most YouTubers will never disclose that. It's just a method that people have. People learned to create methods to make things much easier with less effort, and they don't need to disclose that, and they never do.
So,
That's been a common thing ever since like the concept of
think
creating
SK
things.
wanted to ask you a
so
question.
Perry, I have a question.
Yeah.
What's your profile picture?
So it's like this fire, 8 hours fire video I found, and then I added a purple gradient overlay.
Okay, so why didn't you disclose in your description that you added that purple overlay? You're a liar. You're dishonest.
Yes, but a small
That's
lie.
scary.
It's about the scale.
Okay,
You're
alright. Purple
agreeing
Perry
with me.
Gaming is
You're
a small
agreeing with
liar.
me.
Got it.
And so are you.
By
Okay.
this logic, most YouTubers are major liars because they don't
Yep.
disclose how hard it was to edit videos.
Yep.
So you have
It would be a
you
minor
actually
lie.
believe you have to
No,
So-
it wouldn't be a
minor
minor lie. No, it wouldn't be a minor lie because we're making things look more hard to make than they actually are. Just like AI.
Yeah, but like, not the same amount.
I mean, I just don't have to
What do you mean not the
comment
same
on
amount?
how hard it is to edit my stuff. Funnily enough, I've actually seen people in the comments say, like, they think it must be like... Actually, I think you've done so, Perry, in your response to my Deadpool and Wolverine review, where you said, like,
What did I say?
oh yeah, he actually went to, like, download the J. Jonah Jameson laughing clip. He downloads all of these clips or whatever to do this, right? You make the process sound more complicated and difficult than it really was, which I find interesting.
Well,
But like,
no, I think my point
am I
is,
lying? Am I
if I
lying? But
recall-
well, my question is, am I lying in my review because I didn't disclose how difficult that was to make?
Well, but you just said it's
Well,
not
I
that
mean,
difficult.
someone else made it, but yeah.
You just said it's not that difficult.
Yeah, but he didn't when he made the video, so that would be a
When
lie of
TK did,
omission
yeah.
until now.
Yeah, a small one, obviously. Yeah.
Don't
They're
say
trying
don't
to
say his
lie.
name, SK. Don't say
But
his name. Fuck
AI
him.
is like huge. Oh, is this a guy you burned the bridge with? I see.
I
Yeah,
don't
those are like small
Well-
petty lies that don't really matter. Small petty lies
Well-
by omission that don't really
Well,
matter.
once again, it is the exact same concept. SK made something look harder to make than it actually was, and he didn't disclose it was easier
Yeah, a
through
tiny
the
bit.
methods he used. Not
Yeah,
even
but
a
AI is
tiny
like
bit.
huge bit.
Not even a tiny bit. It could be a lot bigger than you think.
Well, it is about what I think, and I don't think it's that big of a deal, but I think AI is that big of a deal.
Not even about you. Anybody could think it's much harder than it actually was. I could think if I wasn't like with SK, man, he is like a top tier editor. He gets like so many clips. He painstakingly puts things together. The video's like an hour long and all that. But then like, you know, ever since I'm his friend, I know the methods, and I'm like, man, that's actually a lot easier than I thought it was. He never discloses this in his videos. Is that a lie by omission?
Well, so
A
SK
small
sucks
one,
at
yeah.
editing.
Mhm.
SK sucks at editing. Fuck you, SK.
So it's still a small one, even though people can perceive it to be top tier like editing skills.
Yeah.
because it seems way harder and can seem just as hard as most other people's
what
YouTube
else
videos.
is like a lie by omission technically? Is pretending that like in Star Trek they're on a spaceship when they're actually in like a set. That's technically a small lie by omission. There's just a good reason for that lie. It's for
Yeah, but what you're distinguishing with AI
disbelief.
is that it looks harder to make than it actually was. So that's why it's a major lie. That was your logic with it. And we're using that for how YouTube videos are created and how a lot of things are just created that have never been disclosed. Those would be just as big of a lie.
nowhere near as big of a lie. I think
I
everyone
mean,
knows that
I
your YouTube
really,
videos are
I really
easy as
don't
shit to
see
make.
what the dishonesty is in the first place. It really sounds like to me that you're sidestepping what your actual standard is for why you need to credit AI in the first place. Because again, your original appeal was that OpenAI or whatever discloses the data where they're taking it from. I don't know what the purpose of bringing that up would be, unless it was to indicate yes, there needs to be a level of credit for what you for
Well,
what's
I
put
brought
out
it
there.
up because you were saying there was no credit. I don't
Yeah,
necessarily.
yeah. If we
No
want to
real
air this
inherent
out, I
part.
think it's pretty blatant that even you know there's a level of inauthenticity with AI. I think
Yeah,
it's
and it
very
sounds
clear.
like you really don't want to admit that, but you kind of have to some capacity.
A level of inauthenticity with AI. If you don't acknowledge it using AI, there would be.
Well,
and AI
the-
itself is,
well, the
I'm well
practice
aware, trained on
would be
numerous different.
inauthentic.
Sorry, what?
The practice itself is inauthentic because it is just
How?
taking from, it's just taking from a bunch of different sources, and you're not really creating things.
So do
Through your
real
own.
artists. So do real artists. I know we've already.
No,
covered
but
this,
real artists create. Also, yeah, I
So is
like
AI.
the usage of real artists.
Well, yeah,
right there.
by
Like you just use it right there.
by
Using real
technicality,
terminology.
by technicality,
extent.
AI, like you are creating through AI as a tool. The reason why it's inauthentic is because it's not based off your own effort or skill.
That's why. That's why
And
I think it
and
should
instead, it is literally just an
explained.
algorithm taking from others, and that's it.
Yeah, that's why I think you have to say it. Is if you can't pretend it's you, that would be inauthentic.
Well, yeah, it's
You just said what
inauthentic.
I'm
So
saying.
you didn't make it. So you didn't make it.
Well, yeah,
You just made my point for me. I don't know.
the
So
process-
so you
no,
so
well, no,
you don't
well,
think
no.
you yes. So
Hang-
you
hang on
don't
a second,
think you
SK,
made
hang on a
it. So
second,
that means
SK.
you are stealing.
By
Yes.
Hang on a second, SK. By
Nope.
technicality, you made it, but the way you made it was inauthentic. You can make something inauthentically.
True.
I didn't make this mouse, but I didn't steal this mouse. That's a false dichotomy.
Yeah, because you bought it.
Exactly.
Right, but you could have taken it.
I could have, but I didn't.
Yeah, we're not saying you did.
Yeah, and I'm not saying. Yeah, exactly. But
Just
my
like
point
you
is I'm
can
just saying,
use AI
I-
instead of making
I-
something yourself.
I think an equivalent would be like if you're like a farmer, but instead of like actually farming yourself, you force others to do it through like threat or something. That is like you're inauthentically like farming your own land because you're just forcing like slaves to do it, for example, or something.
no, then
That's like an
you wouldn't be
inauthentic
farming
way
at
of doing
all.
it.
You wouldn't be farming at all.
No, technically yes, because through your actions, it's creating the act of farming. Because your actions is forcing others to farm for you
Nobody
through
would
your
apply
actions.
that logic. No one would apply that logic.
You can apply that
Yeah,
logic to AI
just
because
like
you're
how
not
people-
making it.
Yeah, exactly. No
wouldn't-
one would
but
apply
you
that
wouldn't apply
logic
that
with
logic to
AI because
farming.
that's the equivalent. You're literally
You just brought up a nice
inauthentically
example.
creating the art, just like how you're
The example
inauthentically
you
farming.
just brought up of somebody forcing somebody at gunpoint or whatever to farm and saying that that's them farming. No one would call that farming. They would call that racketeering, extortion, but they wouldn't call it farming.
Yeah, but the motivation would be farming.
Yeah, and
Okay.
they are technically doing actions that is causing farming to happen. So they are in a
no-
sense
I'm-
farming. They're just doing
But
it
you
in a
have
way that's
tied
I'm
yourself
inauthentic.
gonna
into
take
a
a leak. You
logical
can keep
knot.
going. I'll be back.
You've tied yourself into a logical knot that forces you to call something, i.e., like slavery. So we know what we call farming. Farming. That's what you have done to yourself. Do you realize this, Liam?
Well, my point, I don't know if you're following. My point is like you can do things inauthentically. Like it is wrong to do it that way. Yes, but
Nobody
it is
would
technically
call
doing it.
A slave owner.
Yes,
a
yes,
farmer.
that's an appeal. You do you not know that's appeal to a majority fallacy? That doesn't mean it isn't that thing inherently.
The reason no
By
one
just
would
the
call
logic
it
of what that
because
thing
it's not
is.
that, to be clear. I know it's an appeal to majority. I'm pointing out how foolish you are.
So once again, like, if you, okay, so once again, like, if you take an action to cause a thing to happen, you are inherently doing that thing.
You disagree. You don't believe that. Let me explain why you don't believe that.
If I ask like a family member to
Can
turn
I
on the
explain why you don't
TV,
believe
in a way, I am technically turning on the TV because I am doing an action that would cause the TV to be turned on, because that would be like the definition of
case,
like turning on a TV, right? The act of turning on the TV.
By purchasing a yummy burger, you are killing those cows.
No, because I'm getting the process of getting the burger that was already made. Because I didn't request.
Why was that burger made? Why was that burger made?
Because I didn't request for the way that the animal died. I'm requesting for it after the fact. That makes no sense,
Why was that burger
buddy.
made?
That's not relevant at all.
Well,
I don't know why. I don't know why you seem to have like the worst listening skills ever imaginable, just to
The
try
burger
and
was
like get
made to
these
sell to
pathetic
you.
gotchas.
And so, by you purchasing that burger, you have facilitated those cows being tormented. So
That's not even true, because those cows were already tormented before I even made the decision to
you are creating a
create that
marketing
action.
incentive to torment those cows.
I mean, by technicality, you could argue that. I never
By
even denied
definition.
that. But that doesn't mean you're slaughtering the cows, because it's not your actions that is causing that. It's your actions that could be argued to be continuing that, but it didn't initially cause that. Like, obviously, obviously, if people like collect corn or something, they're not farmers, but they do facilitate people to keep farming, yes. But if you do the actions that directly cause farming to happen, like directly, then yeah, it's not directly causing it. It's causing it to continue, technically, because it already
the
happened.
argument you made 5 minutes ago, just so you know.
All right, explain how.
So you said, if you're forcing someone at gunpoint to farm, that's like farming in an authentic way. But then when I say, oh, if you
By sheer
purchase
technicality,
burger,
yes.
you're creating market incentive to kill those and torment those cows. And you just said,
yeah, and I already specified this, and you didn't listen because you want to get a pathetic gotcha instead of actually engaging in the conversation.
So what? How?
Would you like me to repeat myself? Because I think I have to. Okay, so there's a difference between doing an action that causes something to directly happen versus doing an action that causes something to continue to happen that has already happened.
So
that's not you doing the action that causes it to directly happen, but you can argue it's an action that causes it to continue to happen. Like, if you want to use slavery, for example, the fact that people purchase slaves is an action that causes it to continue to happen, but doesn't mean they like committed actions to invent slavery, technically.
I don't think that's true. I don't think purchasing slaves is necessary for slavery.
Well, it would be a monetary incentive for it to continue.
No, I think the monetary incentive is that you're forcing them to farm for you.
Well, yeah, that too. The point still stands. If there is a meaningful difference between doing an action that causes something to directly happen versus doing an action that can cause something to continue to happen. That doesn't mean you caused it to happen, but it does mean that you are causing it to continue to happen. That is something you could argue, yes, but that it has nothing to do with my point. My point is the baseline agreement that everyone here would agree on, that you can, by technicality, inauthentically do something, or cause something, or create something. Do you disagree with that?
So if I put a gun to a...
Do you disagree with that? Yes or no question, buddy? Do you disagree with that? Yes or no? That you can inauthentically create something, or you can inauthentically take an action.
Yeah,
it's a very simple concept. I mean, like, you can think my example was bad all you want, sure, but like, I think the thing we all agree on is still there, so let's not try and run away from that.
What's the thing we all agree on?
That you can inauthentically create something, you can inauthentically cause actions, or you could do actions in an inauthentic way.
Sure.
Exactly. And that goes down to what we're talking about with AI. It is inauthentically made. The way the process it is made is through inauthentic means.
What?
What do you
It was
mean
made
what?
through
This is very fucking
inauthentic
simple.
means.
Yes, because instead of doing it through effort or skill, you're doing it by taking from others through an algorithm with no
Are you
effort or
talking
skill.
about the creation of AI? Or using AI
No.
to make
The,
stuff? Okay, because that's
the
what you
process
said.
to create something is inauthentic because you're not doing it through yourself, technically. It's through a tool that does it for you, and the way it does it is from stealing from others. So it's inauthentic on the way you made it. Yes, I don't agree with SK saying you didn't make it. Technically, you made it, but the way you made it isn't authentic. Are you following?
Very stupid definition of authentic.
Really simple logic here, buddy.
Very stupid definition of authentic. Don't use the word like that.
Okay, do you think it's inauthentic to take from others and create something without your actual input?
Do I think it's inauthentic to take from others? No, I think it's theft.
Do you think it's inauthentic if I took an episode of Spectacular Spider-Man, but I just changed the mask
Yeah,
and I threw it over the
You can just
character
call
the
it
whole
bad.
time? Is it inauthentic?
Is that the problem, guys? Have you been using inauthentic to mean bad? And like,
No.
is that it?
I'm
the whole
asking if
time?
it's
No.
authentic. Am I stealing when I do
inauthentic
that?
to steal.
Am I stealing when I do that?
You can authentically steal, you know.
What?
Like, if I really want to
Are you fucking... Wow, what a fucking
You can
retard.
authentically steal.
steal,
All
You
right.
can authentically
All right.
steal.
Well,
If I
you
really
know,
want
you
to-
know what? I'm.
You know what?
We're
I-
done.
I-
We're done.
I'm
I'm
gonna
so.
steal from you,
I
I take
can't
it.
take it anymore.
That's
But
what
And-
you
authentic
win,
do.
Purple Perry. You
You-
win. You win. You
uh,
got me. You got me. You
then-
got
I
me.
bow. I bow. Thank you.
You got me.
Well, it's been fun. It's a fun night, guys.
Lee
Thanks for having this convo with me.
Steal.
I've enjoyed it. You know, if you ever want to.
Can you authentically
If you ever want to
steal? Let me
hop on again, you're welcome. We'll try to have it better next
I really
time,
appreciate
like it was
it.
earlier.
I really appreciate that smile. Well,
The only way
have a
you
nice-
can authentically steal is if you take back something that is yours, which wouldn't even
Well,
be
listen.
stealing anyways, you fucking moron.
Let's just end the convo here. Maybe I'll speak to
Alright.
you guys some other time. I see Max Crosby's been
That's
waiting for 2
basically
hours.
just not stealing.
Let poor Max Crosby. He's been in the waiting room for 2 hours.
Yeah, just
Let it-
Wait, Perry, I have a question.
Uh huh.
Do you have Minecraft?
Yeah.
1v1 me Bed Wars.
I'll think about it, man. Okay, bye, guys. Good night.
All right,
It's,
all right, Mr. Meat is the same
Have
as
a good
steroids.
night.
Goodbye.
At least tell him a good. Okay, whatever. Yeah, that was so fucking funny. I was like,
Dude, I wouldn't be so mad at him if he wasn't such a condescending cunt to everybody. Like, you saw that when I first came in here. Like, we were nothing. At least I was nothing but cordial. But then he just kept going on and on with like the disrespectful ass way of talking.
oh.
Like, it's fucking annoying.
Oh man. All right. Yeah. Well, I guess we'll let Max Crosby in because that person's been waiting for a while. Max Crosby. This was a long one, but it was an agreed one-on-one, so that's why we did the whole thing. Anyway, what's up?
Well, I actually have a disagreement this time, and it's about, two things you said in your Deadpool and Wolverine review.
All right, I'll be back.
Okay, well, one of them was, okay, for some reason I feel like, you implied that, Deadpool couldn't actually see through the fourth wall, and that, you know, for some, I don't know, it's, at least...
So what I said
I
is
don't
that
know.
he doesn't actually have future knowledge of the plot, because if he did, that would be completely broken and unbalanced.
Okay, that actually does make more sense, but, there is another thing I could also disagree with on, is, Deadpool, he didn't really attack, like, he just allowed himself to get vaporized, but I kind of feel like that was because, you know, he was just distracted by himself, talking to him, like threatening him.
So, but the problem is that he still would have seen him. Like, if I'm talking to someone and I'm looking at them, I can still see what they're about to do.
Yeah, but that's not really what Deadpool's really doing in this situation like that. And as for Wolverine, the reason that he is he isn't able to stop himself from being prune is because well, obviously he's not the same Wolverine. Obviously it's a different version, so of course he's not going to be as quick and skilled
Well,
as
my
Fox
reference for
version.
his quickness is that he's able to contend with Deadpool, who's able to react to bullets midair. So he must match his reaction time, or at least be relative to it.
Mm.
What are y'all talking
Okay.
Talking about Deadpool and Wolverine. But yeah, like I said, if Deadpool has the reaction time to avoid bullets, then he can easily react to a guy with the stick about to prune him.
Yeah, but the guys with the stick are relative to Deadpool, speed-wise.
Well, I mean, also sorry if I've been fanboying at you last stream. It's just I really am
It's
so
fine.
happy.
Just we'll focus on the topic. It's fine.
Well,
Yeah, it's no worries. That's not why we booted you. The reason we booted you was because you didn't have a disagreement, and that's like a rule of ours, is to disrespectfully boot someone if they forgot their disagreement.
okay. Well, I actually have something that I feel like you guys can disagree with on. So in the new Lego Batman game,
I haven't
Lego
played it.
Batman Legacy of the Dark Knight.
I haven't played it. I haven't played it.
Oh,
Well, that's about to change.
well, I mean, I don't really think you're into Lego games, so I
No,
think
I've
that-
played some. I definitely enjoy them. It's just I couldn't speak on the quality of Legacy of the Dark Knight because I just haven't played it.
That's
Okay,
about
well,
to change.
well, I'm going to talk about okay, so basically towards the end of chapter 2 where Batman and Catwoman.
Hold on. If I haven't played the game, there's no disagreement. I can't agree or disagree.
Okay, well, I think some of your friends have, right? Liam, have you played it?
I'm not on chapter 2.
Oh, well, PJ, what about you?
You sound like a Smiling Friends character.
Well,
Okay, PJ.
okay.
Shut up, dog. That's so
if there's no disagreement, then like we'll just end it off here. Like we need disagreements.
Okay, well, maybe our next disagreement can be about Lego Batman Legacy of the Dark Knight when you do play it.
Yeah, we'll see. All right.
Okay. See you guys later, I guess.
All right. See you later. Bye.
Bye.
All right. Audacious Joan, the Oscar play. Stop.
Oh
All
my
right.
god, PJ, dog.
All right. Audacious Joan,
this
what's
guy.
up?
Oh, hey, what's up?
Yeah, welcome back, Oscorp employee.
Thank you for remembering my credentials.
Absolutely.
So, I wanted to know something. In your in all the Arkham Knight videos you made, did you talk about Hush at all?
No, I didn't.
Okay, good.
He has to avoid all the negative topics about Arkham Knight because he's biased. It is convenient you don't bring up Hush, dog. That shit is bad. Fuck that side mission.
Oh, okay. So we already got somebody on my side that Hush was a
I'm not gonna
disappointment.
defend that. All I'm saying is that Arkham Knight as a story, that is a 10.
It depends
The
on what
main
you say about
storyline.
Hush too, by the way. Like there's an extent to it. I don't think the mission's that good, but like if people are gonna go, he should have been the main villain, I'm gonna go fuck off. Hush is lame.
I'm glad Scarecrow
like
was the main
Hush.
villain.
Scarecrow better. Arkham Knight better. Jason Todd is a way more interesting villain than fucking Thomas Elliot, the crybaby bitch who didn't get enough money. Oh, I'm not rich like Bruce Wayne. Well, fucking loser.
Huh?
Take the L.
Okay, do you agree
He's
with this though? Do you,
He's literally calling in like a fucking toilet paper around his head. He's crying that he has to get a job, dog. Batman, why can't I have a Batmobile like you? Why do I have to work for my money?
yeah, it is wild how like he goes through all that effort of killing all those people in the city and stealing their body parts to graft the perfect Bruce Wayne face, and all he does is just break into his office. Like You really had to go through all that effort just to do that? Like,
I mean,
That's because
that's kind of a
Hush
big deal,
sucks.
right?
No, it's because
Huh?
Hush sucks. That's what he did in the comics too. He's like, I perfectly copied your face. He invaded the Batcave, got his ass kicked, and never tried it again. Trash
okay,
villain.
okay, invading the Batcave is a lot. Is at least it's cooler than just breaking into a business office and hacking into his bank account.
Yeah, but
Like,
it's not just a business office. It has high security as well. It has some Batman-related stuff.
high security. Didn't say a
Hush is
single damn.
Hush is trash. Hush is a bad villain. Arkham would be a better franchise if they never introduced Hush.
Damn.
Fuck that guy.
But do you think like he could? You don't like the comic version, but do you think he could be improved on in adaptation though?
No.
That was such a Lucas response. Like, you're expecting him to maybe say yes, but he's just like, no.
Well, yeah, it's like the invisible knife criticism where it's like, what? You think that's not a problem? What the fuck? Just caught Southpaw off guard.
Oh, okay.
All right, well, anything else?
You know
about
what? I have a
Arkham Knight?
question for you. I have a question for you, good sir. What is good about Hush?
Oh, I'm glad you asked. Well, his fit.
No.
No, it was a good fit. He
No
got-
way, dog. Yo, bro, you going to Halloween with some toilet paper on your fucking skull? Trying to go, yo, man, I'm Hush. Gotta stay quiet about my costume. I don't want the ladies making fun of me. That's why I call
Why
myself
you-
Hush. You better hush up.
Why are you dissing mummies?
He's not even like a mummy. A mummy is like fully bandaged and looks like a creepy zombie. He just has a fucking toilet paper rolls like covering his face and like a trench coat and like boring jacket. He's just some guy with fucking toilet paper face.
Oh well.
Name 5 Hush stories.
No.
Good. There is none. There's like fucking one Hush story that's like maybe okay.
I don't know. Like, can you name 5 Riddler stories that are good?
Yeah, I can. So there's Riddler Year 1, Batman Year 0. There is the storyline where Riddler tried to not do riddles anymore, but his compulsion couldn't allow that. There was the Detective Comics run where he became a detective and actually helped out Batman. And then there was the time Riddler teamed up with Batman to fight King Tut, who was using Egyptian riddles.
Did you like the Riddler twist in the Hush story?
No, that was fucking lame.
Oh, okay.
I had an
You just don't like
epiphany.
it, that's
You're
not that
Bruce
story.
Wayne. How do you know that? Because I went in the Lazarus pit. It's like, why does that mean you know he's Bruce Wayne? That like, it's just stupid. How does that make any sense?
Hmm. Well, it made him smarter, though, right?
No, the Lazarus pit makes you crazy.
So what if you're like a crazy person that goes into the Lazarus like Riddler?
I guess he goes more crazy.
I mean, yeah, I guess insanity and genius kind of can go hand in hand, but
Riddler was fucking lame in that story. The whole story is like about Hush, and then at the end of it, it's just Riddler going, by the way, I did all that. It's like, how? Doesn't matter. I did all that.
I am your intellectual superior. Intellectual superior.
okay, but that's good though, because that's his.
It's.
I
What do you
did
mean
it
that's
because
good?
I'm.
The story is called Hush, and Hush isn't even behind it all.
No, I'm saying it's good for Riddler because that's his. Because I'm the goddamn Riddler moment.
No, that was lame. Hush is shit. I fucking don't like that story. Story's garbage.
How do you know the
Carried
answer to that?
entirely
'Cause
by
I'm the
its
Riddler. Okay.
Don't you agree, SK?
Well-
Hush is a shit fucking comic.
I suppose.
Okay, then Okay,
if
but,
the league says so, then I have to agree.
Yeah.
So you didn't even like his setup in Arkham City?
I mean, it was inoffensive. I think people overglaze it too much. It's like, whoa, this was a fucking epic. It's literally just Batman, like, smelling fucking dead corpses for, like, 2 hours. And then there's, like, one scene where it's like, oh, Bruce, you may be going crazy. And then he's just not crazy. And then it's just, I'm hush. Fuck you, goodbye. And then there's no conclusion. It's like, why do people like that so much?
I never really cared about that in Arkham City. I just cared about, like, the main story, to be honest.
I don't give a fuck about the Arkham City Hush side mission. It's like when I think of that mission, I'm like, oh, it's boring, but I'm gonna do it to complete the game. I guess there's like nice dialogue between Bruce and Oracle, I guess. I like listening to them chat because they're fun characters. There you go. Dude, I think the Deadshot mission's better. Not only does the Deadshot mission have a more interesting, like, story that adds world building to Arkham City, but, like, it has a fucking conclusion. Like, you defeat Deadshot. It's like, oh, was the boss bad? Sure. But, like, at least you apprehend him. I also like the idea that Hugo Strange has a backup plan in case he fails to have just Deadshot kill Batman and Bruce Wayne and all that shit. If Protocol 10 never commences, like, that's really cool. Deadshot better.
Okay, can you name 5 Deadshot stories?
Yeah, just the Secret Six. That's like more than 5.
Audacious Joan,
Okay.
is there any other
I get it.
Arkham-related disagreements you have?
You know what, sir? I have a challenge for you. Have an Arkham disagreement that isn't Arkham Knight. How about that?
Oh, bet. Okay. Do you agree that Origins is better than Asylum?
As a
Objectively, yes, but I'd prefer Asylum.
I genuinely would like to think about that.
What's there to think about?
Well, I really like both stories, but I'm not sure if there are maybe some contradictions in Arkham Origins, like with continuity.
Name one right now.
Well, apparently there was one that I had to think about. Maybe I'll show you later because it was in like the gaming sins thing, and I probably need to like think about it some more. But apparently, like the Blackgate prison, there's something about Blackgate prison, how they were all transferred from Blackgate to Arkham in Asylum. I can't remember exactly what the point was, but I don't know. Have you heard this criticism anywhere? Something about like the consistency of where the villains are in relation to Blackgate or Arkham Asylum.
Not particularly. At least not that I remember.
Maybe. Hold up. Actually, maybe I'll play it. Maybe I'll just play it and yeah, hold up. It won't take long. So I'll stream it. People can hear it. Dardigan, Arkham Asylum. Yes, and I am covering his Arkham Asylum and City ones as well.
Oh, so it's not just going to be Arkham Knight Glaze.
Correct. I'm going to defend all of the games because they're peak. Alright, so I'm going to share my screen. Just like, listen.
You know what I just realized, speaking of Batman games? You know what you need to do for a live stream? You need to play all of Batman Vengeance. I would laugh so hard.
Okay.
So hard if you play that game. You will cry. That game is so fucking shit.
Damn. Are we in the stream?
Yep.
Okay.
By this opening bill,
Hey, I don't hear
repeatedly
anything.
broken news for something.
Volume.
Having just played Arkham Origins, I know
Do you hear it?
Yep, go ahead.
know that Arkham Asylum was renovated and reopened after the events of that game to house the worst and most unstable criminals in Gotham because Blackgate Prison suffered 2 prison riots in one night. So here we have the Joker, having broken out of Arkham Asylum, and not even its first time doing that judging by the audio logs, and all the Blackgate prisoners have been transferred here tonight after a fire. So I'm left wondering what was even the point of reopening Arkham Asylum. You may be thinking this sin is unfair, that it's not Arkham Asylum's fault that Origins is the afterthought prequel and the 3rd game in the series. Well, I would say tough. It's not as if retroactive storytelling is anything new for comic book characters. Twisting your
yeah, okay, that's essentially the point. So, like, what do you think of it?
I'm pretty sure Arkham Asylum was both reopened because of the reason why there's a lot of riots in Blackgate, assumably, is because it's overpopulating the prison. The prisons are way too overpopulated, especially when they have an Arkham wing for the mentally insane. So at least if you have one for the mentally insane in a separate location, it would lessen how many people are in Blackgate, so there would be less riots and less breakouts.
Okay. Yeah, that's fair.
Also, to like add, Asylum, despite its security not being the best, is the only actual super max prison. Blackgate isn't a super max prison. That's why they struggle to hold Killer Croc.
Gotcha. SK, the Asylum wasn't refurbished yet during the time of Origins. I think there is some lore in Origins itself that explains it. Gotcha, yeah. I imagine such. I just want to... I didn't have a complete answer yet.
Oh,
so.
and also, to add another thing, it's established that in Origins, everything was a conspiracy side-op to create the Asylum anyways, or like reopen it, because that was based on the League of Assassins plan. They were planning Protocol 10 all the way back at Origins. That's why Lady Shiva's there to test Batman.
Insane.
Yeah, like Ra's al Ghul is doing shit in the background of Origins if you look really deep into the lore. Oh, thank God. I thought we'd shoot away Audacious Jones. But yeah, I'm sorry, man. Like, you had a disagreement and we went off topic because I wanted to shit on SK's opinion. Like, what were you going to say?
Oh, it's good, brother. I was just gonna say, I was thinking about it now. It's crazy how Origins is supposed to be 5 years before Asylum, right?
I don't think it's 4 years.
Where was that stated again?
I'm pretty sure that it's 10 years. Because one of the
Origins dev that
Oh,
said that.
10 years. Yeah, maybe 10 years.
Well, I do remember Arkham Knight Thug dialogue, like, mentioning Origins. But I can't remember exactly what it said.
Usually they just say a couple years back. The games don't officially tell you. One of the developers in Arkham Origins confirmed that it was 5 years, but I would just say that's a death of the author kind of fallacy because it's not in the games, and it is a big problem if it was only 5 years. That'd be stupid.
That would be silly.
Yeah, because if it was only 5 years, it's crazy how he went through 2 Robins, a Batgirl. Yeah, that was pretty wild. He went through all
like
that.
The ways in which he would have aged in 5 years. It's like, damn. All right. But yeah, real quick, I want to respond to something in chat. It's my birthday. Can you shout me out, please? Yes, happy birthday, the amazing world of Disney. That's an interesting name. Yeah, all right.
That name is horrifying.
What else comes to mind, Audacious Joan?
Oh yeah, well yeah, we agree that the bosses are better in Origins than Asylum.
Probably.
And
I mean, yeah, because every boss in Asylum is throw a batarang at it and run away.
except Poison. Well, even Poison Ivy is like that actually. Okay.
Yeah, there's no exception, dog. All of them are just fucking batarang fodder.
I love the.
Besides, I guess besides Joker, because instead of a batarang, you use the bat claw. It's a huge difference, trust me.
I love the boss where Joker says, "Any plot problems? Always." What? I love that exchange.
Always.
Oh, okay, I want to...
The Kyrito Prince of Crime. The Kyrito Prince of Crime, dog. That shit's horrible.
Hey, can we switch to a Wonder Woman argument real fast?
Yes.
Sure.
Okay, so when you're talking about Wonder Woman, like she should have like did something about the atrocities that were going on for like the past 100 years.
Yes.
Does that also include the atrocities that the United States committed?
Yes. Any atrocity in
So
history.
you're saying she should fight the United States?
Honestly, like, depending on what specific atrocity we're talking about, yeah. Like
I
just,
mean, a
like to
lot,
be
like-
fair, like on some things she can't like physically fight. Like if it's just a case of like they're trying to fight for laws for equal rights. I mean, yeah, she can't technically fight the government. At most she can like interfere when, like, for example, the
We are
KKK's
women.
around.
We
Like
are
she
free. We are women. We are free.
like I think yeah, she should be beating the shit out of the KKK. She should be doing that. She should be beating the shit out of the Nazis. Like that should be, but it's not. She just didn't, apparently.
I mean, you
Which
can
makes
make that
no
argument
sense.
for. You can make that argument for Superman. Why should there be any crime at all when
No,
Superman's
but
around?
he does fight them. There's literally a book called Superman Fights the Klan or something.
Oh well, I'm not talking about just the KKK, but I'm talking about just like crime in general. But
Yeah, but like we see Superman
What crime
fighting
does he?
crime.
What kind of crime does he not fight?
the crime in Gotham,
But he does sometimes.
What?
he should be doing it all the time because of how crime-ridden.
Right,
Gotham
but
is.
there's a counterbalance to that. The counterbalance is that Batman, not only is Batman dealing with his own stuff, but Superman is dealing with his own stuff too.
But he's doing it. Batman does a bad job at it because Gotham gets worse the more he's in it.
I mean, I wouldn't agree with that. I would argue that
Go-
oh, no.
Gotham literally becomes a much better place when Batman's in it. Like the murder rate significantly drops down.
People are scared
corporate,
to be criminals.
Corporate corruption has been lessened meaningfully thanks to Wayne Industries, and crime bosses are not as influential as they used to be. Like, there's no Falcone family anymore. At most, you have the Penguin, but
Yeah.
even then, like, the Penguin has to keep it down low.
Okay, but what?
In the
But
case
what,
of
how come like?
Hold on. In the case of Superman, why not mention the Bravia, the giant Porsche? That's a
True,
blatant
yeah.
one as well. That's more explicitly political.
Yeah, so he does step
Yeah.
in when atrocities are happening. He did what Wonder
Also, it
Woman
is
should
a-
have done in World War II.
Also, the comics do genuinely explain why Superman doesn't go to Gotham. The reason he doesn't go to Gotham is because, like, he literally would just inspire people to act even worse because there's a bigger, like, threat to the criminals there. So the criminals would have to go more extreme to deal with them. Because crime adapts. It's the reason why Metropolis isn't a perfect place either. Like, Metropolis has, like, super powerful alien monsters or extremely high-tech criminals like Toyman or Lex Luthor. I think it'd be worse if Gotham had to deal with that as well.
Okay, so do you think Wonder Woman she should have got involved in every bad thing that happened in the past 100 years?
I would say the significant ones at least. Like I think, but the problem is that she explicitly says she just walked away and did nothing, which I think is a big problem. The whole movie makes a whole point about how she thinks it's cowardly and immoral to stand back when people need help, but meanwhile
Okay,
she
Escape,
literally
but
let the
you're
Holocaust
forgetting.
happen.
You're forgetting that Steve Trevor died.
Oh, that's true. Yeah. Even though
She's in an
even though his
emotional
last words
state,
were,
okay?
"I can save today, you can save the world."
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but fuck his
So
wishes,
Wonder-
he's dead.
So Wonder Woman she should have got involved in Vietnam.
Yes, any major atrocity, so she could stop whatever's happening.
Why doesn't Wonder Woman go to North Korea and fight King Jong-un?
I guess just to be clear, because I assume this is not the argument being made, I don't think they're saying make her a 24/7 world surveillance system, like, the thing that people say about Superman. Because she has a life, like Superman, she has a life.
Yeah, no, I'm saying like major events in
But yeah.
history, she should step in. Like, I think the Holocaust is a very
Wait, what
reasonable...
life does Wonder Woman have? Steve Trevor's dead, dog. She has
Oh,
nothing
that's
after
true, yeah.
that.
Well, like,
She's
yeah,
only defined by one guy.
Yeah, the movies don't really do much
Well,
to,
well,
to develop
yeah,
that at all.
That's because this version sucks. You know, that's true.
Yeah, but like
That's actually true.
there's literally no reason she couldn't have helped, like, for the many atrocities in history. There's no reason given.
Kyrito, you need to change your PFP to fucking Titan Joker and name yourself the Kyrito Prince of Crime.
Prince of Crime.
Any plot problems? Always.
No!
What?
Okay,
Go
then.
on! Criticize it! You know you want to.
No, wait, let him talk. What were you gonna say, Audacious? Yeah.
Okay. All right.
You took the cure for bad faith arguments yourself? You're doomed!
Oh, okay, I got one more Arkham City one.
Yeah, let's hear it.
No, we're gonna put Masters.
Was Joker a dumbass at the end of Arkham City for stabbing Batman in the arm
No,
when he had the cure?
because he was afraid that Batman wasn't going to give it up.
Yeah, but he
I
didn't
think
think like, oh, if I stab him in the arm, he's probably gonna drop this shit.
I think Joker did that on purpose. That's my interpretation, though.
No, I
think
think
he did that on purpose.
I mean, I think
But why?
he wanted to get the cure because he's like, no.
I think he did it on purpose because he wanted to take the choice away from Batman because he was scared that Batman might choose the right thing and save him.
Really interesting. I mean,
That's how I see it. I'm not saying that's in the game, but that's my interpretation of it.
yeah, but how I see it is that he wanted to survive so he can like keep playing this game with Batman, and he was getting more and more scared that he would like give up on it.
Well, yeah, you can also just see it as like he's worried Batman might actually let him die, and then like he just rationally tried to stab him.
Yeah, that's what I think
I mean, like,
happened. Because he's
it's
like
well
freaking out when the
established
cure
Joker's
is like, he's like, no, no.
Because like I do think it's well established that Joker's reckless, so it's fine to like. I like to think of him doing that as like he's just playing an act, that he's like, you know, upset that he's like, you know, dying or whatever.
Because
I
he's
don't
like,
thi- I think
you
Joker-
happy now.
Well, yeah, he's not even that distraught about it. He's like, he seems panicked for 2 seconds, then he immediately just goes, "Are you happy now?" Like he sounds like he's just kind of annoyed at most.
That actually
I think
is pretty funny.
Yeah, he was probably just accepting death.
Yeah, I love that line from Batman. Like his final word to him is basically like making a joke, but in the most serious manner. He's basically telling him, "I was gonna save you anyway, you dumbass."
Yeah, I feel like the joke should be on him.
You want to know something funny? Despite your criticism of the garage door, I would have criticized Superman anyways. That actually is pretty funny.
Yo. No comment on that.
The Kyrito Prince of Crime. Well, maybe we should change it to the Kyrito Prince of Criticism.
I was literally gonna say that. I hate you. I was literally going
The
to
Cope
say that.
Prince of Criticism.
The Co-Prince of Criticism.
I'm the prince of. I gotta change my name. Fuck it. My name right now.
Well, Audacious Joan, is there anything else you could think of for disagreements?
You have a Masters of the Universe disagreement.
You know, it might shock you, but I actually haven't seen it yet.
Oh, you're a bum.
I haven't seen
that
Master
like
of the
the He-Man
Universe
movie?
either. I wasn't interested yet.
No, but look at his profile picture. That's the difference. That's why I'm shocked.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's like the He-Man movie. I might see that because you know, my friend Sharon actually wants to watch it with me, so yeah, I might watch it.
I only like recognized one character, and it was the guy with the skull for a face and a hood.
Skeletor.
It reminds me of one person. That's what I'll say.
Discord reference instead of understanding media that isn't superhero shit.
Fuck you.
What a tragedy.
Yeah, next time. Oh. God.
Oh, well,
I auditioned for the role. I auditioned for the role of Skeletor, but they chose bitch ass Jared Leto.
Well, okay.
You
Well,
won't notice him.
Oh yeah.
what's the other disagreement, if there's any, Audacious John?
Well, in fairness, wouldn't like Jared Leto be like a good choice because Skeletor has always been a fucking weirdo?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Well. Yeah, I mean,
Or am
I guess
just
you
wrong
could
about
have.
that?
Yeah, you could have cast Ezra Miller too in the role.
That would be
Oh.
funny. Well, the problem is that would also be a good excuse for transphobia, so maybe not.
Oh.
Um.
Well, yeah, I do have one more.
Oh. What
What's up?
Nah, nothing. Go ahead.
He was just
What was your
chipping out.
disagreement? Oh, ironic.
Okay, this is gonna be a spicy one. Zemo is a better villain than Red Skull.
Is that really spicy? I don't even know.
I agree with that. Who
Yeah, I was gonna
wouldn't agree
say
with
like
that?
he agrees. Well, like, are you
Okay,
talking
there's
comics?
one person that wouldn't. There's one person that wouldn't agree. Someone get Batnick in here.
I assume you're
This
talking
might be an
comics.
outtake.
Oh, sorry, I thought it was a hot take.
We're talking about the
Zemo's
MCU.
way better, dog. Okay, firstly, Zemo has like a sword, which is like fucking cool. He has a way better character design. Like the purple shit looks awesome. He also leads the Masters of Evil to like go against the Avengers. That's cool. Well, what does Red Skull have? Oh, look out, guys! He's a Nazi. It's like fucking boring, bro. Get out of here, Hitler wannabe. What a cornball.
Do you like the MCU Zemo?
I like him. Yeah.
Oh, really? Okay. I mean,
barely wears purple.
He's the main villain of a mediocre movie. Why would you like him?
Oh, okay. Now we really got the debate going on. You called Civil War mediocre.
Oh,
you.
yeah.
All right.
Get it
Well,
now.
I guess if we're on to this, then here's a question I have for you, Audacious Jones. So, why is Spider-Man in this movie? Like, why does he need to be in the movie? Let me start with that.
Oh my god. Why do you have to start with Spider-Man?
Because he's my least favorite part of the movie.
Well, because he has webs and he can.
You know what? That's fair, actually.
Yeah, because like
But he has webs.
the thing is, like, I don't think Spider-Man really has a reason to be in the movie outside of fan service. He really is just like they focus on a meetup with Tony where he goes over his origin or whatever and his motives. But like he's not a central character. He doesn't advance the story very much, and he's just there for a fight and then he gets kicked out. I don't think he needs to be in the movie.
So we seriously have to count the reasons for Spider-Man now. Okay.
Yeah, and also like I don't think Spider-Man like why is he in the movie? Like why did Tony bring him in when the whole reason behind the Accords is like they want heroes to be registered. You can't just be acting against the Accords and just go to other countries and cross their borders. That was the whole problem they had. But Spider-Man's allowed to get away with it. That makes no sense.
Wait, what? I thought the Accords only applied to the Avengers.
No, it applies to superheroes in general. Because if that's the case, then Wanda can just be like, okay, I'm not an Avenger anymore. So I'm free to do whatever now, right? That would kind of undermine the conflict if that's what they could do.
Isn't that why the Avengers disbanded?
Well, I mean, you could say they disbanded, but they're still wanted. They say if you interfere, you're under arrest.
Well, that's because of the crimes they committed, not the Accords exactly. I'm assuming being an Avenger back in the day gave them some immunity. Like that's why they were able to go to what was it in the
like
beginning
Spider-Man's
of
still an illegal
Ultron?
vigilante. He's still crossing borders without permission.
No, yeah, technically they could go after him, but I don't think they have the incentive. It's the reason the government never goes after Spider-Man for the most part,
Well, the problem
unless he's
here,
like a national threat.
the problem here is
Captain
that
America would be considered a national threat because he's a terror. He's aiding and abetting a terrorist.
well, the problem is that they say that you're supposed to retire if you don't sign on to the Accords. That's the whole issue they have.
Yeah, I guess that part's fair.
Yeah, so I don't know how Spider-Man could just be in the movie. That doesn't really make sense unless he reveals his identity, which he would not do for obvious reasons. What are your thoughts on that before I go to the next point?
Do the Accords tell you have to reveal your identity?
I would assume so, just because you have to sign them. How, like, are you gonna sign them as like what, Spider-Man? You're just gonna write Spider-Man on there?
That's a fucking good point, actually. That would be funny. he just like signs it in like marker, just Spider-Man with like a smiley face. Leave me alone, please.
Wouldn't it be like Daredevil in prison, where he's just Daredevil, you don't even map? I don't actually know.
Fuck you.
I guess it's.
Shut the fuck
I guess
up.
it's kind of like Spider-Man. He basically
The
got
Kyredo
sponsored by.
criticism, dog.
Yeah, sorry, go on, Audacious Joan.
Well, yeah. Basically, Spidey, he got sponsored by Iron Man, so that's why I guess General Ross was okay with him working with Iron Man without
though?
signing.
Why would Ross be okay with that, especially after the damage done at the airport?
Because because Iron Man's the one that gave Spidey the new suit.
Yeah, but that would be a problem. He's involving someone who's not even within their control.
Also
I don't think you can
Have you
just
ever been-
recruit people and.
Have you ever been in a war, SK? Have you ever felt the overabundance of control?
Wait, have you been in? Wait. I'm gonna direct that back at you. Have you been in a war?
No, I was making a Nick Fury reference.
Oh, okay. I thought you were about to. I thought you were about to go. My friends in the military said this about.
No, SK. It's even deeper. He is the friend from the military.
Oh, true. Are you Revolver Snake's friend?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm gonna use the Nick Fury cope that he used in the first Avengers of like, well, oh, you want to get some freaks involved to deal with the situation? It's like, no, we need soldiers. So Spider-Man's a soldier.
I mean, the problem is that like if they want their soldiers registered.
Yeah, but he's like he's a temporary soldier though.
They still want him to be registered. Plus, he's not gonna give up being Spider-Man.
Also, can he just temporarily register then?
I mean, that's just not in the movie where people could just temporarily register and unregister, and even then, that just raises issues as to how the Accords even work. So apparently, you can like temporarily operate under the Accords, but then you can go be a solo superhero afterwards. Like, I don't think that would fly for any of the heroes.
Well, I don't even think does Ross even know about Spider-Man?
I feel like he should
No.
because he was at the airport.
No, the airport fight was on YouTube.
No, that was, to be fair, that wasn't on YouTube, but still, people should know anyway.
No, yeah, didn't like Spider-Man record it?
That's the trailer. That's the trailer. The trailer changed the footage that was on his computer.
I don't know, cause like Tony just Ross just said, hey, he wasn't really micromanaging. He just said like, all I want you to do is you got 36 hours, capture Rogers and Wilson and Barnes. You didn't tell him what method to use to do that.
Well, his methods, like, I feel like it's implicit, though. He has to act within the confines of the Accords. He brings it... Like, if he were to bring in someone else, he'd have to consult him.
I mean, it's fine. I mean, like, Tony was... He was kind of breaking his own rules in that movie anyway. So.
Well, I'm fine with, like, Tony's character. What I'm saying is that it doesn't make sense for them to allow that, and for Spider-Man to not face any repercussions.
Well, how are they gonna punish him?
Put a manhunt for him.
Oh, well, like that would work.
Like, if he disagreed... Well, that's basically what they did with Team Cap. They didn't agree, they went against their order, so... Yeah, there's a manhunt.
Well, I guess because the manhunt that started. Oh wait, never mind. Yeah, I guess you're right. I don't know.
All right.
I mean, he also has Spider-Man also has utility though, because he can capture the other heroes without killing them.
Yeah, but the problem is that
Spider-Man sucks.
they didn't consult him at all.
Why didn't Tony know that in the script Spider-Man would be nerfed massively in the movie?
Yeah, so next point, I guess, yeah, Tony should have won against Cap and Bucky. Him losing makes no sense.
Based.
Do we agree or disagree?
Well, you said what?
Tony should have won in the final battle in Civil War. So it's plot armor for Team Cap.
Well, I think if Tony if he was more rational in that moment and he kind of kept his distance, he would have won. But the problem is he wasn't. He was crashing out, so he was choosing close quarters combat too much, and they took advantage of him.
I certainly agree that he wanted to go close quarters to make like Bucky suffer. But the problem,
he should win at close quarters, though.
Yeah, like the problem is that his strength, his durability of his suit, they should barely be able to affect him. And just to be clear, like this guy can take a tank shell midair, fall down, and he's fine. This guy can literally like be point blank.
He could take an entire fucking continent blowing up in his face.
Yeah, he can take that.
The armor durability it ranges though, because like in the first movie the Mark III could do that, but then you get the Iron Man 3 and then it gets hit by a truck and just completely breaks apart.
That's because the armor was faulty. It was a prototype. This one is more complete.
Yeah, but we don't know like.
Also, that same armor can resist like people under the extremis virus like beating on it and not immediately crumble.
Also, his armor in 2012, he can get hit by Thor's hammer and still like get up. So like if we're to go through I guess parts of the fight, I don't think. Actually, let me grab the fight right real quick. I'll probably screen share it.
If the Iron Man armor in Civil War is the same like material used for like Iron Man 1 all the way to Avengers 2, like Avengers 1 and 2, then he should have won that fight because his Iron Man suits can literally go up against fucking Thor.
Yeah. So
and it's the same material.
Even as early as Iron Man 2, it's established that his armor has enough weapons to level an entire country.
Yeah, like his armor is insane. So like, yeah, just to, you can see it. I'm not going to show it on stream because copyright. So I'll just like recount what's happening. So, Tony like grabs Bucky. He gets knocked by Cap. That's well, okay. I don't believe that Cap should be able to like run into him with his shield and knock him back like a few yards. That seems a bit much for Iron Man, considering how resistant he is. Like, remember, this guy can resist against an entire continental explosion.
He should be able to beat both of them with one arm tied behind his back.
He's a
It's just
walking.
broken.
He's literally a walking like ammunition suit. He should
The
be able to
walking
fucking
tank.
kill these two.
Yeah,
Yeah, he's
pretty
literally a
easily.
walking tank.
He also has like
I mean, in fairness, he doesn't want to kill Cap, but he should kill Bucky so quickly that Cap won't be able to stop him.
And I do want to be fair. There is like a degree to which Tony wants to get close to Bucky, and he wants to make him suffer. That's fine. But still, like, we have a moment where Bucky like kind of smashes part of Iron Man's wrist, and he's able to like physically overpower him. I don't know how that makes sense. Like,
What
his
is,
armor can remain
Bucky's metal
intact. It
arm?
can remain intact after, like, again, he's dealing with an island exploding right in front of him. He's able to resist against it while it's falling. It's used through a vibranium core as well. And on top of this, he can literally be like sliced down by the propellers in Avengers 2012, and his armor is still generally okay. Like, it's insanely durable. He's insanely resilient. He's able to remain in a relatively safe, like, bodily position. So, like, yeah, I don't think I believe that Bucky would able to easily just maneuver his suit like that. It certainly didn't happen in Iron Man 3 when he's straight up, like, grabbing extremis soldiers. They can barely resist against him. And the extremis soldiers, they're basically super soldiers. But, like, with fire abilities.
The Extremis soldiers are more powerful than Captain America. They're literally super soldiers with like extra abilities.
Yeah, and he beat like a whole group of. Well, I guess to be fair, he did have. He did have like a bunch of armor to do so. But when he was 1v1ing Aldrich Killian, like he was kicking his ass for quite a bit of it until like the end where he was kind of cornered.
Well, they're really strong in their super soldier because Rhodey, he busted out of the suit, then he punched the lead extremis dude and kicked him away. Now he would have got away with it too if Aldrich Killian didn't have the fire breath.
It sounds like bad writing there.
That's just bad ride.
Yeah, it was.
No, yeah, there is some nerfing in Iron Man 3 to be fair. Yeah, if I'm to look at anything else, oh yeah, I don't buy that Cap can just he gets a grapnel hook, wraps it around his throat, and then he goes immediately upside down, falls down all the way. He can't even fly back up, and he's just like, no, that literally makes no sense. Because again, like,
what would actually happen is Cap would just be flying upwards, stuck on the hook.
Exactly.
Like, it would not affect Iron Man at all. That's just ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
But you remember how, like, in Winter Soldier, when Falcon picked up Captain America, he was like, "Damn, you're heavy."
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, well, like, Iron Man is ridiculously heavy. Like, even for Captain America, that would be kind of ridiculous. Him flying up and his heavy armor.
Why? Well, was Cap also kind of like using his super strength also to pull him down a little?
Well, the problem is that Iron Man is able to like overpower super soldiers pretty easily with his mere thrusters. We saw that in Iron Man 3 where he's flying up to Aldrich Killian. Now, if he really was that strong and could just like, resist the force of Iron Man, like he could just do that. He could just grab his leg and stop him. But that obviously doesn't work.
Yeah, but Cap, he fucked up one of the thrusters though.
He did, but he still has most of them intact.
I guess it's just throwing it off balance, kind of. Or like he can only output so much even if like one of the main thrusters is gone.
Well, like it seems
I guess you could
somewhat
say his
imbalanced.
steering was bad, maybe.
Yeah,
I
his
don't know.
steering was, but like the suit would be too strong for Cap to deal with. There's a part where like Captain America, so Iron Man is holding Bucky and flying him backwards, like in a chokehold, and then Cap jumps at them too. And then I guess Iron Man just falls down. He can't land. It's a bit weird.
Yeah.
And like,
it's because like,
well, to compare, like he's able to contend with Thor as well. He's able to knock him on his ass. He's able to take hits from Thor and stay up. And Thor's like way stronger. He can contend with the Hulk. Thor's ridiculous.
Yeah, but Cap was able to block a Thor hammer though.
Yeah, but like but he was knocked on his ass when that happened.
And also that was the vibranium shield.
Yeah.
The only way Cap could beat Iron Man is if he can somehow get Iron Man into a position where he can like meticulously pick his armor off with the shield, because that's the only thing that's doing anything to him. He would have to use it as a pickaxe and hope that Iron Man never like fights back.
Also, like it's just funny,
really
like Cap is putting Iron Man in a chokehold when it's like, dude, that wouldn't do anything.
Hey,
he's got the armor for it.
Cap put Ultron in a chokehold.
Yeah, it's when he tried to choke Ultron. That shit's so stupid.
Yeah, but I mean, to be fair to that one was like him like trying to, I guess, occupy him until they were ready to do something. With here, it's like, I don't, like, he's just kind of, I don't know what purpose it would have served. He kind of gave Iron Man a really easy opening there.
I guess anything he could do. He's just completely fucked. How is he like beating Iron Man?
Yeah, like Iron Man's getting punched against the wall, pushed back by Bucky. Like, I'm sorry, Iron Man is ridiculous in these movies.
Yeah, Captain America versus Iron Man never interested me. Like, I think if anything, I think it's worse than Superman versus Batman, because like, I'm not a fan of those two fighting, but at least it's interesting when they do, because it's like Batman has the strategical mind and the intelligence to like create something or take advantage of weaknesses, prep time. Captain America doesn't even have that. He just fucking fights him and punches him and hits him with a shield. It's just dumb. It's just, you're not winning this, but he just somehow does, because, he's Marvel's, golden goose, I guess.
I suppose.
I mean,
is it gonna share?
Well, he won because the movie's not called Iron Man Civil War.
Haha, yeah, there we go.
Well, I feel like Marvel's attitude's like, guys, Captain America is Marvel's version of Superman, so we gotta treat him as such. He can't keep losing, but they made him like a weak street tier, so it's just fucking distracting. Like, you can't have your cake and eat it too. He's a guy with a shield. He shouldn't be beating Iron Man. It's ridiculous.
There's also a scene where Tony reenacts the tale of Jonah. Let me find it.
Well, Cap was steadily though, because he was he stopped the helicopter from taking off.
I think Avengers does a good job showing Cap in like his power level here for the most part, because like he's like struggling against the Chitauri when the others really aren't, because he's not that super powered.
Yeah, it's interesting you bring up the helicopter, Audacious Joan, because the thing is, right, Iron Man, like the way he propels himself is way.
Hang on, don't stay still.
What?
Don't move a muscle. Check disagreement requests.
Okay. That's crazy. But yeah, so what I was getting at is like, so a helicopter, right? That's actually a good example we could pull. So Iron Man obviously thrusts way faster than like a helicopter can. Iron Man suits, I mean, to be fair, they're quite heavy as well, but maybe they're not on the level of a helicopter. It depends on the size of the helicopter. But still, like Iron Man has been able to, he could probably lift that helicopter easily.
You have to calculate the weight of the helicopter.
Well, like, so
Well,
he
remember
goes.
SK. Remember SK in the big debate we had. We had to scale the PSI it would take to kill someone by throwing a hamburger at them.
True. So like he goes through this monster. He blows it up from like the inside, which is said to have like really durable skin. And he just takes it. Like he's able to get back up from it. And this is while like he's already taking a lot of damage in the battle. So like the suit is insanely protective. If I were to find any other examples, hold on, I don't want to. There we go. Let me close that. If I were to find some lifting feats from Iron Man, I'd probably have to look at Age of Ultron a bit, because he's able to fairly resist against
His armor was like perfectly fine when like an island was literally just falling on him.
Yeah. I'll show this as well. Nope, not here. Okay. Maybe it's here. No, not here. Am I behind or ahead? I think I'm behind. Or ahead, excuse me. Maybe it's here where he's messing with it?
I'll be right back.
No, I don't think it's here. Well, what? I'll just skip to the island feat, because I think that one would be fairly sufficient. So yeah, that guy turns it, drops down, and like this is said to cause like global extinction if it were to land. It's like, yeah, you can see how the island is like kind of like it's getting accelerated by the vibranium core. He's able to notice this, like Iron Man is basically, how do I describe it? So he's able to go underneath this thing that's falling at terminal velocity, and it would have the force to destroy the entire planet. And he's able to basically push against it slightly, but like not have his like body crushed by it. Like his armor has to be insanely durable for him to be in this position, where he's like in a lifting position, but he's not like downright, like moving down with it. And this is while he's like supercharging it as well. So like his suits are very energy efficient. Like imagine if he used the unibeam on Bucky. Like while he's struggling with him. Like he's kind of just screwed. And yeah, you see the explosion. Where's Iron Man? Is he? Yeah, you can kind of see him. Right there, alright. So right there, he's in the epicenter of the explosion. And he's able to fly right away. He's still avoiding the rubble. And yeah, his suit is still sufficient. Like, when you have him surviving that and still getting away, That just like leads to the question of, okay, well, how can super soldiers like straight up destroy his armor so easily without Iron Man being able to take him down? Like, that just wouldn't happen.
Unless you're trying to imply that super soldiers are continent level.
Yeah, which, like, yeah, they never imply
So
that.
that's a problem.
Because, like,
It's like pick your poison.
Captain America is implied to, like, not be near Thor's level. Because Thor can, like, literally make the whole, like, land shake. Like, crazy.
Well,
Iron Man should have got that.
But yeah, do we agree Iron Man should have won?
Yeah, he should have brought his plot armor. Yeah, that's
Alright.
yeah, that's a good point.
If I were to think of anything else about Civil War, I don't know, let me
How did
think.
Zemo get in the building?
How did he get in the building? Yeah, how did he get in the building without anyone checking his, like, fingerprints or biometrics?
Wait, who got in the building?
Zemo. Like, the UN building where they're keeping Bucky. Why didn't they check, like, his biometrics before letting him in?
Maybe they did.
Well, as someone who has security experience, I'll say when you have a visitor.
Fried from security?
Sorry, go on.
Yeah, if you got
This guy protected our government, dog. He knows what he's talking about.
like if you got a visitor on site, usually you don't need their biometrics. You just need to kind of give them a I'm
not.
pass.
I don't mean visitors. I'm talking about.
Are you aware of what it takes to receive biometrics through security? Anyways, do you know what's the requirement for them to even do that?
Oh well, they could use like a fingerprint verification. They could verify like their face as well, like do a face scan.
Couldn't he have stolen the fingerprint?
Well, like how would he steal the fingerprint, but like not have it obvious that he's like put it on his fingers? You know what I mean? Like they never established such technology.
No, I think even in the real world, you can steal people's fingerprints. I think he could just apply it there.
I mean, it wouldn't it be too obvious? Plus, his fingers, when we see him at the scene, they're still intact. Like the dead guy.
Why would that matter? I'm pretty sure you could still replicate their fingerprint without, taking off their finger or anything like that. I'm pretty sure the process is that you can just essentially use I don't know what it's called. I think it's like print or something to like put on their finger and then put it on like a certain kind of like material to keep it intact, and then you have the general structure of the fingerprint.
Okay, so what is this called?
Use that. Yeah, just look up how to steal fingerprints, I guess, because I know like thieves know how to do that.
Okay, let's see.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I'm just trying to read like what I see. So apparently there's dusting from tape, physical molding,
Yeah, there you go. He could physically mold it.
Like, do we know
Let me
for
look
sure
it
that
up.
they would visually see someone like putting their fingerprint on whatever they're using? Because
Okay, I
it's
just
like-
looked it up. So, okay. So molding, okay, I'm looking at a photo where, like, the molding is, like, kind of being, painted to look like human skin. Okay. Yeah, okay, I guess it's technically possible, if so.
Yeah,
Because I'm
it's
seeing
a risk,
dummy
but you can do it.
fingerprints. Okay. Alright, that's
It
fair.
is a risk, though.
What about, like, scanning his face, or whatever?
No, you're supposed to say no, it's suicide. You ruined it.
Oh, fuck. Well, what about the hell? What about scanning his face?
Scanning his face. I mean, like, it depends. Like, if they already get his fingerprint, would they want to scan his face? If they have confirmation it's him?
I mean, I don't know. Yeah, I guess all you can really say is like the only precedent there would be for how he could have faked that would maybe be the scrolls, but then again, that's later. So
Fake what?
They don't.
fake is like fake his DNA or whatever.
No,
They
yeah,
even
like
know what-
it would be the fingerprint.
Actually, never mind.
Yeah. Okay. So I guess yeah, it is possible he could have faked it. They don't really state exactly what he did to do it. So yeah, maybe that's possible. I guess the only thing I would ask is, well, okay, when that gets reported by Friday, wouldn't there have been a mention that his fingerprints still made it in? Like, to the system? Because that would be part
do
of the
they mention?
investigation of, like, how, he got in. I mean, maybe she gave, like, the Cliff Notes version. I'd have to listen again, or check the transcript. I'll check the transcript. Captain America Civil War transcript.
Well, yeah, I'm just curious what they do, what she does say.
How much? All right, Sokovian Intel. There we go. Okay, yeah, I'll read it out real quick. Hold on, let me answer this. Okay, there we go. Let's see. Priority upload from Berlin police. The task force called for psychiatrists as soon as Barnes was captured. The UN dispatched Dr. Theo Broussard from Geneva within the hour. He was met by this man. Did you run facial recognition yet? I don't know. I'm picturing a redhead. You must be thinking of someone else. The fake doctor is actually Colonel Helmut Zemo, Sokovian Intelligence. So what happened to the real Broussard? He was found dead in the hotel room where police found... Okay, yeah, okay. So to be fair, he didn't ask, like, what did Zemo do to get in? He asked what happened to the real Broussard. So, okay, that's fair. They don't need to mention it. I guess what I'd say is, like, I feel like the facial recognition thing, that's still highly relevant.
Well, like, can't we just assume, like, he used one of the face mask thingies from Winter Soldier, I guess?
No, we can't, because we don't see him use it. We would have seen a different face if that was true.
I guess so. I mean, you could still assume that he used it and then he, like, took it off before he went in.
Yeah, but if he did that, then wouldn't they just be like, oh, well, who is this guy? He looks different. That's weird.
I mean, yeah, they could have, but, like, you know, by the time that happens, he can just say the code and, you know.
Well, I mean, he didn't, well, like, he's still on camera while he's having that whole conversation, so he couldn't have just removed it then. So I don't think we can assume that he would have had that.
I mean, what about the room before he gets in? Is there a camera in there?
Yeah, there's cameras, like, the whole time, so...
Really? Are you sure about that? Like, there's no room
that's
at all
what...
that he could take it off?
Yeah, no, there's no place he could have done it, because, well, like, if he did it before entering the room, because there's, like, security outdoors, like, they would have seen him take it off. And if he did it, like, in there, they would have seen it on camera, so that just wouldn't happen.
Alright, I guess so.
Yeah, as far as other stuff, so the raft is a bit weird, because they kind of just throw that in there as, like, a supermax prison that, like, is basically submerged, and they use it for, like, the worst of the worsts, or whatever. But if that's true, why didn't they put Bucky in there?
Well, they were trying to get intel on him and get a therapist on him and all that stuff.
Well, that's what I mean, like, put him there so he would be more secure at the raft, and they could do the interrogation there.
Well, they were trying to get a psychiatrist or someone, right? Like, someone to get him to, like, get his help with his psychology or something.
Yeah, but they could have flown them to the
because
raft.
with the raft, I'm assuming there's no outside visitors allowed at all.
True. Yeah, there's no outside visitors allowed. Because they do mention in the
'cause
Netflix shows, like, nobody hears from people when they're at the raft.
Yeah, the moment you're in the raft, you get nothing. You're just completely in solitary.
True.
Also, they still
well-
need to plan to transfer him there and go through the legal process if it's ethical to do it yet. That's probably why they have someone psychologically analyzing him first, because they know he used to be Bucky Barnes, who helped fight against the Nazis, so maybe something's wrong with him.
Whereas with the others in the Avengers, they're of sound mind, and they can conclude that all of their actions are of their own knowledge.
Yep.
Okay. Alright, that's fair.
Also, if the Hydra files are public now, I'm assuming there's going to be Hydra files talking about the Winter Soldier project.
Yeah.
They must know that Bucky was mind controlled at this point.
Yeah, like, Tony kind of references it when he calls him, Manchurian Candidate or something. So yeah, that's fair. What about, let's see. There's a part, Vision is, like, weirdly nerfed in the Civil War, airport fight. Because, they kind of forget about him for a while. So
Yeah, that's because Hawkeye shot him with the specialized EMP arrow that's known to like debilitate him for a decent amount of time.
Yeah, but the problem with that is why didn't he avoid it? Because he's Vision, he's supposed to be pretty fast.
He didn't see it coming.
But like, it was in front of him.
Well, yeah, but he could have been. I mean, you can pull up the clip.
Yeah, I'll
he
pull
might
up the
have been
clip. Let me
focusing on
find it.
another hero. Because if you're Vision, you're not prioritizing Hawkeye.
True. Let me find the clip. Nope, not here. Nope, not here.
Come on, Audacious Jones, let's work together. We're defending Civil War against this clown.
Bad
It's horrible. He's bad faith criticism. Fuck him.
faith debate tactics. Alright.
One might say insincere, like AI.
Alright, let's see. Alright. He's flying, and then...
Looks like he was looking at.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
he was looking at.
Okay.
Who's that? Falcon? Go back.
He was looking at
Yeah,
Falcon, so he was gonna deal with Falcon.
Yeah.
And
then the moment he's like, "Wait, Hawkeye." Oh.
Okay.
Fuck you.
Okay, yeah, I suppose that's fair, sure. Let's see, what other criticisms come to mind? There's a part earlier where, Black Widow should have just died. Let me find it. Is it here? No. Actually, no, that's too early.
Oh, are you talking about the grenade?
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the part where they could have just right here. So she's driving on the motorcycle. There were like a bunch of guys there. I don't know why they didn't just shoot her.
Did they see her?
Yeah, they
Go
did.
back.
So she's right there. They were all like standing there. I guess they just didn't shoot her. Because right here you can see that the Alright, to be fair, they're turning away, but they're about to see her.
And then the rest of it. Well, that guy tripped before he can shoot, and this guy's trying to shoot her, I guess.
Yeah.
And that guy kind of closes the distance, I guess.
Yeah. So, like, at least in one way, she should have just died here.
Yeah.
That's just incompetent fodder. That's typical.
Well, to be fair, they're like, I guess they're just trained killers. They're trained to use all these weapons, and there's a whole group of them. Like, even with fodder, if you have like 3 guys with guns shooting at you, you're gonna have a hard time avoiding them. Oh yeah, there's a part where like people just have some bad plot armor. So Bucky should like not give a shit if he kills because he's under the mind control. So Sam yeah, clearly he doesn't care because he's like broke through that. So he grabs him like by the by the chin. Look at him. Look at it right here.
Yeah, I'm looking at it, and you're not gonna unpause.
Yeah, this frame is funny as hell.
All right, check disagreement request. That shit is pink. I love that.
That looks like Alex getting grabbed.
Do not
No.
grab me.
Yeah, so Falcon is dead.
Yep.
This fight is cool. Let's see. It's kind of dumb that he's just like, hey, when Zemo's right there and he could just run.
Well, in fairness, he should be fucking paralyzed, let alone running, so I don't know what you're saying there.
Yeah, so all of these guys have plot armor here. So Tony shows up.
Wait, how do those guys have plot armor?
You'll see. So he blocks it, that's fine. But Bucky is a super soldier. That should have done something serious to him. And look at his face right there. Like, Tony's just dead.
Okay, in fairness, like, I don't think super soldiers can literally, like, one-shot humans or kill them that quickly.
Well, I think, like, the one shot to the face, and then, right to his, like, he's fucked.
Well, remember what how Batroc performed against Captain America? It's like Cap hit him a few times, he didn't, like, completely fold.
Yeah, but I assume that Batroc the Leaper has like really good physical conditioning. Tony, I mean, he's done some MMA, but like that's it really. He doesn't really do crazy workouts.
I don't think he's like peak human or anything, but he should have some good physical conditioning because he's Iron Man and he has to be in the right physical condition to even control those suits like adequately.
Possibly. I mean, I think he should just be out after that. Like, he should just be knocked the fuck out. Not just, like, on the ground. He's shown to be kind of, like, awake after that, so... Seems a bit unbelievable.
I guess.
So, yeah, Sharon's going for an attack. So is Black Widow. I guess Sharon is fine. Black Widow's dead in a moment. Yeah, right here. She's done. Just like Sam. But yeah, nope.
With the arm, I guess?
Yeah, like with the metal arm, he would have just crushed her. Yeah, cool fight
Can the
with...
metal arm even, like, snap people's bones like that easily?
I would assume so, especially if it's breaking through Iron Man armor. Like...
Okay, but that's an issue, though. It shouldn't be doing that.
True, yeah. I mean, it's able to break through stone very easily, like, just in one go. He's able to, like, those cinder block things in the earlier fight, he could just smash it in one go. So, I don't know, that just seems like plot armory.
I mean, in fairness, like, I think I think peak humans in this universe can, like, handle things that are way more damaging than that. Like, remember, Crossbones survived, like, a building crushing him.
He did, but, like, even then, he was fucked up after that.
Yeah, but I don't even think he had any broken bones, though.
No, he did. It's just that he would have had to, like, recover them. Whereas here, yeah, I would say the same would be applicable to Black Widow. He could have just like crushed her throat easily. In fact, I don't even think she should be talking, to be honest. With how strong
I don't know.
he would be.
I would have to think on that. I think it is pretty consistent that at least peak humans can handle they can like contend with them, even though like they can't win because they still have a physical disadvantage, but they're not easily getting killed by them though. So I don't know.
Yeah.
And that reminds me of the Ultimate Spider-Man comics when Elektra beat the shit out of Spider-Man.
Yeah, so this one's pretty weird as well. So Vision gets told to like help out, but like I don't know why he does it from so far away. That's just dumb as hell. I don't know why he thought that was a good idea. Why not just fly there?
In fairness, isn't like the point of the scene to show like that how
Because he was
is it supposed to like emphasize the idea that the Avengers can be reckless?
It is, but like why to this extent? Because I feel like Vision should know well enough from his experiences with using that as a laser. Like, if he just uses that from so far away to try targeting, like, what if he just misses and that hits, well, like, what if he even just hits Sam? Like, even if he didn't dodge that?
I think he was trying to hit his, like, pack so he would, like, fall, and then he could catch him or something.
Yeah, but that's what I mean, like, look at how close that was to, like, his head.
No, yeah, I think it's really reckless and risky.
Yeah, but like I can't think of a reason why he'd do it this way instead of just like flying there.
I'm assuming it's because like he's close to like his love right now and he doesn't want to like put her down and fly towards someone else, especially when she was like harmed earlier. I think it's literally an emotional bias, so he's just gonna like do the lazier way of dispatching, you know, one of the
I guess,
people.
yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, because I remember Tony in the hospital asked him, what the hell happened, Vision? And he said,
he became distracted,
I don't
yeah.
know. Yeah.
Yeah, it's he's not processing his emotions because he's like an android.
Okay. Let me find his scene. So there's a moment where Red Wing kind of just knocks Iron Man off his ass while he's flying.
Red Wing?
Red Wing, yeah.
Who the fuck is Red Wing?
Oh, yeah.
The tiny drone that Sam has.
Oh my god.
Let me find it. I don't know where
Holy
this
shit.
scene is. No, it's not
How
here.
did you forget Red Wing?
I don't give a shit about Falcon, bro. The lore implications of Falcon. Like, dude, like, look at Disagreement Request. Look at that face. Is that a face I gotta care about?
Oh, because he's black? Oh, because he's black.
No, he's a big Ripperverse fan, so it's not because of that. So don't be deceitful. Don't be deceitful.
Carlito, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I don't care about a guy that looks like this.
Oh, yeah, looks like this.
Okay,
As in he's black.
You know what? Fine. Yeah.
Oh, he admits it.
Well,
I don't give a shit about
he admits
DEI
it.
Captain America. My bad.
DEI Captain. Yeah, so I'm showing the scene right here. So like Sam just shoots Red Wing at his like face, and that just it just knocks him down. Like no, that should just bounce right off his mask. Should be like the bust his bunker with the ex-wife thing.
I mean, I guess. I mean, actually, I don't have a problem with that one because I guess you could assume Red Wing is just really durable too.
Yeah,
I mean,
so,
it is,
what
but like
contradicts
even
that?
then, like Iron Man would kind of just knock right off his armor, but he would still be flying. It seems to like just stop him entirely. Like it just stops his thrusters like that. It's like, I don't know.
I think it's deactivated because it like disoriented him that badly. Like it was a really bad hit.
Yeah, he didn't see it coming.
Yeah, I guess.
I mean, it's the same thing with the tank shell. When the tank shell hit him, he didn't keep flying because like it just hurt him enough that he fell. Like,
Yeah,
his
but the tank
thrusters
shell,
shut off.
that's like crazy for him. Well, if we're going back to like Age of Ultron, he was like slightly disoriented from the explosion, like being at the epicenter of the explosion, but like he still recovered from that pretty easily. So that kind of seems like a disparity between how he reacts there and how he reacts here to just Red Wing.
I mean, yeah, you could just simply argue that Red Wings, like what it's made out of, is strong enough to do better than even that explosion.
Yeah.
Maybe it is made out of the same titanium. Sure, yeah.
I mean, isn't like the point of like the government making that shit is to try and compete with Iron Man at least?
Yeah. Well, no, I don't know, because he was in the military when he had this, so I don't know when they made that.
Wasn't that supposed to somewhat compete with it? Because remember, in Iron Man 2, they wanted Iron Man armor, but they couldn't get it, and like there are people that are trying to like replicate at least some equivalent to it. Maybe this is the best they got, and they gave, and it's the Falcon tech.
Sure, yeah.
Because like there is like technology that is not as good as Iron Man's, but can still hurt him. Like Whiplash, his shit clearly is effective against Iron Man.
Yep.
And like he's not as good as Iron Man. It's just he's good enough that he can fuck him up.
I want to comment on the escape at the end. I don't know how Cap is able to pull that off because this is submerged like in water. So either like he would have to go to the platform.
He swam underwater and just went in. I don't know, bro.
Well, that's my if he does that, then how does he like open the what does he open then? If he's just swam underneath, like it would be completely airtight, locked down.
He used a vent.
Go fuck yourself.
You know what? Maybe he knew the codes. There you go.
Wow, there's more people ready to hop in about Arkham Knight.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
All right, well, I mean, I can't really think of much else besides. Well, do you have a defense for the escape, Audacious Joan?
Say that. Just simply say that Cap swam in and just punched a hole and got in. Not that hard.
Well, you talking about the end when he broke them all out?
Yeah, I don't know how he could have done that. Like, if it was submerged, then how does he break in when it would be all airtight? And if not, then like they would only like surface for like based on clearance. Like, for example, they gave Tony clearance to get in.
It wasn't submerged when we cut back to it at the end. After he already did the breakout, so maybe he swam down there, broke in, raised it so that they could all get out.
Swam down. Well, so how did he swim in and just like break it open?
Super strong.
He could have found like a secret hatch or some kind of valve.
Wouldn't they have like detected him on the radar though? Like, what is he gonna take to get there? Like a Quinjet, a boat? Like they're gonna detect that.
No, he would swim down there, like literally swim.
It's like that same logic.
Yeah, but like from where? That's what I'm saying.
From the ocean.
Even if
So he would swim from like wherever the land is all the way down there.
Yes.
Yeah, but like wouldn't they just like if he surfaces, wouldn't that just be suspicious to them? Like are they not paying attention to the surrounding area?
Who surfaces?
Cap, because like eventually he's gonna have to like, get up.
Well, no, he's gonna swim underwater and break in and then free them, and then somehow.
Yeah, but like you're saying, he would have started at like some piece of land. But like what I'm saying is, if he were to do that, he would have to like eventually surface for air.
Well, yeah. First he's gonna do some good old front crawl until he gets like reasonably close enough. Then he's gonna swim all the way down and break in.
I mean, even then, right? Even then, I don't even think the scene is like communicating that, because like he doesn't even. Hold on, let me get the scene.
Oh, I can't wait. Yeah, say it.
He doesn't even look wet when he's here. I don't know.
Let's go. was fucking amazing. Oh, I knew you were gonna say that. That is too funny.
But am I wrong?
No, you're not wrong. I'm just fucking with you. I don't think he actually swam down there.
Fuck you. I'm actually. Holy shit.
I was just thinking of the Spectacular Spider-Man episode when he like swam down the Master Planner's like base, bro. I just thought that was funny.
Damn. Yeah. I'm Audacious John. Do you have anything else?
You know what I should have said to continue the joke? I should have said he got a towel because there's probably towels in here.
He got a towel
because they're near water. Well, yeah. Well, I should have. I'm an idiot. I should have continued to just when Cap went to a fucking. He went to like a change room and then just got a towel.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. Like, my only defense for that ending is
You know what? He used the face changer tech and he looked like one of the soldiers. There you go.
Yeah,
he had the invisible body shield.
Literally, he had the invisible face mask.
Yeah, it's just like when Strucker like said, "Can we stop the Avengers?" And then Hydra Goon said, "They're the Avengers." He's Captain America.
To be fair, you're not gonna like. I don't think water is gonna inherently just stop him, but like, I don't know. I think it's a bit of a stretch in the circumstances that they've set.
Why didn't Namor free them?
That's a good point.
I say we move on to someone else. Like,
yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
Yeah.
While you do that, I gotta do something real quick. So I'll be back in a bit. But yeah, have your fun. Thank you for coming on, Audacious Joe.
It's been fun.
Yeah, thanks for having me on again.
No. Am I in the?
Yes.
What is up, sir?
Yeah. I was actually going to talk about a part in the Arkham Knight video. It was specifically a part that he mentioned where he said that the Jokers were not physically becoming Joker. That just seemed kind of confusing to me.
Okay.
Because like in terms of like what you can physically see them change into, like you see like the pale skin, the green eyes, and like the green hair. You could argue like the green hair could be like dye, but like you could, I think when Henry Adams like fully changes into, well, yeah, but like with the green eyes, that's kind of inarguable, and with Batman, they do straight up acknowledge it. Like Robin literally says, like, "Your eyes, you're the last Joker." In fact, that's literally why Henry like stops, like he was about to shoot Batman, and then he realized, "Oh, you're a Joker. You would be a much better Joker than me."
You're going to be spectacular.
Yeah. And like
alrighty, I think I'm starting to remember what my defenses of it are, which is different than, which is I think different from SK's. Okay, so firstly, white skin is canonically makeup. We can tell because Robert King, I believe his name is, the wrestler guy, clearly has black skin. He's still black. He's not turning white. They're not white facing him. So very clearly this disease is not actually changing their skin. It must be makeup. At most, sometimes they look sickly pale, like Henry Adams, and the reason I'm assuming he looks more pale than the others is because of his age. So like it's probably affecting his health worse than the others, which is why he looks more sickly pale, because it's a sickly kind of pale instead of actual like makeup white. It's not even Joker white, because Joker white looks like it's makeup, even though it's, if you like see Joker's design in the Arkham games. Most of the time the skin is white because most healthy people that are healthy and or young people that have the disease are clearly putting on makeup because they like perceive themselves to be the Joker, or they just act similarly or are inspired by the Joker. And Henry Adams is sickly pale because he's an older man, so it's affecting him worse.
That is fair.
The green hair goes under that. You can easily dye your hair green. Henry Adams's hair is just clearly not green. I think even when he becomes Joker. I mean, I could re-look it up. I'm pretty sure that's the case.
I actually did take a screenshot of like how he looks like normally, and then how he looks when he is like when the Joker's like fully affecting his mind and he's being explicit about it. I can share that in disagreement requests too.
Yeah, that'd be convenient.
Okay. So yeah. Like you can see his hair is like a little bit greenish tint. That could also be the lighting, but
yeah, I mean, I guess that could just be. I think either that could be he maybe dyed it in between or something, or it is like something is like actually affecting his hair in particular.
But like,
but once again, Robert King like doesn't have green hair.
Albert King.
I keep saying Robert King. Yeah, it's weird. Yeah, so like the most I can simply say is like if you, I think the skin is the most important thing to focus on here. You could tell it looks more sickly pale here.
Yeah.
Also, let me try and get the actual cutscene from the game just in case.
Yeah. But I think like the thing that's kind of Google is like the eye color. Like they straight up say like their eyes were formerly like this color, now it's green.
Henry Adam kills himself. This is the fucking video title. Yeah, I'll get to that in a sec. I just want to make sure I'm thorough with Henry Adams because he's always like the wild card of the argument.
Yeah.
Give me a sec. Yeah, okay, so here we go. Like, here's the thing, like, if you get an image from when he actually pretends to be the Joker in the actual part in the game, when he reveals himself, right here.
Yeah.
The hair isn't green.
That is fair. I do remember like that section where
So,
right after
so the picture that you sent me, I'm assuming this is what he looks like when he puts on makeup, like before the events of him even being in Panetta Studios, possibly.
Well,
so it has to be makeup at this case because once he reveals himself, he has to put blood as lipstick to get the Joker smile, and he doesn't have the green hair.
Yeah. What I will say about that is I do remember like after, because I was actually playing through that section a little bit ago, and I do remember like zooming in on like after he ends his life and he's just laying there. You can see like a slight greenish tint to his hair, but like I don't have proof of that. You'll just have to take my word for that, but that's just what I remember seeing. And like his skin is paler, like in between of like how he normally looks and versus when he's like fully Jokerified. Plus, like they didn't even suspect that he was like affected. So I guess in his own time, like I don't really know how to properly phrase this. In his own time, like he could have like the full makeup and such, but once he is like being found out and he's found by other people, he like puts a mask back on. Because it's shown at least through Batman that like the physical changes you can sort of repress or suppress, like with the eyes.
Sorry, I'm a bit lost. So, all that I'll say is just so I can get back on track. I'm sorry, I'm super tired today. The skin, I think we can agree is makeup. The hair has to be hair dye, especially when if you look at the cutscene, his hair is still notably gray. I think the color changes slightly, but like to look maybe a slight kind of tint of green, in fairness, because it doesn't look like normal, healthy Henry Adams gray hair, right? But it doesn't look green. It doesn't look Joker green either. Like at most the disease could like do something to change the hair color. And maybe I have to look this up. And I think your hair color can actually be affected by like how ill you are. Let me look up. You get sick that it changes your hair color. Let me see what I got here. Yes, a severe illness or nutritional deficiency can alter your hair color, though it usually only affects newly growing hair, while hair cannot change color once it has grown past the scalp. The pigment producing cells in your something can distribute something stress or illness. It doesn't say what colors it can change into, so I guess it's technically possible. Not like how the game portrays it, but it is like a technical thing that could happen. So, like you could conclude that once again, because he's an older man, the sickness of the disease is actually just really affecting him worse than the others. Because like, I think the best argument is that his skin looks genuinely pale. It's not makeup Joker pale. Like if you get an image of like I'll just do a GIF because I'm lazy. Joker.
Yeah.
Like here's him in the DLC. Like you see how his skin looks. It looks like he has like makeup. It's like perfectly white. It's like fake looking, even though that's just his actual skin color.
Yeah.
It's like compare that to Henry Adams. Henry Adams looks like it's actual sick pale skin, like a skin color someone would have if they're actually like ill. Kind of like pale.
And I think you can see like lesions on like his skin, like on his head or something like that.
Yeah, so like that. So I think that like takes out those parts. The green eyes I think is actually a really easy one to counter once you know what's happening to these people. So you know the reason they're sick is because the Joker's blood gestated too long, like his Titan blood, right?
Well, yeah.
Yeah, so this is a consistent thing with the Arkham games. A Titan turns your eyes green.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's a good point. Well, I guess the only thing I will really have to say to that is that, I mean, I guess, because the whole thing is that it's the Titan poisoning that was kind of healed from it. So, because anytime that like it flares up, you can repress it. For example, like Batman kind of represses it throughout the story. But anytime that like he gets a dose of the fear toxin, like when he gets that dose of the fear toxin, when he first confronts, when he confronts Scarecrow on the stag airship, like his eyes turn green.
Yeah. So this is actually this is a argument. I understand why people don't know this because the game doesn't blatantly explain this to you. But in Arkham City, if you actually take a look at one of the puzzle rooms that the Riddler has, in the Arkham City Riddler side mission, one of them, you can find while using your remote control batarang canisters of both Titan and Scarecrow's symbol on the Titan canisters, which directly implies that the reason the fear toxin is improved in Arkham Knight is because he amped the formula with Titan. He used Titan to increase the dosage of the fear toxin, and that was what was implied in the ending of Arkham Asylum. If you get the hard mode, if you beat the game on hard, is that Scarecrow gets a hand of Titan. So the reason his eyes glow green is because of that as well. He's literally shooting him with Titan fear gas. The game doesn't blatantly tell that to you. I'll be fair there. He just says he has an improved formula, but that's why it's improved is because of Titan.
Yeah.
Well, I assume it's a
yeah.
variety of ways too. Like he wanted to like amplify it as much as possible.
Yeah. That is fair. But I guess then I would ask the question of why they don't turn into hulking monsters, but then we're getting off track. I don't really want to get into that.
Well, you can always like change how Titan is used. If it's used as
Yeah,
an inhalant.
Titan doesn't inherently actually turn you into a hulking brute. Remember, Poison Ivy was infected by Titan in Arkham Asylum.
Yeah.
Different biologies, genetics, and different like kind of plants, toxins, or whatever mixed in with the Titan can alter how it works. It's why actually Poison Ivy's resistant to it, because she grew an immunity because she already like was infected by Titan before. Now she's just immune to it.
I forget if there was anything else that implied that Titan was in the fear toxin. I know we have the thing at Arkham Asylum, but is there anything else?
Yeah, Arkham City. In one of the Riddler puzzle rooms, you can find the like a Titan canisters with Scarecrow symbols on it.
Right.
Implying
Okay.
that he's using Titan.
Yeah.
So, my question would be, do you think that, like there is any amount of Joker personality inside of Batman's mind, like at all?
Like literally, like Joker's in his head. I don't think that's what the game's telling you. I think it's supposed to be a representation of his inner thoughts and trauma.
Yeah, the way I always kind of viewed it was like there was always kind of a personality just in his head, just very quietly, but then like the fear toxin brought it out. That's how I always interpreted it.
Yeah, I think like the way Batman interprets his trauma is through the Joker in his head. So that's my take.
Yeah, because to me, that interpretation is also what makes the ending make more sense, because he pretty much just straight up becomes Joker on that gurney. Like when he gets that dose of fear toxin, then it like cuts to him like on the gurney, and he's just Joker. Like it's a hallucination of like he has like the clown, like he just straight up is Joker. But I get it's supposed to symbolize like he actually just mentally became Joker in that moment.
Well,
At least that's
yeah,
how
I think the idea is that he like in his own head like mentally confronts his fears and his trauma, and he doesn't get rid of it, but he like, you know, locks it away and like contains it, like he controls it.
Yeah, because like he gives, the Scarecrow gives him another dose when he's like laughing and shit, and then Joker says like, I guess I'm toxic, I'm immune to the toxin, and then Batman shows him like, hey, no you're not, and then he shows him like all these different things that Joker would legitimately be afraid of, like being forgotten.
Yeah, but that's his way of overcoming his fear.
Okay. That fair enough.
Yep.
Alright.
Y'all want good comic book media? Read Horseman, written by Chuck Dixon, published by Rippaverse Comics. Damn. Any other Arkham Knight disagreements?
I mean, you only really talked about the main story. You didn't really delve into the side stuff, so I don't really know your opinion on any of it. So.
Yeah, the side
I guess
stuff. I
not.
mean, I'm cool with the side stuff. The main story is really what I'm most interested in.
All right. How do you feel about Deathstroke?
Oh, what do you mean? How do I feel about him?
Like, his boss fight, or the fact that he essentially took over after Arkham Knight got sidelined?
I mean, I think that's fine. I can see the argument that the tank fight with him is underwhelming. Like, I understand that.
Yeah.
Someone in chat saying he can literally break free in silence and sneak up behind Scarecrow and take him out. There's cameras on him, though. That's the problem. You can't just sneak out. That's not gonna work. And also, that is, like, relying on such a really, really flimsy basis. Like, oh, yeah, try sneaking away from Scarecrow while his back is turned, and just hope he doesn't see you or hear you break open one of the restraints. Which, yeah, you still got to break over the other one. He breaks one, he hears that, then he shoots. That's a ridiculous plan, infamous, web famous.
That was my favorite section of that video. He has cameras on.
He has cameras, exactly.
Yeah. I didn't even think about the cameras thing, but yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see. Trying to think. Because I had the perfect side mission that I wanted to talk about, then I just forgot it. Shit. I guess I can't think of it. Thanks for having me on your stream.
For sure.
Was cool to talk about that.
Right. Awesome.
Bye.
See you later. So I shouldn't expect a well-established Batman to not think, oh, maybe I should silently break free and trick him. So again, like, I don't know why you keep saying this. If he gets caught doing that, they die. One mistake, they die. And it's not even like he's just banking on luck or anything. He knows that Jason is following him. Jason knows how the militia operate, so he'd know how to take down his own men that he trained. So if he does that, then shows up and he's going to save him, like, yeah, that is a perfectly reasonable plan to rely on. And I think he would rely on this because Batman is a believer in redemption. He knows that Jason feels bad and ashamed of what he did. He can see it and how he acts in his last conversation with him. So it's really intuitive that Jason is going to track him down and help him. And he's like, there is no better pick to have someone help him than Jason, because Jason literally knows how they operate. Nightwing doesn't, Catwoman doesn't, and she has less resources, of course. But yeah, like, Red Hood is the best option in this scenario. Because again, any of them make one mistake, they're dead. Jason would know that, and he would know how to navigate his way through the best. And also, like, I don't have Discord. Dude, just make one. Just make a Discord. It ain't that hard. Don't even have to download it. You just sign up on the site. Okay. Yeah, Arkham Knight is peak. Join VC for a civil disagreement on Batman. But yeah, I guess this is going to be the end if Infamous doesn't show up. But like in the meantime, I guess I should give some updates. Yes, I'm going to respond to Dardigan's Arkham Asylum video and his Everything Wrong with Arkham City video. I'm looking forward to looking at more story criticism. I don't know if I'll cover the other Everything Wrong withs from like GCN or whatever. I think it'd be a bit repetitive if I did that, because I'm basically responding to the same format, so I don't really know if I want to do that. What else? I'm also gonna just cover the stories of Arkham Asylum, Arkham City, and Arkham Knight. So I'll be covering all of those. If there's some other Arkham takes, feel free to share them, and I'll take a look. If it's just something repetitive, like if someone just goes once again saying, "Why aren't the tanks manned? Why does he use unmanned tanks?" Like, I'm just not responding. I've already addressed that. I'm looking for something new. By the way, women in Arkham series are treated horribly. Well, what's your example of that? Yeah, so, I'll try this month to get Arkham reviews for each of the stories. Obviously, Knight will get the most praise, because Knight is a 10 LOL. I'll definitely try to get to Origins and Shadow as well. From what I could tell, nobody really cared to make an everything wrong with Arkham Shadow, so that just won't happen. But like, I'll check out the Arkham Origins criticism.
I'm back.
What's up? Just giving some updates. Conversation went well with the guy. There's one guy in chat like trying to defend. Why doesn't Batman just break out and beat up Scarecrow? Someone's still trying to defend that, even though I think it's been pretty clear how that criticism is kind of just indefensible. Like, it doesn't work.
I feel like people who made that criticism would not survive watching like Batman the animated series or something.
I mean, I'm gonna be honest. I'll just say this about any piece of media. Like, how are you just gonna be like, yeah, Batman should just do it because it's one guy with a gun? Like, that's just stupid. Oh, Batman should just be able to overpower the Joker when Talia is being held hostage. Just one guy with a gun. Like, that's ridiculous. Why doesn't
it's not like Scarecrow hasn't fought. Scarecrow's fought in the sky for years too. Like, I think he'd be prepared.
He's a
if Batman
mastermind.
tries to do that. Yeah, so it's like, why do people think he would just not consider that might be a possibility and he hasn't accounted for it?
It's also funny because, like...
Which is like another thing. If Batman tried to like attack Scarecrow, what's stopping him from just spraying the fear toxin in his face?
That's true, yeah. He's done that before.
Well, yeah, if you get close range with him, he could just shoot like his gas. And you can't even like say Batman can like put on like a gas mask or something. It's a cloudburst version. There's like no counter.
Mm-hmm. The only real counter is like being in a safe location.
Yeah, exactly. You have to straight up be deep underground to not get affected by it.
Thug dialogue for Catwoman and Harley. I don't know what that's referring to. Also, like, the design for all of them have been fully sexualized apart from Oracle. Even Thug dialogue talking about
Oh yeah,
Catwoman.
I remember that era.
Okay, so
Yeah.
the whole
SK,
thing.
don't you agree that Arkham has a women problem?
Oh, I remember that. Yeah, so the whole thing about the thugs talking, like, you know, the way that they do, those are Arkham thugs. That's not Batman. That's not Commissioner Gordon. That's not Robin. That's not Nightwing.
You know what fucking pisses me off about Thug Dial? Firstly, I don't know if they... okay, they do say about Harley when you're not playing as her, but... Okay, whenever they say this about Catwoman, especially when you're playing as her, the whole point of that in the game is that you have more of an incentive to kick their ass because they're disgusting sexual... Like, you know... sex offending like rapists. Like, it makes you want to beat the shit out of them more.
Yes, exactly.
That's the point of the dialogue. It's the same thing as like, oh, your mom's gonna fucking not recognize you when it's like it's literally for you to go bring it on, asshole, and just fucking ragdoll him. Fuck you, bitch.
Exactly. Sam Raimi Spider-Man saying this is a problem. Why? I can't.
Like,
either he's defending it, which is based, or he's just supporting the whole. Why doesn't Batman just break out? But like the designs. I guess like what designs are you talking about?
I don't. I think like I think the only one they mainly use is like Harley. That's the only one that I can kind of get because she looks more overtly like. I guess she looks a little more yeah, she's like more overtly sexualized than her classic look. You could argue, but like
she
Poison
chose
Ivy,
that because
well, with Poison Ivy, it's literally the point. It's a part of her character that she's seductive and abuses that for bad, and it's not considered a good thing. And like it's the same thing with like Catwoman, and also like
yeah,
I'm gonna be honest, her shit isn't even like overly sexualized. She's wearing like a tight. She's like wearing like these tights that are meant for like espionage and infiltration.
What's
it's what anyone would wear. Literally, like that's the point of it. It's going to look skin tight.
Yeah. And like with Harley, I don't even see how that's
Batman,
like a valid criticism, are we really meant to look up to Harley Quinn as a character? Like, the whole
Well,
point,
it's
a
like-
larger point of her character is that she is, like, getting abused, and she is being used by people, but she doesn't realize it.
Well, yeah, a part of her character is that she's literally degrading herself, and like that's bad. She's like an antagonist for a reason. But like about like the tights argument, it's like, I mean, like people want kind of conveniently ignore this. Batman, Nightwing, they all wear tights too.
No
one's
I can
complaining
try to
about that.
stream to talk about it. You can, that's fine, you can join. It'll probably be one of the last disagreements, because it's getting late.
It said, I get the in-lore reason, guys, but their inclusion is fucked up.
Well, I feel like in-lore reasons are relevant context as to why things are the way they are.
I mean, like, this is... Well, I think this was referring to the thug dialogue. I don't know if... I think.
Well,
I
the
guess, yeah,
thug
that same
dialogue,
principle
like,
would apply.
that's just like, yeah, but that just shows how pathetic they are. Thugs are meant
It's
to be
supposed
pathetic.
to be a negative. You're supposed to hate them for that. It's,
Oh, yeah, I agree.
They literally talk about how they gleefully killed their own mother one time by feeding her poison cake and force-fed the rest to her when she didn't want any more. They're awful people. Like, that's kind of the point.
Yeah. Arkham thugs
And
are not
keep in mind,
are not like
I actually
people
want-
to look up to.
I actually want to point this out because there's an interesting distinction. They're only this bad in Asylum and City, from what I remember. They're disgusting in those games, but that's because the context is Batman is in a horrible supermax prison. He's the worst of the worst are in here. But if you listen to the thug dialogue in Origins and Night, they're not as depraved or horrible.
Yeah,
Like
if
some of them are
anything-
like, oh, I used to be in the military, or whatever, or I maybe like, yeah, I killed a guy. But most of the thugs are just kind of dumbasses. They're just like, yeah, you know what laundering is? Yeah, dumbass, I know what laundering is. Like they're less horrible. It's because they're more common street thugs.
Well, that's
Versus
what
like
I find a bit
City
interesting
and
about
Asylum,
Arkham Knight thugs. They seem a little bit more like I guess balanced and not like overtly insane. And I think that's because of the nuance. Like, I really like the militia thug dialogue and how they try to treat the Arkham Knight as like someone who actually understands them. You know, these are people that are that were in the military that feel mistreated, and they don't think they get the proper respect they deserve. But like,
well,
you
yeah,
know,
there's a level
the
of
Arkham Knight gives them
professionalism
the...
with them. Because they are professionals. And then like you look at the thugs, and most of them are just kind of dummies that want money or something. Not all of them are horrible, but that's the context, because this is like the greater Gotham City. This isn't a prison city or an asylum where it is going to be the like most depraved ones.
Yeah. What's up? Welcome to I don't know what you rejoin. Something happened. If
But
that's
yeah,
you,
it's
Pano,
I can't see right now because I'm outside because of personal reasons. But is the guy still there? Because we were kind of
I think there was a mistake that led to them leaving, so we'll just wait. No, it isn't your stupid keep crying that I have standards. Dude, I'm sorry. I don't know what standards you have to think Edge of Time is good, but Arkham Knight's bad. That's all I'm gonna say. Sorry, what's up? How's it going? A little quiet, so I'm gonna put you up. Yeah, so what's the disagreement, and tell us why?
Yeah, I don't agree, generally speaking, with how...
Yeah, you're really muffled. I don't know what microphone you're using, but like we can barely hear you.
Microphone is not good, sorry about that. As I was saying, I don't really...
We can't... I know you're talking, but we can't hear you because you're too muffled. Like, is there like an object covering your mic? Is it, I don't know what it is.
No.
Are you underwater currently?
No.
Are you far from your mic?
The quality is not bad.
Are you far from home?
Okay, what type of mic do you have? Is it like AirPods?
I just use it for very casual reason.
I didn't catch that. What kind of mic is it? Can you type what kind of mic it is?
I don't know. I don't know.
Well, like, is it in your headphones? Is it?
I say it's in my headphones. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So, is the mic like what kind of headphones do you have?
Wait.
We can't hear you if.
No.
Yeah, I don't know what headphones you have. For all right, Liam, you got stuff on your end.
Yeah, let me get my shit ready. Yeah, there was a gas leak in my house, so I had to leave.
Oh, well. Real... Okay, let me look that up. Okay, so it's... So is that a speaker? Sounds like a speaker. Okay. So then, if that's the case, then you need to, like, talk closer to your device, to your computer. I'm guessing.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Move closer to your device.
That was a little bit better.
What about now?
That didn't do
If you can't
anything.
hear me, that's fine.
Try, like, okay, go up to your keyboard and just, like, speak right up to it.
Can you hear me now?
A little bit better, yeah.
Okay. Does this work? Can we work with it?
Not entirely. I think you just need to talk loud, to be honest. Like, if this is gonna work.
Okay. Okay, I'll try it. Yeah, generally speaking, I don't find how the women are designed in the Arkham series to be.
Okay, so which design are you referring to?
Especially Harley Quinn, and Catwoman and Poison Ivy. Actually, every female character except.
Okay, so with Harley Quinn, we addressed that she willfully engages in like degrading behavior towards herself, and that's treated as a bad thing, like she's a victim of it.
Of course, yes.
With Catwoman, she uses that to her advantage, to basically like fool people. That's kind of what Poison Ivy does as well,
I
and
agree.
those aren't treated as good things either. And
Everything. Sorry, but with everything that you're going to say, I agree. Catwoman uses her sexuality, manipulates the thugs. We can see that in the company.
Dude, I want to talk about this. The mic is so hard to hear.
yeah, the mic is really hard to hear.
Can you, do you have like just normal headphones? Because that could probably just be better at this point.
Yeah, guys, if the audio doesn't work for you, it's okay. We can just leave it. It's okay.
It feels like I'm talking. It feels like I'm talking to a minion that's underwater. Like I don't understand.
Yeah, guys, I'm sorry. I'm gonna use my microphone often. It's very casual.
Yeah, do you have like headphones?
No, my headphones are not.
Do you have a cell phone?
Yeah.
All right, use that.
Your cell phone?
That'll be way
Your
better.
cell phone has to have. It has to be.
Okay.
That's the point of a cell phone, right?
Give me a few seconds.
I don't know what you said. No. You know what? The minion one is a little bit too silly. It sounds like I'm talking to like a Charlie Brown adult. What? Harley Quinn. What the fuck?
Batman literally can grab his toxin hand, as he does later when he escapes. Do not pay attention. Yeah, so that's reliant on Scarecrow closing the distance on him.
No way they're gonna say that, like the post-talk thing. That's when he's not afraid of it anymore. I'm not afraid, Crane. It just wouldn't work.
Yeah, exactly. Even if he used
And by the
the
way,
fear toxin, it wouldn't work.
it's established that physically stabbing him with the syringe and injecting it is more potent. And he did that, and Batman looked him straight in the eye and said, I'm not afraid,
whoops.
Crane. So it just wouldn't work. It would do nothing because he overcame his fear.
Mm-hmm.
That's before. That's when he's already unmasked.
Yeah.
Sorry about.
There we go. That's better.
There we
Way
go.
better.
Oh my gosh, that is so much better. Thank God.
Okay. Sorry about before.
Oh, good.
Okay, so basically, what I was gonna say, I agree with most of what you were going to say about how Catwoman uses her sexuality, about how Harley is degraded, is treated basically, horribly by the Joker and his gang. But the thing is, you can still have that. You can still have those characters using their sexuality. You can still have them be, let's say, strong and sexy without having mentions of rape within the game, without having, their tits and ass basically in your face all the time, which is not, you know what? The problem I have with it is not, I don't like looking at tits and ass. It's just that when you have a character like Poison Ivy, like Harley, like Catwoman, with their history, you at this point, I truly do have, let's say, some sort of connection because I grew up with those characters. Okay, so when I see, it's like I don't know how to say it. It's like at this point, yeah, whatever. I think you understand that, like, you're inducing characters.
I kind of feel like there's a lot of different arguments to tackle right now, because the rape comment always confuses me. Like, there's a lot of mature video games out there that does this. Like what's the standard on this? Is just not allowed? Are bad guys not allowed to talk about sexual assault or wanting to do it?
It is
Yeah, because
allowed. However, you have to.
There's people that are like this. Like, look at Cullen. Cullen literally did exactly what the Arkham Thug did.
He is an Arkham Thug, yeah.
He is an Arkham Thug.
I mean, there are games that talk about rape. There are games that talk about all those stuff, but you have to do it after a certain point with some respect. Like, it's not like women, especially. Like, I'm not trying to be right now like.
What exactly is disrespectful with how Arkham does it? Because it's not treating it in a positive thing. It's using it as an incentive for you to want to beat the shit out of the thugs. It's
yeah, that's the problem.
As when
it's not the positive thing. It's not the positive. It's not
like, oh, I killed my sister once. It's like, you're not supposed to think that's like endearing or like likable. You're supposed to go, wow, these guys are assholes. I can't wait to kick them into next week as Batman. I can't wait to do a ground takedown and punch him right in the balls. It's like,
yeah, okay, I get that.
Point.
No, I understand that. I'm just saying you cannot have, let's say, you cannot have a character basically have an insanely sexualized character model within your game, and at the same time having those types of of comments about rape within the game, and even like the concept of rape to be used for what? Why mention rape? You could have mentioned everything else, and you mention rape to use it as some sort of motivation for the player to attack the thugs. Like, come on.
Well, yeah, it's one of the many ways they try to get you to understand these are scummy people.
You could do that without the mention of rape, and you can do that without sexualizing basically a beloved character who's been in the comics for more than 70 years, like Catwoman.
I agree. You can do that without the comments and stuff. I don't think they're needed per se, but I don't see the issue with them either.
I mean,
like,
okay, in Spider-Man, in Spider-Man, okay, why not have MJ, not MJ, Black Cat? Why not have Black Cat somehow, like, even Black Cat in Spider-Man is used with more respect, let's say. Even though she uses her sexuality with Peter, she uses he's both strong and sexy, but without having mentions of rape, without having about her character, without having her tits and ass in front of
I
you,
mean,
basically.
I mean,
Like,
for first of all, I do want to
Mhm.
comment. Black Cat in that game blatantly is in a skin tight outfit, and she has a
Yeah,
massive
okay.
ass. So
Okay, yeah.
it is like very equivalent. Like when it comes to her design, she is very sexualized. Not as much as Arkham, sure, because I think the Insomniac games don't want to be as mature as the Arkham games. So yes, I will say that. But but the whole you could be strong and sexy is perfectly analogous to Catwoman. You play as her, and she's more capable than Black Cat. She does way more in the games altogether, and she's way more like proactive. She actually impacts the main story of Arkham City. Like she saves Batman.
Yeah, I don't
During the
disagree
events of
with you.
2010.
I don't disagree with you on that. I'm talking about the sexualized aspect of the character and how it's treated. Okay, because you can have a sexy character within the game, obviously, and you can have mentions of rape. You can have rape being mentioned or even being part of the main story. But you cannot like use it. Like you have to treat it with some respect for the character that you are having. And women in the Arkham series, sadly, are except Oracle.
Well, okay, I do want to comment on this. Well, why does that crime have some special like tiering system where it has to be like always treated as like the most like important like story beat ever? Because I'm assuming what you mean by like respect is like there's more of like an storytelling purpose or like some big meaningful thing. Because I'm assuming you're fine with the Arkham thugs casually talking about killing their own mothers or sisters and all the other horrible things that they do. Like, I think a few of them casually talk about hurting children or doing drugs to children. Like, there's a lot of vile things they say. Why is rape where we draw the line? We can't have the game establish that these people are more willing to rape because they're super high max like criminals, the worst of the worst.
Yeah, because it's not them mentioning that while you are playing a kid, okay, you're like they're not mentioning we're gonna rape a child or kill a child while you are actively playing as a child, okay, which like imagine that, okay, it's probably gonna be a little bit fucked up to actually have a playing child character and the thug mentioning, we're gonna rape that kid and so on, okay,
I mean,
because that's what happens for
they've done that in a lot of video games before. Like in the first Last of Us game, you play as Ellie, and it's implied that the main villain wants to rape her and they want to murder her.
Yeah, but it's treated with respect. It's not treated for laughs or for the motivation to press X. Okay,
Wait,
it's treated with respect to storytelling and
Alright,
for
so
its
Matt, I want to tackle. When is it treated for laughs? When is it funny when they say I want to rape them in the Arkham
Sorry,
games?
you want to argue that the way that it's used in combat when you are actively fighting thugs, it's used if this is somehow respectful mention of rape, like.
Do you think it's funny? Do you think it's funny when they talk about wanting to carve Batman's heart out with a knife or cut his fingers
Sorry,
off
what?
slowly? Well, okay.
Can you repeat that?
Well, if you're talking about during combat sections, I just want to. I'm curious. Do you think it's meant to be funny when the militia go, "I'm going to cut your fingers one at a time"? Like, is that funny? I'm gonna.
To who are they saying this?
How's a bat with no ears? They're saying that to Batman. They're talking about how they want to cut
Yeah,
his
they're
fingers
saying
off.
that to a character. They're saying that to the character we're playing as a power fantasy. While when you have
Yeah, but
Catwoman,
wait. Yeah,
when
we're
you have
playing.
Catwoman, dude, you cannot separate. I'm sorry, wait.
Yeah,
You cannot
hang on a
separate.
second. Yeah,
Okay,
I kind of
go
see
on.
where you're going at, but there's an issue here. You play as Catwoman when they make those comments. When they go, "Hey, Catwoman, take your clothes off." Catwoman, you bet. You know, Catwoman.
You cannot separate. You cannot separate the society, I guess, that we live in. Okay, to make the meme, we live in a society. Okay, you cannot separate the reality that we live in from the games. Okay, the fact that there is sexism today, that it's not a thing of the past, sadly, as of yet. Okay, the thing that there is.
Hang on a second. I don't know why that's relevant. Because
it is relevant because if your game treats those subjects, because if your game,
yeah, I get it. I do want to elaborate because with there's sexism to this day. Yes, there are still murderers to this day. There's still sadists to this day, sociopaths, psychopaths to this day that may play the Arkham games. So by this logic, you shouldn't allow Arkham thugs to talk about cutting Batman's fingers off.
Is there, generally speaking, within society, like a constant mindset that is being promoted that women are objects, women are just their tits and ass, or that it's fine to have to show a little boy Playboy's magazine and so on, like come on now, dude. It's a simple.
Okay.
We live in different worlds.
I'll just revert the question back at you. Is society normalizing rape? Does society think sexual assault is okay?
At a certain level, sadly, yes. At a certain level, sadly, yes. Like it's like, come on now.
Okay. So I'm like, what part of society are you talking about? Because by this logic, you could argue that it's socially acceptable to be a murderer in certain countries.
Well, we have people defending like the ICE killings. We have people defending the ICE killings.
Yeah, okay, that's fucked up. But however, okay. Oh, actually, wait.
Certain countries normalize racism.
That's actually applicable. That actually is applicable due to the fact that it's targeted towards minorities. Okay, it's targeted towards immigrants. Okay, when we're talking about
you can't depict that in media. Like by the very logic, we can't have a story where Captain America beats up Nazis.
You can't have that. You can't have a story. You can't have a story that depicts ICE agents killing and doing all that horrible shit. Okay, totally agree with you. We should have stories about that.
But why can't we have criminals with the intent to sexually assault women?
No. We should have stories like that, but they should be treated with more respect. They should be treated not as a running joke, neither as motivation for combat.
Okay, but it's not a joke. They don't treat it as a joke. It's not funny when they say that. That's not the intent.
Dude, come on. It's treated as the line. Oh, we're gonna break you, B-man. It's treated on the same level. It's just as if it's the same thing.
I'm gonna break you, Batman. That's not funny either. That's not meant to be funny. That's meant to be.
You're gonna be my bitch, Wayne.
No, I'm arguing that those lines are treated as if they're the same, as they carry the same weight. That's what I'm arguing.
No, they don't. No, because even with the "you're gonna be my bitch," Wayne, obviously them saying that is not as bad as them saying, "I can't wait to cut your fingers off," or I'm gonna carve your heart out of your chest.
Okay, so.
Well, the point is, there's degrees to what they say. Yeah, sometimes they'll say something like, "Oh, I'm gonna fuck you up, Batman," and it's like nothing. But then they do say horrible, deplorable shit about him. They talk about wanting to kill his family. about like wanting to fucking
sure,
traumatize
okay,
his mother, cut his
sure.
fingers off, torture him. They talk about how they want to make him scream before he dies.
The point
They
is
say
though how
horrible
they
shit
treat
to him.
how the
Hang on, hang on a
Arkhamverse,
second.
how the
Let me finish.
Arkhamverse.
Let me finish.
Okay.
They say horrible shit to him, but the reason they say that in the game is to motivate the player to whoop their ass. You're supposed to not like them because they're criminals.
Okay,
And they're
the
not
point
normal
is though,
criminals too. They're supermax criminals. They're the
Dude.
worst of the worst.
Totally agree. The point is though how the Arkhamverse treats its female characters. Okay, that's the point. If it was just alone that line, that tagline, okay, I'd be like, okay, that's a fucked up line, whatever. We move on. The problem, however,
Well, I think my issue is that you're trying to say that they're treating it like a joke when they're not. They never treat the sexual assault as a joke.
But they're not treating it with the weight that it deserves as a threat. Okay, because come on, like
what?
It's not. They're not treating it with the weight it deserves as a threat. The threat to a woman, the threat to a woman, I'm gonna fucking rape you, is not the same with saying to Batman, I'm gonna break your fingers. Okay, because
no,
right?
not break your
Because in
fingers.
Arkham
Cut your
City,
fingers off. That's a method of torture.
okay, I'm gonna cut your fingers off. Doesn't have the same weight as as threatening rape to a woman. Okay, because
wait.
They're forms of torture.
I'm sorry. Yeah, my problem with that is like what is this? This is literally like the trauma Olympics. Like I don't know how you can conclude that being raped is inherently worse than someone fucking cutting your fingers off before they murder you.
Dude, listen to me, you play as a woman, okay, whose character model, okay, has a huge ass and tits, okay, and secondly, okay, as you fight thugs, okay, in this prison, the slogans, what you hear as you fight them, the threats that you hear them as you fight them is, I'm gonna rape you, or even the thug dialogue about like Harley. Okay, do you hear? Did you hear the Harley? The rumor about Harley? Oh, what? That she had a dick. That's like fetishization of our comic book characters, of our female comic book characters.
I do want to clarify something. For clarity's sake, you could look this up. The thugs never say I'm going to rape you to Catwoman. The most that they say is demeaning shit about her being a woman, like take your clothes off. They talk to her like you would talk to like a stripper. Because they're being assholes. Yeah. That's like what they're doing.
Yeah, when you say to a woman surrounded by, I don't know, 10 men, take your clothes off while trying to hit her, I don't know, like, how much more clearer. Like, they don't say, I'm gonna fucking rape you, but like, what is this? Like, what are you saying right now? They had to say, I'm gonna fucking rape you to mean I'm gonna mean threat for rape.
What I'm trying to say is, firstly, it's not explicit, it's implied. But because what they actually are simply doing is just sexually harassing her. They're not like there's never a scene in the game where they literally rape her or try to. They're just trying to kill her.
Okay, I give you that.
There's implications that they might if they beat her. Just like how there's flat out implications they were going to do that to other characters. And by the way,
I give you that. You're correct on this one.
Another thing is like they don't do this to just the women that are like blatantly super hot and attractive. They do this to like female characters that like aren't even that like doesn't have that much of a description of how they physically look, or you just can't see them. They talk about how they want to have sex with Nora when they capture her in Arkham City. We don't even know what she looks like, and even in Arkham Knight, she's not like some fucking porn character with like massive tits or anything. She's like a regular woman. The whole point of the dialogue is just that they're depraved and evil.
They don't super, like, first of all, even the fact that you have a thug dialogue, like, why is this included, for instance? Why is this included? Like, seriously.
Because that gives you more reason why you would want to save her.
You can have, I'm sorry, dude, I'm sorry, but you can have somehow you can write a thug dialogue that doesn't include sexual harassment, okay, and at the same time give the motivation to the player for saving
There,
Nora or for Catwoman to
there is a motivation. There is a motivation. The reason you want to save Nora is because she means something to Victor Freeze, and that she's innocent. That's the motivation they already gave. They add that dialogue to give you even more incentive, and also
They
to give you more
they could have
clues.
added something else. They could have added something else. I'm not disagreeing with you that the logic of the developers didn't make sense. I'm questioning, okay, the logic for that Rocksteady used, like or not the logic, the morality, I guess, of the logic that the Rocksteady.
Well, what exactly is immoral about writing in a superhero story that a superhero saves a woman from rapists? Why is that bad? What's immoral about that?
It's not. It's the fact that it depends on how you read it. You write it. First of all, okay, it depends on how you write.
What's wrong with how they wrote it? Batman wants to save Nora, and the stakes are that the thugs might actually sexually assault her because they're put in a prison complex where they have no physical intimacy with anybody.
Why treat Nora, okay, as why reduce Nora to say this as just her female parts? Why reduce Nora as just her female parts, basically, as a sex toy, as a sex machine for those men, for those thugs? Why do it? You could have had, I don't know.
But Batman and you as the player aren't supposed to reduce her to that. That's what the bad guys are doing, and you're supposed to stop them because they do that.
Why have that? Why have that if you're not as a story,
people
as
in
a
the
story,
real world are that evil? That's why. And also, I don't know if this is like something people forget. The Arkham series is supposed to be a commentary on the prison complex as well. You know what's a common issue with prisoners? They rape people.
Yeah, okay, you still can have that. Dude, I'm not like. Are you hearing me? Are you hearing me? I'm not disagreeing.
Okay, hang on. Obviously, you don't need to, but it's a part of the artistic intent of the story that they want to talk about these things. One of the biggest thematic purposes of Asylum and City storytelling is that the issue with crime is that we don't rehabilitate, we punish, and we're cruel to them, so they become even worse. This is why prison rape is a problem, because they have no physical intimacy, they don't have enough freedom, so they have to go with their own biological freedoms, like masturbation or raping another prisoner to show some level of power, because it's the baseline thing that humans would want, that prison doesn't give them. That's an issue in the real world, and they're doing a commentary on that in the Arkham games.
Okay, if it was a try at commenting on sexual frustration that prisoners face, okay, it was done poorly. It was done poorly. I'm sorry, and it was done in such a way.
What was done poorly about it? You're not explaining what's poorly about it.
Let me finish. It was done in such a way to reduce Nora and Catwoman and Harley even, okay, from her thugs to just their female parts. Because you can still talk about those issues without reducing your female characters, okay, because like it's not somehow
okay. I want to stop you there.
Wait. It's not even addressed. It's not even addressed by the story. Okay, what you are saying right now is thug dialogue that
What do you mean it's
can.
not addressed in the story?
The whole reason Arkham City exists is because of the asylum was shut down, so they had to get relocated. They shut that down, the asylum, because of how bad the conditions were.
Hang on a second. I want the floor.
Bruce Wayne's interest in politics is because of the fact
Yeah, okay,
that Arkham City is so bad.
I'm talking about the sexual frustration part.
Well, it's a product of that. That's what I'm saying. It's a product of it.
Yes, it's a product of it because it's a part of the commentary. Not everything in a commentary needs to be intimately explored. Some things can just be relayed to people so they understand it exists. Arkham Asylum and City isn't a sexual assault story. That's not what it's about. But they add that into the commentary of the issues with the prison complex and rehabilitation and why society has it really bad when it comes to rehabilitating people. Arkham Asylum is actually based on a real story of how inmates in asylums were abused and tortured.
Dude, I'm not disagreeing
worse.
with you. I'm not
That's why,
disagreeing with you.
that's why
But
it's
the
a
Arkham
horror show in
series,
that game.
I'm not disagreeing with you that the Arkham series goal, okay, at least up until Arkham City, if you wanna debate about that, it's another discussion. It's about how we treat prisoners, okay, how we treat crime as a society, how we punish, how we do not rehabilitate. I agree with you on that, okay. But that's not what I'm saying right now. We're talking about how the Arkhamverse
You're
treats
asking why it's
human
in the game, and
characters.
we're giving you an answer why it's in the game.
For instance, an even more clear-cut example, okay, to be added to the ones that I previously made. Okay, the way that the Arkham Batman in Arkham Knight carries Harley Quinn to the Batcave. What's that? The Panessa Studios. You know the scene that I'm talking about. How the player is basically how Harley Quinn's ass. Okay, you don't need to look at it. Okay, you don't need to look at it, but you have essentially reduced such a beloved character to that scene. Like how many? Sorry, but how many screenshots of that do you see when you
I
go
don't
to the
think
Steam community page?
I don't think that's by
When
design.
you
That's
go,
just
like I got to play,
people
dude.
thinking dirty about it. That happens all the
Yeah,
time with
but
like
why
anything.
did Rocksteady need to put that in? Why did Rocksteady need to put that in? I go
That's just
play
that's
Arkham
just the
Knight.
way
For
that's
God's
wait,
sake.
hold on. That's
I
just the
open my
way she's
Steam
being
page.
carried though.
Dude, I open my Steam page to play Arkham Knight, and the first
All right.
thing I see
Enough.
is
Enough. We get it. Enough. You don't have to keep talking when we're trying to ask things, dude. Okay,
I'm sorry.
firstly, the way he's carrying her is the way that Robin even carries like Albert King, not Robert King. I keep saying Robert King like a weirdo. That's the same way he carries like Albert King, for example. And I'm pretty sure Johnny Charisma. That's just how you carry an unconscious person. That's why he's carrying her that way. That's just how you do it. That's literally just the way that these characters do it. It has nothing to do with her being a woman.
So there's no like, dude, come on.
Also, fun fact. This is
So there's no.
Hang on a second. I want to add one more thing. Fun fact: This is only in Arkham Knight, not the other games. Batman doesn't inherently turn around if you walk backwards. You need to literally manually move the camera. Because in Arkham City Asylum Origins, if you move the stick backwards, he will turn straight around. He won't do that in Arkham Knight. So in order to see her ass, you need to intentionally move the camera there. You got to do that on purpose. That's not the game doing it for you.
I agree that how to say this, that you don't need to do it, but why does it have to be there?
Okay. So you use Spider-Man as a positive example, right? Hang on a second. You use Spider-Man as a positive example with Black Cat. There's a mission in the game where you're teaming up with her to do stealth takedowns. I can just pull out my camera and take pictures of her ass if I wanted to.
You can literally do that
Why
in
did
photo
you do that?
mode. You can literally do that.
Yeah, you can do that, but it's not the main story. The main story putting it in
Well, it's irrelevant
your
if
face.
it's the main story, whether or not it's a problem.
Wait. They're not.
Wait.
Once again,
when you have a scene, wait. When
hang
you
on
have
a second.
a scene,
Hang on a second.
No,
Hang on a second. Hang on a second. Hang on a second. No. Hang on a second. Hold up a second, because you were trying to make an argument that doesn't work, and I want to point it out, please.
Okay.
We already debunked this in the main story of Arkham Knight. The game doesn't do that. You have to intentionally do that. It's the same thing. The game doesn't go look at her ass. You need to do that yourself.
The game has a dedicated scene in the main story, okay, where all it takes to to basically glaze at Harley's ass, okay, is to move the stick a little bit, okay. Like it's nothing. Like what are we comparing? And also, I find
for Black Cat is to open photo mode while she's in the game.
I have not finished even my sentence. I haven't even finished my sentence. And also, it's like really crazy. It's crazy. And also, it's crazy.
How easy it was.
It's crazy to argue. And also, it's crazy to argue. I'm sorry, but it's crazy to argue that this is just the way that you carry people. We just had to put Harley's ass next to Batman's face. We just had to. It's the way that you carry people.
We already
Oh my
debunked this
God,
though.
we're not-
That's you have to
I'm not-
position it as the player. You have to do that. The game doesn't
And
do
also-
that. It's not by design.
And also,
So,
once
let me
again,
ask you this. So let me
and
ask you
also,
this, both of you.
hang on,
Both
no,
of
no,
you,
no,
let me
hang
ask
on.
you this.
I want to respond to what you
Wait,
said.
I want you to answer.
I
Was
want to
there,
respond what
in
you
your
said to me.
opinion,
I want
in your
to respond what you
opinion,
said to me. May I respond to what you said to me? Oh my God, dude.
dude, okay.
So once again, the carrying animation, the reason why it's like that, it's very simple. How many times do you carry, does the game have an animation of you carrying unconscious people? Answer, it's only ever in Pinesta Studios. It's one section of the game. So obviously all that happened is that Rocksteady created only one animation where you carry unconscious people. They did it with Robin, where he carries Albert King the same way. Same goes for Johnny Charisma and every other person. So they probably just reused the animation for fucking.
By the way, I don't think that's true because I think Robin uses both his hands to carry Albert King.
That's because he's bigger and heavier.
Yeah, he's massive, but the game dedicated. Dedicated a whole different animation for Albert King. Okay,
Yes,
but
that's because Albert King is a fucking. That's because Albert King eats trucks for breakfast. He's way bigger. Obviously, you need to change it up a bit.
Harley's house
That's
didn't
just
need
like
to be
at
that
that
big.
point you're just retargeting. That's not even like a new animation.
Literally,
You're using the same data.
Okay. How do you know? I'm sorry, but how do you know that they reused Harley? They reused.
It's a common practice. It's a common practice. Either
no, it's not.
Hang on. Either
Okay, go on.
hang on. Either they used the prior animation as a reference, or they straight up retargeted it. It's one or the other.
Okay,
they
they
use the same animation essentially.
And it's very clear that they don't want to. And it's very clear they don't want to make an entirely new animation just for Harley. That would be unnecessary.
How do you know? I'm sorry, but how do you know that they didn't make Harley's animation first? Batman carrying
we know
Harley
it's the
first.
same. We know it's the same though.
Oh no, yeah, we know, but how do you know they didn't make Harley animation first?
I don't even care who they did it first to. The obvious. You asked a question. You asked a question. Yes, because you asked a question. When someone asks a question, the common assumption is that the other person answers it. So how do I know if it was done with Harley first or not? Here's my answer. I don't think it's relevant because even if it was done with Harley first, the obvious intent of it is just to create an animation universally to just carry an unconscious bad guy in that one level. It's not relevant who they start with. Unless you can prove that they intentionally did it just for her ass, then there's no argument there at all. It's very clear if you look at that level, it's one mini animation, one retargeted one because the one guy's bigger, and that's it.
So in your mind,
I want to add even more to this. The game does try to put more attention to shit that isn't her ass, because the whole funny part of that scene isn't her ass. It's the fucking fact that she wakes up and starts trying to punch you in the back, and it doesn't affect Batman.
Which you can only see by not seeing the ass side.
Yeah, they're literally trying to bring your attention to his backside, and because of Batman's new movement system, it's slightly more difficult to get to his front side. You have to intentionally do that.
I understand the argument. So in your minds, there is no way whatsoever in the whole of Arkhamverse that Poison Ivy, Catwoman, Harley, all those three characters, are not sexualized in any way at all.
When did we say they're not sexualized?
The whole discussion is whether or not it's disrespectful. We already just proved the cases in the other games, and now we moved on to this one instance in Arkham Knight.
Yeah, I still don't understand your problem with Catwoman. I think Catwoman's always the worst one to argue You play as her. She's proactive, competent, extremely skilled, more powerful than most people, and is a part of the power fantasy. And like any thug who even tries to say sexist shit to you gets their ass kicked. Like
You
I
have
don't
to do that
understand
to
how that
progress.
is. Yeah, I don't understand how that is supposed to be degrading Catwoman. She's beating up sexists because she's better than them. She beats up fully jacked-built men who are trained killers at some point, and she's better than them. Like, what is sexist about that? Because she looks hot?
The fact, I'm sorry, but the fact that you have, okay, a character model that basically is like, okay, you could say this for Batman as well, but still, it's the same thing. It's basically, what? What's wrong?
Finish your point. Finish your point.
Okay,
Hang on a second. Hang on a second. I want to comment on this because you're about to do the
I want you to answer me. I want you. No, wait, wait. I want you to answer me because maybe I'm not understanding something. Okay, I want you to answer me a situation in your minds. Okay, that the games treated its female characters as reduced them. Let's say objectified them. Okay, reduced them as just their female organs. Okay, unless you think that the Arkham treated its female characters perfectly, with full respect, okay, with no sexualization of an objectification whatsoever. Because
what's the question?
Do you think what's a single scene, if you mind, a single scene in the Arkhamverse or a single instance in the Arkhamverse that in your minds, okay, objectifies its female characters?
What?
Does it exist? Does it even exist or not? Doesn't even exist or not? Does the Arkhamverse treats its female characters perfectly? Like as female, like on the sex part, obviously. Not are they written well? Are they, is that character consistent with their comic book?
I need more elaboration. What about it exactly?
I'm asking you.
If you're asking me for scenes where they're like not objectified and empowered,
is there an instance in your mind? Is there an instance in your mind where the Arkhamverse objectifies women, its female characters, to some extent?
Objectifies to the player or like in lore or something? Because like
You know what? Yeah, actually, I do have one. In Suicide Squad Killed the Justice League, they make an essay joke against Deadshot. So yes, they actually do that.
That is crazy.
Apart from Suicide Killers Justice League, because it's not.
No, yeah, my point is like, yeah, the bad one did it. Yes.
Well, it's actually funny because this line of reasoning and criticism is why that happened. Rocksteady listened to that, and they actually were pro-sexual assault to a man. So if anything, this just kind of proves why this kind of standard always was fucking horrible.
Yeah, and they also have Harley say, "I always wanted to do this. Let's go," and carries Batman.
Yeah, guys. To be honest, I disagree. I do think that the way that their character models are created, are modeled after, are definitely objectified. Okay, definitely objectified in my mind, at least. Okay,
so when I see, besides the fact that they look physically attractive, like what is objectifying inherently about them? Is that they just look sexy?
Yeah, I want to point back. You go ahead.
Sorry?
No, you go ahead and I'll point
What's inherently objectifying about them, anyways, by design-wise? Is it just that they look sexy?
It's not that they look sexy. Okay, you can have a character look sexy, without having their tits and ass out.
What the fuck do
why
you
does
mean by
Poison
that?
Ivy? Why does Poison Ivy wear just her underwear and
Are you critical of the specific way they sexualize the characters?
You know,
Is that what you're critical of?
The whole point of Poison Ivy is that she not only is supposed to weaponize her own sexuality, another reason why she doesn't wear that much clothing is because she hates like humanity and man-made stuff in general.
In the comments I wrote, it's like you guys right now are using the same argument that Kojima used for Quiet. oh, she cannot wear
I
clothes
don't know what that
because she
is.
quiet. Okay, it's a character in Metal Gear Solid
Okay,
that she breathes.
it
She
doesn't
breathes.
matter.
Wait,
It
wait,
doesn't
wait,
matter.
wait, wait.
I
It's just,
haven't
it's just
consumed it. I haven't consumed it.
Yeah,
It's just, it's not relevant. You're not gonna understand
I know
it.
what he's, I know what he's saying. It's that she breathes
Okay.
through her skin, so that's why she like
Okay.
has like a bra instead of like full tactical gear.
Yeah,
When it's like,
you are responding to me. You are responding to me with an in-law reason to why they have to be. They have to be
but the
sexy.
difference.
They have to be.
There's a
They have
meaningful
to have their
difference
tits
with
and
that
ass out.
anyways, because one of them is an arbitrary like lore detail that doesn't like do anything, and another one is a part of the person's like character and how they apply themselves.
You
Even
can have a sexy, you can have a sexy and female strong character, okay, without having like without
you know
objectifying.
what? How about this? What makes you think she's supposed to be inherently a strong female character? She's supposed to be a negative look at female characters. She's a villain. You're not supposed to look up to Poison Ivy. The reason she's like that is to show like how negatively women can portray themselves by doing horrible things. So she takes advantage of the flaws.
Okay,
I'm not
you
done.
can-
I'm not
you
done.
can
I'm not
also
done.
do that.
I'm not done.
Okay.
I'm not done. She takes advantage of the flaws of society who do think of women as objects, weaponizes it to hurt them.
Yeah, it's like the game
point.
knows this, and that's
can
why
do
she
that.
uses it in
You
the
can
first
also
place.
do that.
This has been a narrative thing with her like forever. She's supposed to make women look bad because she acts like that. She's a bad guy.
Yeah. Okay. If you are still saying to me that the low reason, dude, I agree with you. Okay, I agree with you about her character. That's not my problem. The problem is how the game
How about
treats
this?
her.
Then I have a question. Is it inherently just bad to have a character that has a character trait to abuse their sexuality to get what they want? Because inherently they're going to look extremely sexualized because that's their fucking plan.
No, it's not bad. But why do they have to
If
be
it's not
portrayed?
inherently bad, then
Why
what's
do
the
they
problem
have
with
to be
Poison Ivy
portrayed?
doing it?
Sorry? Can you repeat?
What's inherent? If it's not inherently bad, then what's the problem with Poison Ivy doing that? Because the only thing you can say is that she looks explicitly really hot because she has a really good model, I guess. Because besides that, it makes sense for her character. It makes sense in the story. It makes sense with the
You said
commentary that they're saying. Like, what's
earlier,
the
when I
issue?
mentioned Spider-Man earlier, you said to me, yes, Black Cat might be okay. She's designed as a hot and sexy female character, but as you said, your own words, she's not as sexualized as Catwoman. Okay,
Yeah, yeah. Hey, hang on. No moving the goalpost. I'm talking about Poison Ivy. Because Poison Ivy basically just has
goes for
panties
Poison
and like
Ivy
a
as
tank
well.
top.
It goes for Poison
No,
Ivy.
no, because there's a fundamental disagreement with Catwoman. Because if with Poison Ivy, because with Poison Ivy, she's almost wearing nothing. So there's more of an argument there versus Black Cat, who are completely different kind of characters. Black Cat is like more of an anti-hero character, and she's not supposed to be like an inherent commentary on the like negative tropes of women being used against people.
Both those women use their sexuality. Okay, you cannot argue to me that we're gonna objectify her if she uses her sexuality for good, or if she uses her sexuality for bad.
But there's obvious degrees to it. Like Poison Ivy uses it and abuses it to do horrible things and to get what she wants. Black Cat and Catwoman uses it as a simple distraction technique to get away from an unfavorable situation.
Yes,
what is
the
used for
problem
you can't let me finish for a fucking second, buddy. Let me finish. Holy shit.
I'm sorry for this one. Go on, I'm sorry.
What I'm saying. Catwoman and Black Cat use it for defense. They use it to get away from situations and protect themselves when they're either being chased by a hero so they don't go to jail, or they're going to be murdered or something, right? Poison Ivy uses it to hurt people. Those are completely different, and the intent is different. So she's designed to entice people to come to her when they use it so they can distract them to get away. So that's already inherently different with how they use it. She's malicious with it, and she's less fucking she has less self-respect than them when it comes to her womanhood. Why does she have less respect? Because she doesn't value humanity or human conditions at all, or societal problems. Because she's anti-human.
The motivation
But
is
if you
different.
go, but if you go with the cat characters, both of them have the same fucking thing. They use it for self-defense. They're both physically attractive, and they're both powerful women that fight for themselves, and usually are morally better. And once again, if you're going to want to talk about the design, I don't see the meaningful difference between Catwoman and Black Cat. They both wear skin-tight outfits where you can easily see their ass. The only difference is there's a slight cleavage with Catwoman, which is so irrelevant. That's like such a minor difference.
That's not true. That's not true. Come on. If you have scenes with Catwoman, when, for instance, if I remember correctly, because it's been some time with Arkham City. When Batman takes, or Batman or someone, when Catwoman puts for Arkham City's vault, how do you say it? Tickets, entry cards in her tits. Or when there are scenes like that. Or
Wait, what scene are you talking about?
When they are in Arkham Vault, the vaults, where she steals the entry cards from the guards, and she hides them in her tits, if I'm not mistaken. There is a scene, if I'm not mistaken. If I am, then okay, but I'll give you this. But there are scenes where the camera is drawn at Talia's ass, at Catwoman's ass, at Catwoman's tits, even with Poison Ivy.
Okay, you could once again you can get the same shots for Black Cat.
No. They are scenes, cutscenes.
No, I know. Yeah, in cutscenes you can get that with Black Cat. Yeah, it's just as easy.
We're talking about cutscenes, in-game cutscenes.
Yes, that's what I'm talking about. In the cutscenes, there are scenes where it's clearly emphasizing her ass a bit, or you can clearly see her ass.
Okay, you can clearly see her ass they're clearly emphasizing her ass. It's a pretty big difference. That's the whole point.
You could argue the same thing with Black Cat. You could genuinely do it. This is ridiculous to do, but I could literally pull up the cutscenes and just point out
I'm summarizing my disagreement with you. Okay, you have a scene where it's heavily emphasizes her body, while a scene just showing her body, whether her body or not is sexy, it doesn't matter. You can have a sexy female character.
Oh my god, you're just restating the point I already debunked. I literally am telling you, they do the same thing with Black Cat. I know what you're talking about. That's the same thing there. The reason that's even a thing is literally just simple fucking positioning. It's just a back shot. You could probably get scenes of Nightwing's ass if you fucking play the cutscene with him as well. Yes, that's just fucking camera work. That's always been a thing, man or women. It's just not relevant.
It's a
I've
difference.
literally seen it with Andrew Garfield's Spider-Man when he's just getting when he just falls on the ground.
This is ridiculous. When Catwoman, have you seen the meme Arkham video? Because this is ridiculous. What you are arguing right now is ridiculous. Have you seen the
meme video that was meant to draw
hang on a second. I am aware of that. There probably are memes that they're fucking hot. What's the point? Obviously, you're gonna make fun of that.
No. The meme where they change the character model for Batman and Catwoman after he rescues her from Riddler in Arkham Knight. The way that the character model...
About switching the models?
Yeah, it's a whole meme where they've switched the models, and the way that the character model for Catwoman's work, where they have Batman instead.
Oh my god, there's no way you're using that argument. The reason that's funny... The reason it's funny is because Batman is looking and walking and moving femininely. That has nothing to do with them being overly sexualized. It's just that Batman's walking like a fucking high heel.
That's less of sexualization. That's more of just mannerisms and how they carry themselves.
Exactly. Batman is a very blatantly masculine character.
How they carry themselves.
Seeing Batman move around like a woman is funny. No shit.
Women don't move like that, dude.
I wouldn't even describe it like that. It's more just like
You
obviously
think that-
don't move like
I wouldn't
that.
even
I'm
describe it like that. I
sorry,
think it's
Daniel.
more like
Don't
he's
move
moving
like
more
what?
flam-
Like they're walking in high
he's
heels?
more he's just obviously moving in a more flamboyant way than you know we're typically used to with
Yeah,
Batman.
it's very flamboyant. It's
Right.
very flamboyant. It's very
If anything,
flamboyant.
the reason why I even find that funny when I see those videos is because Batman looks like a gay man. Like he looks like a fruit. Like he's fruity. It's
Dude,
fruity Batman. I don't think, haha, see how sexualized the women are in the game? No, I just
Sorry,
go,
it's very
hey,
flamboyant. It's
women
very
mannerisms
flamboyant.
of Batman.
And there is a
Batman
heavy
likes men
emphasis.
now, I guess. Like
Okay,
what?
can I talk? Can I talk? Okay, it's very flamboyant, as you mentioned. Okay, and the cutscene emphasizes how Catwoman's ass. Okay, I mean, come on now. Like, what are you arguing here? What are you arguing? It clearly
We already,
emphasizes.
oh my god, buddy,
Yes,
we already
and race.
addressed this. You can do that with Nightwing, Batman. You could do that in the Spider-Man games.
Sorry. But Nightwing's cutscenes don't emphasize in Arkham Knight. They don't literally emphasizes how his ass is moving. Okay, it's not an emphasis on the cutscene. Okay, it's a ridiculous claim otherwise.
Where's
Give me an
proof for that?
example. Give me an example. No, you have to provide me with an example.
What?
Give me an example of a Nightwing's cutscene, of a cutscene with Nightwing, where there is an emphasis to his ass, to the way that his ass moves.
You just made the claim. Why would people? Never mind.
You're the one who's making the claim about ass emphasis. All that I'm simply pointing out is that you can do that with anything. There's a lot of scenes where you're going to see someone's ass, and the camera is going to be more so like focused on it because there's nothing else around it. You can easily do that in the Spider-Man games.
Dude, I'm repeating the question. Okay, you have a scene with Catwoman where the cutscene clearly emphasizes the way that her ass is moving.
What
Okay?
scene? You know what? What scene?
Okay, well, let's go and see the rescue mission with Riddler. Okay, and after that, if you can find me a scene with
What rescue
Nightwing
mission with Riddler? What are you talking about?
after you successfully do all the side missions with Riddler. Come on.
Yeah. Okay, like
No,
SK, can you get it? Because I'm outside. Like I'm pretty sure that doesn't emphasize her ass at all.
I'm at a point where I'm barely paying attention. What did you say?
Well, now he's saying like some of the cutscenes like emphasize the female character's ass, and now he's talking about the scene where Catwoman's finally free from the Riddler in Arkham Knight. I don't remember that showing her ass at all. Like I don't even know what you're talking about.
That either. I guess I
Right.
could look for it.
The Talia example is the only one I can remember where she like saves Batman from fucking Joker, but that's a clear like fucking down to up shot to like do a slow reveal of a character coming into frame. That's
It
like
has to be
something that's done with
directed. It
multiple
had to
characters.
be. The ass had to take center stage. It could not. The scene could not have been directed in any other way. They had to show
Buddy,
your ass.
oh
You
my
don't
god!
understand.
Holy straw man of doom! Nobody's saying it can't be fucking done any other way. What we're
I'm
pointing
making
out
fun of you, dude. I'm making fun of you, obviously.
what we're pointing out is the intention. There's no real intention of that unless you can prove it.
There is no real intention to wanting to objectify Catwoman with a scene that
But
literally.
you're assuming intent in the
Cut it
first
out
place.
center.
You're just showing a
Yeah,
camera angle of a
you're
back
literally
shot.
yes,
Guys,
which has
okay,
been
you
done
know
to
what?
any
You know what?
character, man or woman. It's the equivalent. It's the equivalent of like a scene where they show the feet up of Joker and going, guys, it's slowly showing his cock or his groin. Like, come on, that's ridiculous.
Dude, come on. Like, it's literally.
I'm gonna say this too. Like, I don't.
It's literally Catwoman's
You
ass.
can call this semantics. I don't think you can quote unquote show objectification because that's not what that means. You can't like necessarily show that. What objective? Okay, well, actually, I'll ask you this. What define objectification real quick? So just like I know what it means,
Okay,
but I just want to see like how do you view that?
To reduce a person basically to their body. Okay, to their function, their body has to reduce them to the function their body
that
has
is the
living
issue with
space.
this entire debate. Because
Sorry?
the Arkham
That's
games
the
don't
issue?
reduce them to their physical attractiveness. That's not what they do. No
Yeah, 'cause
character that we've made Hey, shut up, everyone. No character that we've ever named in this fucking series is just some sex object. They're clearly well-defined, deep, well-written, complex characters at some cases. Like, each and every one of them has shit about them that makes them interesting, independent, strong, menacing, or whatever. They're not just fucking hot and that's it.
Okay. To be honest with you, I will argue otherwise, but it's not
Like
exactly
who?
that I
You know what? Name a single female fucking character that we're talking about here that just is only there to look hot. It isn't a fucking character. Like, nothing to them.
Basically, Harley at the main story of Arkham City.
Okay,
However,
so you chose the worst one of all. So you think Harley Quinn doesn't have anything to her character? She's just hot? Is that seriously your argument? Harley Quinn, the character that's always been defined by abuse, gaslighting, her incessant, unhealthy love with the Joker, and the fact that she struggled with the fact that the Joker is dying, or that they dedicate a whole DLC about her and her character, and why you should feel bad for her because she's an abuse victim. That's sad that the abuser's dead.
May I answer you?
You think that is just a sex object and not a character? Is that what you're telling me?
Harley Quinn in the main story for Arkham City. Okay, her basic function, is to basically be a sexy woman. Okay, a sexy henchman.
Not.
Okay.
That is the. Hang on. No. Shut the fuck up and let me talk. You made a point. Let me respond to it. Like a fucking normal person, or I'm gonna server mute you, buddy. Shut the fuck up. You made a point. You're done. Oh God, this is like talking to a kindergartner. Like, fuck, man. No. I don't want to be wrong. Like, bro, let me fucking respond. Fucking moron. Like, holy shit. Shut the fuck up. You made your point. Okay. So once again, Arkham City, the main story. So you think her only purpose is just to look like a sexy, attractive character. So
what's her role in the main story in Arkham City? What's her role?
Her role in the main story is to support and help the Joker because he is dying.
Don't give me.
I'm answering, you retard, and you're fucking interrupting me. What's the role? What's the role?
How is it written differently than
I'm server meeting because you can't shut up to save your fucking life. You can't shut up to save the death of your own fucking child. Shut up when I'm speaking. You asked a question. I'm answering. What is the role is what you said. I was good about to respond, and you repeated what's the role and interrupted me. Like, God, how old are you?
I'm sorry for arguing. I'm sorry for arguing.
This is our turf, not yours. Talk like a normal fucking person. What's the role? Proceeds to answer. Oh no, what's the role? Like, are you fucking 12? Are you listening to what I'm saying?
Dude,
you're not letting me.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Point. I've already fucking pointed this out to you. Holy shit! Learn to follow a conversation. God damn.
Dude, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Like, holy shit! This is fucking annoying.
I'm sorry.
Like, I'm here to talk to normal people, not fucking children in here. Like, holy shit!
Sorry. I'm sorry.
Are you ready? Are you ready for me to answer your fucking question?
Yeah, go on. I'm sorry.
Holy shit. What is her role in Arkham City? Her role in Arkham City is to help and support the Joker, desperately save his life, because that's the only person that matters to her. Thanks for being gaslit and abused by him. The main does in the fucking story isn't to just look hot at all. Mm-hmm. She literally does things to further the fucking plot.
Okay.
Like the fact she's the one who gets the cure, which causes you to need to go to the steel mill.
May I ask another question? Could she be replaced, with a more competent thug? With a, let's say, even another Batman Arkham villain, or a henchman. Or a henchman for the job.
No, she can't. No, she fucking can't. No, she can't, because what she does... Because the reason the reason these things she does are even accomplished in the first place is based off her high fucking motive to want to save the Joker because she loves him. No other villain or character has any meaningful need or care for the Joker to do that. Not an established villain in the Batman universe, Arkhamverse, or anything. Unless you're going to tell me you want to make up another random character to fill the role she obviously can only fill that we have.
Why not have a thug, okay, and have Joe highly competent thug. May I ask?
No, because they won't. Because no thug. Yeah, because it's inherently broken. No thug is gonna fucking go to Mr. Freeze's lair when he's active, has his weapons ready, and is not captured anymore to steal a cure for a guy that's a psychopath and might kill him for jokes. What thug is gonna do that? Like, are you stupid? Who the fuck would do that? Only Harley would ever be motivated to fucking possibly fight Mr. Freeze to save the Joker.
May I respond? You're answering me this question with an in-law reason to us why. Okay, not why Harley Quinn is important.
Yes, because no. Here's the problem. Here's the problem. Cool, I'm not listening anymore. So here's the problem. Here's the problem.
Come on. Why are you angry?
Because you're inherently making a fucking dumbass argument with a broken premise. Oh, I don't want to listen to you if you're gonna say something that stupid. You're literally saying, "Oh, shut up." You're literally saying, "Oh, you're using an inward reason for why she's the character to do it." But it's like, yes, we have to use references in the game for who would make the most sense and be the most fitting character to do the actions in the story. That's how characters operate. So yes, the only character that we know of that would logically do this, that's established in Arkham and Batman lore in general, is only Harley Quinn. And the only argument you could ever argue is to make up a random thug that's just this loyal to the Joker, which is arbitrary. And this is a fallacious argument you could use for any character. Guys, why does Peter Parker Spider-Man have to be the character in the Spider-Man PS4 story? Why couldn't it be fucking Miles Morales? Why couldn't it be Miguel O'Hara? Why can't it just be Captain America who deals with Devil's Breath? Why not just invent a new character with spider powers to do it? Like, it's arbitrary and stupid when we're talking about the role of the character.
Wait. Actually, yes, you could say that with any story, okay, where we have a protagonist, okay. You can literally write any story about any protagonist you like, okay. We're not talking right now about the protagonist, we're talking about, like, one of the characters.
Oh my god, I can't believe you took that so uber literally. It doesn't have to be the protagonist. Guys, why is it Dr. Michaels? Why couldn't it be Dr. Connors? Why couldn't it be a new character called Dr.
Dude, I'm literally surface level responding to you right now.
Yeah, because you're trying to imply that that's only applicable to main characters.
No, yeah, you're asking me. You're basically saying to me that
this argument is inherently fucking like just in bad faith. You can't sit here and tell me, guys, Harley Quinn was poorly used in the story. And then we go, wow.
You can write the story or make a game. Wait, you can make a game or write the story. May I finish a fucking sentence? You're just talking with yourself right now.
I'm not talking to myself. I'm trying to point out the fallacy in.
You want me to leave? It's okay.
It's a fallacy in your argument I'm trying to point out, and you're not listening. And I'm trying to do this because it's better for us to do this than to waste time with you making more fallacious, stupid, bad faith arguments. It is a bad faith argument to sit here and fucking tell me, hey, why does this character exist in the story? What's their purpose in the story? And then you explain the purpose and you go, oh, but you could just make that a different character. You could just invent a new character. That's a bad faith argument.
The story, the purpose for Harley Quinn in the story, what is it? Basically, to get the cure from Mr. Freeze to Joker. Okay. That's not all
that I said. That's not even all that I said. That's not even all that I said, dog. That's not even all that I said. That is like you're not even following, dog. That was one of the major ones. That's not all I said. She was motivated to copy. She was motivated to capture and relocate the doctors to help save the Joker. She is the main antagonist in the first Steel Mail section of the game. She is the main one dealing with Batman, sent Mr. Hammer onto Batman, and is the one that's mainly protecting the Joker. And is the more proactive one. She is also the leader of the Joker gang because Joker is sick. She's the one who's giving commands, and the thugs are worried about that, which adds to the world building of what's happening to Joker and his organization. And then there's the fact that he steals the cure from Mr. Freeze. That is like four things I thought of on the top of my head.
I ask you, why couldn't she be replaced within the story that is written in the main game?
Oh my God. Dog,
Dude,
this is why I interrupted you and then had that whole spiel because I wanted to point out the bad
Hold on. Okay, why does she need to be replaced? Answer that.
Okay.
Yeah, why does she need to be replaced? How about that? Why does she need to be replaced? Because that's just inherently a bad faith argument. Any character could theoretically be replaced with another fucking character.
Dude, okay.
Why is it Bruce Wayne? It should have been Bob. Why is it Hugo Strange? It should have been Dr. Hugo Butt Monkey. And he should have been a black man.
Let them answer.
Okay. She doesn't need. First of all, I don't want her to be replaced. Okay, if you wanna have a Batman story with Joker and Batman, okay, it'd be fun to have Harley Quinn, and it is fun to have Harley Quinn. Okay, the point, however, the problem I have, okay, let's say, is that you answered me with why Harley needs to be there. Okay, because of her capabilities. Okay, not because of her character, not because
No, my God! I literally talked about her character first. You're not listening.
In Arkham City,
I talked about her character. Shut up! No! Shut up! You made a bad argument and you strawman me. That's enough.
In the story.
No, buddy.
It's not.
You strawman my argument. You didn't follow to what I said, so I'm going to repeat myself because you're clearly super slow and you don't understand what the fuck I said. Shut up. When you initially asked me the question, the first thing I pointed out to you wasn't her capabilities, her skills, her intelligence, or anything. The first thing I told you was her emotional fucking motivation and her attachment.
What's stopping the writer of the story? What stops Paul Dini, okay, from having a thug that wants to help Joker because Joker's gonna give him money because he's gonna pay.
That's why we asked why can't it be
Oh
Harley?
my God.
That's why we asked that. Why does she need to be replaced?
Not only that, I've already explained why that's bad faith because you can apply that. Stop! You can apply that to every character ever. You could literally, I remember I did this when I was a teenager. I complained Mr. Negative was the main villain of Spider-Man PS4, and I said, oh, you want a villain that's personal to Spider-Man, but is also a bad guy in between the scenes? Why wasn't that the Green Goblin? That's like the same thing you're doing right now. That's just bad faith.
However, okay, you have a character that is part of the main story. Okay, you have a character that's part of the main story who's not. And what? Oh God!
How are you this slow, dog? How can you sit here and fucking tell me?
Can I just move? Can I take this?
Guys, it doesn't need to be Harley. It could have been a random dog. Come on, bro.
Okay, hold on. Clearly, he's too stupid to understand this point at this point. So it's just like, can we move from a different angle?
Okay, I'm sorry.
Can we approach it like this? Hold on. Can we approach it like this? So do you acknowledge that Liam? Hold on. Do you acknowledge that Liam did explain the other attributes, whether it's capabilities or motivations, whatever? Do you acknowledge that he was able to explain those things and that they exist for Harley outside of her physical attractiveness?
Harley.
Do you acknowledge that?
Harley cares for Joker. Okay, that Harley's what he explained.
No, it's a simple yes or no. No. Hold on. It's a simple yes or no. Do you acknowledge there are things about Harley that exist outside of her sexualization? Yes or no?
Yeah, okay. We will say that within Arkham City.
The answer is yes. Then she's not objectified. Objectively.
Literally, there you go. That's all.
Theoretically, even if you could replace Harley, that is a separate argument than if she's objectified, because the whole point of an objectified character is that they're purely like, in this case about objectifying through sexualization, is that they're only treated as a sex object essentially. And if you agree with the premise that she's portrayed beyond that, then there's no argument here. That it's just what's there to discuss?
But yeah, and I just want to bring up, by the logic of, oh, you could replace Harley with a thug, that you can literally argue that as a reason why Harley Quinn shouldn't be invented in the first place. Because she could have just been a thug in the animated series.
I mean, she was a thug. That's how she started. But okay,
Yeah, but
that's
why
fine,
is it
that's
a
fine.
woman named Harley? Why is it a woman named Harley Quinn that has a fat ass and actually does a sexy dance in one of the episodes? Why can't it just be some random guy that's like not even named?
Because they wanted to create the character. They wanted, like, I get your
Yeah,
argument,
exactly.
but
And they
wanted to
wanted
create
Harley
a new
Quinn in the
character.
game, and they gave a good
And she
reason why
was
Harley Quinn
important
would be
in the
in the game,
animated
and why
series. She
she's
was
proactive.
important. Sorry, can you repeat?
Yeah, and it's the same thing in Arkham City. They wanted Harley Quinn in the game, and they wrote in reasons why she would be proactive in the story that fit her character. It's the same thing. That's how every character is invented. It's literally, they want a character like this, they write in attributes to justify their existence in the story, and then they literally go off with that character. Like, that's just how it always has been. Yes, you could theoretically change it with a different character, but that's not what the artist wants. They want a character that's this level, this interesting. It's very simple, too. Why was it Harley and not a thug? How about the fact that obviously Harley's more entertaining, interesting, and funny versus some random fucking Arkham thug that did it for her? Like, obviously, that just inherently would be a reason why to have her. And they gave her motivations that fit her character. And has fitted her character for years and years in Batman lore.
Yeah, okay. I cannot deny that there is a reason. Like, I cannot deny that argument. But still,
Well, yeah. Well, so let's go back.
there
There's
is
not a
an
single
emphasis.
female
Okay,
character that we're
still,
talking about here that's just
still though,
objectified. Like,
Yeah,
there's not
okay.
a single one that you could name. Talia has a character. Talia has moral conflicts in the story. She has a love for Bruce Wayne, and she somewhat agrees with his moral
Talia.
philosophy. But she was indoctrinated by
Talia is
Ra's al Ghul, so she has
Yeah,
she's
okay, Talia is
her
to a lesser
morals.
extent.
So she tries
Talia,
to teach that. So she tries to teach Batman some of Ra's methods that she believes in, like killing criminals, while also trying to be lenient towards Batman and not as harsh with Ra's is with his ideology. That's
I
an
didn't
in-depth,
mention.
interesting character that fits her. She's not just hot.
Yeah, okay. I didn't mention Talia as much because compared to Catwoman and Harley, she's not that much. Not included, but not
Well,
that she's not
well,
included, but
well,
she's not that much.
I'm trying to point out. I'm
brought to
trying.
her body.
I'm trying to point out to you is that whatever character we're going to bring up, they're not objectified. They're not just sex
Not
objects.
just,
They're not just hot and that's it. They're characters. Objectification is literally objectification is literally reducing them to their body parts. Not a single character in the Arkhamverse is reduced to just they're hot. Not a single one is just that.
Okay. Okay, I see your point, I guess, but still, there is a huge
But
emphasis.
still what? What do you mean that still? The only dude, I'm gonna be straight up.
There's
The only
still
reason
a
you're talking
huge
so much about this in
emphasis
Arkham
given
is just
to the
because you
game.
do look hot. That's it.
I'm
you're
gonna
right.
say
You're right now.
I'm gonna say
But-
this like, dude, I don't think I don't think you're outright saying it, but it feels like you have a problem like inherently with sexualization. I think you're not outright saying it, but like, is that your problem? Like, do you have a problem with sexualized characters?
What do you mean?
Well, I'm asking you a question, like, because you might not outright say it, but that's what it feels like right now.
Because that's the only argument that would actually have any kind of teeth is that they are fucking physically attractive. That's the only thing I can't like.
Well,
ignore.
no, in fairness, there's a difference between being attractive and being sexualized. In fairness.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Well,
one? I didn't hear you.
okay, my bad. Because I'll say the
Can you
same thing.
repeat
Like,
the last one?
I cannot deny that they're sexualized, because obviously that they are like designed in a way to look attractive. Nobody's gonna deny that. What we're denying is that they're reduced only to that and they're just objectified and it's somehow just this immoral thing.
Okay, first of all, I do have a problem with the way sexualization sometimes, it's at least in the way that they are portrayed in Arkham City. Okay, in the Arkham verse generally can be handled. Okay, sexualization on its own is not a neutral thing. It can either be used to either liberate, let's say, women or even men and so on, or it can be used to, to reduce, to reinforce sex stereotypes and so on. Okay, and to some
Or
extent, and it's very fine.
or there's an in between that is really important. Sometimes sexualization can be used as a negative trait that is used to promote that thing, but is a negative part of the story. Hence, poison ivy.
Yeah, there's a level of subtext here that they're working with.
There's more substance than FAP material or it liberating women. There's also there are women that look super sexy and attractive, but like they post it as a negative of how they present themselves because they do it maliciously, and it does make women look bad because they're the bad guys. That is like what makes Poison Ivy that's what makes Poison Ivy such a compelling kind of villain too. Is that not only is she's a compelling villain based off her motives and her belief in plant life and all that shit. It's also the fact that like she uses her sexualization to promote negative stereotypes because she is selfish and only cares about herself and getting her way. It benefits me. Don't care how this makes women look in society. Fuck society. That's her mentality, and that's wrong. And the stories with her always present that as wrong for a reason. That's a part of her character, and that is like depth. It's depth in the concept of talking about sexualization in general. Sometimes it is fucking bad. Sometimes it's a negative trait. And here's the thing: sometimes stories can just talk about that, and the Arkham games do use it as that. That Poison Ivy is presented in a negative light. She's a villain.
However, it's not something that is actually presented within the main stories. It's something. Listen,
it's through subtext. It's through subtext, though.
Yeah,
It is literally
and we're having this conversation.
And the reason why that is, by the way, is because she's not the main villain. Like, obviously, she's not utilized as the main threat in the game.
This
She's like a
discussion
side
then in the
villain.
main story or in the DLC for Catwoman. Why not have this story even when she died in Arkham Knight?
Because
Where
the story of Catwoman has nothing to do with Poison Ivy. She's like a side character for 2 seconds.
Sorry, can you repeat it? I cannot hear you when you scream. I'm sorry. Can you repeat it? What you just said?
The Catwoman shit didn't want to tell a story about Poison Ivy. I don't understand that point at all. She's literally only there just out of logical reason.
If anything, the story with Poison Ivy is meant to show how the best of, like, appealing to the best of someone can make them commit a good deed in the end.
Okay, I'm talking about
and that
what
was
I
the
said
story they
about
wanted to tell,
Catwoman.
and that has its own meaning.
They present like
What
the
I said
best
about
of her character is her love for nature. That's what the best of her character is.
Yeah, okay, but what I said about Catwoman was going for her, how, as you said, treats her
Catwoman-
sexuality as a weapon
Catwoman. The
Why
story in the DLC is that Catwoman's greed is not more powerful than her compassion.
However,
greed.
Yeah, okay. However, in Arkham City, as you have said, okay, her sexuality plays a major role within her character. Why not give some, I don't know, some dialogue for it? Why not spend some time?
We don't need dialogue, though.
You know
We
what?
have
You know what?
subtext.
You know what? I have a question for that. Why do we always need to justify her using her sexuality that way? Why does there always need to be a story about it every time? Maybe it's just a part of her character, but we can talk about other things about Catwoman. How about that? Catwoman is more than just her sexuality. Does she use it for tactical advantages in combat and stealth? Sure.
It's more than sexuality. But when the game,
Sure. That doesn't mean the game. Hang on, I'm not done, buddy. But that doesn't mean every single story about Catwoman needs to talk about that. I don't know why Arkham City is obligated. Hang on. I'm not done. I'm not done. Oh my god.
Neither do you.
I'm answering your question. I'm trying to elaborate my point to make sure you don't misunderstand it. And then you keep interrupting me. And you wonder why I cracked out. What the fuck is wrong with you? Can I finish?
You have to sit down.
Let me finish. You know I'm talking. It's right in
What the fuck? Why are you fucking not letting me finish what I'm saying?
Let me finish what I'm fucking saying. How am I not drunk right now? Holy fuck! Can I continue? So back to what I was saying. I don't know why they need to do that in like every single story with it, because I don't know what's wrong with having a trait that the character notably has had throughout her entire history of ever existing. Just establishing she has that trait in this universe, and then simply tell a story about something they find more interesting about the aspect of the character. Because even I would say I'm more interested in the idea of like how she has to struggle between her inner conflict between her greed versus her inner compassion. I think that's more fucking interesting than, oh, how does she use her boobs for combat? Like, I don't fucking care. Is it a part of her character? Sure,
not what I
fine. Does
said,
the game acknowledge it? Does the game acknowledge it? Yeah, sure. But that doesn't mean they need to justify the fact that she just does that. It's just a part of her character. What's wrong with that? What's
Okay,
like the
if
issue
you
with that?
as a game or as a story, as a movie, whatever, yeah, you bring up and sexuality for your character plays such big role for their character, okay, and how you use them within your story, within your game, within your movie, and it's not brought up. It's just something that you have to talk on a live stream late at night, okay. Then as a game, as a movie, as a form of art, you are treating not exactly, you're not exactly, yeah, okay, you are on some level, let's say, promoting sexism, okay, like that's what
How
that's
in the world does that promote sexism? What exactly is sexist about Catwoman being sexy? Like, what is the sexist part of that? That she's attractive and uses it to kick people's ass? Like, how is that sexist?
It's because the emphasis which is given is to her body. Okay, there's huge emphasis given to her body, to her ass, to her boobs. Okay, that's the problem. With you, like it's like having Batman, who is an attractive, who is an attractive guy, okay, and have cutscenes which focus on his dick, okay, on his massive dick.
It's really funny. There's a
cool
character
that he has a
that's
massive dick. It's cool that he has a massive dick, okay, and maybe
it's really
not, okay,
funny.
maybe Batman is not such a good example because as you
It's
have
almost
said,
like there's a character that has always been like addressed that way, and they also don't meaningfully talk about it. His name is Nightwing. It's been used like that in media for a while. And some of it is straight up bad. Hey, hang on a second. Some of it could be straight up bad, sure, but some of it is just completely harmless. In Gotham Knights, despite what I think about that story, there's like a running joke that Nightwing has a fat ass or something. Like, I think Harley Quinn calls him Night Butt or whatever, but they don't talk about his sexuality or why he has, or like how, like his ass or whatever the fuck. It's literally just a gag. Haha, Nightwing's an attractive male, and that's it.
We don't live in a society that constantly objectifies women and treats them shit. That's why the story doesn't have needs to have a whole.
You're saying okay. So what you're saying is, if this happens to men, they don't have to inherently justify it, but only with women, because sexist people exist.
Again, it depends how you not because sexy people
as if sexism towards men is just a thing that never, like, flat out doesn't exist. Like that.
Dude, wait.
Apparently,
Wait. Does patriarchy exist? Does patriarchy exist? Does it exist? Is it something?
What?
Does does sexism, okay, in our society exist? Does the patriarchy, okay, exist?
Does the patriarchy? I don't even know if you fucking answer that, because is like patriarchy a more deep topic than that? I don't fucking know.
No, it's not a more deep topic. It's
sure. Yeah, sexism exists. I do believe sexism exists. Obviously, it's disproportionate towards women, as far as I'm concerned. Okay. Like, that's not relevant to the point. Like, promoting sexism is wrong no matter what under this under any logic. It doesn't matter if it's a man or women. I'm not done. If you promote sexism, it is just inherently wrong. So it's irrelevant to whose side it happens more.
So when you produce a movie, a book, a game, okay, whose characters, okay, are overly sexualized, okay, whether they use their sexuality for good or for bad, whether their sexualization plays a role into their characters in the story, yes or no, whatever, okay.
That's dependent on the story. Like, what the fuck kind of point is that?
I don't.
My point is, when we write stories, there can be stories
where no women are emphasized as sexualized at all. There could be stories where both are. Like, I don't know. Like, that's not relevant. What we're simply trying to say is Catwoman, what is inherently sexy about? I'm sorry, what's inherently sexist about Catwoman just being sexy? Like, what exactly is sexist about that?
Catwoman is not treated as just a sexy character within the game. Okay, as I
What?
said before,
What do you mean
there
she's
are
not treated as a sexy character? She clearly is. What?
not just as a sexy character in the game. She's not treated just as a sexy character in the game. Okay, she's sexualized. It's a very different thing to say she's sexy and she's sexualized. Okay,
What's the difference?
as you said,
There's not a meaningful difference between that.
there's not a meaningful difference between
Okay,
having
substantiate the difference. Substantiate the difference.
Yeah, substantiate the difference, like right now. Like, I don't even understand this point at all. If you're sexy, you're inherently in a way sexualized by just the inherent fact that you're sexy.
Okay, you can be sexy without having emphasis drawn to your physical body. Okay.
What do you mean
and
emphasis
without-
drawn towards your physical body? Like,
Yeah,
like,
and at the same time, you don't
I'm
need.
gonna be honest. This is equivalent to saying that women are sexualizing themselves if they decide to wear yoga pants when they go to yoga or something. Like, that's not obviously
Why are
the
they
intent.
sexualizing themselves? They're just being themselves. But however, if you put a camera,
Catwoman's being
however, if you put
herself.
a
Like,
camera,
what kind of argument is that?
Wait, yeah, hold on. That doesn't even make sense. Wait, what?
Yeah, with that argument, that Catwoman is self-expressing
A
herself.
person being sexy can just be themselves. Like,
Yeah,
literally.
exactly. A
Exactly.
sex person can just be
And
themselves.
that is literally what Catwoman's
You're
doing.
speaking with yourself now. You're speaking with yourself. However, if you put a camera in that Jean, okay, and you put emphasis on her ass, you're sexualizing her. It's
Wait,
that
hold on.
simple.
Let me
We've already been
let me
over
ask-
this
hold on,
point.
Wait. So you think a close up? You think just like something like a close up qualifies as sexualization or emphasis?
Okay, after a specific amount of repeats, yeah. Like
Because
after
I think like
Yeah.
I'll use this character for example, especially because like this movie's fresh in my mind. I think inherently through design, He-Man's costume is emphasizing his body. I don't think you need a close up on his muscles or his chest or his whatever to sexualize him. Then no, I think he's just already being sexualized through design. I don't think you need a close up, right, on anything.
Also, I don't even see the relevance anyways of the close-up. Obviously,
Okay, so doesn't need to
obviously
have-
the games. Hang on. Obviously, the games are trying to emphasize and give you the idea that they are physically attractive. Like no one's gonna not acknowledge that in the Arkham games as well. Like obviously, that's an aspect of the story. But there's a difference between saying that and then fucking saying that. What was the word again? Fucking
emphasis?
You know, they're just objects. They're just objects or something. What was the word again?
I'm giving emphasis to their body parts. What are you trying to say?
Yeah, I don't once again, I don't know what's inherently sexist about that, having emphasis that they're hot.
I mean,
that's stupid.
In the case of Catwoman, I think, like what I said about He-Man, I think inherently through the fact that they're in super skin tight suits, I think that also qualifies as emphasis, would it not?
Yeah,
inherently, yes.
Emphasizing their features.
The fact that
However-
Batman wears a skin tight superhero crime fighting suit is inherently emphasizing his body parts as well.
No, because however, you can still have a skin tight bodysuit, okay, without exactly having an overly sexual design. Yeah, you can still have there are characters in video games that do that. However, right now my mind to compare, if you will, Catwoman's character model in Arkham Knight is very different than Harley Quinn's original, clown outfit. Obviously, the one is way more sexualized than the other. If you compare Arkham Knight's Catwoman.
I mean, oh my God, it's Liam's back.
Hang on a second, I'm back. Okay, so you're saying you can wear something skin tight without it inherently being sexy, even though the point of it being
I'm
tight
giving
is
an
that-
example. I'm giving an example where I do agree you can have designs where they just by design you can overly sexualize the character. True. But you can still have like a character, like you can still have like a skin tight or a lore friendly, comic book accurate, let's say, outfit. Okay, without overly sexualizing your characters, like with Harley Quinn, you could still have tight.
Here's my problem. What is like overly sexualizing with like Catwoman? Like what is unnecessary? Because it is just her comic book outfit. Like that's just what she wears in like comics and media in general.
It doesn't need her zipper to be that loose and to show off.
Oh my god!
Like, she doesn't need that.
Oh my god! Because there's a little bit of cleavage. Like, are you 12? Like, what the fuck?
Why is there a little bit of cleavage? Why is
Doesn't
that?
make that much of a meaningful difference to you.
What do you mean? What do you mean? Why there's a little bit of fucking cleavage?
To be honest with you,
I assume this is going to go on for another 10, 15 minutes, so I'm just going to pick up some food.
Guys, why does Batman's bat armor have abs on it? Why does it have to look like abs? Like, what the fuck?
We just said it's different about men when we're talking about women. We just said that first.
Oh my god, bro.
Secondly,
That literally just sounds like you're admitting you have a double standard then. It's just stupid.
What double standard, dude? We literally said earlier, you accepted earlier, that is very different when we talk about sexualization in men and women. Those are two different things that they have to be treated differently. Okay, you accepted this.
Yes, and I am treating it differently. And I am treating it differently because I'm not pointing out like I'm not pointing out cleavage or anything on Batman. I'm pointing out the emphasis of his abs, which would be a sexual element on men. Like that is still fucking. You could literally apply the same thing there. Because if you want to argue, you could just argue Batman doesn't need to make his armor have like ab shaped anything. It's fucking armor. Like, have you seen soldiers in the military when they wear Kevlar? Kevlar isn't shaped like fucking abs. Like, you could just argue that too. But the reason we don't is because obviously the reason why these designs are appealing is because both men and women physically look fit and attractive, and it gives you the idea that
the game's audience, are young little boys. You
gotta genuinely stop this. When I'm talking, shut the fuck up and try and listen for once. Like, holy shit. What was my point? How about that? What was my point that I just fucking made? Because you were talking during that.
The Arkham Batman's design, it also objectifies him, sexualizes parts of his body.
Okay, so you only got the simplified version of it before my elaboration, and you talked over that, and you probably don't even know what my fucking elaboration was.
Okay, go on. I didn't hear your elaboration.
Batman wears Kevlar, right? Okay, so you know Kevlar isn't inherently shaped like abs.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so why do you think there's abs on Batman?
Because Bruce Wayne has abs, and because it will fit him better, I guess.
Oh my god. No, there's a more meta reason why he has abs. He doesn't need his suit to have abs. It's actually just, it's not practical. It's not nearly necessary at all. Kevlar doesn't have to look like fucking abs. He wears Kevlar, dude. If you actually wear Kevlar, that's not ab-shaped. He could have a back that's just Kevlar. Like, the reason why they show that is to emphasize his physical body and his physique because it is attractive, and that attractiveness shows a level of power because he's physically fit.
Okay, so I will argue in the case of Batman or Robin or all those characters, it's not good to
say the same thing with Catwoman.
No, you cannot, because in the case of Batman and Robin and all those characters, what they want to show you, is the power fantasy, of being that big, strong dude, who can do all those.
And with Catwoman, it's the power fantasy of being a physically. And with Catwoman, it's the power fantasy of being a physically fit woman. Like, what?
A fit woman who can do all those stuff that Catwoman does, does not have a petite body. Have you seen women who train? Have you seen women What the
I think
fuck?
I think it
Have you
depends.
How are you this slow? Okay, let me break this down even more simple for you. When it comes to physicality, what do you think most, if not all, men fucking want?
I don't know, dude. I don't know. I don't know what
What do
most
you
men
think is a
want.
common trait that men want with their body? If all of us could just warp reality, what kind of body would we want? We would want
What are
abs.
we doing right now?
We would want to be physically fit. Shut up, everyone. You want to have abs. You want to be physically fit. You want to be powerful. What kind of body do you think women generally want? They want to look physically attractive and fit. That is literally a power fantasy.
So you're telling me that women, that the body Catwoman, Poison Ivy, and Harley have, okay, are the body, okay, within society that is promoted for women to have. Okay, that is the stereotype that exists for women, because it is a stereotype also for men. Okay,
Batman is a stereotype for men. All men have to have fucking abs and be physically strong and attractive. It is the same thing. It is a stereotype. But the reason it's a stereotype is because both men and shut up and let me finish. Stop saying sure and listen. Because both men and women generally want that. I, as a man, would love the physique of Batman. Everyone here would agree with that. And just like how most women care about their beauty and care about their physical attractiveness.
However, women's beauty and how we treat female beauty, okay, is a standard that is posed by us, by men, okay, in the society that we live in. Okay, it's
That
not.
That is not inherently true.
It's not. No woman. No little. I'm sorry.
That is objectively, inherently, societally not fully true at all. You can say there's elements of over-sexualization that men may promote that are sexist, yes, but just the inherent trait of wanting to have a physically beautiful, attractive body and a fit body. That's
what is attractive? What is attractive for? You're telling me that Catwoman, Poison Ivy, all those character models depict the ideal female beauty. Okay, that's what you're telling me right now. Okay, and I'm responding to you.
I'm not. No, I'm not. That's like saying. That's like. Are you kidding, dude? How are you this slow? That's like saying that the ideal male. That's like the ideal male beauty is having a fucking cape and bat ears. That's obviously not the point. We're talking about the physicality. There's a difference between physicality and design.
The character's model's body, obviously, not the fact that she wears skin tight or that Poison Ivy is green. What the fuck are you trying to say? Dude, I'm sorry, but you're talking about bad faith, but this is seriously ridiculous. You thought I was saying that that the ideal beauty standard for women is to wear tights and to be green or wear black and red. What the fuck is this?
I didn't even say that you're saying that. I'm clarifying myself. What do you mean?
Okay. So again,
because you're saying that I'm saying it's the ideal beauty standards. Beauty standards would also include design and fit. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the idea body type and the body
the ideal body type for women. So the ideal body type for women in your mind is what is presented in the Arkhamverse.
Not even in my mind. That's not even in my mind. I'm not talking about myself.
I agree. It's not just you. I agree with you.
Not even just me. It's not me at all. I haven't even said what my ideal anything is.
Okay.
All that I'm simply fucking saying is when it comes down to the ideal physicality that most people would want, would be the peak of their physicality. Batman is a peak human. He looks like a peak human. Catwoman is also a peak human. That's what a peak human would look like as a female.
No,
she is
attractive
and physically fit. That is ideal for most women. Just like how it's ideal for most men to be physically fit and have abs.
There is a difference. When it comes to women, sadly, there is a difference between being at their peak of their body, meaning physically fit, being able to do all sorts of stuff, and sadly, that's true. Sadly, and being attractive to the ideal of women beauty.
God, you not understand. There's a difference.
Oh my God!
There's a difference in ideal versus like like physical peak. Like when it
No.
comes down to it, most people would rather have the physique of Bruce Wayne than what the world's strongest man actually looks like, because he looks way too big to
That's
the point
not
where
what
it
I'm arguing. Okay, dude,
just pointed out silly.
you're using bad faith here. That's not what I'm arguing. Okay, but again,
What the
when
fuck
it
are you
comes to
arguing
men,
then?
I'm not saying you have to be the strongest man. Okay, you're giving me an
I'm
impossible.
not saying that you're saying that. Well, what I'm pointing out is there's a difference in standard, and the standard comes down to an idealized version of it, not practicality.
Okay, however, you talked about fitness. Okay, the concept of ideal doesn't have to be connected.
Everyone wants to be fit, but they want to look attractive as well, which is why they'd rather look like Batman than the world's strongest man. I want to look like Batman. No one wants to look like Bane because he's too big. He looks like a giant meatball. Like, there's a reason nobody can want that, right?
Okay,
It's a balance. Shut up. You're not listening again because you're talking over me again. There's a balance there. There's a balance of attractiveness and physical idealness. That's just what a power fantasy would be, because these are fucking superheroes. It is the same thing with women, and especially with Catwoman. She is physically fit to the point where she can physically have the freedom to do whatever she wants. She's super agile, strong, fast, whatever the fuck. And she is physically attractive enough so that she's comfortable in her own body. That's what everyone would want. That's just an ideal for physicality. Every man, most men at least, want to feel they want to fucking feel empowered and feel fucking comfortable, like taking their shirt off and being in a bathing suit and not being ashamed. They want to be physically attractive as well.
What's the role? Basically, what's the role for having that big ass or those big tits for Catwoman and for Harley and for all those characters when it comes to?
What do you mean it's the role? I just explained it. It's a power fantasy. And I'm talking about Catwoman in specific, by the way, because these are different characters. Catwoman is a power fantasy.
Who is playing those games, dude? For God's sake, who is playing those games?
You're not listening.
Are little women playing these games?
You're not listening again. You're not listening again. You're not listening again. Would you like to listen? Because you brought up Harley. That's an issue. Because we're talking about power fantasy right now. Harley's not supposed to be a power fantasy. She's a fucking villain. She's not even a character you play as. I'm talking about Catwoman for a very specific reason. Because Catwoman is supposed to be that. She's basically a female Batman when it comes to physicality.
Okay.
And that's like the point.
So, may I repeat?
Batman's batsuit is designed in a way where it's essentially like emulating a shirtless guy with like a full abs, full fucking chest.
So
it's emulating what he look like with his shirt off, like the general shape and the general idea, to the point where people can envision what he looks like with his shirt off in their head. Like, that's the thing. And the reason it looks like that is because that's empowering to men. It is the same thing with Catwoman and the cleavage that we're talking about. It's to the point where they're confident in their body because they're physically attractive, but they're also...
Okay, dude, you're just repeating yourself at this point. Again and again and again, and you're just saying, shut up, shut up, shut up. Okay, what's the audience for those games? Who is playing those games? Okay, because you talk about they're meant to present to you the ideal version of woman and man and those. Dude, who is playing those games? Who is the character model for Catwoman's ass being so big for? Who is it for? Who is it for?
The women that are
because it's horror. Sorry.
My God. I can't believe that is the worst tracking error I've ever heard in my fucking life.
What, oh my God, are you talking about? What's the audience for those games? It's young men. Okay, I'm gonna answer it because you're not gonna answer it. It's young men.
Fun fact. Batman is actually the first major superhero, male superhero that was written by a woman in comics.
We're talking about the Arkhamverse. Okay.
Well, I think it's pretty. I think it's
those
pretty funny
women
because
character models are not many.
That you're bringing this up with Batman of all characters. I think it's funny that you're bringing this up with Batman for all characters when Batman is one of the most popular male superheroes ever that also has appealed to women the most.
Okay, and how many women have played? How many women have played the Arkhamverse?
It's more
If you wanted to
proportionate
give a
than the
number, are
games.
you serious?
Hang on a second. Hang on a second. Hang on a second. I'm trying to make a point, and you're just yapping, dog.
You're not answering though. You're not answering. You're just
I'm getting there. I'm making a broader point because of how dumb this is. Batman is iconically one of the most popular superheroes, and is one of the most male superheroes at least, that's actually like not accessible, but also like appealing to women. Disproportionate amount of women actually would like, give a shit about Batman versus other male superheroes like Superman or Spider-Man or whatever the fuck. So I want to bring that up first. So it's actually better than any other superhero would be. Secondly, yes, obviously more men are going to play fucking Batman. More men are going to play video games in general. Don't get me fucking wrong. But that doesn't take away from the fact that your argument about this demeaning women or whatever the fuck it was being valid at all. That doesn't devalue that at all. Yes, do they look attractive so that men can actually see someone, a female that's a fucking attractive? You know, the game rated T for teen? Yeah, sure, obviously. Like, I don't know what relevance that has to do with anything. Wow, there's attractive characters in video games? There's characters that look sexy?
Okay, that's the difference. That's the difference in this discussion. Okay, that when I see a female character as and tits being overly emphasized in a cutscene, okay, that for me,
you have failed to even prove that point.
Stop talking right now. Stop talking. Because I've given you scenes.
You're on a broken premise again. You're on a broken premise again because you keep reiterating the whole emphasizing ass cutscenes and shit, but you failed to even prove that or even show a meaningful clip at all. You've also never even proven without a shadow of a doubt what the intent is with those scenes, or even if they fit your fucking interpretation.
Okay, so we've agreed.
You're literally just saying shit and maybe
you're talking with yourself right now. You're talking with yourself. Are you gonna let me summarize what my thoughts are?
Yes, I know I'm talking about something. You don't listen. You don't listen. You repeat arguments, and when we're pointing out your repeating arguments, you cry instead of fucking listen. You made the thing already.
Oh my god. You have, on the other hand, just repeated and repeated and repeated yourself in an attempt to make your arguments
valid. The reason I'm repeating myself is because you don't even acknowledge what I'm saying.
Sorry?
The reason I'm repeating myself is that you're not acknowledging what I'm saying. You don't respond to what I even say half the time. And even when you do, you fucking dumbass. I'm not done. I'm not done.
Wait, what did I not respond to?
I am literally breaking it down, and you're interrupting me right now, proving my point that you don't listen, so I have to repeat myself. Right now, you're literally doing it.
What did I not respond to? Tell me.
You refuse to properly respond to the whole power fantasy argument I was using for the physicality of both men and women. And then you tried to strawman that 3 different fucking ways.
I answer you.
Like first you assumed I was talking about fucking beauty standards, design standards, when I wasn't even fucking mentioning that.
Yeah, however, your point stands on what? On having young women play those games and see themselves in Catwoman.
No, it doesn't at all. No, it doesn't at all. That's not relevant.
So who are those character models made for, if not for young boys?
Young boys, the game's rated T for teen. It's rated for much older fucking boys.
For young male teens.
Hell, actually, Arkham Knight is actually rated M for mature. And if you want to go deeper into this,
oh my god! You are the one who is repeating himself and doesn't respond to what
I'm not repeating myself. You literally made a claim and I'm debunking it, you retard. You're literally saying it's made for young boys. Which is inherently fallacious and wrong. And I'm literally trying to make a statement that will prove you wrong and you're complaining. Shut up. Firstly, the games are rated T for teen. Those are not little boys. Those are fucking teenagers nearing adulthood that by the ESRB anyways. Ignoring that, Rocksteady themselves has admitted they make these games without a rating in mind, which means they're not intending it for fucking children, which is why Arkham Knight is rated M for mature.
Okay.
They didn't do that on purpose. They don't care. They don't have an intent for children. The Arkham games were always meant for a mature audience. The whole intent of the game is, hey, what if we had a really mature adult version of the fucking Batman animated series in a video game. That was their concept and their intent. So no, it wasn't made for little boys. It was made for grown-ups. Like the Arkham games were always intended for older audiences.
It was made for young adult men. That's what you're saying to me. That's your debunking of my argument. Oh wow, crazy stuff. Okay. Dude,
I didn't even say for young men. Once again, you failed to listen. No. Because once again, you failed to listen. You failed to listen. So let me fucking explain again. I didn't say even younger men. I literally fucking explained to you. Rocksteady has no intent for any age group.
Okay, why are you focusing on age right now? Because I don't think
because you're the one who's emphasizing that was meant for little boys, which isn't true at all. And fellation.
I don't really think, because comic book fans, majority of comic book fans, okay, who are going to play those games, who even own a gaming PC or an Xbox or a PlayStation.
Oh my god. Okay, you know what? Here's the problem.
I am tired by you. Because when you I stopped and said, you know what, you're right.
You know what? No female character. By your dumbass, I'm not done. I am not done. By your fucking dumbass logic.
You're just screaming right now. What are you not done?
You keep interrupting me. Shut the fuck up. Are you done? Are you done? Are you done? Are you done yapping and saying a bunch of more nonsense that failed again? By your dumbass fucking logic about the intent of what gender the games are made for, no video game in the world is allowed to have sexy women by your fucking standard. Because obviously, more men only play the game. What kind of argument is that?
I already answered you in the beginning of the discussion because that I don't have a problem with sex characters, or not even with mentions of rape within the story.
Yes, you clearly do. Because yes, you do. And let me break this down. And you better shut your fucking mouth. Eddie, shut up! I'm breaking this down for you. Shut your mouth, or you're done, buddy. Shut up. Let me break down why you're doing this. Because the argument was about me talking about the power fantasy of both men and women when it comes to their physical body and how they physically look. Power fantasy. You're debunking of me saying that this is simply just an ideal physicality for both men and women because these are superheroes and this is a power fantasy, is to simply say, oh, well, the game's intended more for men. So by your own logic, any kind of ideal physicality for women in any video game is inherently just for men to beat off to. Like, it's fucking retarded. By your own logic, physically attractive women that show some attractive features at all is just sexist. Because video games mainly are played by men. What a dumb argument.
Dude, your language, you're surrounding me right now.
What's your problem with... You have a problem with Mortal Kombat. You have a problem with Mortal Kombat.
I have not played Mortal Kombat. I have a problem with it.
You have a problem with Street Fighter. What about Street Fighter? Do you have a problem with Street Fighter? What about Is that an issue?
Street Fighter. But again, sadly, the majority of games...
Dumbass, you don't need to play the game. It's so fucking simple logic. I'm thinking of any game where women are at a literal physically ideal standard, like any game where it's a power fantasy for the women because they're powerful characters, so they have a body type that represents that. Any game I can think of, you could just call sexist because of that. Whether it be characters that are blatantly sexualized like Mortal Kombat, sure, versus games like fucking Street Fighter, where it's like Chun-Li, where she's like mostly wearing like a bunch of shit on top and shit, but you can see her legs and her ass sometimes. Like, you can just do that with anything.
Yeah, dude, the majority of video games, let me tell you, are sexist. What are you saying right now? The majority of video games exist in the market. Sadly,
that is just blatantly fucking brain dead. Especially when you're talking about the majority of games.
There's not a sexism problem within the game industry.
Nice straw man. When I ever said that?
You said You said
No,
to me that it's false to say that
Oh
that there's
my god, shut
the
up!
majority of video
You made
games
a
are.
claim, so let me respond. You said majority,
Okay,
you fucking loser. Do you not know what a majority is? Have
I
you
am the
played
loser.
majority video
I'm the
games?
loser.
Have you
Okay,
played
okay,
it?
bro.
Answer the question. Answer the question, retard. Have you played majority of video games? Yes or no? Yes or no? Don't yap. You can't
Okay,
control
I
yourself.
have not played the
Okay,
majority.
okay, so your affirmative claim has no fucking teeth. So you said
Yeah.
something out of ignorance, so you're dumb. You're an idiot. That is
However,
inherently fallacious,
because
stupid
unlike you, I
statement.
do have a mind that works. Because my IQ is not below 100.
Your
Unlike
mind
you,
is literally
I
you
can
saying
see- I
majority
can-
of something
I
is
can
sexist
lead-
when you
I don't
haven't
have to play
experienced the
every single
majority of
game
it.
that exists. I don't have to play every single game that exists
Yeah,
to know or not
majority.
if the majority of the video games out there over sexualizes women or not. Okay, I
Okay,
can
how?
literally.
Okay, so how can you know?
What?
So how can you know? How can you know?
I can
Well, can you give me a statistic? Give me a statistic of majority games being sexist. And where's the research? How do they research it? How about you try that? Because I bet that doesn't even fucking
Hey, do
exist.
you want us? Do you
How
actually
can you
want
sit
us
here?
right now?
Can I ask
Okay.
something? Can I ask something?
How can shut up, everyone? How can you sit here and talk about my low IQ when you're making an affirmative claim of something that is nearly impossible to prove? Like you're a fucking retard if you think that.
Sorry, dude, but like,
can you say I'm not done? I'm not done. I'm not done, autism brain. Can you listen to people? Holy fuck.
Go on.
Can I actually
Make
go
your
on,
point.
or are you gonna keep yapping?
point,
God,
make
take
your
your pills. Take your fucking pills, buddy, because you clearly have a control problem. You're a
Make
fucking adult, and you can't listen to people. You can't fucking acknowledge arguments properly, and you interrupt all the fucking time. So are you gonna actually let me fucking continue? You fucking moron. Holy shit, buddy. You can obviously say that a lot of video games are sexist. Sure, that could possibly be something you could argue and prove. But to say a majority of video game of like what, 13 billion plus games out there that people may have not even heard of, majority of that is sexist. Not only is that nearly impossible to prove, there is no fucking study that will ever fucking affirm that claim. So don't you dare sit here and try and say I'm low IQ when you made an affirmative claim on something that's nearly impossible to prove. If not impossible, if you're not omniscient. Fucking dumbass.
Can I say something?
God damn.
Can I ask him something?
Sure, go ahead. He won't listen and he'll just keep interrupting you.
Because like
unless he finally took his fucking pills, because holy fuck, dude.
Because I guess like because like Liam is technically right in that you are right in the sense that yeah, obviously it's probably impossible to literally play every single video game ever. That's why I did want to ask. Okay, do you believe that you've played or know of like enough games that would give a reasonable that would be a reasonable sample size to where you could estimate, and not only just games, but like random games that like different genres, different.
It's straight up impossible. It's straight up impossible.
They like let me drag them back. Well, what
Straight
I'm
up
saying is like you can
impossible.
maybe. Oh, what the hell?
It's straight up. I'm sorry, Kyrito. I'm just gonna be. Look, I don't even know why we should play that game with a retard. It's straight up impossible. Like, here's the thing. Even let me throw up a number. 13 trillion games exist. Let's say that's the number somehow. How the fuck are you ever gonna research the majority of that before you're fucking dead?
Well,
who the hell's gonna do that, and how?
I'm just going off what I at least believe is like the basic structure of studies,
Oh,
which is like
you know what, Kyrito? I have a question for you. When it comes down to the entire universe and creation existence, can you tell me by a fucking certainty and an affirmative claim that majority of the planets are inhabitable or not? In the entire fabric of reality that we live in space. Can you say that? No. No, why? Because it's so high and unquantifiable. There is probably a finite number out there, but we'll never find it.
So
I was just gonna go to like the basic like studies are tend to be structured in a way where it's like okay,
I don't want to do
take,
studies and stuff like that.
this certain amount of like random things, right? And
and that's how you get a certain sample size, and then you use that as a basis for an estimated claim, or not estimated claim.
Okay, guys.
You know what I mean? Sorry.
Oh, I know what you mean.
You
I've
use
actually
that, like,
controlled.
you go off that sample size to make a estimate or like a whatever, right? So I'm asking you, like, do you at least have enough? Have you at least played enough video games? And video game spanning.
Oh my God, Kyrito, stop! Let's not even entertain that. The answer is objectively no, and if you even think it's yes,
May I answer and stop being smart ass dude? May I answer? Okay. First of all, I have not written a scientific paper on this. I've not done any research on this. So obviously, if we want to actively, scientifically answer this question, we could look up science papers, because I'm sure somebody has wasted their time doing this, sadly. Okay.
For majority of video games, to this day, right? You genuinely think someone has actually been able to successfully do that? With the billions upon billions of games that are out there, plus games that are probably unknown or even lost to history, and you think you can make... No one could ever make an affirmative claim on that, because that's so ridiculously big, it's just basically impossible.
Okay, thank you for
Maybe you could try
clarifying.
AAA games? Like, that's like the most I can...
No, that's the thing. If you try AAA games, maybe it's a little more feasible. Even then, it's probably fucking a high task. Like, even then, I could see someone argue that's not even that reasonably possible.
Okay. Can we use statistics? Can we go look up a search paper on this that uses statistics and accept it as fact? Okay, I don't have a problem if the research paper says that sexism is not the majority of story-based games, I guess. Okay, or not even
Okay,
story-based.
so now it's story-based games, not even all games, like your initial claim.
Everything. Let's put everything. It's okay. You don't need to go just to focus about story.
It's not even relevant because you made the affirmative claim without even knowing. That's still an indication you're being an idiot.
Can I give
That's an indication of you being an idiot. Okay, to assume that in the patriarchal society that we live in, dude,
in intellectual discussion, it is intellectually stupid to make an affirmative claim about something you don't know as fact. Yes, that is stupid. No shit. Like, is anyone going to disagree? Is anyone? I'm stupid. Okay, so I'm stupid even though you're the one making an affirmative claim of something you cannot prove. So, hang on a second. Let me break this down. Take your pills, buddy. Take your pills, buddy. Take your pills, buddy. Take your pills. I get it. It's probably some bad ADHD or something, or your mother hitting you in the head too many times. Take your pills, it'll be fine. Stop interrupting me. It's good. Take your pills. It's good. How about you take your pills and let me finish my statement? Because you insulted me, I deserve my lick back, you fucking loser.
Criticized me when an assumption I made. An assumption of
How about you take your pills? Take your pills, buddy. Take your pills. You good?
Yeah, take your pills. That's your response for everything. However, I'm literally responding to
you. Water, take your pills. It's fine. Take your pills.
Okay. Literally
calm down. Stop being an overly interruptive fucking moron. Just take your pills, please. You good? Calm down. You good to calm down? You good to calm down and stop interrupting?
Calm down, brother. You calm down. You're the one who's screaming every time.
I'll calm down. I'll calm down if you stop interrupting me like a fucking retard. How about that? You done?
So take your pills and calm down.
Take your pills. You're still not stopping. Did you take your pills now? Okay. Here's the thing. You're gonna sit here and try and call me stupid when you're the only one here that made an affirmative claim of something you didn't even know as fact. Intellectual argument.
An affirmative claim. Dude, I made an assumption. Okay, you're correct. I made an assumption that in the patriarchal society that we live in, the majority of things are going to...
It wasn't even framed as an assumption. You said it as fact, dumbass.
Take your pills. Take your pills. Okay, that in this patriarchal society...
I gotta take my pills, even though you're the one who's been the most interruptive person here. Oh, I see how it is. Even though I wasn't even like finished my fucking point, and you just made another stupid argument trying to say, "Oh, I made an assumption." That's a lie. You didn't make an assumption. And the reason it's not an assumption. Let me break this down for you. Let me break this down for you. I know you're not fully grown up there. Let me break this down for you. The reason why it's not an assumption is because you said it as a matter of fact. You fucking dumb fuck.
This is street smarts, brother.
Maybe if you said maybe if you I'm not done. I'm not done. Ooh, I'm not done. Take your pills. Take your pills, buddy. Like, calm the fuck down. I wasn't done. Maybe if you said probably, most likely, or assumably, then it would be considered an assumption. But no, you said it as a matter of fact. So nice trying to wiggle out of that one. You're fucking stupid because you sat here in an intellectual discussion and said something as a matter of fact when you didn't know.
Okay, my God. If this is intellectual discussion for you, to debate whether or not part of the sexism exists in video games, that's the intellectualism that we've reached that. Dude, come on. Can we just look at the research? Can we just look at the scientific paper about it?
Yo, buddy.
What buddy? Answer me. Tell me.
Yeah, I'm going to respond to what you said about the intellectual thing. Here's the thing. In Disagreement Day, and in most debates anyways, yes, this isn't like some fancy discussion, sure, but there's still a level of intellectual honesty that people expect from each other. It's intellectually dishonest to say something as a matter of fact when you don't know it or can't prove it.
Dude, I literally said to you,
intellectual discussion, you fucking dumbass. You know, in a debate, there needs to be a level of intellectual discussion in the debate. I'm not done. I'm not done. Take your pills. I wasn't done. Take your pills. I wasn't done, buddy. I wasn't done. You done? You done trying to interrupt me? Are you done?
Okay, go on. What do you want to say? Is it important to the discussion, yes or no? Because if it's just you talking to yourself,
it is important. I'm trying to get you to understand, because apparently you don't think it's intellectual discussion to have a fucking disagreement/debate about something and try and find a logical conclusion to it. So, very simply, in any debate that is worth a shit at all, well, no matter how silly the topic may be, if we're having a discussion where we're trying to reach a conclusion and agreement, there's a level
sorry,
of...
You're being an idiot right now. This is intellectual. You're being an idiot right now. Can we... If you want this discussion to end, it's very simple. Let's go and look up research papers on video games.
If you're gonna keep interrupting me in this discussion, it might as well be over, because you're not letting me finish. You literally allowed me to continue and finish. You said go ahead, and you interrupted me again because you didn't take your pills. Like, you literally have a self-control problem.
I'm not on you to talk to me about...
You're literally doing it right now. You're literally doing it right now. I wasn't done. Shut up, buddy. You're literally proving it every single time you open your mouth when I'm still trying to make a fucking point, and you're clearly not listening because you're waiting for your turn to talk and actually fucking discuss with me.
Okay,
there. You literally just went, "Oh, did you actually die?" And you didn't even listen to my point why I said that. The reason why I say it's an intellectual discussion, despite how silly the topic may be perceived as, when people are debating and discussing to reach a logical conclusion to agree on, there needs to be some level of intellectual discussion behind it. Because you need to be intellectual to reach logical conclusions based off the discussion that we're having, equaling intellectual discussion. So yes, if you're in a discussion like that, and you say something affirmatively that you can't even prove is affirmatively true, you're fucking stupid. Especially if you say it if you don't know prior.
Are you finished?
Hang on a second. Another thing I want to add before you continue, because I know you can't stop, is actually just fucking that. You need to fucking, genuinely fucking learn to, stop talking over people like this. It's fucking annoying. No one knows what you're saying half the time, or you're making a fallacious, stupid argument or a straw man. You complain about me interrupting or whatever the fuck, when the only times I've been interrupting is either A, your premise is inherently flawed and broken in the first place, B, you're repeating an argument that I've already debunked, Or fucking C, I'm interrupting you because you're doing it to me first. The reason I'm even getting this fucking mad is because of that. You won't stop and let people fucking make their goddamn point. And we can roll the tape back. I was initially patient, but you keep fucking doing it to the point where like no one can ever like get you to fucking even just understand what they're saying. So we're just talking to a dumbass brick wall. That's fucking annoying. So I'm gonna be straight up. If you're gonna do this again, I'm fucking done. I don't want to talk to someone that's fucking retarded. This is annoying. I'm here to talk to like normal, well-adjusted people. Everyone else in Disagreement Day, besides the few fuck-ass exceptions like you, or so that other fucking what is Patty, the fucking pedophile retard defending AI, is that you guys don't know when to shut the fuck up and listen to people. It's either fucking pathetic assholes to make themselves feel good about themselves, or fucking morons like you that don't want to listen. So if you're gonna do it again, I'm done. I don't want to talk to fucking morons like you. Wasting my fucking time and energy.
Okay, fair. What you're saying is fair.
Get out. Goodbye. You're done.
Okay.
I'm done. We're wasting
Wait,
time
why
with you, dumbass.
don't we let
Goodbye.
Batnick take a stab at it?
No, we're done. Fuck off,
I want
Batnick.
blood. I want blood, Liam. I want blood,
Yeah,
Liam.
he wants the blood. Why don't we give Batnick the floor?
Oh my
Liam,
god.
you can rest now. You can rest now.
What's happening? What's the argument being made? What's your disagreement?
I'm going on mute.
He thinks the
Fucking
women characters
moron.
in Arkham are like objectified.
You think the women in Arkham are objectified?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Why?
Because the way that they're portrayed, both in cutscenes, both in their character model, both
How in
how they
cutscenes?
interact.
Let's go one by one. How in cutscenes?
If I remember correctly, there are cutscenes, for instance, in Arkham City, where there is a large emphasis given on Catwoman's body, or
what cutscenes?
If I remember correctly, if I remember correctly, okay, Catwoman puts something in her tits in Arkham City. There's a cutscene
She puts
where
her phone in her bra. You know, women do that in real life, right? Have you ever interacted with a woman?
Yeah. However, when you have
My girlfriend puts cash in her bra.
Yeah, okay, true. However, when you have a cutscene within a video game whose audience is going to be primarily young adult men, okay, but it's true. For God's sake, the majority of people who are going to play this game.
Okay, what's your point? Get to your point. Get to your point.
Okay, my point is that when the cutscene itself gives such emphasis on women's bodies, on Catwoman's ass and tits, okay,
you didn't really give any examples on. Also, you don't even see her cleavage when she puts the phone in her cleavage. Her back is turned.
What do you
mean?
mean?
I don't know where you're. You just said they put an emphasis on her tits. They didn't. They objectively didn't in that scene because her back is facing Batman. It's her back is facing the camera, so that's a non-example.
Yeah. However, within that cutscene, you do have emphasis on her tight suit being unzipped, and as well as
No, you don't. Wait, no, you don't. What are you talking about?
You're telling me that there is no focus given on Catwoman's body.
Seeing as her back is literally facing the camera, I don't think they're focusing on her tits. Is that a crazy thing to say?
Let's, for the sake of argument, do you mind waiting for a few minutes to look up, I guess, because to look up Catwoman's cutscenes in Arkham City? Because I find it like...
No, I really don't care to, so I just think it's funny given...
Claim
No, hang on.
Hang
on, Liam, hang on. So I just want to clarify that the Arkham games put a pretty integral, role on the women. I don't understand how, you come to the conclusion that they were overall objectified, unless I'm putting words into your mouth, but that's basically what I'm hearing right now. Oracle has an integral part in the story. Catwoman has an integral part in the story, literally saving Batman's life. Batgirl gets her own DLC where she's the main character. I don't like Poison Ivy saves Gotham City. No, little to no sexualization of her, might I add, in Arkham Knight. So I don't understand like why that's your overall conclusion when there's so much
Sorry.
that states otherwise.
Wait.
That's
Okay.
why it sucks, because Ivy ain't as hot as she is in Asylum, bro.
Guys, in the scene with Two-Face, where where Batman comes to rescue her. Okay, one of the first scenes in the game. She literally, when she says, "Ah, this is gonna hurt," she's literally in a position that draws the center of the camera is literally her tits.
No,
Okay,
it's not. No, it's not. It's a battle. Wait, hang on. It's a battle-ready position, and she unsheaths her claws. What are you talking about?
I am looking at the scene right now. She's
Then you're
clearly...
fucking blind.
What am I fucking blind? There is,
and I think you're overly reading into the intent of the scene, if that's what your conclusion is.
The intent of the scene is to show a hot Catwoman being ready to kick down on.
Is
Two-Face.
that not empowering that she instantly one-shots Two-Face? That she basically just takes down Harvey Dent immediately? Like what?
The fact that she takes down Harvey Dent is not the problem. The fact that the
I didn't say you said it was the problem.
And her design. No, I agree with you. It's empowering. The fact, however, that the camera and the design of the character itself, the way that she's portrayed, is basically sexualizing her. Okay, and the same goes for.
Define sexualizing. What do you mean by sexualizing to begin with?
Okay, to reduce, we talked about this earlier, but I guess that's objectification. You know what? Maybe I'm wrong in my definition. Let's look up.
Yeah, so you just completely lied about the scene. There's no emphasis on Catwoman's cleavage whatsoever. I just checked the scene just to be clear. I just checked the scene. There's no zoom in on her. It is totally like the only thing you cannot see out of frame, I think, is her hands and her feet. But there's no emphasis on her cleavage. She just openly that's how she has her her suit like in the game.
Her character model is designed in such a way.
So now your goalpost moving.
No, not the goalpost.
You just did move the goalpost. First it was it's focused on her tits. Oh, now it's not focused on her tits. It's just her character design in general. So you did just move the goalpost.
No, I did not move the goalpost because you have a centered camera.
Don't lie about it now. You did move the goalpost.
Dude, when you have an overly sexualized character model that is put in front of your eye center stage and is not instead focused on her face.
I think so. No, it is. No, it's focused on her whole body. It's not focused on her tits. It's not focused on her ass or her thighs or any. They're not over sexualizing her in this exact scene you're talking about, mind you, is what I'm referring to. By the way, I think you're the fact that you're immediately jumping to the idea that she's supposed to be sexualized in this scene right here is weird in and of itself. The fact that you're making that assumption to begin with. I'm supposed to be gawking at her in this scene. That's the weird part.
Okay, so you're telling me I am weird for having.
I think you're weird for lying and for moving the goalpost and lying about moving the goalpost. That's why I think you're weird.
Okay, I'm a weird guy. That's your argument right now. However,
no, I've made several arguments. You just haven't been able to counter argue any of them.
Dude, you have a character model that is sexualized, that has her sexualized, okay, and you put a camera in front of her while she's in a position it's not
an overly sexual position. She's crouching on the platform in front of an armed man. What are we talking about?
Okay,
a character who's known to exhibit shut the fuck up. A character who's able to exhibit feline attributes, so she's gonna be a lot more acrobatic and a lot more almost scrunched up in some of the things that she does. Like a lot of the scenes she's in, she has a very feline sort of movement and aesthetic that defines like her general the silhouette of her character. And then you're like, oh, that's sexualizing her. It's like, there are some parts I'll probably agree with you that they are doing it, but in this specific example where Two-Face pulls the gun on her, you are objectively wrong. This is fucking stupid.
Okay. I disagree with you. Why do you
disagree? Even though you just lied about the scene.
I'm not lying about the scene.
You did lie about the scene. You said it was focused on her tits. It is not sexualizing her in any way. in this scene where where Two-Face has her at gunpoint.
Well, you
Literally,
have
literally.
encountered.
So
May I
no
answer
gun.
you? May
So
I
she
answer you?
says
May I answer you?
she
When you
says
have,
no shame, Harv,
can you
or no,
respond
sorry,
to
no
this?
gun,
Can you respond
shame.
to this? Can you?
Here, I'm gonna send the screenshot right now because you're fucking stupid. I don't, like this is not a focus on cleavage. You do not know what to focus on. You're just focusing on her cleavage, if anything.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
Which
projection.
says more about you than it says about the game.
Send the this.
I just sent it
No,
in
it's not
disagreement day
I'm not-
request if you want to look. That's
What
is this the shot
there
you're
is
talking about?
emphasizing his her tits.
Dude, guys, come on. Like, seriously.
Come on,
If
what?
that's
The
the
fact that her
scene,
boob.
oh my
So
god,
I'm
you're
curious if
actually
you
stupid.
if you see a woman with big boobs in a sports bra and you can see her cleavage, is she immediately trying to sexualize herself?
That's what I was
Sorry,
saying
what?
with the yoga
I think
example, too.
I think that
If
says
I'm
more
rigged
about.
up,
I think
then
that
it's
says.
sexual.
I think that says more about you as a man than it does about the game in this particular example.
May I talk? Because if the argument right now is to present me as somehow a weirdo for saying that you don't need to have overly sexualized
I think you're a weirdo
power.
for lying.
Okay,
I'm a weirdo
I'm gonna be straight up. I'm seeing the picture right now. If you think that is sexualized
You're
or
a creep.
focusing on
You're
her
kind of a
tits,
weirdo.
yeah, you're the problem.
No, you're a pervert.
Give me more.
I've
Give
played
me
this
more.
game ever since I was a fucking little kid. I've never stared at her tits during the scene at
So
all.
like,
I was
in
more
this
so getting ready
position-
to see her claws pop out because I think it's
so like,
cool that she has
this
fucking
position-
claws because she's Catwoman.
Okay. You were more focused
So
on
I want to
Japan.
hang on. Listen. Stop.
From this
Yeah,
position-
because she's
Hang on,
gonna
hang
get
on.
ready to fight Two-Face,
Let
and
me
that's cool. 'cause
let me make
it's
let me make a
each other.
let me make a new point. Hang on. Let me make a new point. So oh my fucking god, bro. Stop talking, bro. Jesus fucking Christ. Okay. So there's an argument. So in terms of like a story objectifying women, I think it's a very nuanced conversation because we have to look at, okay, what is the woman's role in the narrative? What agency do they have? In this conversation, you haven't outlined any of that whatsoever. You haven't shown how they may have gotten their agency taken away from them.
Notice how he's
In
interrupting
the
you,
server.
Nick.
Yeah. Just shut the fuck up. I'm still talking, bitch. Goddamn.
Dude, guys, listen. You're not making.
Oh my god, dude, I was still making a point. 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 Still making a
Shut
point.
up, let me
I'm still
finish.
talking.
Still making a point.
Okay, I'm literally
Still
living.
making a point, bro.
Okay, ban you want, but you're making stupid points.
No,
with
I
that.
Nick is a completely different entity. It's almost
Oh,
like
you hear that,
identical
Bannock? He
to
thinks your
you
points
are.
are stupid.
My
I like
points
how
are not
you literally
stupid,
lied,
my
but
guy.
suddenly
You're
my
not
points are
getting
stupid.
hard.
All right, listen.
It doesn't
Shut
sound
the
like
fuck
you're
up.
making a real
Let me
argument.
talk.
Oh my
Let me
God,
fucking
bro.
finish my point. Shut the fuck up, pussy. Oh my god. Anyways, goddamn, bro. Okay, so like I said, if we're looking at how a narrative objectifies a woman, we have to see, okay, what is their initial role in the narrative? What agency do they have for themselves? And are we sacrificing their own autonomy or agency to service a man? And I can't say, the only example of that you can really say is Harley Quinn, but that is fundamentally the point of Harley Quinn's character at conception, is she's supposed to be serving an evil man, and that's the tragedy of the character. I can't think of, like, Talia, I guess you could say is serving Bruce, right?
Catwoman in Arkham Knight. Catwoman in Arkham Knight. Catwoman in Arkham Knight.
What?
Catwoman.
What about Catwoman in Arkham Knight?
She's a little. Again, her agency is taken from her to be a hostage, a princess for Batman to save her, and the same goes for Talia, who is divided
Right,
between.
and here's the nuance to that. Here's the
father
nuance
and
to that
Batman.
you're not including. Here's the nuance to that you're not including. You need Catwoman for the puzzles to defeat Riddler. You cannot complete the puzzles
So
without
you're giving me
Catwoman.
an in-game logic. So you're giving me an in-game logic.
Are those not canon? Are those not canon now? Are those not are cuts are
No, they are
gameplay
canon, but you're
segments not
giving me-
canon? Do you not
You're
canonically
giving
collect the
me-
Riddler trophies? Do you not canonically fight
You want
Riddler?
me to
Do you not
respond? You're
canonically go
giving
through the
me-
puzzle rooms?
You're giving me
The
an
game is literally
in-game-
telling you. The game is literally telling you, hey, in
I
order
don't-
to
stop
progress, you
talking,
have to
stop
work with a
talking. You're
woman
giving
and play
me
as a
an
woman.
in-game-
That's
You're
woke.
giving me an in-game reason. You're giving me an in-game reason as to why those characters are written that way.
What's the point of you saying that?
Because I say to you that those women's agency, okay, is taken by men, and you respond to me with, "Oh,
And what's the
they're
context?
there
What's the
for Riddler
context of a
character."
woman's agency getting
They're
taken
for-
away? Is it to service a man?
Yeah.
If you want to say it's to
basically-
service you, the player, but I think that's uncharitable and bad faith.
No. You basically
Yes.
have Batman. Okay, listen. Yes.
I don't know
This is
if I
not an
want to
argument.
listen to you. You're a fucking
No.
idiot.
Then go jerk off. Go, you guys, go jerk yourselves off. Okay. There's
I have a
literally
girlfriend. I don't
sexism
need
in the
that. I have a
game.
girlfriend. I don't
Yeah,
need
okay,
that.
my
So.
guy. There's sexism in the game, and you are stupid if you cannot see that. I'm
I
sorry.
like how you
Like,
haven't
you're
provided any
stupid.
examples. The one example
Oh,
you provided, you
you've
lied
not
about.
let me.
You're
You've
a
not let
little
me
liar.
provide me.
You're a little kid who's a
You're
liar on a
talking-
fucking
you're
Discord
talking
call.
yourself.
You're a fucking
My
liar.
guy, your friend earlier tried to argue, tried to argue that there is nothing overly sexualized with women in the Arkhamverse. That there's nothing wrong
I
with
think there's
portraying
elements
women
that
this way.
sexualize. I think there's
No.
elements of women getting
Shut the fuck up.
sexualized.
Go
No,
talk
you
to
shut
your
the fuck up,
friend,
pussy ass
guy.
bitch.
Go
Shut the fuck
talk
up,
to
pussy
your
ass bitch.
friend. And go talk to your friend and check your.
I'm gonna go fucking slap you in the face with my dick, bro. Shut the fuck up, pussy.
Go fuck yourself, guy.
Anyways,
This is so
okay.
fucking-
Oh, he
Bro,
left. Oh, what a
he
little
rage
bitch.
quit.
Did he get
I
kicked? Did he
listened. I
run?
listened to that entire thing. That was beautiful.
That was funny
That
as
was
fuck.
That was
hilarious.
fucking amazing.
Oh,
I even
wow.
listened. I had a phone call. And I even still listened to it. I was like in and out.
Bro, we
Wow,
got
that
evil
was like one of
Kronos
the
before
best
Jesus
disagreements.
I fucking hated that. That was terrible. That one
was
pissed
It was
me off.
great for us. It was great for us.
It was great for us.
Yeah, fuck you guys.
I'm
I'm honestly, I'm kind of glad that Batnik did that because at least I don't feel fucking crazy because he also crashed it a bit on him.
He's a fucking idiot. That guy was just
Talk to
stupid.
Bro, I've been here for 10 minutes and I'm already crying. I gotta go watch that whole thing.
Hey, Vigor, what's up? Hey, Vigor.
Hey, beggar. Hey, beggar.
Aren't you a pedophile?
Fuck you.
Talk to your
That's gonna
friend.
be taking my.
He's so mad.
Oh,
He's so mad. He's not typing coherently.
He's so mad. He's misspelled friend.
That's good. Did you see what I?
I'll look at it in a moment.
Okay.
God,
You
I fucking
bitch. You
I'm
fucking.
crying, bruh.
I can't believe we got evil Kronos before GTA 6.
Bro, he is offended.
You fucking.
No, not even evil Kronos. He sounds like a mix between San Juan Kronos.
He does.
Where do these people come from?
SK, quit acting like you don't grow these people in a lab, dude.
I grow them for content.
TJ, I'm
You're
gonna send
just
you something.
dodging.
I want you to jump.
All right.
Oh, he
is
just
the
said
stream over?
you're fucking idiots. No, we're not. He just said you're fucking idiots. Damn.
We might as well end it. This shit is lasting too long.
This shit is
Hey, Rita,
fun.
what is this?
Well, there's two people
Guess who's
waiting,
had it?
so I'm gonna give them.
Oh, of course he is.
Oh my god, there's no way we're doing more after that. That was like the ending.
We
It was
won't
like
do
the
a long
final
one.
fight.
We won't do a long one.
This is an epilogue.
This is an epilogue. All right, what's up, Bong Water?
Oh, I'm gonna warn you, Longwater. If you're stupid, I'm not holding back.
Oh my god.
Damn.
That was kind of cool.
Not after what just happened. No,
Oh,
I
God,
don't
you-
care, bro. After
Bro's
what
using
fucking
intimidation
happened,
tactics.
no more holding back. I'm gonna warn you, if you're stupid, I'm going to treat that as a choice and not a curse on your fucking existence, and I'm going to hate you for it. Don't be stupid. We're done with stupid for now.
I'm stupid in certain aspects, but I don't.
Your mic sounds stupid. It's too quiet. What are you saying, Mr. Mufflemouth? He sounds like he's giving good head to someone, dog. Like I just can't hear what he's
Leo,
saying.
you just pulled the equivalent of that. So did I. So I don't want to hear another dumb motherfucker.
Honestly, maybe you know what? Honestly, Lucas was right.
Lucas was right.
Yo, he's in chat telling us to jerk each other off now. That's crazy.
Wow. He is
Well, there's a child in the chat too.
He's offended. God damn.
Yeah, he's saying this while there's a child in the chat, like just like actively
Who's
in
a
the
child?
chat.
The Pano
He's-
guy or whatever.
Oh, he left.
Wait, he left the server?
Did he leave? Did he left?
He is so mad. Holy shit. That's too funny.
You bloody fucking.
That was like, that reminds me of Street Smart 101, like that level of crashing out. Oh. Alright.
Honestly,
Yeah,
after that, I'm
I'm
afraid
better.
of my own self-control skills. Like dude, that one was like a double whammy because the first pedophile AI defending loser guy was fucking annoying.
It's a joke,
He's like,
for
haha,
legal
trying to get another
reasons.
cheap gotcha because I like children. And then this
Whoa,
fucking
whoa,
idiot
what
came
the-
in and it's like, holy fuck. No, not you, Mr. Mufflemouth. I'm not offended by you yet.
I got so confused, bro. I'm like, damn, bro.
Alright,
like,
Bongwater,
whoa,
what's
whoa.
up? What is your disagreement, and tell us why?
All right. So I originally had something completely different to talk about, but now in the chat, I gotta defend my take. I said Arkham Asylum is the best Batman game, and everyone got on my ass about it. I think Arkham Asylum is the best Batman game. I think the atmosphere is the best in the series.
Who got on your ass for that?
There was a couple of people in chat like going back. Like what I mean, like got on my
Well,
ass
send me
about it.
names. I need a hit list.
Oh my god, I'm sorry.
Well, here's the thing, right? I thought because you said you were going to disagree about Born Again. I think there's more to get from that, because that's more controversial.
Oh, you want to talk about
No,
that?
no,
Yeah.
that one will piss us off though.
No,
and I'm done with
no,
that.
no.
I don't believe you.
you
I don't
hate on
fucking
me,
believe you.
Matt
Alright,
Murdock.
Vonwater, what's your
I
disagreement
love Matt
regarding
Murdock.
Daredevil Born Again?
I think I will admit, I think the Foggy, them killing Foggy. I think was I think it was needed for the story, because the whole point of the story is it's trying to show Matt and Fist going into their dark side, the part they don't want to go into, but the environment and the situations around them is going to force them to go into like their dark side. I think killing Foggy was a good part. I think Punisher, I think he wasn't in the story a lot, but the parts he was in, I think did good. I think Bullseye was used.
like a fucking
Well, like, so have you seen my Born Again videos on season 1 and 2?
I didn't see the one on season 2, or season 1. Sorry, I didn't see the one on season 1. I seen the one on season 2 when it first released, but that was like a couple of weeks ago at this point, so I don't remember like every talking point.
Okay. What do you think of I guess, well, so you mentioned Matt is like tapping into his dark side in Born Again season 1.
I meant season 2. I think season 1 was like a build up to that. That's why Foggy died in season 1. I think the season 1, because like in season 1, like a bunch of the trial stuff happens. A lot of the he has a lot of issues with what's her name? Is it King? No, I can't. Who's the black lawyer lady? Is it Kristen?
Kirsten McDuffie, yeah.
Kirsten, yeah. They have a lot of back and forth about like the law firm and stuff, and like how it's going down. He's not taking that seriously. Plus, Foggy died.
I mean,
and
my
then
whole
at the
thing
end of the
about
season,
tapping into Matt's dark side is that we already got that in Daredevil season 3. That was the point of that. And he overcame it, so we're kind of just like repeating stuff.
See, I don't know. I guess maybe this is a matter of like opinion, but I don't think it's like necessarily repeating it. More so of maybe trying to continue it, or maybe like, oh, that's where they left off.
They literally had him like try to kill
pick it up.
Bullseye after sparing Fisk in season 3.
See, I don't mind him. See, the thing with Bullseye is, I don't think it was more so in the moment. He just watched like his best friend Foggy die. I think if he was more so thinking straight, I don't think he would have done it. I think unfortunately he was acting out of emotions.
I mean, I don't think.
Even
he
though
done
I
it,
will
period.
say I don't like how they did it, because they threw Bullseye off the fucking building and then like they just threw him in prison. I feel like they could have handled that better. Like, I don't mind Matt like throwing him off the building out of anger. I just think I wish they did more with Bullseye, to be honest.
I mean, the problem is that how many times is Matt gonna learn the same lesson again and again about not killing?
I mean, I get that, but that's why I will admit that always has kind of been like my issue with the show, because like, I mean, how many times like you had the father told you, like I do admit I kind of have a bit of issue with that, but that's why like my theory is I think they're gonna hopefully maybe decide something different, maybe be a bit interesting, delve into that side of thing, maybe not kill him fully, but maybe being a bit more aggressive than he normally would be. This would be something different. Because I think they should do like, yeah, he learned that lesson, but it's like, you know what, it don't work. Fisk is still roaming around. He won mayor, even though he did get kicked out, but the fact that he still even won the mayor vote is still like, that's crazy. Plus, he didn't even get fully locked up. He's sitting on a beach, chilling somewhere, drinking a nice champagne, and while Matt's locked up. So like, maybe that will be like, you know what, fuck this whole. I don't know. I just feel like, I really hope that I just want them to develop into the Matt's like dark side. I think that'd just be something different and something honestly interesting.
What do you think was done well in Born Again Season 2?
I like how the trial with Karen, I thought was pretty cool. I like how they handled the trial.
What do you think of the identity reveal?
Go ahead. What was your question?
The identity reveal part of it.
I like the identity reveal because that was Fisk's leverage against Matt. So like, hey bro, keep it on the hush. I'll reveal your shit as Daredevil, and boom, we'll pin all these crimes on you. And I think Matt did that to like, you know what? Fuck you, Fisk. You got no control over me. Boom. You know what? Let me pull the last card out of your deck that you have against me. So now in Matt's mind, Fisk has nothing against him. I think that's why
Yeah,
he
but
did.
the problem,
And honestly, I
the
personally
problem
don't
with
mind.
that scene is that that would result in a mistrial. If he's exposing the fact that he's a vigilante involved in the case, but also he's a lawyer. Which they even said in Daredevil Season 2, like being disbarred was a minimum consequence for him if he was found out. This would actually put into question the validity of all of his past trials, including the first one where he helped Karen Page.
That, and also the White Tiger one. I will admit, I think the punishment for Matt should have been harder, just because, like, you know what, if you really want to embrace the Daredevil life, embrace the Daredevil role, then, well, you can't be Matt Murdock and Daredevil. You know, you got to embrace one or the other. So, like, I'll give you on that. The punishment probably should have been harder, and honestly, it would be cool maybe in Season 3 for them to look back on the Murdock trials and like, you know what, he came out as Daredevil, so like maybe we should open a case file against his former like, you know, cases and stuff. And who knows, maybe some of them people he arrested, they come out of prison and become like a big player in the Season 3, or maybe that results in more crime in the city, or maybe more hate against vigilantes. I don't know.
They
I will
could,
admit,
but
they
I think the problem is
definitely
that they
should punish
accept
Daredevil more.
his testimony. They just accept it. They don't even question it at all.
I will admit that I have an issue with, because they were trying to find a way to get Fisk out of office, and like it kind of did feel like the show was just like rushing to get him out of office.
Yeah.
I think that's the only reason they really like did accept it. So like, I guess to me personally, it's like, I don't really like. I guess I don't really mind it too much, because like, well, they were trying to get Fisk out of office, so they probably would like scoop align the systems, even though I don't think they should. And yeah, like what you said, it calls into question Matt's previous trials and hell, all of them, especially Punisher and the White Tiger one. But I think they were trying to do it as like, you know what, we have our opportunity, we have an excuse to get Fisk out of office. Let's take it. And who knows, maybe in Season 3, Fisk will try to, I don't know, reinstate, maybe do a mistrial, or I don't know, maybe, I don't know.
I mean, at that point, I think they're just gonna be repeating the same thing again and again. Like Fisk just finding, for like no good reason either, the Born Again Season 1 finale gave a really bad explanation. But it's like, oh, Fisk can just get out of prison again and again for no reason. Like at that point, it's just lazy. Because especially
No,
since
yeah,
Daredevil in the Netflix era, they actually put in a lot of effort to justify why Fisk would be able to get out of prison. But then he eventually got, in prison again, and they understood, he won't manipulate the system again. We now know how he operates. So yeah.
I mean, I get that, but like, I don't know. I guess I view it as like.
I'm gonna get going.
Fisk is Fisk. He's gonna find a way to manipulate the system. He has all that.
Last thing I'm just gonna say real quick before you guys continue is I'm going to apologize for my crash out today.
Against that last
I
dude, you're
think
kind of justified, bro.
I think I said a few things that may have came across ableist. I have no excuse for that, and I do apologize if anyone felt uncomfortable with anything that I said in between the argument.
If it's
I'm
funny,
gonna try
then
and do
it's
better
not
for
able.
next time.
Okay.
At the same time, I'm gonna be wary of fucking stupid people, because holy shit.
Okay.
But yeah,
Take care, man.
I'll see you guys later. Hope this one's as cordial as it sounds.
Yeah. All right. Have a good night.
Oh no, yeah, I got nothing personally against you guys.
Yeah.
All right.
Especially over opinions and shit. It's one of those things we just agree to disagree. Take care, man.
I'll see you guys.
All right. Yeah. So, what was I gonna say? Oh yeah. So, that's just kind of the thing with like Born Again that I have a problem with. It seems to think that Fisk can just get out just because he's rich and he has influence within the system. And it kind of gets to a point where they're kind of just sacrificing the consistency in the show. Like, for example, they said that Nadim and the FBI scandal was why Fisk was acquitted, but they all know that Fisk was behind that scandal.
Because I will admit, I'll give you credit on that because I don't remember exactly, but wasn't the whole point of the whole Nadim thing it wasn't usable because he worked with them or something? I mean,
No. So the reason he couldn't testify was because he was coerced into staying silent, and his family was being threatened. But then later on, he was able to give a testimony, and while the other people in the jury were being threatened in order to help Fisk, what Nadim did as a final play was give a dying declaration because he believed he was going to die. So
because I remember he made the phone video, and then that's when Bullseye, was it or someone showed up and killed him. I can't remember.
Bullseye showed up.
Yeah, it was Bullseye. Yeah, so that's when Bullseye showed up and killed him. Okay, all right.
Yeah.
I don't remember. Okay, yeah, I'll give you that. I guess with Fisk, like, I don't know. I guess I can, like, I guess me personally, I guess it's just a personal thing. I can't believe someone that rich, someone that like, cause like it's not even just like a rich thing. It's also like, you look at Fisk, he's like an intimidating guy, and like Fisk's whole thing is like he intimidates the people he knows he can intimidate. That's why he never could intimidate Vanessa, because Vanessa was tougher than the people he was intimidating. I think he picks on the weak ones, which is why I can personally believe he can escape all of his crimes, because he purposely picks out the weak ones and then knows he can manipulate. Which is why he picked Agent Nadim, because Agent Nadim was going through financial issues and he wanted a promotion. So like I think it makes sense for Fisk to break out because he's purposely picking his allies.
Well, like there wouldn't be any allies he could pick in this situation. And it wasn't even like that he had any allies. They said that the reason he was acquitted was because of the scandal.
Yeah, yeah, true. I will admit, like, I wish, I don't know. Now, you know what, man, now that I talk about it, think about it, I got, I'm kind of going on your side a bit more. I will say.
Interesting. Yeah.
I will say, I'm starting to understand where you're coming from.
Yeah, that's the thing with Born Again. I think it's just a really weak continuation of the original. It's like every, I guess, major plot detail they're aiming for, you just compare it to the Netflix show, and then it's just like, wow, this just can't coexist.
Yeah, no, the Netflix show is definitely better. Like, damn, bro. Yeah, you know what, bro? Call this agreement day, bro. I ain't gonna cap. I'm starting to get on your side now that I think about it. Now that we're talking about it.
Agreement day.
Yeah, this is agreement day or agreement time. But no, yeah, you know what? I still like Born Again. I do. I still like Born Again. But yeah, no, I will say I hope season 3 is somewhat different than Fisk. I really hope we take a break from Fisk. I love Fisk. I think Fisk is a great character. I think the actor that plays him is fucking fantastic.
Yep.
It would be nice to have a new villain. I'm hoping with maybe the new Spider-Man movie coming out and the foot, or not the foot, she's not the foot, the hand being in it. The hand being in it, maybe season 3 will bring back the hand plus Elektra. You know, I'm hoping they kind of do that. Because my theory is I think Daredevil's going to show up in the Spider-Man movie.
I think if they do that, it's going to be a bit of a retread again, because we've already had the hand in Daredevil season 2 and the Defenders. So I mean, I don't know. I'm not too sure I want the hand back.
I will say I wouldn't mind it if it was maybe like Elektra leading them. And maybe instead of trying to kill Daredevil, maybe they were trying to work with Daredevil because of Elektra's connection. And like, I don't know. I just hope they do something other than Fisk. Like I feel like there's something more we can do other than Fisk.
I mean, I would just say they should just do new villains that haven't been adapted yet.
I wish they. I really hope they do more Bullseye. I really hope they do more Bullseye. The actor is fantastic. I thought he did great. I really have to do more Bullseye. That's one thing I will say about Daredevil Born Again is they did Bullseye so dirty.
Yeah, Bullseye he just sucks now.
That's what I'm saying. It's like that was the one thing that really upset me about that show. Also, like I really wasn't like the biggest fan of like the whole like Jessica Jones thing. I was like, it's cool to see her, but it's like it felt. I will say those parts felt like, oh, here's a cameo. You guys remember? It's Jessica Jones. Yay!
Yeah, it's really like, I don't know why she's really in the show. Like I can't think of a reason beyond. Well, one, obviously you need to justify where she is, like understandable, but two, it just seems like it's just for cameos. Like there's more they could have done with her as a character.
No, yeah, that's how it felt to me. You know, yeah, it felt more like a cameo than rather than like she's having her own story that's connected to. Because the problem was with what was his name, Charlie or Charles?
Yeah, Mr. Charles.
Matthew Lillard's character. Because the problem with Charles was they could establish that like at the beginning that like there's a connection with him and Jessica Jones, which is why Charles is important to the story. Because I will say, Charles kind of just felt like, here you go, here's Charles. Oh wait, here's our excuse to bring in Jessica Jones. It kind of felt like, who the fuck is this guy?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I just found him kind of funny. I won't lie.
I absolutely loved him as a character. I absolutely loved him. I never hate Matthew Lillard. I can't really think of anything else. I remember I said something about the Batman Arkham games. I don't know if you want to talk about that again after that last dude.
Yeah, Arkham. There's nothing really else I can think of as far as like what to go over. It's like if you think Arkham Asylum's the best, then I kind of understand that because Arkham Asylum does have a very unique environment.
I think that's the biggest thing for me that like separates them or that game and the others is the environment and also how well like the environment does of establishing the story. I've always been a big fan of like, you know what, Joker's gonna lead you through this way because it fits the story. You're gonna follow what Joker where's you to go, as opposed to Batman where he wants to go. Nah, Joker's in control, and I feel like they do a really good job of setting that environment of like, this is Joker's asylum. You're following his rules.
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't know. So I think they do a really good job. Obviously, I will say the boss fights. The only Arkham game to do boss fights well are Origins and Night. I don't think Arkham Asylum or City has good boss fights.
I thought City had some good ones.
I was just about to say, there's a couple in City where it's like, I love Mr. Freeze's boss fight, and the Clayface boss fight's fun, and the Ra's al Ghul's boss fight's pretty fun, I will say.
Yep.
Yeah, I just think Arkham Asylum's the best Arkham game. I think it does the environment well, aesthetic well. Also, the combat is fun enough to where it's it's fun. You know, you can do moves and stuff, but it's not too complex to where it's like, you know, you have the medic guys, the shield guys, and then you have the big guys with the shield, and the big guys with the knife, and then the big guys with the electric stuff, and then yeah. I just feel like Arkham Knight had too many enemy types at certain times.
I like the variety that Knight had.
I feel like that's just like one of those, like, it's just like a personal thing. Like I personally didn't. I felt like it was too much. Like I don't need a big guy with electrocuted fist and then a shield and then a knife. Like I don't know. Also, I like how Arkham Asylum. I like I like the Titan stuff. I think the Titan stuff is actually pretty cool. This is something different in the Batman universe. Even though people hate on Titan Joker, I'll never hate on Titan Joker. I actually, the boss fight itself sucks. I would change it personally, but like I don't hate the concept of it. If that makes sense.
Yeah, I get you.
Yeah, so I just hate the how they did it, rather so the concept, because a lot of people don't like the concept, and it's like, well, I can get behind the concept, but the boss fight itself kind of sucks, and I feel like that's where people don't like the Titan stuff, because like the Titan boss fights are pretty lackluster.
Yeah, the Titan ones are like, especially in Asylum, just feel like very simplistic.
I will say, part of me likes it that way, just because like it kind of makes them feel more like mindless monsters rather than like in City, where like you can control their attacks. Even though it's kind of cool in City, just because like it's something different. But I feel like I like the whole, like, I do like the mindless monster. I feel like that makes more sense for the Titan formula. But also, I know in City the Titan formula isn't the exact one. In Asylum is something different.
Yeah.
Or it's not as strong as the Asylum one. I can't remember exactly. But yeah, I don't want to take too much of your time. I really don't got nothing.
All good.
Nothing else to say. Actually, I'm gonna say before I leave is that was actually a pretty good talk about Daredevil Born Again. You know, especially with the whole fist thing. Yeah, it kind of made me realize. Yeah, like how does he? Yeah, I kind of get it. And like the whole money thing and like thing is kind of like I feel like that's like a comic book excuse, like, or a cartoon excuse, like, here's how he appeared in the next issue, or you know, rather than like it being like a coherent story, like in the show. I kind of get that, yeah. I guess I have one question before you go, or before I go. What is your favorite like Spider-Man game of all time? Like all of them. Like, what is your favorite Spider-Man game of all time?
Probably the PS4 game.
PS4 game? Okay.
Yeah.
You know, that's a respectable answer. Me personally, I would go with Spider-Man Shattered Dimensions. But Spider-Man PS4 is pretty. It's up there. It's top 3.
Yeah, I think that one's probably the best made one alongside Miles Morales.
Dude, people. Oh my god, dude! I hated how people hated on Miles Morales. That game is so great. I
agree.
That game got too much. That game got too much hate. Way too much hate.
Yeah.
But yeah, man. All right, man. Take care. It was actually pretty nice talking to you, man.
Yeah.
This is my first time doing a disagreement day, so it was actually pretty cool.
Awesome.
I might pop in a bit more and see what's up.
Good to hear. Yeah.
All right, man. Take care, bro. Have a good one.
Take care. Bye.
See ya. Bye.
All right. Yeah, that'll be it for disagreements for tonight. That was a lot. This went on way longer than I expected, but yeah, lots of fun twists and turns here and there. But it's nothing we haven't seen before. So yeah, have a good night, everybody. Hope you all have a good one. I'll see you